Chapter 6681 No way. Ves began to form a quick and dirty plan to convert the formation anchors into living Fae. He did not dare to apply any direct changes to the formation anchors themselves. His plan was to stuff it inside a shell that would act as a carrier for these pillar-shaped constructs. As long as he affixed a few thrusters and maybe small transphasic energy shields onto the shells, they would be able to move wherever they were needed while being able to withstand a few stray shots. Of course, a small energy shield module was not enough to make them last on a real battlefield. They still needed to be protected until they were ready to go active and trap enemy units. Ves intended to apply other features and improvements onto the shell, but they weren't really worth mentioning to Melkor. The Mech Commander and Combat Spell Array Master wouldn't really understand the technical details. The biggest limitation that Ves had to work with was that he had to limit his application of hyper-technology and e-technology. Aside from betting that inserting the formation anchors would turn them into pseudo-high-level artifacts, Ves could not permit the use of any other material or tech that had an effect on the flow of E-energy radiation. It was hard for him to abide by this limitation. Hyper-technology had revolutionized the mech industry as well as many other industries, while E-technology happened to be a part of his main specialization. Ves drew on Veronica's experience of designing the auto-heretic mech line and quickly got used to the mindset of designing a mech without making use of hyper-materials. Of course, he did have the option of using phase water, but he tried to be a little more restrained with using this material because it might interfere with the functioning of the formation anchors. Work like this was trivial to a senior mech designer like Ves. He was able to whip up a complete solution in a handful of hours. He could have compressed that time even further, but he wanted to be extra careful in order to prevent the already fragile formation anchors from falling apart in mid-flight. While he designed the formation anchor Fae, Ves regularly asked questions about formation masters to Melkor. Ves could easily retrieve documents related to this up-and-coming cultivation specialization from the Red Collective, but he preferred to hear the details from a friendlier and most trustworthy source. Melkor's opinions would definitely influence Ves's policies towards formation masters. The Avatar commander was well aware of that, so he tried to be careful and attentive with his wording. He did not want to give Ves the wrong impression about important subjects. If this cultivator mech concept succeeds and allows you to amplify your power on the battlefield, are you willing to take this to the next level? Ves asked as he continued to work while repeatedly examining all 25 formation anchors. They were fascinating artifacts that already incorporated the deliberate and systematic use of runes to program their behavior. The Red Collective had made rapid progress in understanding the meaning of runes as well as figuring out how to apply them to create artifacts with a deeper level of complexity than regular hyper products. The physical projection of the Patriarch smiled in Melkor's direction. There's one easy way you can improve your combat effectiveness as both a mech pilot as well as a combat spell array master. Have you thought about forming a blood pact with a Karman mech? To be honest, Melkor did consider this choice. The benefits of the Karman system to a conventional mech pilot was not as dramatic as was the case for norms, but they were still significant. A mech pilot would be able to gain additional control over a living mech. He would also develop a much deeper relationship with the machine that transcended ordinary friendships. By making a mutual vow to fight together to the exclusion of everyone else for the rest of their lives, the Karman mech and Karman mech pilot automatically elevated their trust and friendship to the highest level. The question was whether Melkor was ready to make such a life-changing commitment. Were the benefits of forming a Karman mech truly worth the limitations imposed upon himself? Different from most mech pilots, Melkor was not the sort of mech pilot to develop an unhealthy attachment to his living mechs. The fact that he had passed on the increasingly more outdated Golden to an Avatar mech officer and switched to piloting the much newer and more powerful Larkinson edition of the Fae Fianna proved that he valued immediate practicality over sentimentality. Perhaps this was one of several traits that disqualified Melkor from breaking through as a mech pilot. Not for now, Melkor eventually replied. I am not the kind of mech pilot that can accept the possibility that I will forever be barred from piloting anything else ever again if my Karman mech gets destroyed in battle. If you have been fighting the native aliens as often as my men and I, you will know that the native aliens never fight on the same level as us. They play dirty, they readily abuse their advantage of numbers and advantage of resources, and frequently try to shoot at mechs with their formidable warship-grade gun batteries. Any machine that gets hit by the latter will disappear without a doubt. That is not quite true. Ves responded. Most expert mechs are able to avoid or resist them quite well. Now that you have become a cultivator on the same level as an expert pilot, you are not as vulnerable to the threat of enemy warships as before. As long as you are paired with a powerful cultivator mech that is designed to the same standard as an expert mech, you will definitely be able to survive many battles. Commander Melkor could understand these points, but he still felt reluctant to commit to such an extreme approach. I don't think that your comparison holds up as well as you wish. Expert pilots have many different ways to directly enhance the performance of their expert mechs. They are able to resonate with their expert mechs, thereby amplifying their technical performance. True resonance can also generate a resonance shield around an expert mech, which is usually strong enough to resist at least one or more direct hits from the primary cannon of a large warship. Then there is the secret weapon of every expert pilot, their strong and uncanny intuition towards danger. This is how Saint Tusa was able to evade nearly every attack that threatened to shatter his relatively thin and fragile mech over the course of his career. The Avatar commander raised good counter-arguments. He was true about how well expert pilots amplified the performance of their expert mechs. This was the entire reason why the latter became so fast, powerful and unreasonably resistant against damage. Combined with the uncanny intuition of expert pilots that enabled them to avoid many fatal errors over the course of their active service, they were simply the best out of making the most of their already powerful machines. As a chi cultivator and one oriented around support rather than direct combat, Melkor was distinctly lacking the enhancements that would allow him to fare much better when directly threatened by enemies. Perhaps his overall spiritual growth may have boosted his intuition by a noticeable extent, but it was probably not as exaggerated as that of an expert pilot. As for resonance, it was impossible for Melkor to resonate with an expert mech due to his relatively weak willpower. His recent breakthrough may have caused his willpower to grow as well, but this was most definitely a side benefit. The important part was that Melkor's willpower did not exceed the standard of a typical chi cultivator. You're right, Ves admitted. I didn't fully think this through. A chi cultivator piloting a Karman mech will not enjoy the extraordinary protection of a proper expert mech. This puts the long-term survivability of your machine under question. While our clan is working on more effective solutions to allow your living mech to survive even if the mech frame gets blown to pieces, they are either limited in effectiveness or not even close to ready for implementation. If you still want to make use of Karman mechs, but don't want to be restricted by the current limitations of the Karman system, you can always wait for a number of years. The later generation of Karman systems will definitely offer more mitigating solutions that will make it safer to pilot Karman mechs. I will look forward to that, Melkor said with an accommodating smile. I am not principally opposed to using Karman mechs. I just don't want to put all of my eggs in a single basket. Though Ves felt disappointed by Melkor's rejection, it was not that big of a deal. Multiple mech pilots rejected Karman mechs for similar reasons. They were all potentates who had no problem with using the neural interface to control their existing machines. Their demand for the Karman system was not very strong even if Ves tried his best to sell its virtues. Ves returned to his work and quickly finished his design for the modified and more personalized version of the Fey Fianna. He proudly presented his quick improvisation to his cousin. Here you go. This is how your machine will look after it has been changed. It will be paired with 25 formation anchor Fey. It will take quite a bit of time to fabricate the components and put them all together, but there are plenty of mech technicians on this ship who can complete this job in a hurry. You won't do all of the work in person. I will, Ves responded. I will just be present in a special form since my actual body is light years away from Viola Magnifica. Even then, I can't possibly produce 25 formation anchor Fey and perform the necessary modifications to the mech frame by myself. Don't worry, I will be constantly monitoring the work of others, and I have other ways to keep them under control. Now what do you think about the revised design? Well, I can't mount more than a fraction of all of the Fey on the back of my mech. They will have to remain separate from my Fey Fianna. I don't see any other type of Fey in your design. Will I be able to control a few spare Azure Energy Shield Fey to improve the defenses of my machine? If the native aliens figure out that my mech and I are the ones to control the big spell array, they will definitely focus fire on my machine. Ves nodded. That is a realistic possibility. I have chosen to withhold myself from adding more Fey to your mech because I already have to split 17 more subordinate spirits from its spiritual foundation. Even if I try to mitigate the damage as much as possible, the strain on the living mech will still be unimaginably high. I do not dare to stretch its limitations any further, then my mech will become a sitting duck. Not if you rely on the support of other mechs and assets, Melkor. You are not alone, remember. You can rely on your subordinates to provide you with cover. In fact, there is an even better way to amplify your performance and increase your survival rate on the battlefield. This is actually one of the main reasons why I insist on designing a special cultivator mech for you. The potential synergy is insane. What are you talking about, Ves? I know you haven't considered it since you are a mech commander yourself, but have you ever thought what would happen if you deploy your spell array while you are actively being NFCOFed by Saint Commander Casella? Melkor widened his eyes as he began to consider this possibility. No way. Chapter 6682 Aureus. The new Fey Fianna had taken shape. It took a lot of effort to get this done within a very limited timeframe. Ves delegated most of the work involving the fabrication of Fey parts and assembling them around the 25 formation anchors to the best-performing mech technicians who served on the Spirit of Bentime. These Larkinsons had years of experience with working on many different kinds of living mechs. They participated in the production of hundreds of them and also services quite a few existing machines. While they did not understand how the living mechs like Ves, they had developed their own feelings for them that could only be accumulated through years of experience. Ves was quite satisfied with their attitudes, their professionalism and their competence. So long as he wrote a clear and detailed manual that described the steps that they needed to follow, he had no concerns that they would screw up along the unfortunately, as good as the Larkinson mech technicians have become, the modifications to the Fey Fianna's mech frame required more skilled and delicate touch. This was why Ves decided to descend on the Spirit of Bentime in person so that he could do all of the work himself. One way to do this was to possess one of his masterwork mechs and use the mech frame as a medium for him to operate tools and equipment. He had done it several times in the past by temporarily taking control of the Everchanger. However, Ves disliked this measure because it wasted a lot of energy and made him feel exhausted at the end. A mech was also far from suitable to perform precision work. The Everchanger was never designed to perform these tasks. Another solution that was a bit more unconventional was to use his external incarnation Vulcan to possess the body of a mech technician or craftsman who worshipped Vulcan. Vulcan worship was not that prevalent in the Larkinson clan, but they could always be found on every Larkinson capital ship. Although using Vulcan to perform mech-related work was not ideal, the advantage was that the design spirit was extremely good at elevating the quality of every work he touched. If Ves had no better option at his disposal, he would have settled for this approach. It was a good thing that he did happen to have a better choice. Who are you? What are you? Commander Melkor asked with surprise when an ostentatious golden mechanical construct entered the mech workshop. Don't you recognize me, cousin? It's me, Ves. Melkor would have accepted this statement if the speaker even vaguely resembled Ves. The problem was that the construct looked nothing like the Patriarch. The remote-controlled bot was shorter than a typical human but possessed a lot more girth. The construct's appearance greatly resembled that of a stereotypical dwarf that was engaged in blacksmithing or other productive craft. What made the bot a lot different was the fact that it was made entirely of uncoated metallic golden alloys. Gold dominated all of the visible surfaces of its exquisite mechanical body. What was interesting was that his exterior was not entirely smooth and closed. Instead, many parts of its chest, arms and legs were deliberately opened, showing off a lot of dazzling gears and other anachronistic mechanical implements that looked like they belonged to a completely different age. Melkor suspected that the spinning gears and such served no purpose at all aside from making the golden dwarven mechanical avatar look more classy and artful. Is this a masterwork? Yup, the golden dwarf construct replied with a deliberately mechanical and tinny voice. This is Aureus, one of several masterwork mechanical avatars that I have constructed through special means to allow me to possess them. It is much more efficient and convenient to have me work through this construct than trying to do the same with the Everchanger. Technically speaking, Ves made this masterwork avatar to allow Vulcan to seamlessly possess it whenever possible. After all, an inherent energy-based life form that had made a lot of strides in his deity cultivation was much more suited to descend on a suitable vessel. Ves on the other hand would have to force himself to perform an action that he was not inherently supposed to execute. While there were several differences between letting Ves or Vulcan do the work, it didn't matter too much in this case. Aureus was not the only mechanical avatar tied to Vulcan. It was merely the one that the god of dwarves, mechs and craftsmanship had created and deposited inside the Spirit of Bentime for occasions like these. Given that Aureus would likely be used for mech-related tasks, Vulcan had designed the mechanical avatar to excel at operating high-tech instruments and production machines. Argent was the second dwarven mechanical avatar that Vulcan had made. It was currently deposited inside Ves's personal office within the astral octagon. If there were any situations over there that required him to be present in person, he could have Vulcan temporarily manifest a part of himself inside the silvery shell. Since Argent was designed to work with cultivators of many different varieties, Vulcan had impregnated its silver alloys with a higher proportion of hyper-materials than usual. This made it very suitable to craft certain types of artifacts. There was also a third mechanical avatar named Ves. Ves and Vulcan deliberately designed the dwarven avatar to possess a larger and more stout dwarven appearance. Combined with decorative elements that adhered to the brutalist style and a booming low-pitched mechanical voice, Ves did an excellent job of conveying strength and power. Ves was stationed in the eternal Vulcan Empire, though it had yet to make a public appearance. Ves just wanted to deposit a mechanical avatar close to the Iron Emperor and the fanatical dwarves in advance. Vulcan was already working on the design of a fourth mechanical avatar that had yet to be named. This one was designed around a dark theme and was meant to navigate the seedier corners of human society. Ever since Ves climbed his way up the ladder and entered the upper echelon of red humanity, he no longer maintained any contact with the black markets and other elements of the underworld. That did not mean they had ceased to be of use. These murky sectors always offered goods and services that people wanted but did not dare to obtain through regular channels. From the bodies of deceased high-ranking mech pilots to stolen pieces of mentalist crystals, a lot of contraband could be bought as long as customers were willing to take risks and pay big fat premiums. It was completely unsuitable for Ves or most of his clansmen to get in touch with the underworld. If Calabast was still around, then he would have entrusted her to form a discreet trade channel. Her absence during the current period made Ves reluctant to delegate this matter to the rest of the Black Cats. It would be better if he could do this himself through an avatar that could disguise itself and share no obvious relations with Ves. This was why the design of his fourth mechanical avatar had to be impregnated with a lot of soulless gas. While the mysterious substance was excellent at blocking all kinds of scanning and observation methods, it also had the potential to block Vulcan from manifesting himself inside the mechanical shell. This was why Vulcan needed more time to conduct research and find a way to reconcile two conflicting demands. So long as Vulcan found a solution to this problem, it should be no problem to cover up the surface of the dark construct with false organic skin and pass it off as a human. Naturally, the fourth avatar was designed to look like a human rather than a dwarf. The latter would attract way too much attention for Ves's liking. The steady development and production of these unique mechanical avatars imperfectly solved one of Ves's long-standing problems. Since he was way too important to participate in battles and expeditions in person like he used to, he could still be present in a different way by possessing these masterworks. He originally intended to design a few cat avatars for himself, and he might still do so in certain cases. For now, Aureus would allow Ves to work on Melkor's mechs with a much greater degree of control and feel than through other means. After an extensive round of upgrades and modifications, the iconic drone mech of the Larkinson clan had drastically changed in function and performance. Ves did not apply too many changes to the mech frame. At most, he applied a few quick fixes and upgrades that should slightly improve the Fey Fianna's defenses and responsiveness. He also updated it to a 7th-generation living mech, though he did not implement any measures related to assisting in the cultivation of the combat spell or a master chi cultivation method. He did not understand it himself, so the probability of making mistakes when implementing it was high. There would be time to implement this feature later when he was willing to design a proper cultivator mech for Melkor. In fact, the Fey Fianna served as an initial proof of concept for Ves. He wanted to know how a modern chi cultivator was able to amplify his capabilities with the help of a mech designed to complement his abilities. The lessons learned from observing the upgraded and modified Fey Fianna in action would definitely provide Ves with a lot of guidance on how to design a proper cultivator mech from the ground up. If successful enough, Fey Fianna could even be used as the basis of an upgrade project, mitigate everything that went sideways. This was a much safer and more thorough design approach that would ensure that Melkor's first proper cultivator mech made him as useful as an expert mech. Ves refused to accept a lesser outcome. Given the rapidly expanding demand for mechs, especially Karman mechs that could allow chi cultivators to properly fight on the modern battlefield, Ves needed to get in early rather than later. He did not want his competitors to overtake him and set the standards for this new and special classification of mechs. So what do you think now that my work is done? Do you feel more eager to pilot your mech than before? Ves asked through his Aureus mechanical avatar. It looks better, Melkor admitted. I don't think its performance has improved by much compared to the base model of the Larkinson edition of the Fey Fianna. The only real changes are related to the Fey. I don't know whether the new formation anchor Fey will work as intended. I need to take the new mech out for a spin. Then go ahead, I am curious to see how my work will perform as well. Your Fey Fianna has become the precursor to cultivator mechs. I need to know whether my theories are correct. Melkor entered the cockpit and smoothly activated it. Once the living mech came online, he immediately noticed a number of differences. My living mech has become less responsive. His personality is not as strong and assertive as before. It's like he has turned from a healthy adult into a bedridden old man. That is an expected outcome. Aureus said without any surprise. Your living machine had to splinter many more pieces of himself to infuse life all 25 formation anchor Fey. It is already good that it still remains alive. As long as you keep piloting your machine, your spiritual feedback will nourish it back to health. For now, I want to control the new Fey and try to deploy a weak formation if possible. We need to find out whether their core functions are still working. Melkor and his modified drone mech cautiously proceeded to conduct a few tests. Chapter 6683 Testing the improvised cultivator mech. The upgraded and modified Fey Fianna largely worked as Ves and Melkor hoped. At the start, Melkor found it difficult to control the formation anchors. It turned out that surrounding the objects in a metal shell and adding extra modules onto it caused numerous disturbances that had to be corrected one by one. Many of the changes did not require a lot of work. Ves was able to perform corrections by changing the settings and programming of the Fey Fianna. Once the drone mech's configuration received a round of corrections, Melkor finally became satisfied with the current machine. I have to say that your work is excellent as always, Melkor said. It is uncomfortable for me to lose access to the regular set of Fey, but being able to control the formation anchors directly is a fantastic benefit. It opens up new possibilities that I haven't thought about before. Instead of sending the coordinates to other mechs in order to tell them where to plant the formation anchors, I can do it directly, saving valuable time and reducing errors. While I am concerned that the new formation Fey may get intercepted along the way, I already intend to provide them each with an escort that includes at least one space knight. That's a good idea. The native aliens won't let them fly without interruption. There is another advantage to this new setup, Melkor added. I can pre-prepare the Chi formation by moving all 25 formation anchor Fey roughly in the places where they are supposed to be. Once my Fey and I have moved close enough to a group of enemy phase fighters, I can make fine adjustments that will allow me to find the optimal positions for the formation anchors in any environment, including open space. I can subsequently activate the spell formation with minimal delay. What does this mean? The upgrades you made to my Fey Fianna has made it much easier for me to deploy the confinement spell array reactively rather than proactively. Do you understand the difference, Ves? It means that I don't have to plant the formation anchors at the chosen site in advance. I can use them offensively by bringing the new Fey to the front and deploy them while the fighting has already erupted. So long as the escort mechs do a good job of protecting the formation anchor Fey, they should definitely be able to occupy the right coordinates. If not, I can make last-minute adjustments based on feel and judgment. This should allow me to activate them quickly enough before our enemies shift their priorities and attack the formation Fey. This was an important gain for Melkor. He previously viewed ceiling spell arrays as metaphysical traps. They had to be set up in advance on a site where he guessed the enemies would pass through. This could easily work if he fought on land, but out here in space there were many places that were completely empty. Most places of the Viola Magnifica system did not host convenient asteroids which could be used to hide the precious formation anchors. Perhaps stealth technology could be used to hide the planted formation anchors on a temporary basis, but there was too little time for Ves to implement this elaborate function. In any case, Melkor possessed all of the flexibility he needed for the moment. He could bide his time and wait for the native aliens to advance to the main fortress planet. It was difficult to guess how the native aliens intended to assault the defenses. Their angles of attack, their formations, their force divisions and so on could take on many different forms. If Melkor planted his formation anchors at a certain site in advance, then he may come to regret his decision when the native aliens decided to attack the stronghold planet from the opposite direction. The new setup helped him a lot by reducing this possibility. He could wait until the enemy committed to an assault and take the time to choose where to activate his spell array based on the maneuvers and disposition of the enemy forces. I have a few more questions, Melkor. Ask away. Do you feel as if the formation anchors have gained life? Are you able to control them better with the help of the neural interface? I do. Melkor responded as if he did not quite believe in his own answer. It is really strange. Your prediction that I do not necessarily need the formation control artifact anymore is partially correct. I think I can activate the formation anchors directly through the living mech. It's not ideal for me to do so because the formation disk contains a lot of easy controls that are specifically designed to activate many specific functions. I see. Ves rubbed his hairless chin in thought. Next time, I will look into designing a formation disk holder that can allow you to integrate the artifact with your living mech. This should enhance your control over the spell array even further. I can even make room for multiple different formation disks. He continued to generate more ideas on what his next cultivator mech should look like. Ves became more and more interested to explore the new possibilities and design the best possible machine for Melkor. As the testing process wound down, there was only one more matter that needed to be tested. I've invited Saint Commander Casella Ingvar to hop into the cockpit of the Minerva and test whether she can successfully empower you through her command field. In order to conduct this test in greater confidence, we'll need to move to a more private location. Can you shrink the size of your spell array? I can, but there is a limit. These formation anchors are designed to transform a large amount of space. Trying to go against that will cause them to work less effectively. If the size of the spell array shrinks too much, they will start to interfere with each other, making it impossible to form a proper spell array. I have to make use of a smaller set of formation anchors that are designed to operate on a reduced scale. That was interesting to hear to Ves. Can you deploy your formation anchor inside a large mech depot? The local garrison has recently abandoned one of the many warehouses where they used to store mechs and massive spare parts reserves for repairing damaged gun platforms and orbital fortresses. It's not as spacious as I would like, but it is buried deep underground in order to shield the warehouse against orbital bombardment and starship crashes. Ves sent the data on the location of the abandoned warehouse and how much space Melkor would have at his disposal. This warehouse is bigger than I expected. It should do fine. Then let's go. 20 minutes later, the Fey Fianna accompanied by 25 formation anchor Fey entered the large and rectangular-shaped hall. Melkor automatically directed his mech to deploy the 25 formation anchor Fey. The resulting spell array should cover at least half of the underground warehouse. Soon enough, Melkor's breath hitched as he felt a powerful presence descending down to the warehouse. This was hardly the first time he came into proximity to the Larkinson clan's third ace pilot. Unlike other ace pilots, the Saint Commander's command field lacked the oppressive and domineering qualities of the domain fields of other ace pilots. Perhaps it was because Casella Ingvar already considered the Larkinsons to be friendly and trustworthy by default, but her command field always felt very inclusive to other Larkinsons. Now that Melkor had broken through to a real chi cultivator, he was able to sense the Saint Commander's domain a lot better than before. Casella Ingvar was powerful, incredibly powerful. Her command field may be accommodating, but it was still based on her extraordinary willpower. That potent willpower not only made it difficult for Melkor to observe the saint in charge. As the Minerva entered the warehouse and gently flew towards the modified Fey Fianna, Melkor slightly came under pressure as he found it difficult to put himself on the same level as Casella Ingvar. Their strength diverged too much. If Melkor was like a dim star, then the Saint Commander was like a bright and scorching sun. Melkor had a strong feeling that this wouldn't change too much if he ever broke through to the next major cultivation rank. I have come, the Saint Commander announced while restraining her presence as best as possible. I have already been briefed on the purpose of this experiment. Let us proceed without delay as I am needed elsewhere. As one of the few ace pilots remaining in this strategically important star system, Casella definitely gained a lot of responsibilities. From trying to boost the morale of the defenders by holding speeches to meeting up with strategists to understand which enemies she should prioritize on eliminating, the Saint Commander was doing her best to raise the odds of victory. The only reason why she agreed to come was because Ves and Melkor believed that this experiment would definitely produce a positive result. If that was the case, then the Larkinson army gained another trump card that it could spring against the native aliens at the worst possible moment. Alright, Ves transmitted to the two Larkinson mechs. Please send me confirmation that you are ready to start. Received. Since both of you are in good condition, then let as proceed with the first step. Casella, I want you to try and commandeer the Fey Fianna. Melkor, do not resist. Try to accommodate the Saint Commander as best as possible. Both mech pilots did as instructed. The commandeering process usually took place in an instant for Larkinson mechs and mech pilots, but Casella had to take her time. I am encountering more resistance, she remarked. It is easy enough for me to commandeer the Fey Fianna itself, but when I try to commandeer Melkor, I feel the similar sort of resistance when I try to commandeer a fellow expert pilot. The only high-ranking mech pilot that I was able to commandeer successfully was my late brother. Once he died, I haven't been able to empower any other expert pilot and expert mech. That meant that this was a new result. Saint Commander Casella looked stumped for a moment. Melkor, are you resisting her efforts? Ves asked. Yes, I mean no. I feel like I really can't let her inside me and take control over me. Melkor ranlied with a hint of distress in his tone. Chachello is so powerful that if I let her into my mind, her power would shatter my cultivation. That is why there is a new part of me that is actively resisting her entry. That sounded like a serious problem. Casella immediately ceased her attempts to commandeer Melkor. Being able to empower your mech and not yourself is not ideal, but it is safer. She succinctly explained. It may not be a good idea to assume direct control over you. I am not versed in chi formations and wouldn't know how to manipulate a spell array such as you. It is better to let you stay in control. I can even feel that I have gained control over the Fae as well. That last part was an important observation. What about infeffing? Ves asked. It works through slightly different principles. I was just about to try it out, sir. When Casella switched from commandeering to infeffing, the differences became a lot more apparent. Not only did the Fey Fianna gain access to true resonance that it was able to use as if it belonged to itself, but the same effect applied to the formation anchor Fey, thereby making them a lot more resistant to damage at the very least. This is much better, Melkor said with relief. I don't feel as if Casella is trying to force me to surrender control over my own body to her. I now feel as if I have entered into a more casual employer-employee relationship with her. This gives me enough agency for me to deploy and control my spell array. The conditions of the formation Acre Fae have not deteriorated now that they are exposed to true resonance. Ves observed. These are good signs. Let's proceed with testing the spell array under these circumstances. You can start whenever you can, Melkor. Well, here goes nothing. The familiar white mist of the confinement array began to appear as it went active. A huge amount of E-energy radiation got sucked into the active chi formation in order to sustain its effect. What was different from before was that Casella had infeffed Melkor and his Fey Fianna so that they constituted a Baron, which in this case corresponded to a low-tier expert mech. Casella widened her eyes when she felt as if her true resonance was taking effect on the spell array. This is amazing, Melkor said with growing excitement. It actually works. The effect is not as strong as I expected, but Casella's true resonance has indeed made the chi formation stronger and more resistant to faults. I can even feel that the durability of the formation anchors has increased. It will take much more damage for them to break. The experiment was a success. The test definitely proved that it was possible for Saint Commander Casella to empower chi cultivators under certain circumstances. This opened up an entirely new set of possibilities. Chapter 6684 Ego Problem. Although this was just a single test that produced a solitary set of data points, it already confirmed a lot of theories. Commandeering doesn't work properly because the process of turning a mech pilot into a knight is inherently a domineering act. Saint Commander Casella explained her theory on what had happened during her initial attempt. Standard mech pilots can easily accept my influence because they are frankly not strong enough to resist my authority. They are completely willing and able to allow me to take control over them. They realize that the difference in strength is so high that there is no point in resisting. Ah, Melkor said in realization. It appears you understand. Your recent breakthrough and increase in strength has boosted your confidence, and subsequently your self-esteem. From the moment you see yourself as a champion rather than a common soldier, you no longer want to bow to my authority. That is why you have been resisting my command field's attempt to turn you into one of my knights. In other words, it was an ego problem. Melkor thought he was too good to be reduced to a cog in a machine. As long as he held this thought, he would instinctively resist Casella's forceful influence over his mind and spirit. There was nothing much Casella could do about it. The process of commandeering should only be conducted between two willing parties. If one side did not want to let a powerful ace commander take charge, then that should be the end of the story. Is it possible for Melkor to adjust his mindset so that he can be commandeered? Ves curiously asked. I think so. The Saint Commander asked. I will need to widen the gap between myself and him. If I become a senior ace commander and earn a large amount of glory in battle, Melkor will put himself in a lower position relative to mine. I imagine that this will work for other chi cultivators as well. As long as they sincerely believe that I am much more powerful than them, they will earnestly bow their heads and accept my authority. This sounded rather troublesome. It meant that the great hope of amplifying Casella's impact on the battlefield by allowing her to commandeer tens of thousands of cultivator mechs was probably a lot more difficult to realize. The most crucial limitation was the power gap. At this moment, the Saint Commander had yet to prove herself enough times. She was still waiting on the much-anticipated upgrade of her Minerva to an ace mech before she could truly show off the majesty of an ace commander. Right now, she wasn't powerful enough to suppress the ego of a newly emerged chi cultivator. Of course, Melkor was not a regular chi cultivator by any means. He was a combat spell array master who was able to engineer the defeat of dozens of elite phase fighters and hundreds of regular phase fighters with the help of expensive formation anchors. Even if the last battle ended up bloodier than he desired, Melkor still thought of it as a victory that cemented his growing strength as a combatant. When Ves observed Melkor's expression, it became clear that it would be counterproductive to ask the new chi cultivator to humble himself. After struggling for several decades to chase after a breakthrough that never came, Melkor finally took his first few sips of power and success. The feeling of becoming a chi cultivator on the same level of an expert pilot was simply too intoxicating. It could make anyone's ego swell. So is the ego problem the reason why infeffing had a better effect? Ves inquired. Casella nodded. Likely so. Infeffment originally derived from my ability to empower my late brother. When Aimon broke through and became an expert pilot as well, I was able to infuse him with power because he had absolute trust in me. He was completely willing to put his entire life in my hands because of that. Even so, I never attempted to abuse his hospitality and largely allowed him to retain control over himself and his mech. I merely loaned him my willpower so that he could wield much greater power in combat than usual. This dynamic had a lot of potential. Regrettably, Aimon died before he and his sister could perform this promising capability at the level of an ace pilot. At least Casella's breakthrough enabled her to apply an ability that was once exclusive to her brother to other recipients. Being able to elevate them into barons effectively allowed her to add several dozen additional low-tier expert mechs on the battlefield at any time. While Casella's infeffment ability was already amazing when used on powerful quasi-first-class mechs such as the Transcendent Punisher Mark III of the Eye of Ilvain or the Storm Swords of the Sword Maidens, its value had skyrocketed now that they found out that it also worked on cultivator mechs and chi cultivators. I understand, Ves said as thoughts spun in his mind. The process of commandeering is like drafting soldiers under your command. It is hierarchical, forceful and not very subtle. The process of infeffment is like loaning a part of your power and authority to others. They can make use of your power, but still retain their own pride and much of their autonomy. It is more of a ritual between equals if you conduct it with a fairly powerful mech pilot. It doesn't work on other expert pilots or ace pilots. Casella mentioned, it only ever worked with my brother. As for other expert pilots, my bond with them is not as strong. The closest that I got to making it work was with Joshua, but even his willpower still rejects my wholehearted attempt to give him an advantage. I see. That makes sense, Ves said in thought. High-ranking mech pilots constantly need to prove themselves. From the humblest low-tier expert pilot to the most accomplished peak ace pilots, each of them are under constant pressure to hype themselves up and prove that they have what it takes to become the heroes and gods that they aspire to be. From the moment they take any step back in their pursuit of greatness, their growth has come to an end. That is how most expert pilots and ace pilots begin to stagnate in their progression. In other words, if Joshua was truly willing to accept infeffment, then his chances of breaking through a second time and ascending to sainthood was virtually nil. It was good that this outcome did not happen. So what does that mean for chi cultivators like myself? Melkor asked. You should be fine. That goes for every other chi cultivator. Your willpower isn't strong enough to make a fuss over this matter. Ves theorized. This was ultimately a good outcome. It meant that Casella still had the option to infuse her willpower and true resonance into cultivator mechs. What is your current infeffment limit, Casella? 40 mechs, sir. I am barely able to convert 40 mechs into barons. Your growth rate has slowed. Casella casually shrugged. You know why. I am still waiting for you and Gloriana to upgrade my Minerva to a first-class ace command mech. My resonance strength has hardly grown. My current peak is 149 laveres. That was way more than a high-tier expert pilot, but it was barely better than any other junior ace pilot in her first year. Having a good ace mech made a huge difference in the growth rate of an ace pilot. We are still working on it, Casella. The Minerva Mark II project has only slightly fallen behind schedule. We have recently acquired a mentalist crystal which should massively boost your command field and its associated abilities. The trouble is that it is such a powerful hyper material that we are having trouble figuring out how to best integrate it into your future ace mech. Don't worry, we'll figure it out. Even if our implementation is suboptimal at first, we can apply incremental improvements over time. Right now, not many people have worked with mentalist crystals, so there is not much knowledge out there on how to make full use of its wonderful capabilities. Saint Commander Casella Ingvar was already fairly powerful in her current state, but she would definitely become a monster once her battle partner received a massive upgrade. Melkor looked envious as they talked about their expectations of the Minerva Mark II. Piloting an ace mech was beyond him now that he had chosen to commit to Chi. At least the future for mech pilots like him was still fairly bright once Ves managed to design a proper cultivator mech. The three Larkinsons continued to talk about various subjects before the testing session finally came to an end. Time was of the essence, and Casella needed to attend to a lot of other duties. Melkor, good luck. I know how important it is for you guys to put up a good fight later today, but don't take too many risks, okay? You are a Chi cultivator now. You are not obliged to act like a foolhardy and suicidal challenger like other high-ranking mech pilots. I know it will be difficult for you to adjust your mentality, but please understand the differences between Chi cultivators and willpower cultivators. Cowardice is not an unforgivable sin, and you don't have to force yourself to fight against Phase Lords head-on, especially when you have only taken your first steps as a combat spell or a master. Though Ves meant well with his words, the Avatar commander still looked offended. With all due respect, Patriarch, do not lecture to me about matters you do not understand. I may be a Chi cultivator, but I am also a soldier and officer of the Larkinson army. For as long as I lead the avatars of myth, I must always hold myself to the highest standards of my mech legion. Becoming a Chi cultivator is no excuse to tarnish my honor and forsake my dignity. Ves's physical projection did not bother to hide his disapproval. Ugh, you mech pilots are all the same. Fine, you can do what you want. It is your life. At least recognize that you are still a baby in terms of Chi cultivation. It is not your job to confront the greatest threats. Not yet. Phase Lords should only be dealt with by ace pilots, and only 2 of them are left in the expeditionary fleet. 3. Melkor corrected Ves. You are overlooking Saint Dice. Oh yeah, I forgot about her. I'm sorry. That said, my point has not changed all that much. Dice's effectiveness as an ace pilot is severely constrained by the First Sword Mark II. It is still a mid-tier expert mech at best. It is grossly underpowered compared to Dice's current capabilities. That won't stop her, Melkor confidently said. I know, and that worries me. She knows a lot better what she is doing, though. I have no choice but to trust her judgment and let her decide to pick a fight that she knows the Larkinson clan was undergoing a second rapid growth phase. The explosive sales of the Yellow Jackets was filling its coffers with more money than it could possibly spend on a monthly basis, and several Larkinson ace pilots had emerged in the last few years. As long as those precious ace pilots survived for a few more years and grew accustomed to piloting their powerful new ace mechs, they should definitely have the capital to defend themselves against most alien threats. The first-class mech force and warships of the Larkinson clan should also be ready for action in a few years. The Larkinson clan would gain the initial ability to defend itself against enemies at that point. Ves would no longer have to rely so heavily on the protection of the Blue Jay fleet and other external forces to maintain his foothold in the Red Ocean. If possible, he did not want his under-equipped ace pilots to risk themselves in the next few battles. Unfortunately, there was no choice. Chapter 6685 Staking their lives. The decisive battle was about to start. The native aliens had completely swept the entire outer system and large parts of the inner system of Viola Magnifica. Now, they descended upon the fortress planet with confidence that the last bastion of resistance in the star system would fall into their hands. The only question now was how much of a price they needed to pay to secure a victory. The alien warships advanced cautiously. They had taken the measure of their opponents during the earlier skirmishes. The human mechs remained as strong as ever, and they definitely kept a few surprises in store. However, the alien armada likely held trump cards of their own. Enough years had passed for the Red Cabal and the major alien races to shake off their complacency and fully acknowledge the threat posed by the extragalactic invaders. The reason why the native aliens still decided to commit to an all-out assault was because they found out that the humans had withdrawn numerous ace pilots from the middle zones. Although most phase lords and phase whales did not acknowledge the divinity of high-ranking mech pilots, they most certainly regarded them as threats on the same level as themselves. The aliens were playing for keeps this time. The alert sounded throughout every human base and starship. The soldiers schooled their expressions and methodically began their final preparations. The mech technicians performed last-minute checks on as many mechs as possible in order to verify that they were fully loaded with energy cells and ammunition. The mech pilots all attended their final briefings in order to understand their own assignments and the enemies that they would likely have to fight against. The orbital defense platforms and orbital space fortresses warmed up their cannons and performed checks on their energy shield systems. The few CFA and privately owned auxiliary warships in the star systems positioned themselves close to the orbital defense ring. They clearly intended to use the space fortresses as cover in the hopes of limiting the damage to their hulls. Other starships such as fleet carriers, combat carriers and the rare support vessel such as the Spirit of Bentime hovered further to the rear. They were vital enough to remain in the contested star system, but not strong or useful enough to move further forward. These ships were probably the only way out for the defenders who were about to fight the good fight. The vessels were already prepared to receive as many withdrawing soldiers as they could hold. The orbital defenses were doomed, but the personnel who served aboard them could still be saved as long as they evacuated in time. The ships must also be ready to pick up a large number of fleeing mechs and mech pilots. Each of them were valuable combatants that could do a lot of good if they managed to live and fight on another battlefield. Many defenders were already familiar with this routine. They had experienced similar withdrawals when they fought to defend the fortified star systems of the 2nd and 3rd defensive bands. However, it was exactly because many veterans had experienced those withdrawal events that they never dared to let down their guard. This was because an orderly withdrawal could easily turn into a chaotic rout. If the native aliens pushed harder than expected, then the ships in the rear could easily come under threat. For example, there had been times when phase lords forcefully pushed past the human defensive lines and prioritized the destruction of those warships above all other priorities. This often happened in battles where the native aliens were able to deploy more champions than the enemy. Everyone knew that the balance of power between the champions of both sides was decisive in determining the outcome of the upcoming battle. The greater the disparity, the greater the chance that the battle would take a drastic turn for the worse. The high-ranking mech pilots of the Golden Skull Alliance attended one more virtual meeting. Saint Commander Casella Ingvar passed on the latest intelligence on the enemy. Numerous intelligence sources have come to a consensus on what our alien adversaries are relying on to secure their victory. She said, a sizable detachment of high-tech Puelmer heavy cruisers and carriers have arrived. As far as our observers can tell, every Puelmer warship is equipped with high-tech weapons and modules that can pose an immense threat to our warships and defenses. They are also fairly mobile and can accelerate faster than a high-quality transphasic mech can keep up if their warp drives are not interdicted. Do we need to prioritize their destruction, ma'am? Venerable Brutus Woden asked with concern. Not specifically. Casella shook her head. We can only entrust our mechs, our warships and our orbital defenses to handle this threat. Our sole responsibility is to counter the enemy phase lords. At this moment, our intelligence analysts are 85% confident that we will be confronted by 6 phase lords. What is distressing to us is that 2 of them are greater phase lords and 4 of them are lesser phase lords. The only consolation is that most of them have only been recently transferred to the front. They lack experience in fighting against us and can be taken by surprise. Projections of long-range image captures appeared above the briefing table. They depicted a variety of different phase lords. They all happened to share one concerning trait. They are much better armored than before. Joshua said with a frown. Those raiments looked brand new and a lot more advanced than what the phase lords have been using in the past. Good observation. Casella nodded towards him. That is because the aliens have begun to ship newer generations of phase lord raiments to the front. These are considerably more powerful and difficult to damage due to one underlying reason. They are not entirely products of the aliens themselves. The new generation raiments were instead developed by joint teams of cosmopolitan mech designers and alien engineers. No wonder those raiments look familiar. It is like looking at a collection of juggernauts. Those damn traitors, when do they think they have done enough to skew the war against our favor? Did they really want us all to die? Casella allowed the champions of the expeditionary fleet to vent their frustrations for a moment. All right, that is enough. We cannot do anything to stop the cosmopolitan movement from offering mech designer services to the aliens. All we can do is prepare ourselves to fight against phase lords that may be able to leverage the power of mechs in various ways. We should expect them to fight with significant computer assistance, for example. They will also enjoy more advanced energy and material defenses, which makes it even harder to inflict serious damage to their massive bodies. Their relatively small warship-grade weapon modules will also hit harder. Worst of all, the raiments may also be mounted with alien-adapted space suppressors. That last bit of news did not make any of the champions happy. The slavish cosmopolitans were willing to sell out every human technological secret on the cheap. It was only a matter of time before the aliens stole and adapted human space suppression modules for themselves. This has massive implications. Saint Dice spoke up for the first time during this briefing. If the phase lords can generate fairly powerful space suppression fields, then our mechs will lose at least a part of their transphasic enhancements. The effect on expert mechs within range of the alien space suppressors will be serious, though I do not think it will limit mechs piloted by ace mechs due to stronger willpower. Casella nodded. I believe this to be the case as well. The immediate consequence is that it is not wise for our transphasic melee expert mechs to move into close range of the enemy phase lords, as much of their performance will diminish. A single serious attack may overcome the weakened defenses of the precious expert mechs and cause them to be eliminated in advance. Then what are we supposed to do? Venerable Vincent Rickelin asked in a peevish tone. If you are asking me to wield a rifle and take potshots at incoming phase lords from a distance, then forget about it. I would much rather charge against a phase lord and punch his spatial barrier to pieces. If I am lucky, I may even break through, allowing me to put up a much better fight against the enemy, or you may just crash against an unbreakable wall and kill yourself in the process. Janzi warned. Venerable Janzi's words should be taken seriously. Saint Commander Casella told everyone. I will not issue orders to you, but I will present two proposals that you can choose from. First, maintain your distance and shoot at the phase lords with your resonance-empowered weapons. I am not forcing you to do this, but if you are a low-ranking expert pilot who has only broken through a handful of years ago at best, I highly recommend you do not attempt to challenge phase lords who are more comparable to ace pilots in strength. The old veterans who had managed to become high-tier expert pilots did not think much of Casella's words. Her true target audience was the new breakthroughs that emerged in the past year or so. The Larkinson clan had gained a bunch of low-tier expert pilots, and so did the other members of the Golden Skull Alliance. None of them had been able to become famous or renowned enough for everyone to remember their names, but that might change if they managed to survive the future. These expert pilots all had their own pride, but they were not stupid enough to miss the huge disparity in strength. Casella's proposal gave these low-tier expert pilots a way to decline the notion of committing suicide by charging directly at the phase lords. Since the Saint Commander told them to swap their swords or spears for rifles and hang back in the rear lines, then it was best for these immature champions to follow this recommendation. This was the only way for them to decline a challenge without making themselves look too weak or cowardly. Those of you who possess greater confidence in your ability to survive a confrontation against a phase lord are free to take your chances with the enemy, Casella said. Be mindful of their superior equipment. If you are not already an ace pilot, then limit your sights to the lesser phase lords. I am sure that many of you high-tier expert pilots seek to pursue your breakthroughs in this battle. The addition of 1 or 2 ace pilots can make a massive difference in this battle. Other forces will provide as much support as they can to provide you with cover, but do not expect too much from them, as the enemy has brought a large amount of warships and phase fighters to bear against us. You must ultimately rely on yourself if you intend to use the enemy lesser phase lords as your whetstones. The virtual briefing room became charged with energy. A lot of high-tier expert pilots looked either pensive or eager. A pitched battle like the one that was coming was the best opportunity for them to realize their breakthroughs. Each of them felt their chances were considerably higher than before. They had learned about Katiz's revolutionary heaven-earth-man trifecta and used this theory to increase their qualifications for advancements. This made the battle important for Swordmaster Kedis as well. If the adherents of her new theoretical framework managed to break through at a higher rate than usual, then that would definitely serve as a powerful piece of evidence that her heaven-earth-man trifecta was valid to the mech pilot profession. The expert pilots were already convinced by it. Not only did it explain DICE's impressive breakthrough, but they also felt the benefits of focusing on developing the concepts or elements that would comprise their future domains. Several high-tier expert pilots had already decided to stake their lives on a breakthrough. Chapter 6686. The other mech commander. After the high-ranking mech pilots of the Golden Skull Alliance completed their meeting, they entered the cockpits of their mechs and prepared to launch. Many of them were looking forward to proving themselves or breaking through in battle. Today is the day, General Larkinson told himself as he interfaced with his Lionheart. He sentimentally stroked the armrest of his piloting chair. It is only in a time of great need that heroes are able to rise. The stage is set for my imminent ascension. I will prove that I can be the savior and protector that my subordinates and many others expect me to be for them. I have been playing this role for my entire career. I am ready to showcase my skills on a grander stage. Just like many other expert pilots, Ark had developed a strong fascination for the heaven-earth-man trifecta. It explained so much why his progress had stalled for so many years. Back in the old galaxy, it was pretty normal for expert pilots to slowly hit their bottlenecks and stall for a number of decades. At first, the expert pilots believed that ordinary accumulation would see them through. When their expected rewards failed to manifest, they grew more desperate. In order to attain their sainthood, they became more proactive and sought more challenges to temper their willpower and prove their mettle. Unfortunately for most of them, their efforts failed to yield results. They all felt as if there was an insurmountable gap between their current rank and the next one. Ark felt grateful for moving to the Red Ocean. The Great Severing had been a disaster to many people, but it also presented rich opportunities to those who yearned to pursue greater power. With the arrival of E-energy radiation, humans were able to harness the power of a massive galaxy to fuel their own cultivation. Although high-ranking mech pilots initially believed that the initial wave of systematic cultivation introduced by the Red Collective brought them very little benefits, Ark's opinions had changed after he learned about Ketiz's theory. The mech general understood now why the Red Collective released a number of auxiliary chi cultivation methods that were supposed to increase a mech pilot's affinity towards the classical elements and a number of other concepts. It turned out that even mech pilots needed to embody one of the many concepts of the heavens in order to form their own domains. Willpower alone was not enough to transform mech pilot into a god in the form of a human as well as a machine. Although Ark did not yet understand the underlying reason why swordmasters and evidently high-ranking mech pilots had to master an element or concept in order to continue their progression, that did not stop him from obsessing over the concept of idolatry. There were numerous moments where Ark wanted to take this a step further and present himself as a literal god to his fans and worshippers, but that was way too premature in his opinion. Even he understood that he only possessed the qualifications to present himself as a literal deity when he became a god pilot. Until he reached this critical point, Ark needed to be more measured in his ambitions and focus on attaining more immediate goals. Besides, a saint is already one step away from becoming a god. This is already good enough for the time being. His appetite was not small. Ark had long grown dissatisfied with remaining stuck as a venerable, while numerous Larkinsons who belonged to a generation younger than him were already being referred to as saints. What rankled Ark the most was that whenever he contacted the members of the Larkinson army and the expeditionary fleet, the only mech commander that they truly admired was their Saint Commander. The fact that this title had become synonymous to Casella Ingvar filled Ark with a deep sense of unease. It was not difficult for him to feel the lingering resentment that Casella held towards him. Even after all this time, she still blamed him for the death of her brother. As a Larkinson, Ark could understand her pain and loss, but he did not agree with her decision to ascribe all fault to him. Both he and Imon had taken the conscious decision to challenge the faceless warrior in the Ducast system. Ark's expression turned grave. The botched raid on Ducast X still weighed heavily on him, not because one of his most important subordinates got killed, but because he failed to break through during that critical time. In hindsight, it had been a mistake to conduct a stealth raid on the alien-held Ducast X with just a single stealth ship that only had enough room to accommodate a handful of expert mechs. The decision to leave virtually all of the 77th Warborn mech decision behind in orbit of Ducast 7 had proven to be a fatal error. Ark recently began to wonder if he would have attained his cherished breakthrough if he brought a large audience to the raid. Not only would he and his Lionheart be able to put up a much better fight, but the mere act of showing off his combat prowess in front of hundreds of thousands of mech pilots and support personnel should have provided him with enough admiration and worship to propel him to sainthood. Alas, Ark had remained ignorant of the young swordmaster's theory on what it took for willpower cultivators to break through. He had unknowingly sabotaged one of his better chances of advancing to the next rank because he mistreated his own source of power. No more. Ignorance is not an excuse anymore. Now that I understand who I truly am, there is nothing left that can stop me from breaking through. General Ark's willpower burned with confidence in the certainty that the variables were much more favorable this time. Instead of conducting a lone surprise raid with a handful of expert pilots and the crew of a small stealth ship, he would soon deploy onto a battlefield where millions of human soldiers fought by his side. So long as he performed admirably in front of them all, Ark would definitely attract a huge amount of attention, far more than he would have received if he was just fighting alongside the 77th Warborn. There was only one obstacle standing in the way between him and his imminent ascension. Though Ark felt nearly assured that he would be able to become the Larkinson clan's next ace pilot, he would not be their only ace commander. The Saint Commander had already taken a step in advance. That young brat Ksela Ingvar acted all high and mighty now that she possessed both great power and great authority. While she was not wrong in throwing her weight around, Ark felt as if she was constantly irritating him by acting as if she was better than him. Just because she gained a head start did not mean she would remain ahead for long. Today is the day that I finally get to catch up. Ark grinned with expectation. The difference between you and I is not that great. Ksela's growth had become stalled due to the time it took to upgrade her precious Minerva to a first-class ace command mech. While Ark was aware that his Lionheart also needed to undergo a round of upgrades in order to bring it up to the same standard, he could probably convince his nephew to speed prioritize his needs over any other Larkinson expert pilot or ace pilot. They were family, after all. The only person who may be able to gain a higher priority was his own father Benjamin. However, his old dad was not the sort of person who put his needs above the needs of his children. Benjamin would definitely give way. His patience was immense. He had been waiting for half a lifetime to regain his ability to pilot a mech. He could wait a half-where to a war before his blood star received an Unrata provided him with enough admiration and worship to propel him to sainthood. Alas, Ark had remained ignorant of the young swordmaster's theory on what it took for willpower cultivators to break through. He had unknowingly sabotaged one of his better chances of advancing to the next rank because he mistreated his own source of General Ark's willpower burned with confidence in the certainty that the variables were much more favorable this time. Instead of conducting a lone surprise raid with a handful of expert pilots and the crew of a small stealth ship, he would soon deploy onto a battlefield where millions of human soldiers fought by his side. There was only one obstacle standing in the way between him and his imminent. That young brat Ksela Ingvar acted all high and mighty now that she possessed both great power and great authority. While she was not wrong in throwing her weight around, Ark felt as if she was constantly irritating him by acting as if she was better than him. Just because she gained a head start did not mean she would remain ahead. Ksela's growth had become stalled due to the time it took to upgrade her precious Minerva to a first-class ace command mech. Half-year to a where before his blood store received an Unrado. The issue with his father was not a big concern to Ark. What truly concerned him was Ksela. The woman had talent and a keen grasp on command. Just because Ark disliked her did not mean he underestimated her. Ksela was good at garnering the respect and admiration of those who served under her command. Why wouldn't they? Many mech pilots dreamed of becoming her knight or even better her baron. Everyone who became a vessel of her true resonance all seemed to gain more inspiration on what they needed to do in order to bring them closer to their own, though their beliefs had yet to be validated by any hard data. That did not stop the superstitious mech pilots from making the assumption that getting empowered by the Saint Commander practically doubled their breakthrough chances. How could Ark compete against this killer weapon? His extraordinary command style was completely different from that of Ksela. Whereas she was more than willing to entrust her power to her subordinates, Ark instead fed off the admiration and worship of his men in order to enhance his own personal power. The two were pretty much opposites as far as they were concerned. Neither of the two could remain dominant at the same time. One approach must vanquish over the other. While Ksela's distinctive command style made it very easy for her to build up her popularity among the masses, Ark identified a clear weakness in her command style. It was impossible for her knights and barons to give her the capability to defeat a phase lord. As helpful as commandeering and infeffing a bunch of standard mechs may be, ants would still remain ants even if they grew a lot bigger and more menacing. The general of the 77th Warborn ultimately believed that his own command style would ultimately prevail because concentrating much of the strength of an entire mech force onto a single champion gave the mech division the best chance of defeating a singularly powerful phase lord. Ark's belief in the correctness of his own command style caused him to make a forceful decision. The Saint Commander believes that high-tier expert pilots like myself should only settle for challenging one of the 4 lesser phase lords. Faye, as if I will fall for her trap and let her hog all of the attention. The glory of fighting a lesser phase lord was considerable, but it was far from enough for him and his lionheart to attract the admiration of the masses. Only by challenging one of the 2 formidable greater phase lords head-on would he be able to distinguish himself on the battlefield. Although it was exceedingly dangerous for him to challenge such a mighty powerhouse in such a solitary fashion, Ark needed the best possible stimulus to trigger his breakthrough, and this would surely do the job. According to the intelligence, there are 2 greater phase lords leading the assault. The Herald of the Void is a strident loyalist of the Red Cabal and a member of the Jurg race. His defenses are formidable and he is skilled at brawling. The Lower Herdmaster is a Nunzer god whose skill in many different weapons has earned him the right to wield a Saint Piercer arm. Neither greater phase lords were easy to oppose. The Herald of the Void was equipped with the best raiment and also possessed an extremely hard exoskeleton shell that was proportionate to his enormous size. Ark would not be able to accomplish much if all of his attacks kept bouncing off the Jurg greater phase lord's many defenses. The Lower Herdmaster's defenses were not as high, but any attack from his Saint Piercer had a chance of killing his Lionheart with a single strike. Ark would have to fight a lot more carefully than he would like, or else he would end up as the next Imon Ingvar. Which greater phase lord should I challenge? He wondered. Chapter 6687 Joshua's Courage. Venerable Joshua was another hopeful who sought to accomplish a breakthrough today. Though he held no animosity towards Tusa, Casella and the other ace pilots, he couldn't help but feel that he was falling increasingly further behind the longer he lingered at his current rank. Of course, Joshua shouldn't complain considering that he managed to become a peak expert pilot so quickly with the help of those expensive general cultivation elixirs. It used to be normal for expert pilots to fight and train for multiple decades until they were finally ready to seek their breakthroughs starting from their 6th, 7th or 8th decade of life. Patriarch Reginald was an example of such an ace pilot. Back then, his breakthrough in the old galaxy was considered early by the standards of the time. The earlier, the better. There were many expert pilots who only hit their limits when they were about to fall from their prime when they celebrated their 100th birthday, causing their breakthrough chances to plunge. Joshua wanted to avoid this outcome at all cost. The battles going forward were only becoming larger and more difficult. Red humanity appeared to be doing fine at the moment, but that was only because the frontlines were still relatively intact. Once the 4th defensive band fell and the 5th defensive band came under siege, the native aliens would probably begin to send their raiding fleets around the final defensive line and begin to terrorize the industrial star systems that suddenly became a lot more vulnerable. That would probably put red humanity on the back foot and exacerbate the shortage of resources and war materiel. Though Joshua was only one pilot among many, becoming a saint could do much to alleviate the pressure. The more the people living in the star systems behind the defensive lines came under threat, the more he felt responsible for doing what he could to spare them from the threat posed by the aliens. This was why this battle that was destined to end in a withdrawal for red humanity became so important to Joshua. He did not really care for Viola Magnifica per se. What he cared about was that this was shaping up to become a battle where the threat posed by the incoming phase lords were great, but not to the point where resistance became pointless. Saint Linda Cross and Saint Commander Casella Ingvar would have struggled to hold back the 2 greater phase whales by themselves, let alone 4 additional lesser phase lords. However, Saint Dice's surprising breakthrough slightly tilted the balance back in favor of the defenders just enough to significantly increase the success rate of this defensive action. Venerable Joshua judged that the situation was still manageable enough that he could do his part and display enough courage and heroism to break through. He could not do it alone, of course. "Are you ready for action, Joshua?" his beloved wife asked over the communication channel. "I am, though I would feel a lot more reassured when deploying into the field if you board one of the evacuation ships that is on the way out of this star system." Kedis shook her head. "No, I need to be here. I am a warrior and the holder of the Heavensward no less. My honor as a swordmaster does not permit me to miss this fight. I have advised multiple expert pilots such as you on how to use my new theories to figure out how you can raise your breakthrough chances. It is only fair for me to stand by their side and express my confidence in my own judgment. I at least want to show solidarity to all of the hopefuls. There is a real chance that not all of them will return with their lives intact once they have deployed. According to the strategic value of Viola Magnifica, this was not yet a battle that needed to be fought to the death. However, it was hard for expert pilots to show a lot of restraint, especially when they were working towards their next major breakthrough. Trying to tell the likes of Venerable Rosa Orphan and Venerable Vincent Ricolin to rein in their urges, take less risks and withdraw sooner rather than later would probably fall on flat ears. At least tell me the kids aren't aboard the Spirit of Bentime anymore. Don't worry, Joshua, I have already sent Kyrian and Myra away. It is not their time yet to prove their mettle. Joshua smiled when he thought back on his children. One of the reasons why he felt the need to step up was because he wanted to fight for the future of his son and daughter. If Red humanity fell, so would his clan and family. The Red Ocean might not be native to humans, but if Joshua was willing to fight hard to turn it into a reality. Everchanger. Yes, Joshua, I will be approaching this fight differently than the last few times. I need you to cooperate with me more extensively than ever. That is a hard request to meet considering that our cooperation already ranks at the top among third-order living mechs. The only machine that can surpass our teamwork is Janzi and the Bastion. It is too late for you to request VES to install a Karman system into the cockpit. I wasn't talking about that. Joshua shook his head. I need you to help me cope with our latest team member. I haven't had enough time to practice with the bitter scimitar. The D-arm is really powerful, but the personality that is hiding inside the weapon still remains awful. The fact that we have to store the blade in a separate shielded container says much about the safety and reliability of this new weapon. Are you expecting the bitter scimitar to sabotage you during the fight? Maybe, but that's not my main concern. I will be attempting to establish greater cooperation with the bitter scimitar. I am hoping that once the fight begins, the battle will make an impression on the violent weapon. Even if it still doesn't accept me as a partner and a wielder, I still hope that the D-arm will stop kicking up a fuss while we are surrounded by enemies. That sounds too much like wishful thinking, but maybe you can make it work. The bitter scimitar resents you, but it likes to shed blood and inflict harm on others. Maybe you can come to an accord with the weapon where it will cooperate with you in exchange for making a Phase Lord scream. Venerable Joshua momentarily shuddered. I am not sure that recklessly indulging in the bitter scimitar's lust for blood is a good way to develop a healthy relationship with the D-arm. Forget about healthy relationships. A weapon that is steeped in so much evil and sin as the bitter scimitar is dysfunctional down to the very core. If you want to achieve a breakthrough, then you need to prove that you are in charge. You either make the scimitar surrender to you, or you will be the one to bow to the D-arm. The Everchanger was right to voice his doubts and concerns. The third-order living mech had plenty of scuffles with the bitter scimitar as well. The gift presented by Kedis and Ves was a metaphorical double-edged sword. Joshua could not bring himself to reject the immense power offered by the blade, but the constant resistance was inhibiting his attempts to use the new D-arm to the fullest. One way or another, I will solve the problem posed by the bitter scimitar. Joshua spoke with determination. I cannot afford to let the weapon fight against me when I am doing my best to fight and survive in a confrontation against a Phase Lord. Just to be sure, you will be challenging a lesser Phase Lord, right? Kedis asked over the communication channel. Joshua nodded. I am not suicidal. I will leave the greater Phase Lords to the ace pilots who are left in whatever warships and mechs that are willing to offer fire support. I will be taking the fight to the lesser Phase Lords. They are still dangerous, but my Everchanger can take a beating. That's right. Do you have a target in mind already? I hope you are targeting one of the erudite lesser Phase Lords. I don't want you to fight against a martial lesser Phase Lord. One of the reasons why your D-arm comes in the form of a scimitar is that it is simpler to wield than a straight sword. You only need to perform slashes. Even so, your bladesmanship is still woefully inadequate if you are ever fighting against a true martial warrior. Joshua's self-esteem took a hit, but he was able to take it. I am not fighting one of the alien tough guys. My more enthusiastic colleagues such as Orphan and Vincent have already set their eyes on Zurin Devar and the Fata Driver. I will probably go for the 8 Lord of Takenshar Kosolayan. The intelligence reports don't really have much information about them aside from figuring out that they like to keep their distance and manipulate space from afar. They are both Orvan native gods. The Orvans sure have a lot of them. Kedis mused. If I look at the images of the Eight Lord and Colossal, I have the impression that the Eight Lord of Xianxia may be trickier than the other. Colossal comes across as a more aggressive, emotional and straightforward enemy. His fighting methods are likely simpler and more direct. So do you think I should test my mettle against Colossal? Kedis paused for a moment. It depends on how strong they are and what abilities they have. From what little intelligence that we have on hand, I think it is better for you to challenge the Eight Lord of Xianxia. Reason. You struggle against enemies with more pronounced strengths. Kedis said, before you say anything, I know that you have improved and made up for a part of your shortcomings. That still does not invalidate my point. You are piloting an expert hero mech. Your xianxia is incredibly versatile, but perfect versatility is an impossibility. Compared to enemies with extreme mobility or other pronounced strengths, your xianxia is still limited by how much he can keep up. My intuition tells me that Colossal may break your limits to such an extent that he will not give you enough time to recover. Though Joshua accepted Kedis's logic and agreed with it, his willpower did not allow him to shy away from a lesser phase lord just because the enemy had the potential to exploit one of his weak points. The expert pilot was tired of losing due to the inherent limitations of piloting a hero. Perfect versatility may not exist in reality, but Joshua became increasingly more determined to come close to it as possible. If he always abided by his limitations, then he wouldn't have been able to break through in the first place. What is it, Joshua? I love you, but I don't agree with you. Sometimes, a man has to do what is right. If this Colossal fellow poses a greater threat to our forces than the other lesser phase lord, then I feel obliged to challenge him even if the matchup is not ideal. I am a hero. The xianxia is a hero mech. Both of us are made to challenge the strong. At least you sound like a hero. Kedis sighed. Whatever. Do what you want. Just remember that you are not only fighting for yourself. Our children and I do not want to see you return in a coffin. The upcoming battle is a final act of resistance before we depart. This is not a fight to the death. That comes later, I know. You don't need to remind me. I will definitely find a way to stay alive long enough to participate in the next battle, and the ones that come after. Chapter 6688 Extreme Range Competition. The battle had begun. The leading elements of the native alien forces had entered into extreme weapons range and began to test the defenses set up by the humans. Numerous distant alien warships utilized their laser cannon batteries to lightly rake the energy shields covering the orbital fortresses. At this range, it was hard to ensure that the weapons would hit their targets. Even if the orbits and trajectories of the large orbital fortresses remained completely the same, the extreme range amplified every mistake caused by dialing in the wrong angles. This was why the human defensive forces did not bother to fire back at the distant enemies. It would only waste energy, wear down components and provide more information to the aliens. The attackers had different ideas in mind. Those aren't ordinary alien ships. They are Puelmer heavy cruisers. Damn, almost all of their laser beam attacks are landing at our fortresses. Their Titan shields are taking a more serious beating than expected. Although the orbital fortresses were unlikely to go down due to the probing shots launched by the enemy warships, the fact that the Puelmer vessels were able to maintain such a high hit rate at such an unreasonable range was already impressive. This instance fully validated the theory that the Puelmer race had invested their latest and more up-to-date assets to this star system. The Puelmers proved once again that they developed the most advanced sensors and targeting systems among the major races of the Red Ocean. It was hopeless for anyone to shoot down the vessels. The Puelmer heavy cruisers were much more mobile than the orbital space fortresses. They utilized their superior mobility to frustrate humans who thought that they could return the favor. The Puelmer warships continued to fire their laser cannon batteries at the defenses. The rest of the native alien forces took their time to cautiously move forward without risking any of them overextending. It took a lot of time and trouble to make multiple different fleet elements move in a coordinated fashion towards a target. Until the native aliens were ready to start the main battle, the Puelmer heavy cruisers not only continued to fire their laser gun batteries without concern that they will overheat or miss too many shots. In fact, the Puelmer heavy cruisers slowly started to become more accurate. The native aliens were testing the field performance of their powerful transphasic laser cannon batteries and calibrating their settings in real time. This is a mind game. Saint Commander Casella warned the members of the Golden Skull Alliance over a communication channel. The aliens are testing our patience by attacking us in a steady and irritating fashion. They are showing off their extreme range strike capabilities as well as the technological improvements of Quelmer assets. They are exploiting a universal weakness of every sentient being, and that is our unwillingness to take a beating without dishing it back. No matter whether it was the laser cannon batteries mounted on the orbital fortresses or the handful of RF warships that remained in the Viola Magnifica system, none of them could guarantee that they could achieve a better result. The competition was rigged from the beginning. The human defenders relied on a lot of fixed defenses to help them weather the storm. All of these were much easier to target at long range than moving objects such as phase fighters and warships at such exaggerated distances. These arrogant bastards need to be taught a lesson. Don't we have long-range combatants of our own? There's the new Amaranto piloted by Venerable Davia Stark. Will she take action against the aliens? The new crystal rifle that comes paired with this upgraded mech looks incredibly wicked. The Saint Commander of the Larkinson clan grew more and more concerned about the current trend. The advanced Quelmer warships were definitely wearing themselves down by firing their laser cannon batteries so many times, but the aliens made sure to keep the firing rate low to give their advanced weapons systems plenty of time to cool and rest. If this continued to take place for half an hour to an hour, the one-sided laser beam attacks would definitely destroy the moods of most of her troops. Even if they had not yet sustained any physical damage to their mechs and bodies, the psychological effects generated by all of the sequential laser beam strikes was enough to disrupt the mental balance of all but the strongest of mech pilots. It was not easy to counter this clever tactic. Unless the human defenders did anything proactive that could raise their morale and give them hope that their side possessed advantages as well, the differences in morale between the two forces may prove decisive. No matter what, Red humanity could not afford to remain passive. The Saint Commander decided to open up a private communication channel. Venerable Stark, Saint Commander, the older woman greeted with a mild degree of respect. How are you and the Amaranto doing? We are operating at good to optimal conditions. Venerable Stark responded, I believe my Amaranto Mark III has remained undetected while hiding at my current firing position. My new instrument of vengeance has already warmed up. I have yet to charge it at full power because my mech and weapon will produce a strong light show that anyone can notice. The mech designers have also warned that charging the weapon in advance and keeping it in a highly energized state for too long also stresses and damages the luminaire crystals. My primary targets have yet to make an appearance, so I see no reason to prepare to fire my weapon right away. Casella nodded in understanding. The Amaranto Mark III was a specialized precision machine that should only save her firepower for the most crucial enemies. It was a huge waste to expend her formidable shots on phase fighters and enemy escort vessels. Even so, Casella wanted to learn whether Venerable Stark was amenable to opening fire in advance. Are you able to land a hit if you charge up your weapon and target one of the enemy's larger warships? It would be ideal if you can hit one of the Quelmer heavy cruisers. Davia nodded without hesitation. I can guarantee a hit on one of the enemy capital ships. I am 80% certain that I can hit one of the Quelmer heavy cruiser. That said, I do not see the purpose in taking a shot at this time. I am saving my firepower for our true enemies. The Phase Lords will decide whether we will be able to make an orderly retreat or collapse like a house of cards. Casella frowned. Is the advantage of surprise that important to you, Stark? Yes, the enemy does not know about the full power of my Amaranto Mark III. In fact, almost no one from our side understands what my new and improved machine is capable of. I would like it to stay that way because I need every scrap of advantage that I can obtain to make my debut strike as memorable and effective as possible. When and who? When the Phase Lords show up. Stark responded, I will pick my target based on many different factors. I can't tell you who I intend to put under my sights because I don't know enough about them yet. Only when I can observe them clearly will I be able to gain a feel which one makes for a good target. The Saint Commander paused and thought. Perhaps the situation that they were currently in was not as dire as she thought. Sure, the harassment from the Quelmer heavy cruisers was wearing people down, but this downward trend could easily be reversed with one powerful counterattack. The Amphi's extremists lacked long-ranged striking capabilities. As powerful as St. Linda Cross and her new machine had become, that did not change the fact that the latter was solely suited to close to mid-range assaults. Out of all of the expert mechs in the Golden Skull Alliance, none of them could come close to matching the previous or current iterations of the Amaranto in long-ranged striking capabilities. Casella may have become the Saint Commander, but her Minerva Mark I was not only limiting her performance, but also never really possessed notably strong ranged combat capabilities from the start. The Everchanger suffered from a similar problem. The expert hero Mech may have received a massive upgrade in melee combat power, but his ranged striking capabilities had fallen behind. Venerable Joshua was no marksman either. He did not have the skills to strike targets at such an extreme range. Perhaps Venerable Brutus Woden of the Glory Seekers may be closest to matching Venerable Stark in marksmanship, but both expert pilots approached combat differently. Brutus was much better than Stark in terms of evasion and maintaining steady aim while his machine was maneuvering and evading wildly. He was much more comfortable when fighting at mid-range. All of these expert pilots and associated expert mechs would begin to shine when the two sides had come closer to each other. Right now, there was only the Amaranto Mark III. Time passed by. 20 minutes came and went as the native aliens continued their slow advance. The appearance of so many warships and phase fighters generated even further psychological oppression on the human defenders. At the same time, the strong show of force by the attacking side boosted the morale of every alien soldier, thereby increasing the chance that they would perform at their best in the coming fight. The disparity in morale could easily cause hundreds of thousands of additional human casualties. The native aliens decided to amp up the pressure by finally unveiling their gods. They've come. 2 massive bodies and 4 less massive bodies appeared behind the main fleet elements. Just know the intelligence unnected the native aliens downloaded 2 Grantor Nasa Lorda and 4 lesser phase lords to the Viola Magnifica system. Nobody who was able to observe the powerful alien leaders could shift their eyes away from the 2 greater phase lords. Their bodies were so much bigger than that of their lesser counterparts that they could already approximate the size of large battleships if not larger. The biggest one was definitely the Herald of the Void, a Jurg Martial Greater Phase Lord with a penchant for brawling and wrecking. That did not mean the lower Herd Master was much worse. The Nunzer Martial Greater Phase Lord made up for his relative lack of stature by wielding one of the notorious Saint Piercer spears. While the appearance of these Phase Lords indeed caused a lot of humans to lose a bit of fighting spirit, this did not apply to Venerable Davia Stark. Her eyes practically lit on fire as she observed her primary targets. She set her sights on each of the 6 phase lords and tried to decide which one she should grace with the first proper strike of her Amaranto Mark III. Her Amaranto Mark III had already begun to charge up. Davia's fighting spirit continued to grow, causing her to resonate stronger and stronger with her recently upgraded machine. The soulless gas integration that was responsible for keeping her machine relatively unnoticeable was struggling to hide the rapidly growing energy emissions of the powerful marksman mech. Her nearly full hyper-archimetal mech frame caused a lot of light from the surroundings to dim, only to amplify her own light emissions. The greater the accumulation of energy, the brighter the mech shone. The 6th generation living mech also began to pull energy from other sources. The modern Index system version 3.0 supplied both electrical energy and e-energy to the machine, allowing the Amaranto to charge up faster without generating a greater energy vortex in the surrounding area. Venerable Stark also struggled hard to resonate with both Heatmate and Charge Mate. It was an uphill battle for her to resonate with the 2 Ace Mech grade resonating exotics. She felt as if she was struggling to lift a shuttle with her mind and willpower alone. She had to fight hard for each measure of progress and constantly keep up her efforts for fear of losing all of her gains. Though her efforts took a toll on her, the results were worth it as both the mech frame and the oversized instrument of vengeance began to glow like miniature stars. The Amaranto Mark III had almost reached her strongest state. Activate Ultimate Module. The 2-step execution crystal integrated in the new instrument of vengeance was primed and ready to show off its capabilities. Though Venerable Stark did not think it was necessary for her to rely on this ultimate module at this range, there were other reasons to use it aside from helping her calibrate her shots at extreme ranges. Stark only needed to add one final enhancement to her charged attack. Phase King, bless me with your power and teach these Phase Lords who have truly mastered the power of Phase Water. The design spirit readily answered her call. The instrument of vengeance had been turned into a blessed weapon, just like the instrument of doom. This meant that the Phase King was readily able to descend onto the Luminaire crystal weapon and amplify its transphasic capabilities to a massive degree. At this point, both the Amaranto Mark III and the Instrument of Vengeance had reached and maybe exceeded their upper boundaries. If the living machine remained in this state for too long, she was liable to explode. Many outside observers grew confused or concerned when one of the eye sockets of the spirit of Bentime's cat head prow began to shine like it contained a dazzling star. Venerable Stark did not intend to give them enough time to deduce the truth. She cycled her aim to all 6 phase lords before she ultimately chose a target. "It's you." The instrument of vengeance instantly shot out in bright white resonance-empowered light beam whose passage briefly lit up the entire battlefield. Wow, how powerful. Wait, she missed. The Amaranto Mark III missed her initial shot. As impressive as the transphasic hyper light beam looked, all of that energy went to waste if it ended up hitting nothing until it dispersed into harmless heat and photons. How could Venerable Stark fail to hit her mark? The enemy phase lords already began to express their contempt and amusement. The one that was targeted looked especially smug at the fact that he did not even have to test his defenses against this powerful strike. "The phase lords, they're laughing at us. They think we are weak." Chapter 6689. The second shot. The shot launched from one of the cat eyes of the spirit of Bentime's iconic prow had missed the mark. Granted, any rifleman mech that attempted to strike a target from so many kilometers away would have missed anyway. It was just too difficult to control so many variables and keep the rifle of a barrel at the perfect angle to secure a hit. As the native aliens gloated at the incompetence shown by the powerful marksman mech, the human defenders grew dismayed. How come the Puelmer heavy cruisers were able to maintain consistent and accurate laser beam fire at such enormous distances while their best marksman failed to land her own shot? In fact, it was a bit unfair to compare the two with each other. The Puelmer warships exclusively hammered the largest orbital fortresses that all followed constant and predictable trajectories. Any human mech would struggle a lot more to do the same. Mechs by nature were originally designed to fight at much closer ranges than typical warships were capable of. For centuries, they had been designed to fight and defeat other mechs, so they naturally gravitated towards improving their close to mid-range combat capabilities. In other words, they were handicapped in long-range shooting contests from the start. This made it so that fewer people held expectations that they would win in this competition. Venerable Stark did not take notice of what other humans and aliens thought about her performance. She and her battle partner were still fully focused on their primary goal and mission. The initial shot missed, but they were already preparing to launch their second shot. What few people noticed as they reacted to the dramatic miss was that the spirit of Bentime's eye socket still glowed bright. Although the energy levels of the Amaranto Mark III and the new instrument of vengeance had dipped, they were already beginning to return to their prior peak levels. It turned out that the powerful marksman mech had only discharged a portion of her accumulated power. It was a testament to the excellent design and powerful specifications of the Amaranto Mark III that many people mistook her partially charged attack as a blow that the mech was only able to launch at full strength. Venerable Stark had a better appreciation of the difference in firepower and lethality between the Amaranto Mark II and the Amaranto Mark III. "I can do better. I can do much better." At this moment, Venerable Stark and her machine were busy trying to use the data gathered from the calibrating shot to fine-tune the decisive execution shot. This was a process that should normally happen within a few seconds at most, but Stark decided to break from this standard routine. Her next shot had to strike true, so Davia Stark was more than willing to impose additional delays in order to further calculate the best firing solutions. The two-step execution crystal had already run the numbers and proposed minute adjustments to get the angle just right. This would only remain valid for a short time, and its accuracy steadily dropped as the enemy phase lords maintained their advance towards the final fortress. The mech and rifle glowed brightly once again. It was amazing to see how much energy they were able to absorb after the big upgrade. The Amaranto was most definitely a peak performance mech that only needed to make a few moves to turn the tide of a battle. Was she capable of repeating her miracles? Did she have what it took to deter enemy phase lords with her instrument of vengeance alone? Get ready. Venerable Stark's momentum rose to a new peak, her fighting spirit blazed with excitement and expectation. Her focus narrowed to the point where she had consciously cast aside most of her calculations and became solely focused on making sure her next shot hit her target. All of the previous factors that made her attacks so much more powerful than before fell into place once again. The offensive hyper materials integrated in the Archimetal frame, the Ace Mech grade resonating exotics, the Index System version 3.0, the high saturation of phase water, the massive increase in size of the instrument of vengeance, the blessing from the phase king, the two-step execution crystals protocols for the critical execution shot, All of these separate factors combined into a total package where mech and rifle turned into one extraordinary superweapon. The line between the two practically blurred as they sucked in the surrounding light, in an unscientific manner, and glowed extremely bright as a response. As Venerable Stark quickly dialed in her settings, she decided to go all out and bet everything on this single shot. Vale, it's your turn. A dark and shadowy companion spirit emerged from her head. Vale's aura was tinged with the curse of death. Its aura made a strong contrast with the light-filled mech, but Vale was still able to enter the instrument of vengeance without effort and add her own modest strength to the impending attack. The companion spirit's ominous properties happened to resonate well with the two-step execution crystal. This was what Venerable Stark relied upon to give the execution shot additional meaning. Just like her companion spirit, Stark herself was also able to imbue additional power into the already overloaded attack that was still in the making. Even as her instrument of vengeance started to transmit a few warning signals due to holding back so much power, Venerable Stark still forced herself to squeeze out a bit more strength. Just like every other expert pilot, Davia Stark had been studying Katiz's new theory. After consulting with Venerable Dice, Stark worked hard to discover and develop her own Clement. There were certain expert pilots who already knew what their element was supposed to be. Venerable Vincent Rickelin was a clear example of this. He knew exactly how he wanted to shape and express his power. There were also other expert pilots who needed to do a lot more thinking and self-exploration in order to find out the best way to harmonize with the environment. Fortunately, Venerable Stark managed to find her central concept rather easily after a bit of soul-searching. Before she became an expert pilot, she was just an ordinary woman and a mech pilot. Davia Stark still looked back on the days she spent in the Komodo Star sector with fondness. Life was not easy for her at the time, but she had learned to enjoy the simple pleasures in life. Then the Sand War came and ruined everything. Due to the Big Two's neglect of the border regions, the Sandman race were allowed to invade humanity's borders and raze planet after planet. So many star systems fell in such a short amount of time that no second-rate state was able to organize any proper resistance against the tide of Sandmen. After breaking through in desperation and almost giving in to despair, the Davia Stark that emerged from these traumas was a completely different woman from before. The Venerable Stark of today was no longer able to appreciate the simpler pleasures in life because she was no longer able to return to her previous state. She had lost her humanity and made up for it by becoming an Avenger. Vengeance was the overwhelming purpose that drove her to fight, to challenge herself and to persist in her life. If she was not so driven by the need to take revenge against those who harmed her and many other people, she would have taken away her life already, because there was nothing else that could fill the void in her heart. Davia Stark was a broken woman. Her return to strength did not heal all of her wounds. It just made her functional enough to fight and nothing more. As the flames of vengeance burned brighter and hotter inside her heart, she felt as if she was forming a connection with the primal human desire for retribution. She was fighting more people than just herself. How many red humans had died to the native aliens since the start of the Red War? How many parents had lost their children? How many children had lost their parents? How many families broke apart and how many friendships became severed when the native aliens ruthlessly slaughtered every human in their path? The vast majority of people who died and those they left behind were too weak and powerless to take revenge against the murderous aliens. They were ordinary civilians. Only a minority of them served in a military organization, and only a tiny fraction of them possessed enough agency due to piloting a mech. Other than that, the people who were locked in grief after learning about the deaths of their families and loved ones resonated with Venerable Stark like nothing else. As the unfulfilled desire to take revenge began to converge upon Venerable Stark, she took a deep breath as she felt herself swelling with violent and less controllable power. She did not dare to hold this power for long, especially when she was already struggling to contain the other potent and unstable element of her expert mech. The expert pilot instead channeled much of the desire for vengeance into the instrument of vengeance. This caused the Luminaire crystal rifle to output even more energy emissions. Its charge had not grown by much, but it began to take on strange properties. Negative E-energy radiation channeled into the instrument of vengeance, causing it to harmonize with the collective human desire to exact retribution upon the native aliens. It was at this moment that Venerable Stark no longer felt alone anymore. There were millions if not billions of people who held the same desire for revenge as her. Their reasons and motivations may vary, but they could all agree on the best way to satisfy their cries. At this point in time, Venerable Stark was no longer just a high-tier expert pilot with a massive chip on her shoulder. She had become the focal point of all of Red humanity's imperative to punish the native aliens for their many transgressions. It did not matter to Venerable Stark whether the aliens were in the right and that they were only defending their own native territories. Stark hated the aliens with a vengeance. They were all the same, whether back in the Milky Way or here in the Red Ocean. The only good alien was a dead alien. With that thought in mind, Venerable Stark tried her best to combine the power of human retribution into her mech rifle, causing the bright weapon to grow hot with surging anger. Stark felt as if her rifle and mech had become a vessel that was solely designed to deliver the power of collective human retribution to one of the culprits who were chiefly responsible for all of the killing. As her state rose to an unprecedentedly high peak, she felt powerful and omnipotent like nothing else. She had never wielded so much might in the past. While the Amaranto Mark III was able to endure a lot of stresses due to her quality materials and exquisite archimech design, the machine had already exceeded the time limit on how long she was supposed to contain all of the combined energies. Venerable Stark delayed no further. Execution strike. The massive bright light beam that shot out of the spirit of Bentime was so much thicker and more powerful than the previous strike that it temporarily overloaded many sensors. Everyone's eyes became seared by the bright white line that crossed right across space and off into the distance. The passage of this distorting and extremely penetration energy attack was so extraordinary that even the heavens bowed before its passage. Though it happened far too quickly for people to observe this effect, the bright light beam continually gathered more light as it passed through space. This caused everything around the beam to plunge into darkness, as if nothing on the battlefield existed aside from this overwhelmingly powerful attack. Though the bright light beam only lasted for an instant, the concentration of energy was so immense that the Phase Lord that Venerable Stark set her sights upon was unable to react and defend against this surprisingly powerful follow-up attack. The execution strike shattered his spatial barrier in an instant, overwhelmed the azure energy shield that served as a second layer of protection and drilled through the armor plating of his raiment. Even then, the energy beam still hadn't expended all of its power. The retributive light tunneled through the massive body of the Phase Lord like a hot knife through butter and even had enough energy left to exit from the other side. The entire battlefield seemed to go still as both humans and aliens struggled to make sense of what had happened. Chapter 6690 The mortality of Phase Lords. Venerable Davia Stark exhaled. Her Amaranto Mark III, which once shone so bright that it looked as if the cat-head prow of the spirit of Bentime was about to explode, had dimmed now that she had discharged all of the accumulated energies in her execution shot. The last shot had taken too much out of her. It was far too difficult for her to concentrate multiple sources of energy and mix them together without causing them to explode. The Amaranto Mark III and the reinvented Instrument of Vengeance were both stellar pieces of engineering for being able to channel so much power without causing anything to explode or melt. Even so, Venerable Stark had pushed several delicate components to their limits and beyond. If not for the fact that her true resonance was able to temporarily boost their tolerances, the Instrument of Vengeance would have shattered into pieces, releasing so much catastrophic energies that her Amaranto Mark III would have struggled to stay in one piece. She was thankful that this outcome did not come to pass. Stark had put her complete faith in her machine, and the Amaranto Mark III rewarded her for it. The powerful mech was designed for the future and could handle way more loads than her previous iteration. The only limit to her power was her lacking power reactor and her pilot. Venerable Stark had become the weaker partner in their relationship. This was why she already felt exhausted and worn out after letting loose a single serious attack. She did not regret it, though. She had deliberately sought to leverage as much of her willpower and mental strength as possible. Stark sought to push everything she had in a single overwhelming attack to ensure she was able to land the most decisive blow against a Phase Lord. The enemy, gods, might not deserve to be called this way, but they were undeniably difficult to damage. Ordinary attacks did not cut it. Their spatial barriers and energy shields were ridiculously strong and could soak up a lot of attacks. If Venerable Stark wanted to make a difference, then she needed to rely on releasing a single strike with all of the power she could muster. She had done so. If this gambit of hers ended in failure, then she would have to sit out the rest of the battle while being reduced to a passive participant in the battle. Right now, Venerable Stark only cared about one thing. How had her target fared when his massive true body got speared by the extremely execution strike? Inetra she was far from the only individual who wondered about that. Many other people had trained their sensors in the direction of the Phase Lord in question. The Amaranto Mark III did not target either of the two greater phase lords. Venerable Stark wisely believed that the probability of failing to meet her goals was too high. She instead wanted to target one of the four lesser phase lords. Stark did not know much about them. The scouts and intelligence services only collected a limited amount of data. Observing them through the excellent sensors of the Amaranto Mark III granted her better insights on her targets. Of the four lesser phase lords, she quickly dismissed the two martial-oriented ones. Their mastery over spatial manipulation was usually inferior, but they made up for it by training and upgrading their physical prowess. Their flesh was usually denser and more fortified with tough exotic materials. With the help of phase water organs, their bodies also gained numerous different ways to contain and repair heavy injuries. Combined with the fact that martial phase lords were much better conditioned against pain and were able to keep fighting even when they were partially crippled, they were just better at resisting the Amaranto Mark III's attacks. The same could not be said for the erudite phase lords. They usually amounted to scholars, politicians and other upper members of a society. No matter what race they belonged to, the individuals at the top rarely fought in person. Instead, they were the ones that ordered others to fight on their behalf. The two crudity phase lords just happened to be Orvans, which was good news. Venerable Stark and the expeditionary fleet had fought against many different Orvans over the years. She was intimately familiar with the biologies of mortal Orvans. The physiology of their phase lord counterparts may have mutated a lot, but the most important organs should still be in the same places. Of the two Orvans, one of them came across as more cautious and reserved while the other possessed a more aggressive bearing. The 8th Lord of Takenshia looked as if he would rather be elsewhere than on the battlefield. The Orvan Lesser Phase Lord respected the threat posed by red humans a lot more seriously than his peers and conjured up multiple spatial defenses around him to ward against Carice attacks. Though his peers thought he was being silly for acting so cautiously, the Phase Lord was of a civilian origin. War was too frightening for an academic like himself. Xianxia on the other hand felt excited about killing as many humans as possible. Whether he was motivated by greed for the rich rewards promised by the Red Cabal or the desire to shed as much blood as he could, the more aggressive Phase Lord was already prepared to wreak havoc onto the human defensive positions. Whatever Xianxia specialized in, he had clearly selected phase water organs and honed his spatial abilities with an offensive focus. This Orvan Phase Lord carried himself like a wrecking ball, or at least a god who was able to summon as many wrecking balls as he wanted. That made him the most suitable target in Stark's eyes. Her judgment may be wrong, but she believed in her eyesight and intuition. It was clear that she made the right choice. The instant her Amaranto Mark III unleashed the most powerful attack that she had launched up to this point in her existence, the two erudite lesser phase lords reacted very differently. The 8th Lord of Takenshia was clearly a lot more prepared to defend against surprise attacks, because he only twitched for a minuscule amount of time before he reflexively generated multiple layers of spatial barriers around his entire true body. In contrast, Xianxia was much slower to react. He was not able to strengthen his spatial barrier or activate any other defensive measures from his raiment or his phase water organs. By the time he properly registered the attack heading in his direction, the overpowering light beam had already successively pierced through his spatial barrier, his azure energy shield, his armored raiment and his flesh. Though the laser beam was proportionally thin compared to the formidable stature of the lesser phase lord, it still managed to pierce through several phase water organs as well as his heart before escaping through his back. As the light levels returned to normal on the battlefield, everyone tried to see what happened to the lesser phase lord. Xianxia was absolutely not in good shape anymore. He keeled over and held the hole in his chest where the attack had pierced through. Facewater-infused blood leaked out from the holes on his front and back. The amount of blood leaking from his body was not as much as it could have been, but that was actually a bad sign in this case. His heart was not circulating the blood in his veins anymore. Phase lords are not, so long as their true bodies were still modeled after the biologies of their race, their weak points still remained the same. A mortal Orvan individual would die if his heart got stabbed by a spear of light. The same did not necessarily apply to an Orvan phase lord. The physique of a phase lord was an impossibility in biological terms. It worked through principles that nobody fully understood. Yet for all of their ability to defy the laws of physics, no amount of phase water could make up for the absence of a heart. This was not necessarily a fatal wound to every phase lord. Some martial phase lords implanted their bodies with phase water organs that could promote the flow of blood in their bodies. They were effectively second hearts that also happened to grant them additional insurance in case their real hearts got destroyed. As Colossal alien expression conveyed shock and disbelief as he feebly raised his hand to cover the hole in his chest, it became increasingly more clear that he did not possess this backup organ. The other 5 phase lords froze in place. They no longer conveyed as much arrogance and confidence as before. They all stared at Colossal in silence. None of them moved forward to help the critically injured native god. Whether it was because they were frozen in shock or because there was nothing they could do to treat the injuries of another phase lord, Stark did not know. All she cared about was that Colossal was on his own. Was he capable of recovering from this wound? That became less likely as the Orvan phase lord remained hunched over while suffering from a huge amount of pain. His body was not healing. His wounds were growing worse. The destruction of his heart was so great that, working condition, it was impossible to restore it back to as Colossal tried to make use of his elevated control over his own physique to apply emergency solutions. He despairingly felt that his strength was leaving his body. His control over the fabric of space had taken a hit after multiple phase water organs got destroyed, but now his healthy organs were faltering as well. Meanwhile, his psyche grew less stable as he felt a dark and murderous force enranding through his true body. The true resonance that empowered this mysterious force not only added enough power to this force to elevate it into a serious threat, but also made it much more difficult for Colossal to remove. The heavily injured phase lord gradually figured out that this mysterious force was one of the contributing factors that made his wounds worse. Not only that, but it was hindering his true body in several other ways. It was like a parasite that devoured his body from the inside. The Orvan phase lord coughed blood that was concentrated with a moderate amount of phase water. The alien god raised his hand and looked at his own blood stains. He looked down at the hole that had been cut through his raiment. If he was able to bend his back further, then he might even be able to see the space on the other side of the hole. The alien opened up his mouth and spoke a few alien words before growing still. Is he dead? Life signs are dropping. Spatial activity has plunged by over 90%. Body temperature is beginning to drop. The lesser phase lord known as Colossal has either entered into hibernation, or died at the hands of venerable Davia Stark. From the moment Davia Stark acknowledged the final result of her dramatic shot, she closed her eyes and felt an unprecedented period of peace and serenity. For a tiny moment of her life, the ghosts of all of the people that haunted her dreams and waking hours left her alone. She had fulfilled her purpose as a vessel for people's desire to exact vengeance against the culprits responsible for their demise. Though Colossal likely had not participated in the massacres that saw many humans lose their lives, he was still representative of the native alien regimes that sought to exterminate the extragalactic invaders. Therefore, the death of this Orvan phase lord satisfied the long-held wishes of a huge amount of people, both dead and alive. Now, these people seemed to reward Venerable Stark for her dedication. More and more E-energy radiation began to flow in her direction. A certain part of her will and spirit began to sublimate as she gained a much better realization of her purpose and goals in her second life. Vengeance. Apotheosis came for her like a mother welcoming back her lost daughter. Chapter 6691. The limit of the pilot. Venerable Davia Stark broke through. Every sensor that was able to get a read on the Amaranto Mark III identified the undeniable manifestations of a second apotheosis. Red humanity just became a little stronger than before after welcoming the ascension of a new ace pilot. Many human defenders immediately cheered as they saw their hopes of surviving this battle rise higher. Many high-tier expert pilots of the expeditionary fleet sincerely transmitted their congratulations to Saint Davia Stark. Although they were all jealous that she had managed to take this crucial step first, the powerful expert pilots all felt confident that they could grasp their own chance during this battle. As Saint Davia Stark broke through, she became stronger in every way. Although her accumulation was not too great, the fundamental transformation sublimated her willpower and spirit until she was able to birth a new domain. The cat-head prow of the spirit of Bentime that previously showed off the majesty of the Larkinson clan suddenly began to glow brighter while exuding a strong threatening aura. Anyone who held even the slightest contempt towards red humanity immediately felt guilty, as if the source of the newly formed domain would come to them and force them to surrender their lives one day. The powerful domain of the latest ace pilot of the Larkinson continued to expand and take shape. E-energy radiation from the environment supplemented its growth and helped to solidify the ace pilot's new foundation. In the meantime, the Amaranto Mark III underwent a transformation of her own. The recently upgraded mech eagerly absorbed a portion of the powerful feedback released by her battle partner, using the energies to boost her growth and become a better living mech. The compatibility between the mech and mech pilot had already been high, but it rose even further as the energies molded the sophisticated Archimech into a machine that better matched Davia Stark's domain and power expression. The Archimech continued to glow bright. The unusually high concentration of hyper-materials in her Archimech frame caused the entire machine to resonate with Saint Stark on a much deeper and stronger level than before. The resonance meters shot up, breaking straight past the limit of an expert pilot and propelling all the way to 108 laveres before hitting a ceiling. If Saint Stark's accumulation was greater, then it may have been possible for her to surpass Saint Commander Casella Ingvar's resonance strength. This was especially possible considering that the miracle couple technically designed the Amaranto Mark III as a partial ace mech rather than a pure expert mech. At this time, Gloriana's bold and forward-thinking decision to replace the expert mech-grade resonating exotics with ace mech-grade resonating exotics seemed prescient. Although the Amaranto Mark III was not entirely an ace mech, she had definitely risen beyond the limits of an expert mech from the moment the design department completed her most recent upgrade. This brought so many benefits to Saint Stark. For all intents and purposes, she was already piloting a quasi-first-class ace mech in many ways that mattered. Though a part of her components, hardware configuration and operating system parameters were still tuned to accommodate a high-tier expert pilot, it was quite easy to perform shallow modifications and retune the Amaranto Mark III until she became a proper ace mech like the Dark Zephyr Mark III. It was unfortunate that the Amaranto Mark III could only complete this transformation in a workshop, but it didn't matter too much for the newly ascended saint as the classification of resonating materials was by far the most important variable that differentiated expert mechs from ace mechs. All of this meant that unlike many other pilots who broke through a second time, Saint Stark did not face as many constraints from her machine. In fact, now that Saint Stark's resonance strength had become so much stronger than before, she no longer felt as much strain when trying to resonate with Charge Mate and Heatmate. The two resonating materials comprised of a classic combination among ace mechs that relied heavily on energy weapons. One of them was capable of directly converting true resonance into electrical energy. The other was able to reduce a lot of heat by expending true resonance. Although the effects sounded simple, they were absolutely powerful under the right circumstances. The stronger the ace pilot, the more he or she was able to benefit from these two resonating alloys. At this moment, Saint Stark had only just become an ace pilot, so she was not able to tap into the greater potential of the two resonating exotics. It was already enough that she was able to draw out a part of their strength and make her ace mech a little stronger. With the power of her explosive forced resonance, Saint Stark was able to sidestep the fairly weak power reactor of the Amaranto Mark III and improve the living mech's energy output so that it faintly surpassed the threshold of a first-class high-ranking mech. When combined with the Index System version 3.0, which just experienced a considerable boost in efficiency and effectiveness due to the most recent willpower sublimation, the Amaranto Mark III was able to output even stronger energy beams than before. The best part about many of the changes and improvements triggered by Saint Stark's breakthrough was that it was all persistent rather than temporary. The newly ascended ace pilot grinned as her shining eyes gazed at the enemies in the distance. She could practically feel the fear emanating from the Phase Lords that were located so far away that their massive bodies had to be viewed through magnifying telescopic optical sensors. She no longer saw the Phase Lords as threats per se. Though she always had to remain on guard against these powerful alien foes, right now the power balance was firmly in her favor. Up close, I am at your mercy. From afar, I am the executioner who shall harvest your lives. Saint Stark did not yearn to be invincible and omnipotent. She only asked for one thing. She wanted the power to kill her targets no matter how strong they may be. The ace pilot knew that as long as her foes remained at extreme range from her own Amaranto Mark III, as long as Saint Stark piloted the Amaranto Mark III, she knew without a doubt that nearly any enemy became vulnerable to her instrument of vengeance so long as they were in the open and far enough away. It just so happened that there were still 5 high-priority targets flying in open space. The slow and steady advance of the native aliens had turned from an intimidating display to a shooting gallery as far as Saint Stark was concerned. Stark, the Saint Commander transmitted an urgent message to the latest ace pilot of the Larkinson clan. How long are you able to last? Not for long, Stark scowled. Even with your new mech. My new ace mech allows me to stretch my grown legs without hitting any limits, but that doesn't mean much if I have already run a marathon beforehand. I can feel that my explosion of strength is temporary. You've experienced the same thing. You should know what it is like. My mech has little to no influence on how long I can last. That was the only downside to breaking through in battle. Though she was incredibly glad that she had finally gained the strength and status that she needed to exact her revenge on those who preyed on humans that could not protect themselves, she would probably have to retire from the battlefield from the moment her forced resonance ran out of steam. Then make the most of it. Casella Ingvar succinctly said, "Oh, I intend to." Saint Davia Stark grinned. The Amaranto Mark III flared with greater power than before. The ace mech had not weakened by any measure compared to before. In fact, she had grown stronger and was able to absorb a lot more E-energy with the help of a domain that was powered by forced resonance. The entire spirit of Bentime suddenly darkened as the Amaranto Mark III absorbed much of the light from the surrounding environment. The living mech's Diverna's alloy worked much more effectively than before. It sucked in a torrent of light energy and channeled it all into the instrument of vengeance. The oversized rifle already glowed like a blazing hot white star. Previously, the weapon struggled to contain so many different energies at elevated quantities. Now, the most recent wave of willpower baptism along with the much stronger application of forced resonance effectively caused the weapon's tolerances to expand in an explosive manner. The instrument of vengeance's concentration of energy exceeded that of the previous instance. The native aliens weren't stupid. Even if they had difficulty making sense of what was happening inside the eye socket of the cat head prow of the spirit of Bentime, they knew an attack was coming. This time, the phase lords no longer stupidly postured their giant and very exposed true bodies in the open. The alien gods may be prone to arrogance and conceit, but they were not stupid, especially if they have lived for hundreds if not thousands of years. The 5 remaining phase lords completely shed any notion of dignity and hastily warp-traveled to the rear of the closest alien battleships, intending to use their formidable hulls as solid cover. Saint Stark let out a noise of irritation. If she wielded the previous version of the PR-131 countermeasure by bending her energy beam at an angle. Unfortunately, one of the changes that Ves had made to the instrument of vengeance was to replace opticonium in order to free up capacity to integrate charge mate and heatmate to the Amaranto Mark III. Saint Stark did not think it was wrong to make this swap. Without the additional power and tolerances provided by the 2 ace mech grade resonating alloys, her earlier strike wouldn't have been able to become strong enough to assassinate Kasolayan. Since she was no longer able to bend her energy beam attacks anymore, she may as well attempt to wound and kill the phase lords by relying on brute force. You are next. She did not pull out all of the stops this time. The 2-step execution crystal was an ultimate module that was not as suited in the current conditions. Using it was time-consuming and would force her to make fewer shots than she would like. Besides, her latest breakthrough had improved her in a way that made it a lot easier for her to maintain her accuracy at this range. As soon as she trained her rifle in the direction of the 8 Lord of Takenshia, she decisively pulled the trigger. Another exaggeratingly strong and thick bright light beam lanced across space before striking at the battleships that the other Orvan phase Lord used as makeshift cover. Just as Stark expected, the energy beam pierced through the multiple layers of Azure energy shields as if they were nothing and pierced through the hull as if it was only a minor speed bump. After the beam instantly passed through the other side of the thick hull, it pierced through the other layers of Azure energy shields that were oriented towards the opposite side before finally slamming into the defenses of the 8 Lord of Takenshia. The alien was ready for the attack. He apparently specialized in defense, because he did not just rely on his native spatial barrier to resist this overwhelming strike, but also conjured up 4 more layers of spatial barriers in front of his true body. Though the additional spatial barriers were significantly smaller and did not cover every angle of his body, the 8 Lord of Takenshia was still able to put them in the way of the extremely powerful energy beam. 3 of the barriers broke in quick succession, but the 4th flared brightly before finally succumbing. The native spatial barrier caught the remaining energy beam, but it had exhausted so much of its power that it finally fizzled out of existence. The 8 Lord of Takenshia looked weary, but relieved. Then the eye socket of the spirit of Bentime began to glow again amidst the spreading darkness. Saint Davia Stark was already preparing to launch her next strike. Chapter 6692 Terror from afar. The Amaranto Mark III's firing rate was still as slow as ever. Becoming an ace pilot hadn't changed the awful long time it took to fully charge the instrument of vengeance. However, the power of every attack was so astonishing that it captivated everyone's attention whether they wanted it or not. There was no choice as the damage output of the Amaranto Mark III was so exaggerated. With every bright white energy beam that lanced out of her instrument of vengeance, the formidable alien battleships that were supposed to be strong enough to withstand the attack of expert mechs for a while became gutted. Neither their azure energy shields nor their hull structures could offer enough resistance to block the incredibly penetrating attacks from the most powerful ranged mech associated with the Larkinson clan. The 8th Lord of Xianxia grew distressed as his weakened spatial barriers failed to resist the onslaught of the powerful energy beam. The partially expended energy beam continued to lance forward and cut straight through his raiment before finally drilled a hole into his lower body. The Ves Lord uttered a silent scream of pain that shook the surrounding space. It was only due to the tiny delay generated by the continuous blockades that the Orvan Lesser Ves Lord managed to move out the way just enough to avoid getting struck in the heart. As the battleship that the native god used as a makeshift shield began to falter as her hull became stressed by secondary explosions, the 8th Lord of Xianxia still sought to secure his life. Since not even the largest alien hulls were able to block the Amaranto Mark III's piercing strikes, the Orvan Ves Lord figured out a better solution. Space warped around him as he made his way to the Herald of the Void. The Greater Ves Lord in turn did not want to witness the fall of another native god, even if he belonged to another race. The Jurged Greater Ves Lord uttered an alien command that saw the rest of his exalted peers converge upon each other. The Ves Lords did not hide their fear towards the distant Ace Mech and adjusted their formations so that they lined up with each other. The alien Ves Lords moved quickly despite their formidable bulk and mass. Since the position of the Amaranto Mark III remained static, the native aliens were able to trace the exact trajectory of the energy beams and adjust their formations accordingly. At this time, the Herald of the Void used his much larger true body to serve as a physical shield for the 3 surviving Lesser Ves Lords. In the face of the extremely powerful and incredibly penetrating energy beams unleashed by the Amaranto Mark III in her forced resonance state, none of the Lesser Ves Lords wanted to take their chances. What a huge loss of face! Back in their home territories, countless mortal alien individuals worshipped and looked up to Zurin Devar, the Fatedriver and the 8th Lord of Xianxia as gods. Each of them enjoyed many years of life and had grown accustomed to being a part of the ruling class of their own societies. How many years had it been since they were driven to such desperation that they had to take shelter behind the bulk of a greater Ves Lord? It was ridiculous for them to hide from the firepower of a single Ace Mech, but they had no other choice. In fact, the damage inflicted by the Amaranto Mark III was not necessarily higher than that of other Ace Mechs. What made the Amaranto Mark III so much more threatening than the other machines was that she was almost fully designed to maximize her firepower. The Amphi's Extremis piloted by St. Linda Cross was designed as an assault mech that possessed good defenses but also scored relatively well in offense and mobility. The Mars piloted by Patriarch Reginald Cross placed greater emphasis on offensive power, but still made a number of compromises in order to keep its defense and mobility good enough to facilitate aggressive actions. The Dark Zephyr placed the highest emphasis on mobility, and possessed relatively poor offensive power. If not for the fact that St. Tusa temporarily borrowed the Tier 3 Destroyer Spear, the Ace Light Skirmisher wouldn't have posed much of a threat against alien Ves Lords. No matter what areas they excelled in, the vast majority of Ace Mechs were designed for dueling, brawling and intense dynamic maneuvers. This was a common design direction due to the fact that Ace pilots had a long tradition of dueling against other Ace pilots. They only saw themselves as their opponents. They could not stand the thought of losing against a peer because their machine was not able to keep up with the Amaranto Mark III clearly deviated from this pattern because the original intent of this machine was to take enemies out at a distance. She was never meant to duel against a powerful opponent unclose. The Larkinson army always made sure to provide adequate cover and support for Venerable Davia Stark so that she would not have to do anything else but snipe her targets. The living mech started out as the realization of the extreme firepower concept, and her third iteration only made this defining characteristic more pronounced. Not only was her single-shot firepower incredibly damaging, her effective range was astounding as well. The alien phase gods had nothing in their arsenal that could retaliate effectively against the extremely distant marksman mech. The only vessels that could pinpoint the coordinates of the Amaranto Mark III and land effective retaliation hits onto the Amaranto Mark III were the high-tech Puelmer heavy cruisers. Their formidable transphasic hyper-laser cannon batteries all swiveled around so that they were aiming straight at the spirit of Bentheim. While it was a lot more difficult for the heavy cruisers to land a hit on a moving capital ship, the Amaranto Mark III generated so much energetic activity that the Puelmer targeting systems were able to calculate their firing solutions faster and with greater ease. It was not always good to be able to generate so much energy. The Amaranto Mark III's energy emissions were so excessively high that they may as well be giant signposts that told the native aliens where to aim. Dozens of warship-grade laser beams lanced across space and largely managed to hit the spirit of Bentime. Though many of the laser beams still missed due to minute errors and because of the factory ship's unpredictable course changes, the majority of attacks still struck her Azure energy shields. Fortunately, the attacks were spread out across the hull, so none of the shields broke. Most of the energy beams struck near or at the bow section of the Spirit of Bentime, but this happened to be the most well-protected part of the factory ship. Although St. Davia Stark did not excel in defense, her new Saint Kingdom was still able to weaken and dampen any attack that entered its effective range. The Amaranto Mark III would have been fine if the enemy energy attacks managed to bypass all of those layers of defense. The cat-head prow of the Spirit of Bentime provided excellent cover for mechs that sheltered inside the eye sockets. The threatening ace mech laid prone in order to minimize her silhouette towards the native alien forces as best as possible. St. Davia Stark did not worry about the incoming attacks at all and continued to focus on what she did best, which was launching powerful precision shots at her opponents. Unfortunately for her, the Amaranto Mark III in her forced resonance state was unable to threaten the lives of any further lesser phase lords. The native alien gods had traded away their dignity for safety. They were far more willing to cower behind their stronger peers so long as this act protected them from the wrath of a newly ascended ace pilot that already took away the life of an Orvan lesser phase lord. No matter how much Saint Stark wanted to make her bright light beam attacks punch through the defenses of the Herald of the Void, her ace mech had reached her limit. The only results produced by her eye-wateringly bright full-powered shots was to partially drain the greater phase lord's spatial barrier. The Herald of the Void was not as easy to take down as the others. He had developed his body, his phase water organs, and his abilities much longer than the other phase lords. His much higher phase water concentration amplified almost all of his capabilities. This was not an enemy that a junior ace pilot could challenge on an equal level. The only results gained by the Amaranto Mark III's powerful attacks was to exercise the Herald of the Void's phase water organs and expose the strength of his spatial barrier. Saint Commander Casella Ingvar had enough of this display. Stark, don't waste your firepower on the Herald of the Void. Even if you break past his spatial barrier, his exoskeleton shell can resist a lot of damage as well. You are better off investing your remaining energies into eliminating the most threatening alien warships. I have already designated the highest priority targets to you over the command net. Do your best to eliminate as many of them in the time that you have left. Every alien battleship that falls will save thousands of mech pilots and tens of thousands of other soldiers on this battlefield. St. Davia Stark scowled, but she did not reject Casella Ingvar's logic. The Herald of the Void had quickly taught her a lesson that just because her offensive power had grown by a lot that this was not enough to pierce through the defenses of a greater phase lord. Not yet, not alone. As long as she consolidated her new state and learned how to channel her newfound powers more effectively, she might be able to threaten the Jurg greater phase lord's life, especially if he was already engaged in battle by another ace mech. The extreme range between the two sides worked against her this time. Being able to attack the native alien champions from such a distance spared her from any serious retaliation, but it also left the rest of the human defenders with no options to capitalize on the openings made by the Amaranto Mark III. Davia quickly adjusted her targeting. Though her pride and ego screamed at her to continue to hammer the phase lords, there were still plenty of other aliens that deserved to taste her vengeance. The superiority of an ace pilot over warships became a lot more evident for the following period as the Amaranto Mark III accurately struck the largest and most threatening alien warships. Each of every piercing bright light beam pierced through the Azure energy shields of the alien vessels and punched straight through the exterior hull and citadel before destroying the most critical power generators and other vital systems. While most of the alien battleships that got speared by the Amaranto Mark III did not collapse or blow up right away, the damage they sustained was so severe that they had effectively become crippled before the proper battle even started. After landing a crippling blow on the 7th battleship, the Amaranto Mark III finally began to dim, causing the surrounding light levels to return to normal. The ace mech had withdrawn from her forced resonance state. St. Davia Stark had completed her breakthrough and had drained herself for the second time. Her fatigue was very real. She could not stave off the wave of exhaustion that overtook her transformed body. The stresses she endured were too great. She felt as if her ballooning willpower had forcibly expanded her entire being, causing her to feel as if she had metaphysically grown larger. This forceful growth process had certainly produced massive results, but the downside was that St. Davia Stark needed to retreat and enjoy a long rest before she could slowly regain her fighting condition. She felt unwilling to retreat from the battlefield so soon, but Stark possessed enough awareness that everyone had their limits. "I am done," she said in a softer and much more exhausted voice. "I am withdrawing now as I am struggling to maintain consciousness." "Good luck, Larkinsons, thank you for your service, Saint Stark. We shall take it from here. You have given us an excellent opening play." Chapter 6693 Failure to capitalize. St. Davia Stark changed the entire dynamic of the battle in an instant. Though there were many Larkinsons that had high hopes for the marksman mech specialist after receiving her newly upgraded mech, few expected her to break through when the enemy forces were still too far away from most weapons to be able to land a hit. Not everyone was able to match the legendary accuracy of Puelmer laser gun batteries. A buffer period took place as both sides took stock of what just happened. The Amaranto Mark III never showed up in full view of the public, to the dismay of the soldiers that became encouraged by her astonishing performance. The spirit of Bentime possessed her own internal channels for mechs and mech-sized objects to move inside her interior. This shrouded the new ace pilot in mystery. Many people would remember this day for the rest of their lives for this overwhelming display of ranged superiority alone. The fight had to go on. Just because the native aliens unexpectedly lost a lesser phase lord was not a reason for them to abort their long-awaited offensive push to the final human stronghold in the Viola Magnifica system. The native alien commanders evidently saw no point in any further posturing or showmanship. The enemy forces advanced faster. The phase lords that previously came under threat were indignant at what a single human ace pilot and ace mech had put them through and were eager to earn back their lost face by crushing the human resistance. Of course, the three remaining lesser phase lords did not stupidly fly in the open this time, but conspicuously remained behind the much more massive bodies of the two greater phase lords. The returned assault fleets made their own adjustments just in case the Amaranto Mark III. Their warships altered their formations so that the Amaranto Mark III wouldn't be able to pierce through several hulls at once. It was rather amazing to see how the performance of just a single saint could curb the arrogance of so many aliens and reshape the dynamics of this battle. Saint Commander Casella Ingvar felt genuine gratitude towards Davia Stark for removing an important enemy chess piece off the board. She only felt regret that the latest saint broke through a bit too soon for her liking. If Davia Stark was able to hold her fire and wait until the native aliens had moved within the effective range of most of the guns of the human mechs and orbital defenses, then they could have taken advantage of the Amaranto Mark III's impressive firepower to take down one or two additional phase lords. This was not an exaggeration. The Saint Commander truly believed that more enemy champions would have fallen if the timing of Saint Stark's breakthrough had been better. Even if the Amaranto Mark III had lost the most crucial element of surprise, the Ace Marksman Mech's extremely potent attacks was enough to weaken the spatial barriers of Greater Phase Lord by a significant margin. Certainly, the Amaranto Mark III's firepower was ultimately not enough to overcome the formidable defenses of the Herald of the Void. But what if Casella added the firepower of her Minerva Mark I along with dozens of barons and thousands of knights? The massed firepower of all of those resonance-empowered mechs would definitely put the Greater Phase Lord's defenses under much greater strain. It would be even better if the Amphi's Extremis piloted by St. Linda Cross was able to approach the Greater Phase Lord and hammer away at the enemy's battered defenses with the help of its Ace Mech grade space suppression module and powerful mace. The combined onslaught of all of these ace pilots and machines would have surely inflicted enough damage to kill or at least drive away the Jurg Greater Phase Lord before he even had a chance to demonstrate his combat prowess. Alas, it was not to be. There was no guarantee that St. Davia Stark would have broken through if she held in her urges and waited until the enemy forces advanced much closer. The guest pilot of the Larkinson clan clearly struck at that specific timing because her machine made it possible and because she wanted to challenge herself. In any case, the Saint Commander knew better than to look at a gift horse in the mouth. Even if it was not the horse she wanted, having one was better than having none. "What do we do now, Casella?" Venerable Joshua asked. "We wait, we adjust, we prepare. Despite this variable, our plan has not changed all that much. The enemy force is too numerous for the loss of a Phase Lord and a dozen battleships to reverse the balance of power. The Greater Phase Lords are the true threat. Their defenses are much tougher. Their attacks hit much harder. Their mobility is quite high as long as they are not being warp interdicted. Their technological equipment has also received major upgrades. Without the presence of a senior ace pilot or the exceptional firepower of an offensive specialist like Saint Stark, I do not see a way for us to kill or cripple either greater phase lords. Davia Stark managed to kill a lesser phase lord when she was still an expert pilot. Saint Tusa managed to kill a greater phase lord by himself. Those are exceptional circumstances that cannot be replicated by us so easily. Casella retorted with a frown. Saint Tusa borrowed the power of a Tier 3 destroyer spear. Davia Stark has completed an impressive feat, but she is out of action for the remainder of this battle. Our only hope of replicating the earlier miracle is for you or another high-tier expert pilot to break through on the battlefield. While I would like to be optimistic, as a mech commander I cannot base my plans on a low-probability event that historically almost never happens. Joshua objected to that approach. I think you can be a little more optimistic about our chances. It's different this time. While it is true that this is the first time that Davia Stark is able to properly pilot her shiny new Amaranto Mark III in a serious battle, she has worked hard to improve her practice according to Katiz's theories. If I, along with a handful of other high-tier expert pilots, manage to break through during this battle, Saint Commander Casella Ingvar would truly welcome the emergence of so many comrades who she had fought alongside with for years. However, there was no proof yet that the Heaven-Earth-Man trifecta could magically improve the breakthrough chances of every expert pilot that believed in the unproven theory. We shall see. Casella remained uncommitted. We will switch from defense to offense as soon as the alien forces have suffered enough blows. However, breakthroughs alone may not be enough for us to slay one of the greater phase lords. As long as the Herald of the Void or the lower Herd Master remains in fighting condition, either of the two can collapse our defenses and drive us away from the star system. This was the tyranny of a greater phase lord. The same applied to a senior ace mech. Both of them were so much more powerful than other forces that they could swing a battle in their favor almost by themselves. Time passed by. Saint Commander Casella Ingvar and numerous other commanding officers continued to observe the advancing enemies while issuing orders to their troops. Now that the aliens have suffered the first major casualty in this battle, their approach no longer appeared as intimidating as before. The morale of the aliens had definitely taken a blow. The death of any phase lord was a huge deal in alien society. Even gods could die. The collapse of a phase lord, even a lesser one, produced a lot of ripple effects. The most ardent and most organized worshippers of the deceased phase lord had lost their greatest backing. The believers who genuinely considered the phase lords to be divine suffered crises of faith. While the enemy warships behaved as if there was nothing wrong, their crews had likely grown a lot more discouraged than before. If the humans were able to take out a phase lord with ease, then what about their ships? What about their stations? If not for superiors and supervisors watching out for any alien crew members that began to express their doubts, many of the alien vessels would have slowed down by this time. Instead, the alien officers pushed their warships to advance faster, allowing them to end the awkward period where no one was able to hit anything with any reliability. As the alien armada was about to enter into the effective range of many ranged mechs, both sides finally began to open fire at each other with their ranged weapons. Few projectile weapons had begun to open fire, but plenty of energy weapons did not show any restraint. Laser weapons, positron weapons, plasma weapons and more crossed through space and either missed their targets or managed to strike at the enemy's defenses. The native aliens trained their guns at the orbital fortresses for the most part. While the Titan shields of the targeted fortified space stations could withstand numerous warship salvos, their shield generators were not able to withstand so many sustained attacks. One fortress got breached due to receiving the highest concentration of warship cannon fire. The Titan shield fizzled out, exposing the space station's metallic structure to the native aliens capitalized on this advantage and launched a few more energy weapon salvos that completely wrecked the most essential systems and compartments of the space station. While the orbital defense network was steadily being degraded by the native aliens, the humans did not remain idle. They shot back with all of the guns they could bring to bear against the aggressors. While the guns were unable to effectively target any phase fighters due to how small they were, they had greater success when targeting the enemy capital ships. Unfortunately, there was still a noticeable gap in firepower. It was at this time that the Star Dancer Mark II piloted by Venerable Brutus Woden had begun to open fire. Though he excelled at dogfighting, Brutus was still a relatively good marksman. His shots did not miss at this distance, and he was always able to maneuver his machine at different angles in order to target the best weak points, as much as that was possible when dealing with heavily shielded enemies. Those azure or transphasic energy shields could withstand only so many attacks, though. The alien warships just appeared a lot more durable because they usually rolled their hulls and made sure to present their weakest side away from the greatest threat. Venerable Brutus happened to be fairly good at maneuvering around the battlefield and obtaining a superior angle to snipe down his adversaries. He drew upon his skills and experience in order to flank and harass the enemy warships with his ranged attacks. The Hexacris Luminaire crystal rifle may have become outdated according to modern standards, it was still a weapon that Venerable Brutus had used for years. He learned much of its quirks and issues and knew for certain that his mech weapon would land its shot exactly according to specifications. Come on, you misbegotten aliens. Your alien and patriarchal society rests on a foundation of sand. By denying the power of women in your uncivilized hierarchy, you deserve nothing but death. As the Star Dancer Mark II merrily flew further and further away from the human defensive lines, the machine continued to lure more enemies in chasing after the expert rifleman Mech. Even if the Star Dancer Mark II's attacks were not even able to penetrate through the powerful alien energy shields, the mere fact that this expert mech was able to infuriate the aliens could bring the human defenders another advantage. Already, a sizable detachment of elite phase fighters had veered away from the main formation and had entered into pursuit against the annoying expert rifleman Mech. Chapter 6694 Evolving Alien Counters. The battle had begun in earnest. Warships and mechs from both sides began to shoot at each other. While the melee mechs of the human defenders had yet to go into action, they had already begun to maneuver across the battlefield in the hopes of finding favorable angles of attacks. The native aliens did not underestimate the threat of these melee mechs. If left unchecked, these primitive machines wielding swords, spears or axes could debilitate a lot of alien assets with the help of their space suppression modules. In order to prevent these melee mechs from weakening transphasic energy shields and disrupting the operation of warp drives with impunity, the native aliens had to stop or stall them no matter what it took. The native alien armada had spent much of the last few weeks shipping in large amounts of phase fighters from afar. Many of them were piloted by alien conscripts that possessed little to no experience in actual warfare, but their hardware was largely superior due to the more copious use of phase water technology. The latest generation of phase fighter models especially stood out compared to the older models. The human defenders quickly noticed that the phase fighters reacted faster and more responsibly to different threats. The strike craft had also become more accurate even as they made faster and more complicated maneuvers. Their cannon hardpoints were able to angle their barrels at greater angles, and the automated tracking systems had become significantly more effective than before. While a mech controlled by a professional mech pilot was usually able to throw off the AL-driven tracking systems for a while, it became exponentially harder to do so when two or more phase fighters were working hard to gun down the human machine. These situations happened more often than not because the alien phase fighters easily outnumbered the total number of human mechs that remained in the star system. The earlier rounds of skirmishing had caused both sides to suffer losses. However, despite the fact that the native aliens lost more small craft than the humans, the invaders were much better able to absorb these losses. The removal of even a single mech had a much greater impact on the human forces due to how fewer of them were available from the start. What was worse for the defending side was that the melee mechs often had to fight at a distance from their ranged counterparts. This meant that melee mechs frequently found themselves in situations where they were outnumbered 2-1, 3-1 or even more lopsided ratios. Fortunately, few of the pilots succumbed to the immense pressure. They had endured similar situations in the past and trusted in their skills and the strength of their mechs to see them through this chaotic battlefield. Many melee mechs faltered and broke when they got strafed by multiple phase fighters swooping in from multiple directions, but many more managed to intercept the alien craft and quickly strip the alien craft of their defenses with the help of space suppressors. Supporting fire from ranged mechs most certainly eased the pressure, but only under limited circumstances. Their attacks largely bounced off the azure energy shields that protected the fragile frames of every phase fighter without much consequence. Only the mechs armed with transphasic firearms were able to inflict much more significant damage to the alien craft, but they were in the minority because phase water was still out of reach to more ordinary outfits and military units. This was why it was crucial for the ranged mechs to coordinate their actions with the melee mechs. Only by weakening and dampening the phase water technology that made phase fighters so difficult to deal with were the ranged mechs able to quickly exhaust the defenses of the alien craft. At first, this tried-and-true approach worked fine. Its simplicity was its strength. Most of the burden fell onto the melee mechs who needed to catch up to the relatively fast and agile alien phase fighters. While the melee mechs were not able to catch up to their targets by themselves, their pilots had plenty of training and experience in working together to pincer or flank the enemy strike craft. Space was big, the alien phase fighters could only travel in so many directions if they wanted to be useful on the battlefield. Human mech officers carefully read and analyzed the movement of enemy units before instructing subordinates to box in their designated targets. Plenty of alien craft were able to identify the trap in advance and urgently made turns that allowed them to escape the kill boxes, but there were other alien phase fighters that failed to get out in time. Though the human mechs were employing the best and most proven tactics to cope against their enemies, the aggressors were not willing to allow their small craft to perish like this without being able to generate enough value. Damn, the Puelmer gunships have arrived. Wait, those craft look different from the advanced Puelmer craft, a mech designer and analysts reported. These gunships are single solid craft that are likely piloted by multiple alien crew members. Their architecture and material usage is distinctly Orvan in nature. The Orvans had apparently entered the gunship game as well. While they hadn't taken the same route as the Puelmers and formed their gunships out of combining the frames of numerous phase fighters together, their solution was much more economical and structurally sound. From the perspective of observing mech designers, the gunships were clearly designed with a lot more patience, intent and direction than most phase fighters. The Orvan gunships were also obviously designed in cooperation with treacherous cosmopolitan mech designers. It was painful to see so many sound human design principles being used to improve and optimize the design of the brand new Orvan gunships. Even if the larger strike craft were not able to gain metaphysical enhancements like human mechs, their larger size and far greater capacity to accommodate weapons and other systems were already advantages by themselves. So this is what the native aliens have been holding back all this time. Damn, their Azure energy shields are much tougher. They're slower and less maneuverable. They are 3 times easier to hit from afar. That doesn't help us all that much when we don't have enough guns to wear them all down. The Orvan contingent of the alien armada only deployed a couple of thousand of phase fighters, but they were already having a disproportionate impact on the gunships were equipped with basic miniature warp drives that allowed them to travel pretty fast, so long as their flight was not being interdicted. Once a melee mech got close, the gunships began to show off their real strengths. Each gunship easily surpassed a heavy mech in size and mass. Their more generous dimensions allowed them to accommodate much stronger Azure shield generators and thick layers of transphasic hyper armor plating. The latter was a radical departure from phase fighter design. Whereas phase fighters largely tried to survive on the battlefield by relying on pretty decent energy defenses and mobility, gunships clearly tried to survive by banking on their much stronger energy defenses and armor systems that were no longer a joke anymore. Although expensive, the gunships turned out to be excellent damage sponges at this scale of warfare. A dozen ranged mechs focused their fire onto an Orvan gunship, but the latter's defenses proved to be so tough that it took a considerable amount of time just to take the larger craft out of action. The Orvan gunship did not passively take the beating. It instead opened fire at its attackers and any other human mechs that sought to take advantage of the situation. Powerful transphasic hyper-positron beams spat out from multiple turrets and demeterets. Their calibers were significantly greater than the smaller guns mounted on Orvan-developed phase fighters. Since the gunships were not only able to supply more energy but also manage the buildup of heat a lot better, their positron beam cannons were able to inflict serious harm onto any mech it hit, particularly if the target lacked Azure energy shields or other effective forms of defenses. Be careful when you are being targeted by these gunships. The new alien craft hit much harder than phase fighters. A few of my friends already got killed because their cockpits got breached before they even had a chance to pull their ejection levers. What was worse was that the gunships had enough capacity to accommodate even more armaments. When melee mech units easily caught up to these slower and less maneuverable craft, they suddenly found out that the Orvan gunships were equipped with weapon systems that were specifically designed to repel threats at close range. Hidden gun ports slid open and revealed short but wide barrels that soon began to launch transphasic hyper shrapnel in multiple directions. The spray of penetrating and incredibly deadly flechettes were so all-encompassing that hardly any of the nearby melee mechs remained unharmed from this devastating salvo. The closer the distance, the more devastating the damage incurred by the unprepared melee mechs. Many of them had lost power or floated erratically as their limbs malfunctioned and their internals got breached. The more powerful melee mechs that were equipped with Azure energy shields managed to retain their mobility, but their energy defenses had been overloaded in an press the attack. Try to maintain more distance and circle around rather than going in straight away. Watch out for any movement from the fléchette guns and be ready to spots of the gunships whenever possible. Despite being taken by surprise, the melee mech pilots did not lose their cool and tried to adjust to this latest enemy type as best as possible. They quickly figured out that the gunships probably possessed a limited capacity of expensive transphasic hyper-fléchettes. They also found that it was still possible to threaten the gunships without getting shredded to pieces if they attacked the gunships at angles where their fléchette guns were not able to reach. The rear was an especially good angle as there were only a handful of positron beam cannon turrets that could swivel directly to the rear. There were no fléchette launchers that could do the same for this particular gunship model. However, the native aliens had at least two ways to deal with melee mechs that tried to hug the rear of their gunships. The Orvan craft were all equipped with a minimissile launcher. This module was able to launch small, but potent transphasic minimissiles that were easily able to circle around and home in on the melee mechs that had been following from behind. Another way the native aliens tried to prevent melee mechs from weakening the phase water technology that was crucial to keeping the gunships protected against human firepower was to call for help from other alien craft. The gunships by themselves possessed clear strengths and weaknesses. The humans could easily exploit the latter if the larger craft remained by themselves. However, when multiple gunships grouped up and covered each other with their guns, it became multiple times more difficult just to take one of these heavy craft down. When phase fighters were assigned to guard the gunships and drive away any melee mech that attempted to stay in the blind spots of the new Orvan craft, it became nearly impossible for the humans to quickly eliminate these powerful new assets. We need a better solution against these Orvan gunships because they are killing us faster than we are able to take them down. As the aliens became more adept with employing small craft in warfare, it seemed inevitable that they would resort to gunships to more effectively counter mechs. Even though they were far larger and more expensive to construct than phase fighters, it didn't matter too much to the aliens as they had much more abundant resources at their disposal. Considering that only a few thousand of them were already enough to sap the momentum of over 100,000 human mechs, it was clear that the defenders needed to deal with them sooner rather than later. Chapter 6695 Countering the appearance of the Orvan gunships proved that the Puelmers were not the only one to realize the potential of this larger craft. The native aliens had made greater strides in their attempts to improve and refine their solutions against human mechs. These gunships are going to be a bigger problem going forward, Ves remarked as he observed the battle by remote. There was no way he would miss out on this battle despite the fact that he resided all the way over at the new Constantinople system. Saint Stark's breakthrough already strengthened the clan by an enormous degree. Right now, he was hoping that more promising high-expert pilots would be able to grasp their chance and trigger their own breakthroughs. While Ves initially did not think much of the native alien forces, it was clear that he had underestimated their ingenuity and the speed in which they were able to roll out their latest solutions. Gunships represented relatively unknown territory to mech designers because few if any of them ever designed a craft of this scale. They were bigger than heavy mechs. They traded all semblance of agility and speed for scale and capacity. Their hulls were shaped like angular ovals, allowing them to accommodate more weapon systems and other powerful systems. Even the most mediocre engineers could easily stuff a gunship hull with large armaments and thick armor plating without needing to worry about running out of space too soon. With the help of cosmopolitan mech designers, the Orvans had whipped up a few gunship designs that were simple and fairly cost-effective given the size of the craft. They were certainly not cheap, but it should not be difficult for them to generate enough value to pay for their hefty production costs. The gunships are more effective at repelling melee mechs than phase fighters. Kedis frowned in concern as she observed that even the sword maidens struggled to kill the hardy craft. Phase fighters rely on mobility more than anything to avoid getting caught. If a pair of melee mechs have already come close enough, then their Azure energy shields will only delay their inevitable demise. These gunships are different because their energy defenses are strong enough to fend off melee mechs much longer than usual. That gives them enough time to repel their attackers with their fléchette guns or wait for backup from other alien small craft. The native aliens had begun to deviate even further from the pattern set by Red humanity. Instead of rigidly sticking to phase fighters that approximated the size and mass of human mechs, the alien races had begun to adopt a different form of strike craft that played a lot better to their existing advantages. As Ves continued to study the performance of the new Orvan gunships as the battle unfolded, he could see that the aliens really made a wise decision to adopt these new craft. The gunships were no longer operated by a single alien pilot. He loosely estimated that they should be crewed by 3 to 5 low-caste Orvan operators. This worked out well because the Orvan gunship operators no longer had to split their limited training time in learning how to maneuver their craft, operate their weapon systems, keep up their defensive systems, and so much more. Now, the Orvans could assign different personnel to different training courses that solely taught them how to perform one responsibility well. This approach towards specialized roles clearly caused the gunships to exhibit inferior coordination. The alien conscripts were not always of the same mind. The lack of experience and training made it so that the larger craft was unable to respond quickly and in a unified manner in the face of changing circumstances. However, it was still worth it for them to be controlled by multiple Orvan operators, as the aliens were at least competent enough to perform their main jobs. The larger size, the lower mobility and the stronger defenses all played in its favor for this reason. Whereas phase fighter pilots needed to be able to make quick decisions while their craft flew at great speeds, gunship operators could take their time to do their jobs right due to the slower pace of operation. Ves bet that around half of the gunship operators used to serve on warships before they received a change in assignments. This was convenient as they were not only more disciplined and able to follow orders, but many of their skills also transferred. The gunships are large and slow enough that they are easier to hit by long-ranged artillery fire. He noted, they are also a bit more prone to getting hit by warship gun batteries. There is no way these craft can defend against direct strike from a large enough warship cannon. That is true, Ves, but all of our heavy guns are currently occupied with trying to repel the alien warships. That was unfortunate. The warships, the defensive platforms and the orbital fortresses were under heavy siege from alien warships. Although the native alien armada had lost numerous formidable warships due to St. Stark's breakthrough moment, it still had enough hulls left to be able to force their way forward in time. All of the big guns available to the human defenders had to train their firepower at the enemy warships. For this reason, Ves frowned for a moment before he spotted another movement on the battlefield. His expression eased. He even began to smile. Well, the Orvans have certainly made a statement by unveiling their take on gunships, but it is too unfortunate for the aliens that their new strike craft are about to be confronted by one of their worst enemies in this particular battle. Just a few seconds passed before thousands of resonance-empowered energy beams lanced from the Larkinson army contingent and accurately slammed into the Azure energy shields that protected a score of the new alien craft. Thousands of knights had opened fire at the gunships at once. It didn't matter whether the small craft were not being affected by a space suppression field at the time they got hit. The luminaire crystal weapons wielded by notable ranged mechs such as the nullifiers of the battle crier Mech Legion and the Fey Fiannas adopted by several other mech legions were all transphasic hyper weapons that could already inflict considerable damage onto the enemy energy shields. When empowered by a touch of the Saint Commander's true resonance, the lethality of those attacks multiplied by several times, causing the gunships to enter into more precarious states. Saint Commander Casella was commandeering thousands more mechs at this time. Many of them were assigned to attack much higher priority targets. As one of the few ace pilots that was present on the battlefield, she was responsible for holding back the enemy phase lords as much as possible. This was why she could not afford to allocate all of them to destroy the enemy gunships. It was only because Saint Stark managed to reduce the threat posed by the alien champions by assassinating one of them while tiring out the other that Casella was able to divert a portion of her commandeered mechs address the threat posed by the enemy gunships. She recognized that it would not demand a major effort on her part to solve the gunship problem. As the commandeered living mechs armed with powerful luminaire crystal weapons repeatedly opened fire, the Orvan gunships had nowhere to hide aside from the larger pieces of debris that had begun to spread across the battlefield. The Azure energy shields of the Orvan gunships were designed to withstand the siege of several mechs at the same time, but they were not equipped to deal with several thousand temporarily empowered knights. Casella's ability to multitask through her command field was insane. She was able to control the knights so well that their ranged weapons attained a hit rate of over 95%. She probably could have raised this to 99% if not for the fact that she was commandeering so many mechs at the same time. The inferior mobility of the gunships worked against them. In the face of this onslaught from afar, the craft had turned into sitting ducks who could only rely on their strong Azure energy shields to resist the initial attacks. However, the luminaire crystal weapons equipped by mech models such as the Fei Fianna and the Nullifier were able to fire their shots at a decent firing rate. Resonance-empowered energy beams continued to strike at the initial gunships. Soon enough, their energy defenses disappeared, causing them to expose their armor. The commandeered mechs continued to open fire at the exposed gunships. Their transphasic hyper armor was actually of good quality, but they were ultimately not equipped to withstand so many powerful and accurate attacks. The Orvans lost a hefty amount of gunships in a much shorter period of time than anticipated. This did not bode well for the remaining gunships. The human mechs that had previously been struggling to fight against these well-designed craft suddenly gained an advantage now that they enjoyed the fire support of one of the most powerful mech pilots taking part in this battle. This is exactly what the Saint Commander excels at, Kedis said as she viewed the unfolding battle in the command center of the Spirit of Bentime. Her ability to commandeer so many different mechs gives us an enormous advantage in any fight against enemy small craft. It doesn't matter whether they come in the form of phase fighters or gunships, both are vulnerable to superiority of mechs controlled and empowered by Casella Ingvar. In other words, the Saint Commander was perfect for fighting against conventional enemy units. The small fry were too weak to withstand attacks that had been blessed by the extraordinary willpower of an ace pilot. The more valuable the enemy small craft, the more misery Saint Commander Casella could inflict upon it, as none of their defenses could equal that of a genuine warship. While the Orvan gunships desperately trained their transphasic hyper-positron cannons at the Knights, the superior mobility of the latter along with the greater distance made it a lot more difficult to land their hits. The Saint Commander made sure to keep the commandeered mechs moving in random patterns. If the gunships wanted to increase their hit rates, they needed to get closer, but this was clearly impossible because their mobility was vastly inferior even without taking the amplification from true resonance into account. There was only one reasonable choice that the gunship commanders could make. They're turning around. They're fleeing. Don't let them get away. Eliminate them all before they can come back and bite us when the Saint Commander isn't available. Many melee mechs went in pursuit of the fleeing gunships. While the mechs were still wary of getting blasted by fléchette guns, they had learned enough to maintain a certain degree of distance from their targets. The fléchette guns possessed wide dispersal rates. The further away the mech, the less projectiles that would eventually hit the machine. The mech pilots also learned to minimize their surface area towards the enemy gunships. By tilting their torsos to the side or by facing their foes with the head or feet first, they could drastically lower the amount of fléchettes that would eventually rake through their armor and internals. The clever melee mech pilots engaged in all of this while the ranged mechs commandeered by Casella Ingvar continually showed off their prowess by downing gunships by the dozens. No escape. Alien phase fighters tried their best to interfere with the pursuit, but they could do little to divert the attacks launched by the commandeered mechs. Soon enough, only about 300 gunships managed to limp back to their respective carriers. This was less than a tenth of the proud gunships that the Orvans originally sent into the fray. The Knights that previously hammered the Orvan gunships did not bother to attack the alien phase fighters. The other mechs could handle them. The firepower of the commandeered mechs was exceptionally potent compared to their unempowered states. This turned them into a sharp weapon in Casella's hand. The Saint Commander scanned the battlefield for any other adverse situations that she could save with her abilities. There were plenty of other precarious situations that she needed to defuse in order to lead this battle in the right direction. Chapter 6696 Brawling Phase Lord Saint Commander Casella Ingvar was one of the most powerful assets on the battlefield. Even though her power and abilities were constrained by the limitations of an expert mech that she had already outgrown, she was still able to commandeer a huge amount of mechs just fine. What mattered the most was not the relatively small amount of true resonance that she was able to channel through her knights. The biggest reason why her commandeered mechs performed so much better than usual was because she was able to control their operations directly if she chose. In many cases, Casella felt that it was necessary to take control away from the mech pilots and reduce them to bystanders. She did not do this because she was an egotistical control freak, but because her combat skills were simply so much better, especially when it came to controlling ranged mechs. Casella was willing to retain more autonomy to her commandeered melee mechs as her melee combat skills were not as good. Even so, their mech pilots still had to move to the coordinates and attack the enemies that she designated for them. Casella could only make the most of her knights if they moved in complete coordination with each other. Although the results she achieved were remarkable so far, the pressure on her shoulders was extremely heavy. The mechs she assigned to dismantle the curious Orvan gunships only comprised a small part of the forces that were under her direct control and blessing. She was actually commandeering a lot of Transcendent Punisher Mark IIIs and other powerful ranged mechs for the sole purpose of sieging the enemy phase lords from afar. From her perspective, the confrontations between mechs and phase fighters were not that important for the time being. It would certainly be bad if the mechs got beaten back by alien small craft, but so long as the scrappy human machines managed to keep the phase fighters at bay, there was no need for her to expend her attention and energy on giving them a boost. The enemy warships were a more serious concern. For now, the CFA warships along with the many orbital defenses surrounding the fortress planet were doing a good job at putting the alien warships under pressure. What the defensive platforms and orbital fortresses lacked in mobility, they made up for it with many layers of thick alloy armor. While the exotics and hypers used to make the orbital defenses were not too expensive or high in quality, the structures were easily able to stack multiple layers of meters-thick armor plating without compromising much of their other functions. Combined with modern and serviceable Titan shields, the orbital defenses were just tough and sturdy enough to withstand multiple relentless salvos launched by the enemy warships. Of course, the story may be different as the battle progressed. The lack of mobility meant that the orbital defenses were sitting ducks. They could not evade any attacks, nor retreat when their Titan shields were on the verge of getting depleted. The enemy warships were more flexible than that. Whenever their Azure energy shield coverage started to look shaky, they were able to fall back and recover their energy defenses and conduct repairs. This was a simple but effective tactic that the aliens relied upon to preserve their warships, especially after they lost a bunch of battleships due to Davia Stark's breakthrough. If possible, Commander Casella wanted to direct the firepower of her knights at these warships just before their energy shields were reaching their critical limits. Doing so would cause them to suffer real damage and may even cause them to get crippled as long as they sustained enough concentrated attacks. However, she did not have the luxury to do this because the enemy phase lords needed to be taken care of as well. Now that the 5 phase lords had moved into fighting range, they had begun to unleash the anger that they repressed since the Amaranto Mark III took away the life of one of their own. The 8th Lord of Takansha was the weakest and most vulnerable phase lord. His threat level was limited, but that did not mean he could be ignored. He still retained the ability to project remote spatial barriers that added an extra layer of defense onto heavily damaged and exposed warships. The Orvan Lesser Phase Lord was content to play a support role. He continuously projected one spatial barrier after another that successfully blocked numerous attack salvos launched by the humans. Zurin Devar and the Fatadriver preferred to take more physical action. The Orvan and Jurg Lesser Phase Lords were all equipped with heavier and more threatening raiments. The gun turrets mounted across the surface opened fire at warships, orbital defenses and the expert mechs that sought to stop them in their tracks. Although the Tun Marshal Lekar Phase Lord Wara, Nuzarful enough to Oma and while the exotics and hypers used to make the orbital defenses were not too expensive or high in quality, the structures were easily able to stack multiple layers of meters-thick armor plating without compromising much of their other functions. Combined with modern and serviceable Titan shields, the orbital defenses were just tough and sturdy enough to withstand multiple relentless salvos launched by the enemy warships. This was a simple but effective tactic that the aliens relied upon to preserve their warships, especially after they lost a bunch of battleships due to Davia Starks. If possible, Commander Casella wanted to direct the firepower of her knights at these warships just before their energy shields were reaching their critical limits. Doing so would cause them to suffer real damage and may even cause them to get crippled as long as they sustained enough concentrated attacks. Now that the 5 phase lords had moved into fighting range, they had begun to unleash the anger that they repressed since the Amaranto Mark III took away the life of one of their own. Zurin Devar and the Fatadriver preferred to take more physical action. The Orvan and Jurg Lesser Phase Lords were all equipped with heavier and more threatening raiments. Although the Turn Marshal Lekar Phase Lord Wara no Urful enough to crush a new expert mech in a contest of strength, the Seaman and other powerful machines relied on their smaller sizes and superior mobility to evade every attack. The expert pilots that had chosen to challenge the lesser phase lords did not dare to fly too close or commit too much to an attack. They constantly had to keep track of their opponent's movements and evade in time when the giant aliens launched their counterattacks. So far, neither side was able to inflict much serious damage to each other. The expert mechs did not have the hard power to break past the spatial barriers of the enemy phase lords so quickly. Even as they attracted the firepower of numerous mechs and warships, the lesser phase lords were still able to withstand a lot of attacks for a time. In order to deplete their defenses faster, it became vital for melee expert mechs to approach Zurun-Davar and the Fatadriver in order to interdict their warp travel capabilities and weaken their spatial barriers. Our space suppression modules aren't working too well against these lesser phase lords. Their spatial barriers are so strong that we are only suppressing a part of their, Venerable Vincent Rickelin cried as the Fatadriver somehow managed to slam his Sea-Man with a giant ritualistic metal rod. How did he manage to predict my movements? Is this guy truly able to forecast the future? This was not the only time that his Sea-Man suffered from attacks that he normally should have avoided. The Fatadriver defied his predictions time and time again. The Jurg Lesser Phase Lord occasionally put himself in a position where he could easily counterattack the Sea-Man. This alien bastard is begging to grate my nerves. I need to teach him a stronger lesson. While the Fatadriver was uncommonly good at spotting opportunities only for him to exploit them, he did not reveal any other challenging traits. This was a specialized phase lord who was clearly working up to an excellent state, but had to go through a prolonged period of relative weakness due to missing several crucial phase water. Saint Commander Casella immediately concluded that the expert mechs would be able to cope with the Fatadriver for the time being. Zurun-Davar posed a significantly greater threat in comparison. He did not reveal any specializations or unique power expressions. The reason why the Riot Mark II piloted by Venerable Rosa Orphan and several other expert mechs struggled to avoid damage in their bout was because Zurun-Davar made significantly better use of his raiment than other NHOCA Lordal. The alien fought as if he was a giant mech or better yet a juggernaut. His raiment was clearly modeled after a first-class multipurpose mech, because it was loaded with many integrated weapon systems. Plasma bolts, positron beams, Gauss rounds and other attacks launched in the direction of the expert mechs. While the Riot and the other machines were able to evade the majority of incoming strikes, there were too many for the expert mechs to avoid them all. This caused the Riot's resonance shield to weaken and wobble in an instant. Is that the best you can do, Orvan? It will take far more than that to take me. The Orvan phase lord that moonlighted as a juggernaut did not dismiss the expert mechs. Too many phase lords had already paid the price for underestimating any human mech. Zurun-Davar continued to lash out at the expert mechs that constantly circles around his true body and sought to wear down his defenses with constant attacks. The occasional fire support provided by Casella's commandeered mechs had saved the expert mechs from suffering more serious damage. Zurun-Davar was aware of the presence of the powerful Saint Commander, but he had little choice but to allow the humans to play their tricks. To the native aliens, the goal of this offensive was not to kill as many humans as possible. They instead sought to conquer the star system. It was not necessary to crush each and every expert mech, especially if they possessed superior mobility. Zurun-Davar therefore focused on attacking the assets of the human defenders. No matter whether they were carrier vessels or orbital fortresses, all of it was fair game as far as the alien was concerned. The alien actually lifted a custom-developed plasma rifle and started to shoot out large and hot bolts that could overload Azure energy shields in an instant and melt a serious hole through the hull of an enemy vessel. The alien used a plasma rifle that was big enough to be mounted on warships to bring the hurt directly to the human defenders. Venerable Rosa Orphan and the others were not willing to let that happen. The bright, orange-coated Riot flew close in order to start spreading more chaos and instability. The expert spearman mech tried his best to drain the defenses of the enemy, but even though he was merely a lesser phase lord, did not mean his defensive phase water organs were below par. For now both Seven Rand Diver and the Ovenard match that fought against Thick particular phase lord had entered into another temporary stalemate. The balance could easily tip in one direction or another, so Saint Commander Casella needed to be ready as well in order to capitalize on the weaknesses shown by the enemies. As threatening as the lesser phase lords may be, the human defenders had enough expert pilots and ace pilots at their disposal to contain and suppress Zurun-Davar. However, the phase lord soon gained the upper hand when he reached behind his back and activated a juggernaut-grade plasma sword. The potent weapon might not have any transphasic enhancements, but the sheer heat and power radiating from the plasma blade were indications that the weapon was already effective at overwhelming defenses. The plasma sword might not be as good as a Saint Arm, but no expert mech wanted to get struck by the energy weapon. Venerable Rosa Orphan saw no reason to back off. Instead, she flew her outdated Riot even more aggressively. The expert pilot knew she was playing with fire by exposing her Laskin expert mech to an extremely well-equipped lesser phase lord. Just getting whacked by the plasma sword a few times may be enough to break the riot's resonance shield and dig through the armor plating. That was supposed to keep the machine intact. Hey, I never wanted this to be easy, Venerable Orphan grinned as she grew more and more excited as the fight continued. Come, hit me if you can. The riot was not the most mobile or agile of mechs, but the expert spearman mech was still able to evade the enemy plasma sword multiple times due to Venerable Orphan's powerful intuition. She just knew in which direction the riot had to evade in order to prevent adverse contact with the plasma sword. All the while, the riot occasionally swooped in to land another blow against the Orvan Phase Lord's spatial barrier. While the spear wielded by the riot was not strong anymore by modern standards, Venerable Orphan demonstrated an unusual degree of patience and kept up his effort to whittle down her opponent's formidable energy defenses. Her blood kept pumping faster in her veins as she barely managed to anticipate and evade one plasma sword attack after another. Chapter 6697 Venerable Orphans resolve. The final battle of Viola Magnifica unfolded like a grand tapestry. As both sides confronted each other, countless instances of desperation and heroism unfolded. Alien phase fighters weaved and danced into each other in order to place the mechs chasing from behind into their crosshairs. Pairs and trios of melee mechs did their best to box in the fast and agile phase fighters on a busy battlefield where attacks could come from many directions. A large number of alien warships of many different shapes and sizes unloaded their firepower at the orbital defense network that protected the final human stronghold in the star system. In turn, the defensive platforms and orbital fortresses opened fire with their weapons with no abandon, not caring that their excessively high firing rate was rapidly wearing down their electrical components. Shoot. Keep shooting. This fortress is going down anyway, so it doesn't matter if we are cutting down the lifespan of our positron beam cannons by 99%. Just make sure you don't exceed the limits too much or else the charging mechanism for our guns will blow up prematurely. The more alien ships we take down, the longer we hold our enemies back from storming our final line of defense. Everyone knew what they were fighting for. The Viola Magnifica system was destined to fall to the native aliens, but that did not mean that their resistance was futile. Although the enemy benefited much more from attrition warfare than Red humanity, the latter had no choice but to play this game if it wanted to prevent a rapid collapse. Mechs fell when strafed by phase fighters or got shot to pieces by the storm of firepower unleashed by nearby escort warships. Numerous warships succumbed under heavy fire as the orbital defense network constantly focused its collective firepower onto a small selection of warships for the purpose of eliminating them before they could retreat to safety. For now, the orbital defense network was making good progress in eliminating most warships. The larger vessels possessed a multitude of strong segmented as well as multi-layered energy shields, allowing them to withstand an amazing amount of punishment despite posing as logger targets. However, their lack of mobility made it so that they were much slower to retreat to safety than other vessels. The native alien commanders tried to adjust by sending other warships forward so that they could utilize their defenses to serve as temporary forms of cover, but it was difficult for them to cover every angle. The warships could go down much faster if they were being assaulted by mechs. The fast and agile small craft could not only weaken the vessel's transphasic defenses with their space suppressors, but also attack the hulls through any open gaps in the energy shield. Layers. It was unfortunate that the enemy phase fighters did everything they could to prevent that from happening. The latest generation of phase fighters exhibited many improvements that enabled them to close the gap with human mechs. From the implementation of hyper-technology to more generous use of expensive materials, the major alien races that deployed the strike craft showed little hesitation in squandering large amounts of high-quality resources to give them an edge on the battlefield. Many mech designers who observed the ongoing battle from the safety of their offices or design labs frequently had to suppress their pangs of jealousy when they saw how even the most trashy cannon fodder units benefited from phase water technology. For Red humanity, phase water was a precious strategic resource that was increasingly becoming more and more difficult to obtain. Even the linefighters that had earned a lot of war merits over the past months could hardly afford to redeem enough phase water to construct a serviceable transphasic mech. The demand had grown, but the supply had not kept up that much. Red humanity was only able to extract a fraction of the phase water contained within alien salvage. All of this meant that human mechs had to make do with less. The Larkinson clan may be one of the few private organizations that was able to field transphasic mechs on a large scale, but that did not mean that other outfits could afford this luxury. Right now, these mechs were struggling to survive when fighting against the enemy phase fighters. They could only rely on the superior skill and judgment of their professional mech pilots to stay alive on a dangerous battlefield. With so many mechs and other assets struggling to hold their ground against the alien forces, there were not enough assets that could hold the native alien phase lords back. There were plenty of low to mid-rank expert mechs among the mech forces. Plenty of soldiers had broken through since the start of the Red War. However, nobody dared to send them in the direction of the enemy phase lords as they were far too weak to survive an extended engagement against the alien powerhouses. Even high-tier expert mechs struggled to hold back the lesser phase lords. The expeditionary fleet of the Golden Skull Alliance contributed most of them to the fight. Famed living expert mechs such as the Riot, the Everchanger, the Sea-Man, the Greenix, the Bloodripper, the Blood Star Mark II, the Star Dancer, the Valkyrie Krista and the Valkyrie Ursa were doing their best to hold back the three remaining lesser phase lords. Despite the multitude of powerful machines, they were struggling to inflict meaningful damage while evading attacks that could heavily sap their resonance shields. The Fatadriver was a hardy Jurg lesser phase lord who possessed an unusual sense of foresight. Whatever phase water organs he was making use of allowed him to predict his opponent's moves in advance and allow him to counterattack at accelerated speeds. Venerable Vincent had to rely far more on his intuition than in any of his prior fights just to prevent his Sea-Man from getting bludgeoned by the Fatadriver's heavy metal rod. Zurin Devar was an Orvan lesser phase lord that wielded a deadly plasma sword that was largely derived from human technology. Although it was not transphasic in nature, the phase lord's scaled energy weapon generated so much heat that brief contact with it was enough to overload an expert mech's resonance shield within seconds. This was extremely troubling for the Riot. As one of the expert mechs that had undertaken the unenviable task of trying to stall the lesser phase lord up close, the outdated expert mech was showing his age in many ways. The most important shortcoming was that the mobility of the armored expert spearman mech was not as good as the other machines. The Riot was designed to take hits head-on and launch counterattacks that struck just as hard if not harder. That strategy did not work against a phase lord who wielded a weapon as powerful as a large plasma sword, so the Riot was forced to imitate more agile and mobile mechs such as the First Sword just to be able to fulfill his purpose. The Riot barely managed to hold on for the time being because other expert mechs such as the Valkyrie Krista and the Valkyrie Ursa were doing their best to distract the phase lord with their attack runs and their glows. Of course, Zurin Devar hardly took notice of the famed glows of the Valkyrie mechs. This trick may be enough to scare inexperienced alien phase fighter pilots into paralysis, but the gap in strength between the Orvan phase lord and the Daughter of Death was not large enough. The Riot spun around in a messy manner as the living expert mech barely managed to evade a fast and tricky swipe of the phase lord's plasma sword. The heat emanating from the powered weapon was so great that the Riot's resonance shield had to expend a small portion of its power just to prevent the mech from suffering thermal damage. Before the Orvan phase lord could press his attack, the Valkyrie Krista and the Valkyrie Ursa coordinated their actions and simultaneously charged and thrust their own spears into the enemy's spatial barrier from below and behind. Zurin Devar clearly wanted to keep chasing after the Riot, especially since the outdated expert mech was among the slowest in this fight. However, if he did so, the two Valkyrie expert mechs of the Glory Seekers would continually assault his spatial barrier with repeated spear attacks at close range. The updated transphasic hyper spears wielded by the two Valkyrie mechs might not hit too hard, but the relatively fast and nimble expert Marauder mechs were able to launch repeated strikes without too many issues. If Zurin Devar underestimated the threat posed by these two annoying machines, then his spatial barrier would quickly collapse. He still enjoyed the protection of Azure Shield generators integrated in his newly developed raiment, but that would not last all that long against determined attackers. The Orvan phase lord would definitely be in big trouble once he lost his energy defenses. The armor plating that comprised his raiment would only delay the expert mechs for so long as they targeted his weak spots such as his head or back. The lesser phase lord was an experienced enough combatant to make the right for himself. Rather than put his life and health at risk just to chase after a stupid expert mech, Zurin Devar much preferred to preserve his defenses. He felt especially strong about this after witnessing the assassination of a fellow Orvan god. The frustrated Orvan phase lord uttered a silent but angry roar before halting his pursuit of the Riot. He subsequently spun around in order to sweep his plasma sword towards the two Valkyrie expert mechs, forcing both of them to abort their assault and evade before they got melted by the potent weapon. By this time, the Riot had already turned back and performed a short charge that allowed it to thrust its spear right into the back of the Orvan phase lord's spatial barrier. The integrated cannons mounted on the raiment worn by the Phase Lord were prepared this time. They lanced out with potent transphasic hyperpositron beams. The Riot was able to evade several of the charged beams, but his mediocre mobility ultimately prevented him from evading the final strike. His resonance shield became shakier after getting hit. Venerable Rosa Orphan growled as she found herself in a fight that was far from ideal for her. The Riot Mark II's inability to resist a proper strike from her current opponent's plasma sword locked out many of her tactics and abilities. The Riot was designed to embroil his enemies head-on in a brutal slugfest, not dance around the enemy's attacks as if he was a light mech like the Dark Zephyr. Orphan, Saint Commander Casella Ingvar shouted over a communication channel. Your Riot is not doing so well against this martial Phase Lord. You should have better luck if you entangle the 8 Lord of Takentia instead. Let others take over your position. No. Venerable Rosa Orphan immediately shot down this suggestion. I won't back down from this fight. That 8 Lord fellow is an Archie masquerading as an Orphan. All he does is cover himself with lots of spatial barriers while trying to outrun his pursuers. His attacks are too feeble to make me feel threatened. What I need is an enemy that poses a true threat against my expert mech and myself. If I am not good enough to survive a dogfight against this Zurandavar guy, then I do not deserve to live any further. Seeing old friends and comrades such as Dice and Davia Stark break through in recent times was spurring Venerable Orphan forward. She was no longer willing to wait any longer to attain her own breakthrough. While she would have liked to pilot the Riot Mark III, it shouldn't be necessary for her to pilot an updated machine to trigger her second apotheosis. If Dice can do it, so can I. Venerable Orphan felt that none of the ace pilots of the Larkinson clan were as good as Saint Dice. She was the only one who managed to break through while piloting an expert mech from the first half of the Facewater generation. This proved that she was the best out of all of the Larkinson ace pilots, as her willpower was much stronger for it to be able to overcome the handicap of her outdated expert mech, and Venerable Orphan wanted this as well. She knew that there was no shortcut to attaining success through this difficult approach. Saint Dice had worked much harder, overcome greater challenges in order to complete her current attainments. If Orphan did not want to be left behind by the woman she considered her peer and equal, then the former flagrant vandal officer needed to test her courage and fearlessness in a confrontation against the most powerful of the 3 lesser Phase Lords. Chapter 6698 Cold Calculus. The Riot danced on the razor's edge as Venerable Rosa Orphan squeezed all of the performance out of the aged and outdated expert mech frame. While the newer machines such as the Lionheart and the Blood Star Mark II were much faster, tougher and more responsive, the Riot Mark II was a relic of a bygone age, a product designed for the sole purpose of dueling opposing expert mechs. It was clear to see for everyone with a bit of sense in mechs that the Riot was not faring well at all. Even if the living expert spearman mech was able to evade every plasma sword attack up to this point, the Riot only needed to make one mistake to suffer a crippling or even a killing blow. The good news was that Venerable Rosa Orphan was performing at her peak. She made no mistakes because she literally could not afford to make them. A slow response, a misread of the enemy's movements, or an overextension could easily cause her Riot to get melted by the plasma sword. The Riot's resonance shield would not be able to resist for long. The mix of alloys that comprised his mech frame would only be able to resist for a short amount of time before succumbing. True first-class mechs made use of harder and more sophisticated alloys that were able to resist a wide variety of physical and energy attacks. Their heat capacities were exceptionally high and could buy precious seconds of time for the mech pilot to move a machine out of the way of a plasma weapon. Of course, mechs that were rated to resist plasma weapons more effectively were also ludicrously expensive. During the time the Larkinson clan developed the Riot, it was a fantasy to acquire and make use of such rare and powerful exotic materials. To be fair, attempts had been made to help the Riot keep up with the times. His spear had been updated several times so that it gained transphasic and subsequently hyper properties. The Riot also gained enough room to equip additional gear such as grenades and firearms. The X-Trans armor system that was unique to the Riot had also received updates over the years as the outer armor layer that suffered the greatest damage regularly got replaced by superior alloys. Unfortunately, there were many other aspects about the Riot Mark II that could not be upgraded so easily. The internal architecture remained vulnerable and could not resist as much damage as the internals of archimechs such as the Dark Zephyr Mark. The Riot Mark II was still a good enough asset when used to fight against other human forces. The living expert spearman mech was also adequate in fighting against most warships so long as the machine was able to catch up to the vessels. What the Laskin expert mech emphatically was not supposed to do was to challenge a lesser phase lord directly, and especially when the latter wielded a destructive plasma sword. The Riot Mark II may technically be classified as a quasi-first-class expert mech, but he was much worse at resisting the damage inflicted by plasma than the newer quasi-first-class machines such as the Lionheart. Given the disappointing performance parameters of the Riot Mark II, any sane mech pilot in control of this outdated machine would never choose to confront the lesser phase lord known as Zurin Devar. It would have made much more logical sense for the Riot to lead the low-ranking expert mechs that were responsible for exerting pressure onto enemy warships. It was too bad that Venerable Rosa Orphan was not a sane expert pilot. Her pride and self-esteem did not allow her to avoid this challenge. Besides, her actions still had meaning. If the Riot did not take the responsibility of attracting most of the attention of this plasma sword-wielding phase lord, then another expert mech would have been forced to take the expert spearman mech's place. That would subsequently lighten the burden on another dangerous phase lord, thereby raising the chance of accidents. The human defenders could not afford to lighten their resistance against the 5 powerful phase lords. The expeditionary fleet of the Golden Skull Alliance fielded the most ace pilots and expert pilots out of all of the other forces stationed in the Viola Magnifica system, so there was no one to turn to for help. For now, the situation was somewhat stable, but mech commanders such as Casella Ingvar knew how precarious the situation had become. As an ace pilot herself, Casella understood what drove ace pilot candidates such as Venerable Rosa Orphan to flirt with certain death. Expert pilots generally only broke through under the most extreme circumstances. Having the right qualifications was not enough unless one possessed S-grade genetic aptitudes such as the chosen human. Everyone else had to rely on a strong emotional stimulus in order to push their mind states past their peak and into a whole new realm. Casella only managed to break past her bottleneck at the cost of her brother's death. She never wanted her glorious moment up to this date to become tarnished by this horrible event. What price would others have to pay just to gain a chance to break through and survive this pitched battle? Reality was not a fairy tale or an action drama. The heroes did not magically get to survive when they confronted the demon king. Casella knew this well, because her brother was one of the many victims who failed his challenge against a phase lord. The Saint Commander did not love the other Larkinson expert pilots as much as she did her brother, but she still cared for them in many ways. They were all comrades who were united by their desire to protect the Larkinson clan and to fight for red humanity's right to survive in this dwarf galaxy. They had known each other for a decade. Casella considered them her friends and maybe even her family due to how often they had fought together. Casella did not want any of them to die just to force their breakthroughs when they weren't necessarily ready. The decision made by Venerable Rosa Orphan did not make much rational sense. At least Venerable Benjamin Larkinson piloted a fairly modern expert mech. His Blood Star Mark II may have missed out on becoming an archimech, but the powerful offensive Knight mech was able to resist a lot more direct impacts than the Riot Mark II. Yet Venerable Orphan still took it upon herself to dogfight against the only phase lord that was able to punish mistakes with a brutal if not fatal strike. Suffice to say, Casella had a bad feeling about this. Perhaps the lessons that Venerable Orphan learned from Katiz's new theory might spur on Venerable Orphan's breakthrough. However, if the expert pilot overestimated herself or developed the wrong understanding of her own power, her ascension to sainthood may still be far away, which meant that she was at the verge of getting killed by Zurin Devar at any time. "What do you think, Ves?" she asked the patriarch of the clan even as she used her neural interface to transmit orders to different mech units. Venerable Orphan is unnecessarily putting her life at risk. She doesn't need to be so impatient. If she can wait until she has access to the Riot Mark III, I will not doubt that her breakthrough is only a matter of time. I can understand why she insists on challenging her limits now rather than later, but I still feel the need to pull her back and assign a safer task to her. Her ego might not like it, but she can suck it up. The needs of our clan comes before her own selfish desires. And what do you think the need of our clan is, exactly? Ves asked with a smile. The Saint Commander frowned. Is it not your goal to quickly raise as many ace pilots of our clan as possible? The more saints we have under our banner, the stronger our foundation. Having more ace pilots at our disposal also helps to make other parties take us more seriously. All of that is true, Casella, but that only applies in the short and medium term. While it is important for us to have enough high-level combat assets available to defend ourselves from hostile phase lords and dastardly cosmopolitans, those aren't the enemies that we have to be worried about as long as we are able to overcome this difficult early period. There are much more terrible threats on the horizon. Threats such as, Ves's expression grew grim, I can't say. Let me just say that the ability to put up a fight against a god pilot or an ancient phase whale is the minimum requirement. We don't need this right away, but if we don't make enough progress to be able to defend ourselves against these powerhouses, our ability to survive in the long term becomes very small. Are you claiming that if we cannot produce a god pilot from our own ranks fast enough, we will be unable to resist the threats that may arise in the future? He slowly nodded. You can say that. I have already said a bit too much, but I think it is fine since you are an ace commander. What matters is that you understand my attitude when it comes to expert pilots looking to force their breakthroughs to the point of putting their lives on the line. My policy is, let them try. Based on her understanding of the patriarch, Casella already guessed he might respond this way. Why? She still asked. Champions are admired and worshipped because they are fearless. They are strong because they possess the courage to do what others shy away from. While that doesn't mean that they must never retreat in the face of overwhelming opposition, it is up to the expert pilots themselves to decide when to retreat. Only by giving them enough agency to decide their own actions will they prove whether they have what it takes to not only become an ace pilot, but also prepare them to meet the much tougher demands of becoming a god pilot. That is many decades away, Casella argued back. Applying god pilot criteria to expert pilots is too premature. Each mech pilot must grow step by step in order to reach the top of our profession. We cannot adhere to the excessively high criteria of a god pilot right away. We are still mortals, some more so than others. I know what you are trying to say, Casella, but it is too late to solve any problems and shortcomings when they become a peak ace pilot. Ves sighed. They need to be able to handle themselves in this battle by relying on their own strength and judgment. Mech pilots are similar to mech designers in that both professions must learn how to independently solve problems. If neither of them exercises their problem-solving skills in the most stressful of circumstances, then they will never be ready to solve the ultimate test when they initiate the mech-body merger process. So that is it, then. You want to allow these suicidal expert pilots to charge recklessly at the enemy phase lords in the hopes that they can gain so much more growth from this costly battle. Ves nodded again. That is the gist of it. As far as I am concerned, our clan has already earned a profit with St. Davia Stark's breakthrough. She is not a Larkinson, though. She'll be gone in less than a century, so we need to expand our ranks of ace pilots further in order to have enough of them to permanently keep our most important starships and bases protected. As far as I am concerned, we already have so many expert pilots that we can afford to make a few gambles. In other words, Ves was psychologically prepared to lose a few expert pilots, even the old-time ones that he had known on a personal basis for many years, just to see if he could gain an ace pilot of the highest caliber. Chapter 6699. Playing with fire and plasma. There were many theories that attempted to explain the variables that influenced the breakthrough chances of a high-ranking mech pilot. While no one had managed to deduce the full and accurate formula or model that explained all of the variables that could affect this low-probability event, plenty of people had formed a lot of guesses and unproven theories. Ves had developed his own understanding of what it took for mech pilots to break through. The Heaven-Earth-Man trifecta developed by Kedis possessed strong logic, but it was too general and did not have good ways to quantify its variables. It was ultimately incomplete. It was a good theoretical model when expert pilots used it to strengthen their foundation and underlying qualifications to step up and become a greater version of themselves. However, once they had done all they could to improve their breakthrough conditions, they still had to work hard to actually trigger this life-changing event. That was an entirely different challenge. Much of it was a mind game of sorts. Expert pilots had to push themselves to the limit, and exceed it just enough to prove themselves worthy of becoming an ace pilot, but not too much to the point where they would likely die before succeeding. As the Viola Magnifica system continued to become engulfed by war and death, an awfully large quantity of expert pilots that had ceased to grow any further had all chosen to place their trust in their recently improved foundations and seek greater challenges by confronting the dangerous phase lords. Venerable Orphan did everything she could to stay alive while proving her valor in battle. She piloted the riot with greater skill and courage than in the past. The former soldier of the Bright Republic had grown far over the course of her service in the Larkinson clan. Though she had never let go of the traits that defined her personality, she had tried her best to become more responsible and more deserving of the help that the Larkinson clan had provided her over the years. Rosa Orphan realized that she could have never raised herself so high without the assistance of Ves Larkinson and the Larkinson clan. While she most certainly relied on her own qualities to become as powerful as she was today, she did not want to become a hero whose accomplishments were largely attributed to external factors. She wanted to become strong enough to stand on her own two legs. This was one of the reasons why she purposefully rejected the decision to wait until she received the Riot Mark III. Venerable Orphan wanted to become a saint by relying on her own merits rather than attribute most of her success to the virtues of her luxuriously upgraded mech. As the plasma sword wielded by the opposing Orphan Ves Lord once again whipped close enough to her scrambling riot to pressure his resonance shield further, Venerable Orphan realized that she could not keep this up for long. A few more near misses like this would eventually cause her machine's resonance shield to collapse entirely. The overstrained components of the Riot Mark II were already whining and groaning far beyond their usual levels due to how extensively Orphan pushed their performance. She could not afford to tackle this challenge by leveraging 100% of the Riot's strength. That was simply not enough to make him last against Zurun. As the fight dragged on, the Orphan Ves Lord grew wise to the tricks of his tormentors. The Valkyrie Krista and the Valkyrie Ursa were certainly annoying, but their attacks did not hit particularly hard. Their compact luminaire crystal rifles hardly stressed Zurun's spatial barriers. Only their spear charges could inflict enough damage, but they needed to build up momentum first before their attacks could strike hard enough. The only other way for the two Valkyrie expert mechs to deal a lot of damage was to stay close and repeatedly strike their spears at the spatial barrier. As annoying as it was for Zurun to turn around and swipe his plasma blade in the direction of the two Glory Seeker expert mechs, he still did so just to chase them away for a time. The Valkyrie Krista and the Valkyrie Ursa may not be as old as the Riot, but the two machines were not designed to resist plasma weapons of this scale either. What stood out from their combat approach was that Venerable Olivia Remus and Venerable Iona Bolentini took fewer risks when attacking the Orphan Lesser Phase Lord. Whereas Venerable Rosa Orphan frequently put her Riot within striking distance of the enemy's deadly plasma sword, the two Valkyrie mechs only dared to attack up close when Zurun's back was facing their direction. The short delay created by turning around to slash the plasma sword at their positions gave them enough of a delay to pull their lighter and more maneuverable machines out of the way with a much wider margin of safety. It was pretty clear to outside observers such as Ves and Casella that the duo of Hexer pilots that had become known as the Handmaidens of Death did not deliberately push their limits in the hopes of trigger their breakthroughs. They were more than content with doing their duty and using the capabilities of their mid-tier expert mechs to harass and delay their opponent. Venerable Remus and Venerable Bolentini never thought about defeating their adversity in the first place. They already accepted the truth that their skills, experience and most importantly their expert mechs were not up to standard yet for them to realistically defeat this kind of opponent. We're outmatched, outgunned and outnumbered. Rather than hoping to defeat this Phase Lord with the three of us, we are better off trying to delay this big boy. If we are lucky, the other expert mechs have beaten back another Phase Lord and can team up with us to drive Zurun away as well. If no help is forthcoming, then at least we have done our best to delay and distract this Phase Lord as long as we could. There is no need for us to go all out and take risks when Madame Gloriana Woden has already promised us to upgrade our expert mechs in the next couple of years. The Handmaidens of Death clearly chose to make rational decisions. Even if they knew that this was not conducive to breaking through, Venerable Remus and Venerable Bolentini were not in a hurry to become ace pilots quite so fast. Both the Larkinson clan and the Hex army already accumulated a number of ace pilots. That reduced the pressure of expert pilots such as the Handmaidens of Death. They could take the time to wait and polish their skills further. Once the pair received their upgraded expert mechs, then they would try and push their limits, knowing that their superior machines could keep up with their ambitions. While it was well within their right to adopt a more prudent and patient development strategy, the problem with taking so few risks was that their effectiveness in distracting their current adversary was quite limited. Zurun had already taken their measure. In his alien eyes, the two Valkyrie expert pilots were cowardly weaklings who lacked the resolve to win. The pilot of the Riot was different. He could feel the intense hostility and determination from the human inside the cockpit. The false god of the Larkinson clan was fully committed to defeating him during this battle. This was why Zurun took the threat posed by the Riot seriously. The expert spearman mech might not be as powerful as the other expert mechs on the battlefield, but when piloted by an aggressive human who did not fear him as much as she should, the Riot was doing a far better job at pinning him in place. This was why their bout developed into an asymmetric contest where both sides worked to make their enemies falter by any means possible. Neither of the two could expect to receive much support from their comrades and allies. Saint Linda Cross, Saint Ves Larkinson and Saint Commander Casella Ingvar already had their hands full trying to slow down the relentless advance of the Herald of the Void and the Lower Herdmaster. It was quite amazing how the 3 junior ace pilots, 2 of which were still being limited by their expert mechs, managed to keep the 2 greater phase lords preoccupied. Even then, they still needed the fire support from CFA warships and orbital defenses in order to prevent the most powerful alien combatants from advancing too quickly. The ace pilots could not afford to direct their attention and energy elsewhere because the greater phase lords may become free to inflict massive damage onto the orbital defense ring. "Hey, I don't need the help anyway," Venerable Orphan muttered as she maneuvered her riot for another risky attack run. The riot's resonance shield was on its last legs. Some of the heat of the plasma sword had already bled through the shield and begun to heat up the upper layers of the X-Trans armor system. Despite the obvious risks of continuing to persist in her attacks without any additional support, Venerable Orphan preferred it this way. During the months-long Red Tide offensive, Venerable Orphan had fought many battles under the auspices of numerous ace pilots. Their power and perception were so high that they were often able to bail expert mechs out whenever they overextended and put themselves into vulnerable positions. Although the ace pilots did not intervene too often, the awareness that it may be possible for them to take action had taken away much of the challenge of fighting against the native aliens. It was understandable for the ace pilots to prevent expert pilots from getting killed too often. There weren't enough of them and they could always use more. Even so, Venerable Orphan personally felt she did not need a babysitter in order to succeed. Now that the greater protectors on the human side were fully engaged with the 2 greater phase lords, Rosa Orphan was fairly certain that this was the best and most authentic challenge that she could ask for at this time. Her blood pumped faster and her body ran hot. The grin on her face grew increasingly more unhinged as she reveled in the danger that she voluntarily chose to embrace. As her mood rose higher, she pushed her riot harder, causing the expert spearman mech to charge a little faster and strike a little faster. Her intuition grew sharper. She evaded the deadly plasma sword attacks with clumsy but undeniably effective evasive maneuvers. Each time Zurin Devar missed his strikes, he grew increasingly more frustrated. His tempo increased. He attacked harder and began to employ various spatial abilities to hinder the riot's movements. This was exactly what Venerable Orphan wanted to attain. In the previous days, she managed to figure out that chaos was the element or concept that resonated with her the most. Just like the riot, Venerable Orphan liked to sow chaos among her enemies. The more she could destabilize her opponent, the greater her advantage. She truly did not fear the increasingly more aggressive phase lord. Her riot continued to vindicate her trust and always evaded the incoming plasma sword without fail. Ha 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 ha, this is it, this is my life, I revel in the chaos of the battlefield. Venerable Orphan's mental state was so strong at this moment that she was able to shrug off most of the spatial disturbances by sheer force of will. Do you feel it, Riot? This is what I was made for. This is what I am supposed to become. She could feel it. She could feel that she was approaching her upper limit. Just as Venerable Orphan could pierce the invisible barrier that blocked her path to becoming a saint, sudden mutations occurred on the battlefield. Over a dozen warship-grade laser beams attempted to strike the riot from different angles. Though Venerable Orphan's intuition had warned her of the acute danger a second or so in advance, that only gave her enough time to reflexively juke the riot to the side. Unfortunately, her expert mech got hit anyway as the powerful laser beams did not converge at a single point, but instead created a momentary grid. It turned out that several Puelmer heavy cruisers had quietly brought their primary laser cannon batteries to bear against the riot. Their advanced targeting and prediction systems had spent precious minutes modeling the performance parameters and evasion patterns of the expert spearman mech before launching a coordinated surprise attack. Their attempt was incredibly effective. No matter what direction the riot moved towards, the expert mech was guaranteed to the riot's luck had finally run out because he was struck by 3 laser beams this time. This was enough damage to exhaust his resonance shield entirely and melt a large amount of armor plating on the surface. Getting struck by the Puelmer heavy cruisers was not immediately fatal to the riot. What was truly dangerous was that the surprise attack interrupted the riot's rhythm and halted Venerable Orphan's momentum for just a single instance. Zurin Devar was already on the move. It was clear that he had been in quiet communication with the Puelmer commanders as he had already begun to chop his plasma sword straight in the direction of the riot a moment before the laser cannon batteries had opened fire. No, ORFAN. The Riot tried to evade the deadly attack, but the accumulated stresses on his systems proved to be too great at this time. Some of the expert mech's components were a little bit slower to activate, and other parts were unable to perform at their full power. This ultimately caused the Riot to get struck by the burning edge of the plasma sword. Metal burned and half-melted parts flew out into a spray as Venerable Orphan's expert mech succumbed to the attack. Chapter 6700 Fatal Attraction. Many people grew shocked when they witnessed the takedown of the Riot Mark II. In one moment, the expert spearman mech impressed many observers by how well it outmaneuvered the lesser phase lord known as Zurin Devar. The Orvan martial god was hardly an easy opponent to contain. He was armed with a plasma sword and also wore a high-tech raiment that shot out energy beams and occasionally boosted his movement with the activation of thrusters. Yet the Riot performed exemplary under the circumstances. Venerable Rosa Orphan had mastered the art of piloting her expert spearman mech for many years. She knew exactly how far she could push her systems. Through a combination of skill, judgment, intuition and guts, she successfully stalled an opponent that was much bigger and much more lethal than her expert mech. If she was able to keep this up for a while longer, there was a good chance that she may actually be able to pierce her bottleneck and undergo her second apotheosis. Yet just as her resonance strength began to grow past previous limit and break a new personal record, the Puelmers had unexpectedly intervened. The Puelmers never built battleships. Their physical statures were small, so they had a different appreciation of size than most other races. Despite boasting a length that was less than 1 standard kilometer, their heavy cruisers still earned a lot of fear and notoriety among humans. Whereas Orvans and Nuncers all too frequently squandered huge amounts of resources to build the biggest and most massive home ships, the Puelmers always sought to maximize the efficiency and effectiveness of every cubic meter of hull structure. Their guns did not boast the largest calibers, but the use of advanced and optimized high technologies caused them to hit harder and more precisely than the gun batteries utilized by other races. It turned out that the Puelmer heavy cruisers had been hanging back and used their long-ranged armaments to exchange fire with the CFA sub-capital warships. However, the Puelmer officers always paid attention to the fights between the champions. The clever aliens keenly understood that the downfall of phase lords would have a devastating impact on the alien armada. If Zurin Devar perished or suffered a severe setback, morale throughout the alien fleets would plunge. The Orvans would especially become discouraged as the humans managed to disgrace not one, but 2 of their gods. This was why the Puelmers chose to intervene. Their sophisticated computer systems had already built up an extensive model of the Riot's movement patterns and knew exactly where to aim their crazily accurate laser cannons in order to guarantee at least several hits. Under normal circumstances, the Riot should have been able to resist enough laser beam attacks to withdraw and take shelter behind a starship or an orbital fortress. However, the Riot had already eroded his safety margin by occasionally getting struck by the positron beam cannons mounted on Zurin Devar's raiment and getting a bit too close to the extremely hot blade of plasma sword. Venerable Rosa Orphan knew what she was doing. She was aware that her expert mech's resonance shield had been dwindling. Instead of making the more prudent and logical decision to back off or at least fight less aggressively than before, she persisted in her aggression and made herself far too vulnerable to what happened next. The Riot Mark II repeatedly played with fire and eventually got burned, both figuratively and literally. What was worse was that the Riot played with fire when he was still in his Mark II iteration instead of the much more powerful and capable Mark III version. This meant that Venerable Rosa Orphan could no longer shield herself from the Mark II's many technical inadequacies. These might not matter much if she fought against more reasonable enemies, but by choosing to confront a lesser phase lord, these technical shortcomings and limitations may have become her undoing. Many Larkinsons looked aghast when the Riot failed to evade the plasma sword that struck his exterior and melted or vaporized so much plating of the X-Trans armor system that parts of the expert mech already split apart. As the half-molten fragments of limbs, armor plates and more critical components sprayed into the expanse of space, the remnant of the Riot's mech frame floated away as if it was a broken and discarded puppet. Is she still alive? What is the state of the cockpit? The Riot Mark II no longer maintained any active data connections anymore. His ability to transmit and receive signals had been completely destroyed due to the blow he had suffered. The Larkinsons had to rely on their sensors and scanners to quickly ascertain the state of the expert mech and the expert pilot. The cockpit is damaged and deformed, but it should still be partially intact. Kedis analyzed based on the sensor readings and observation data. I fear that the reinforced shell of the cockpit may have been breached. If that is the case, Then Venerable Orphan Mauhava suffered from severe avmokura to thermal inarst. Her piloting suit can provide limited protection against heat and burn damage, but she needs to be brought back in order to receive treatment right away. The Riot Mark II had been crippled, but his X-Trans armor system had not completely failed. The dual mix of unending alloy and more modern first-class transphasic hyper-alloy plating had done its job and resisted just enough energy damage to keep the cockpit whole more or less. This meant that Venerable Orphan could still be saved. Doing so was difficult as the Puelmer heavy cruisers were already preparing to fire their precise laser cannon batteries yet again. The commandeered Transcendent Punishers Mark III no longer bombarded the Herald of the Void, giving the Greater Phase Lord more breathing room to pummel the Amphi's extremis. The Saint Commander instead instructed the heavy artillery mechs to fire their massive Devora cannons at the Puelmer heavy cruisers that sought to take advantage of the Riot's inability to defend himself. Hundreds of high-velocity transphasic hyper-Gauss rounds that were all empowered by the true resonance of an ace pilot soared across space and thundered against the segmented multi-layered Azure energy shields of the alien heavy cruisers. Even if their Azure energy shield generators were stronger and better than the ones employed by other races, the Puelmer vessels were still limited by their limited size and scale. As the Transcendent Punisher Mark IIIs reloaded their Devora cannons and prepared to fire another salvo of empowered siege attacks, the Puelmer heavy cruisers quickly switched from offense to defense. The alien captains and officers panicked. They no longer channeled a lot of power to their energy weapon batteries, but instead diverted all of that energy to their Azure energy shield generators in order to bolster their defenses as much as possible. Even so, Saint Commander Casella Ingvar did not intend to let the Puelmer heavy cruisers off this time. It had been a mistake for her to ignore the threat they posed against other assets. So long as they remained active and operational on this battlefield, they could easily shift their targets and take advantage of the weakness of other crucial expert mechs. Hold on for a while, Linda. I need to take care of these Puelmer heavy cruisers right away. My knights will remain busy for a time, but my barons will still be able to support you during this time. Go ahead, Casella. The crosser ace pilot responded even as her ace offensive space knight Hassan to Alaur a lot brighter and hotter than Hafril. I have INCT activated the volcanic outburst mode of my ace mech's magma vein system. I can hold back the Herald of the Void by myself if I have to, but only for a few minutes. Are you sure? Yes. Go save your colleague. The Saint Commander decisively pressed on with her rescue action. While she agreed with Ves that the expert pilots of the Larkinson clan should have the freedom to make stupid decisions, she did not want her old friends and comrades to die when there was still a chance that they could be saved. In any case, the Riot Mark II's challenge had come to an end the moment the expert mech had lost the ability to fight, so Casella wasn't ruining Venerable Orphan's chances of attaining a breakthrough. While Casella tried to use her knights to put the Puelmer heavy cruisers on the defensive, she used her barons to put pressure onto the Phase Lord responsible for crippling the Riot. The brand new Karma Cutter mechs had already shown off a portion of their capabilities as they intervened in the mech battles and systematically took down one elite phase fighter after another. The Saint Commander had retained 40 of them for the purpose of infecting them, causing the powerful quasi-first-class rifleman mechs to gain power that was equivalent to a low-tier expert mech. Prior to this moment, Casella had utilized their rapid-fire null rifles to pelt the Greater Phase Lords with highly disruptive null rounds. Now, she quickly changed their assignments and commanded them to drown Zurin Devar with resonance-empowered hyper bullets. While the volume of attacks put much greater strain on the spatial barrier of a lesser Phase Lord, Zurin Devar forcefully endured the attacks and continued to fly forward while raising his plasma sword. He looked as if he was determined to finish the job even if he started to incur a reel. The Valkyrie Krista and the Valkyrie Ursa no longer fought as cautiously as before. The Handmaidens of Death did not want to see a respected female expert pilot perish in front of their machines, so they drove their expert Valkyrie mechs to assault and savage the Orvan Phase Lord in the rear. However, Zurin Devar's spatial barrier still remained strong enough that he had the luxury to ignore the two annoying expert mechs for a time. As the lesser Phase Lord easily caught up to the crippled and drifting Riot, he continued to weather the high volume of incoming attacks and forcefully chopped his plasma sword down onto the expert spearman mech. Fatal attraction. Just as Zurin Devar imagined the Riot melting and splitting apart from his plasma sword, the Riot's crippled mech frame strangely drifted out of reach from his weapon at the last second. At most, the broken mech frame's proximity to the plasma sword had caused a few more components to melt. Janzi. Good job. The Bastion had come to the rescue. The expert heavy space knight had always been hovering not too far away from the fights between the champions of both sides. Venerable Xianxia knew that she would be of greatest use if she stood by and waited until an unexpected crisis or accident had occurred. Though her relatively slow bastion was not fast enough to catch up to the riot and shield Venerable Orphan's machine from the coup de grace, Xianxia still had another trick up her sleeve. She resonated with GT 535, the key resonating exotic that had been developed by Master Moira Willix during one of her past projects. The resonating exotic granted the bastion limited control over gravity. This was enough for Venerable Xianxia to activate a resonating ability that caused her bastion to form a gravitic link with the riot, causing the two to converge upon each other. While this temporarily saved the crippled expert spearman Mech from total eradication, it still did not solve the threat posed by the angry lesser phase lord. Zurin Devar continued to ignore all of the ranged attacks that were sapping his spatial barrier and continued to fly forward before swinging his plasma sword with fury or an angry native god. This time, the phase lord did not want to be fooled again. He deliberately advanced closer and slowed the speed of his weapon swing so that he could exert much better control over his attack. Venerable Xianxia had no other choice but to stand her ground and shield the riot harm. Mark II from Maximum Defense. Chapter 6701 Maximum Defense. In the face of an incoming plasma sword attack, Venerable Xianxia felt much more confident than others in her expert mech's ability to resist this powerful strike. Just like how the Amaranto embodied the concept of extreme firepower, the Bastion embodied the concept of extreme defense. The reborn expert mech passed up a lot of attractive options just to elevate her defenses further. Her mech frame was by far the largest and most massive out of all of the other Larkinson expert mechs. Her offensive ability was limited to just the gravity sword alone, yet in exchange for allocating all of her remaining capacity towards defense, the Bastion's ability to resist powerful attacks was unparalleled among other expert mechs. I am a knight, I fight by protecting my people. There was no other way for Xianxia to meaningfully contribute to this battle than to buy time for other units to evacuate Venerable Orphan. The longer her Bastion blocked the attacks from the incoming phase lord, the greater the chance of saving her friend and fellow clansman. Xianxia had a lot of confidence in her ability to fulfill her objective. Heavy Space Knight possessed the lowest amount of agency among all other mech archetypes. They were awfully slow, they lacked the means to attack at range unless they deviated from their standard configurations, and they were not as good in attacking at close range as more offensive machines. Xianxia was willing to sacrifice all of these advantages just so that she could do better than anyone else at fending off critical enemy attacks. We shall not break from this plasma sword. People often speculated that the Bastion's defenses were so strong that her defensive capabilities could rival that of some ace mechs. Now, Venerable Xianxia decisively put this assumption to the test by making her Bastion serve as a physical obstacle between the incoming plasma sword and the crippled mech frame of the riot. She knew that she had to pull out all of the stops in order to withstand the might of the plasma sword. Though she had personally witnessed how the riot succumbed so quickly when receiving a direct hit from the energy weapon, Xianxia never hesitated in her resolve to save Venerable Orphan and what remained of her broken expert mech. She held nothing back. Maximum Defense was not a special technique or ability. It was just a shorthand for activating every defensive measure that Xianxia and her battle partner could activate at the same time. The first line of defense was her resonance shield. One of the advantages of the Bastion was that she was so big and massive that she was able to accommodate a lot more resonating exotics than smaller machines. Xianxia was able to strengthen the resonance shield of her Bastion to a much greater extent. Considering the Bastion's awful mobility relative to other expert mech, she certainly needed this advantage. The next line of defense was the iconic Rainbow Shield. Made up of a lot of unending alloy, the reason why it carried an unusual name was because its hypermaterials were split up and segmented into blocks. Each block was infused with the spiritual energies donated by Ves and many different design spirits. That turned the Rainbow Shield into a unique blessed weapon that was able to rely on the help of multiple different design spirits to better defend against different attack types. Right now, Xianxia called upon the power of xianxia, the design spirit she knew best. Xianxia, fortify my shield. The design spirit answered her call. The Rainbow Shield lit up as the unending alloy containing xianxia's spiritual energy started to burn. The Rainbow Shield structure grew stronger and tougher while a small spatial barrier formed just above the surface of the exterior. While the spatial barrier was not as large and strong as that of a lesser phase lord, it was still a welcome addition. This was not enough for Xianxia. The Bastion's battle skirt system engaged as well. The modular armor plating that previously hung from the waist down came to life and dynamically stacked behind the rainbow shield, causing it to become larger, thicker and more able to defend from wider angles. While the battle skirt system defined the Maiden of Adversity model that was loved by female mech pilots, the Bastion possessed the best implementation by far. The modular armor plates had been updated to much more modern and resilient transphasic hyperplating. Their linking mechanisms had been strengthened as well, allowing the plates to stay together and combine their strength much better than before. The deployment of the modular armor plating caused the Bastion to look as if she was holding up a large metal umbrella as opposed to a tower shield. The additional coverage gave Xianxia greater confidence that no part of the plasma sword would be able to bypass her defense and inflict further harm onto the riot. Xianxia had another trick up her sleeve to fortify the defenses of her modular armor plating even further. Callisto. Y'all. A lizard-like beast that shared a passing resemblance to xianxia emerged from her head and dove into the armor plates that had been reconfigured to improve the depth and coverage of the rainbow shield. The companion spirit helped Xianxia lighten her burden and micromanage her defenses a lot better than usual. With the help of Callisto's spatial talent, the blessing that xianxia bestowed upon the rainbow shield partially spread to the adjacent modular armor plating, thereby significantly increasing their toughness and damage resistance. All of this already sounded amazing enough, but there was still more. If the previous defensive measures failed to block the plasma sword, then the next recourse that Xianxia and her battle partner had left was to withstand the potent weapon. Directly by relying on the Azure Shield generator. The Bastion always reserved a lot of room for a larger than usual transphasic shield generator. This had since been replaced by a more powerful and advanced Azure Shield generator that relied on water-attributed E-energy to amplify the performance of phase water. Even so, the biggest factor that made the Bastion's Azure Shield generator better than anything else was due to size. The greater capacity of the expert mech not only provided more room for heavy-duty shield generators, but was also able to accommodate more heatsinks, energy cells, internal repair systems and other components that could make the Azure Energy Shield last a lot longer than typical. The Azure Energy Shield did not form a wide bubble around the machine, but instead stuck very close just above the exterior of the Bastion. This was a high-tech application of energy shields that was difficult to design and implement, but yielded improved efficiency as the energy shields were not blocking any attacks that would have passed harmlessly over or around the mech in question. Thera uma ona mora manker that the Restchen could ralu, unin to fand off powerful strikes. This was the Bolton armor that clad the mech frame. Integrated with over 8.6 kilograms of phase water, the Bolton armor excelled at repelling transphasic attacks but also performed fairly well in repelling plasma weapon attacks. The thick application of armor plating in every direction made it so that the Bastion had few true weak points. Even her rear sections were well covered by thick slabs of armor in order to deny light skirmishers the opportunity to easily disable the expert heavy space knight from behind. The Bolton armor was the primary means of defense for the Bastion when her rainbow shield and battle skirt system failed for whatever reason. Xianxia was not afraid of relying upon it as it was just as tough if not tougher than her rainbow shield. While the Bastion was not the most modern Larkinson expert mech anymore, her Bolton armor was still recent enough that was casey enough to apply a light amount of hyper materials to make the Bolton armor more effective. The addition of hyper materials also happened to make it easier for the living mech to channel the passive enhancements granted by the ascension runes that the Bastion had accumulated over time and growth. Xianxia and her battle partner both agreed to stick to the extreme defense concept, so all of the ascension runes were formed from the path of the Guardian derived from xianxia. The Bastion had never been able to test the full effectiveness of all 25 ascension runes she had accumulated so far until today. The runes were already in effect, though they didn't leave any visible traces. The Bastion's armor plating grew stronger and tougher. They also increased the Bastion's resistance to phase water technology and spatial effects. All of these measures were fairly impressive on their own, some more than others. Only the Bastion was able to agglomerate each of them into a single heavy mech. No other expert mech could come close to matching her combined defensive prowess. Even then, there were many observers who believed that the Bastion could only withstand the incredible power of the Phase Lord's plasma sword for a little while longer than the Riot Mark II. This was because the Bastion was still an expert mech. As long as Venerable Xianxia remained a high-tier expert pilot, her true resonance was not able to amplify the defenses of her Bastion to the point where she could properly block the attacks of an ace mech-grade opponent. That did not deter her in the slightest, though. As the extremely hot edge of the plasma sword was already falling onto her prepared expert mech, Janzi's heart swelled with courage. Venerable Orphan was still alive. She could feel it due to her link to the other female expert pilot. Since Rosa Orphan could still be saved, Janzi did not think about retreating until rescue mechs had arrived to pull the broken mech frame of the riot to safety. "I am a knight," she roared even as the plasma sword ruthlessly crashed against the resonance shield of the bastion. Her willpower directly fueled the true resonance manifestation that served as the first line of defense. The blue corona magically held the plasma sword back, largely due to Janzi's sheer stubbornness in fulfilling her mission. Unfortunately, despite the advantages granted by the bastion's greater quantity of resonating exotics, the resonance shield of an expert mech ultimately did not defy reality to the point of completely neutralizing the power of the plasma sword. A few tense seconds passed before the resonance shield broke. The plasma sword exhibited faint signs of instability after it had been used to overcome a lot of resistance, but it still had plenty of energy left to assault the rainbow shield next. The giant translucent silhouette of xianxia emerged from the rainbow shield. The design spirit took offense at the plasma sword and did her best to reinforce the tower shield's valiant resistance against the alien weapon. Amazingly enough, the rainbow shield held for an awfully long time. Seconds passed as it seemed to be able to fend off the plasma sword forever, but it had ultimately reached its limit when it started to heat up far too much to the point where the unending alloy and transphasic alloys began to melt or vaporize. The once beautiful rainbow shield got partially split in half. The only reason why it hadn't been destroyed any further was because the modular armor plating from the battle skirt system stepped up and took over the burden. Reinforced by Callisto, the modular armor plating glowed brighter as they did all they could to hold back the hot plasma sword. However, direct contact with a plasma sword was extremely damaging to the systems of the armor plates. That broke a Hefor the allo platina had basin to malt. This caused the components of the battle skirt system to separate and fall away as all of the electronics responsible for keeping them in place succumbed first to the overwhelming heat. The plasma sword, which began to look as if it was growing increasingly more unstable after forcing its way to cut through several layers of strong defenses, continued to pass through the remnants of the battle skirt system until it collided against the bastion's Azure energy shield. The Azure energy shield held the deadly weapon at bay remarkably well. Venerable Janzi is doing it. Her bastion is holding up really well so far. Zurin Devar uttered another roar of frustration as he continued to press his plasma sword forward despite all of the strain he was being subjected to at the moment. How come it was so difficult for him to finish off a single mech? Why was this other mech so damn tough and stuffed with defenses? The more the lesser phase lord grew frustrated at his inability to finish off a single expert mech, the more Venerable Janzi felt as if she was fulfilling her greatest purpose. As a Space Knight pilot, Venerable Janzi derived no greater pleasure than to save the life of a precious Larkinson. Though only a relatively short period of time had passed, her bastion had succeeded in buying a short amount of time. She could already see that the nearest available mechs allocated to rescue duty had almost reached the broken riot. This was not enough to save Venerable Orphan's life. The rescue mechs needed to remain undisturbed by powerful enemies as they attempted to bring back the riot. This meant that Venerable Janzi needed to fend off the angry lesser phase lord even longer. "Come on, you misbegotten alien. Is this all you got?" she roared even as her resonance strength grew with her rising mood. "Your plasma sword shall burn out against my defenses. Your teeth shall be broken by my gravity sword. As long as I am here, you can forget about taking away anyone else's life." Chapter 6702 The true meaning of duty. The plasma sword wielded by one of the Orvan Martial Lesser Phase Lords was not an inferior weapon. Although it was not as unnaturally sharp and penetrating as Saint Piercer arms, plasma swords were powerful enough in their own way. They were also incredibly expensive to construct and operate. They consumed energy like nothing else, but it was usually worth it because their damage output was just as exaggerated. The one wielded by Zurin Devar was more powerful than most, not just because of its much greater size in comparison to the Scarlet Ember. Another reason why it was so powerful in the hands of the Orvan Phase Lord was because it was able to tap directly into the large power reactor integrated inside Zurin Devar's raiment to fuel its extreme hunger for energy. The weapon's contact with the large raiment also allowed the latter to effectively serve as a heatsink, thereby draining a lot of excess heat that would have built up in the mechanical structure of the plasma weapon and cause its components to melt. A third reason why the plasma sword was able to chop apart any other expert mech with relative ease was because it was based on modern and advanced human design principles. The technological sophistication of the plasma sword was only slightly inferior to the ones wielded by expert mechs and ace mechs of the Red Association, the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact. All of these strengths drastically increased the danger that the Bastion was in. The expert heavy space knight amazingly managed to last far longer than the riot after getting struck by the plasma sword, but her margin of safety was dwindling by the millisecond. Venerable Janzi truly felt as if her battle partner had plunged into star. The discharge of thermal energy was incredibly high. Her willpower, which was supposed to be strong and robust enough to allow her to last for an entire battle, was rapidly being consumed just to resist direct contact with a plasma sword. The Bastion was struggling as well. Her systems were being forced to perform under circumstances far greater and more destructive than she was originally designed to cope against. How could Ves and Gloriana know that Venerable Janzi would willingly put her Bastion in the path of an extremely powerful energy weapon? It was exactly because Venerable Janzi possessed the courage to put her expert mech in the path of this devastating energy sword that she began to feel as if she was truly fulfilling her purpose. I must hold on. I must hold on. The strain on Janzi and her expert mech increased as the Azure energy shield rapidly destabilized. The plasma sword fueled by the Lesser Phase Lord's modern raiment was simply too powerful. Even if the weapon was beginning to show greater signs of instability, it was so well made that it would probably remain active longer than the Bastion could last. Save the Bastion. We're trying our best. Zurin Devar paid a great price for ignoring everything else so that he could drive his plasma sword through the Bastion and finally finish off what remained of the riot. The Karma Cutters that had been infected by Saint Casella Ingvar launched a torrent of resonance-empowered null rounds that were rapidly wearing down the Phase Lord's spatial barrier. The Valkyrie Krista and the Valkyrie Ursa had abandoned their cautious fighting approach. The two expert Marauder mechs continually stuck to the sides of the Orvan Phase Lord and not only made sure to weaken his transphasic capabilities with their powerful space suppressors, but also used their spears to break the spatial barrier even faster. Even so, the Martial Phase Lord had clearly invested significantly in his energy defenses. He had completely eschewed fancy spatial techniques in favor of fortifying his foundation. This meant that his spatial barrier was not as easy to overcome as the spatial barriers of other Phase Lords. The Azure energy shield of the Bastion may be stronger and more sophisticated than that of other expert mechs, but it was impossible for it to match the strength of Zurin Devar's spatial barrier. Both of them operated on a completely different scale. The Bastion, while large compared to other expert mech, was like a dwarven child in front of Zurin Devar. The shield generator had done its best, but all of the true resonance that Janzi leveraged to amplify its performance could not stop it from reaching its hard physical limits. It overheated and broke down. Careful Yanail, the plasma sword had finally overcome another layer of defense and was currently trying to burn directly through the Bolton armor that gave the Bastion her iconic appearance. Venerable Janzi and her battle partner were on a timer now. The Bolton armor was able to remain remarkably solid and intact at first, but the machine was rapidly heating up. Soon enough, the powerful transphasic alloys would reach their melting point and succumb. The female expert pilot was determined to delay this catastrophic event as much as possible. She could practically feel the interior of the cockpit heating up as she tried her best to resonate harder with her battle partner than ever before. Won't let you die, Bastion, not again. Janzi had suffered a great amount of trauma after witnessing the death of the original shield of Samar during a fateful clash against the Scorpion Commando. She was lucky that Ves managed to create a reborn version of her original machine. While the Bastion was different in many ways, Janzi still considered her to be a continuation of the expert mech that she had lost. There was no point in ejecting her cockpit this time. Janzi had formed the very first blood pact in existence with the Bastion. The two had become permanently tied together. Losing the Bastion was like losing the other half of her soul. Rather than live the remainder of her life as an incomplete half, she would rather end her misery straight away by dying with her battle partner. The Third Order living mech knew that, so she did not try to persuade Janzi to do anything else. Both of them were of the same mind in this regard. Given their strict circumstances, it was a stupid decision for Janzi to send her expert mech forward and attempt to block the plasma sword head-on by putting both of their lives at risk. Yet Janzi did not make this decision out of logic, but out of duty and a sincere desire to fulfill her principles and ideals. As one of the few Larkinsons who dared to question and criticize the legendary patriarch of the Larkinson clan, Janzi had always remained loyal to her beliefs and convictions. How could she take Ves to account when she was unwilling to apply the rules to Harkalf as well? Seeing an important member of the Larkinson clan in danger compelled her to act and stand in the way regardless of whether the calculus supported her decision. While her bastion was suffering progressively more due to her impulsive decision to come to the defense of venerable orphan and the riot, Xianxia did not regret her decision in the slightest. She would make the same decision even if she knew that she would put her bastion in such a precarious situation. Even if the two of us die in the end, as long as Rosa and her battle partner are able to get away alive, it is worth it in the end. Already, Xianxia's noble gesture was bearing fruit. Her bastion had bought enough time for a squad of mechs to retrieve the broken riot and hastily bring the wreck back to the expeditionary fleet. More mechs joined the escort force. They utilized their bulk and their azure energy shields to form an overlapping wall that shielded the crippled expert mech from any opportunistic attacks launched by other alien assets. The flagrant vandal mechs even detonated a large amount of sensor-blocking particle grenades in order to frustrate any cheap attempts to flood the protective detail with massed attacks. While the riot was no longer in acute danger, Zurun still set his sights on the broken expert spearman mech. So long as he was able to melt the bastion apart, he would definitely use his superior mobility to catch up and finish his original target once and for all. He was too prideful to let the riot slip away. The plasma sword had burned so long against multiple layers of defense that it was beginning to behave increasingly more erratic. The weapon was slowly losing power as automated systems throttled the output of the plasma edge to prevent the contraption from blowing up in Zurun face. Even so, the continuous damage inflicted by the plasma sword was still strong enough to slowly part through the upper layers of the bastion's chest armor and slowly make its way through the deeper layers. Even if the bastion boasted more layers of armor plating than other expert mechs, it would not take long before the incredible heat generated by the plasma sword would pass through the exterior and begin to cook the internal components. If the bastion was an archimech, then her internal components would have been so tightly integrated with armored structural components that the expert mech would have retained many of her core functions for a long time. Yet because the bastion had been developed before Gloriana successfully got started in Architect, the internals remained her most serious vulnerability. As Xianxia and the bastion's time were running out, both of them seemed to feel greater and greater fulfillment in their grand purpose. The more the rescue force brought the riot back to the rear, the more Xianxia and her battle partner felt that they had gone above and beyond to fulfill their noble ideals. "This is our true calling," she whispered even as a gigantic plasma sword was getting closer and closer to breaching her cockpit and vaporizing her vulnerable human body. "This is our true purpose," her battle partner affirmed. "To be a knight is to commit your life to a vow of protection. To be a knight is to be ready to sacrifice yourself so that others may live." As Xianxia closed her eyes, she felt an unprecedented moment of peace. She and her expert mech grew closer to each other like never before. During this moment, their thoughts, their goals and their emotions had almost become completely aligned with each other. Though they were cognizant of the fatal crisis that they had put themselves under, they still showed no fear of dying because they were fulfilling their duty as knights. Xianxia's force of will grew more condensed. The incredible pressure exerted by the plasma sword no longer exhausted her willpower, but instead refined it into a stronger and more firmer substance. As Xianxia's mood continued to rise, she could already feel her bottleneck loosening up. She only needed to make a final push before she could shatter this barrier and experience another rebirth that would bring her closer to fulfilling her duty and her purpose as a knight. Just as she was about to utter the words that would cement her strengthened conviction, the enormous source of heat that was melting through her bastion's final layers of chest armor had abruptly disappeared. "Get the hell away from my subordinate, you alien bastard." What? Xianxia blinked in astonishment. She quickly regained her bearings and tried to figure out what happened. Much to her surprise, the Orvan phase lord that had almost brought her to a breakthrough had been physically slammed aside. The lionheart of all mechs had soared across space like a shining knight in armor and charged straight into the side of Zurun when his spatial barrier had already been weakened a lot by repeated attacks from other powerful mechs, designed by Dulo Voikin, which was sharp and penetrating enough to punch through whatever was left of the spatial barrier and punch deep into the phase lord's raiment. What was even more amazing was that General Arc deliberately did not try to avoid a collision, but proactively sought it out, allowing his expert command mech to physically slam into the Orvan phase lord's armored side. This was the reason why Zurun had been wrenched away before he could exert enough pressure to help venerable Xianxia undergo her second apotheosis. Right now, the heroic-looking lionheart looked especially bright and dazzling as it had saved the day. With its flowing projected cape and a plasma sword of its own in its other hand, the Lionheart truly looked as if it was ready to save the damsels in distress from the murderous alien villain. The pilot of the Bastion watched on with a mix of loss and confusion as she witnessed the Lionheart glowing like a lantern in the darkness. That lantern seemed to break, only to unleash a blazing wildfire. The Bastion's resonance meter detected elevated activity. Is that a domain? The formation of a domain around the Lionheart was unquestionable proof that the greatest hero of the Larkinson family before Ves had finally attained his long-cherished dream. General Larkinson had become the 5th ace pilot of the Larkinson clan. "No darkness shall stain my light," General Larkinson declared. "I have already failed once by letting Imon Ingvar die. I shall not allow a subordinate to fall again due to my weakness. I am their commander. I am responsible for their lives. If you want to kill Venerable Orphan, you will have to get past my cleansing light first." Chapter 6703 Yearning for attention. After struggling for decades to defy his original fate, break past his seemingly impenetrable bottleneck and forge a new future for himself, he finally succeeded. General Larkinson managed to break through. The unmistakable signs of a second apotheosis had gripped the Lionheart. The expert command mech never looked brighter, dazzling and more magnificent than today. As a light-attributed hyper-masterwork mech, the lion-headed machine had always had a morale-boosting effect on nearby soldiers. Now, that effect was amplified by at least an order of magnitude. Those who stared closely at the Lionheart instinctively felt that it was the right decision for them to admire and worship the expert command mech, or more precisely the brand new ace pilot that used it as his vessel. It was hard for both humans and aliens to ignore the presence of the Lionheart. Despite its limitations as an expert mech, the valiant machine was explicitly designed to attract attention. General Ark's breakthrough clearly played into this trait and amplified it with his surging willpower. Though the Lionheart currently shone almost just as brightly as the Amaranto Mark III at the beginning of this battle, the way the two treated the light element were completely different. Saint Davia Stark never wanted to produce a spectacle. The light radiating from her unconventional archimech was a byproduct of her incredible ability to absorb and concentrate an extreme amount of light energies into her mech frame and instrument of vengeance. Light was a resource and a weapon to the Amaranto Mark III. Neither the pilot and machine held any special thoughts or beliefs about the property of light. They mostly saw it as a form of energy that they could shape into a lethal energy beam that could travel at a blazingly fast speed and penetrate through any target in their sights. In contrast, General Ark and the Lionheart treated light as a complementary tool. Light drew attention. Light was able to direct where people looked at stuff. Light made everything that shone under its rays look good. It was for these reasons and more that General Ark had taken a liking of the light element. Heroes fought under the light, while villains crawled in the darkness. Previously, General Ark always struggled to attract the most attention while he was fighting in large battles. It was difficult for him to remain at the center of attention when there were hundreds of thousands of small craft whipping around, of which dozens comprised of expert mechs and even ace mechs. The latter were especially effective at stealing his thunder. Prior to his breakthrough, the Amaranto Mark III, the Amphes Extremis, the Minerva Mark I and the First Sword Mark II hogged most of the attention. The worst part about it was that General Ark couldn't blame the masses for keeping their eyes on all of those machines. The Amaranto Mark III only remained active for a short amount of time, but had contributed the most to this battle so far by eliminating an Orvan Lesser Phase Lord. The latter three machines stepped up from there by directly confronting the two greater Phase Lords. St. Linda Cross was the only ace pilot with a proper ace mech in the star system. She had taken on the most burdensome task of holding back the Herald of the Void by any means necessary. As an envoy of the Red Cabal, the Herald of the Void was a considerably better developed Jurg Greater Phase Lord than usual. He had access to more powerful and specialized phase water organs. He not only developed his physical body to withstand a lot of damage and inflict a lot of it in return, but also developed a few powerful spatial abilities that complemented his fighting style. The Herald of the Void fought like a crustacean-shaped battering ram. His fanatical loyalty to the phase whales compelled him to push through all of the attacks that battered his spatial barrier and head straight towards the orbital defense ring that served as the bulwark of human resistance in the star system. So long as he personally battered much of the orbital defenses into pieces, it became untenable for Red humanity to continue the fight. Against an opponent that appeared to be nearly unstoppable, only the Amphes Extremis had a chance of holding back his advance, and only on a temporary basis. The Amphes Extremis was not a proper match against the Herald of the Void, but Saint Linda Cross somehow did a decent job with the help of fire support from the Knights and Barons empowered by the Saint Commander. That still left another greater phase lord. The lower Herdmaster did not possess the same degree of resilience and momentum as the Herald of the Void, but his threat level was arguably just as high. This was because the lower Herdmaster had been awarded with a Saint Piercer arm. The greater phase lord wielded his superdimensional weapon with considerable skill and power. Even the formidable defenses of the Amphes Extremis could not block the incredible penetration power of this confounding weapon. Amazingly enough, Saint Ves Larkinson and her outdated first sword Mark II somehow managed to distract and slow down the advance of the lower Herdmaster. Similar to Venerable Rosa Orphan, Saint Ves squeezed out all of the performance she could out of her first sword and her masterwork Decapitator. The difference between the two Larkinson pilots was that Saint Ves was simply much better at it. Her resonance strength alone was stronger by at least an order of magnitude, and that made a huge difference. Together with her Saint Kingdom, she was not only able to defy reality to a much greater extent, but also leverage a lot more metal energy from the environment. As a domain shaper who developed a strong affinity for the metal element, the recently emerged ace pilot was already capable of reinforcing her expert mech to a certain extent even if the machine was not explicitly designed for this purpose. The first sword moved faster and was able to endure far greater stresses than usual. It was not just her armor system that had become a lot tougher and more damage resistant than usual. One of the tricks that Saint Ves applied to her old battle partner was to reinforce the internals with lots of metal energy. Combined with her powerful true resonance, this effectively allowed Dice to get away with pushing the first sword way past her safe levels. These extreme measures were not enough to allow the first sword to close the distance to a real ace mech such as the Amphes Extremis, but they were barely enough to allow the expert swordsman mech to dance around the lower Herdmaster. It was good that the first sword had been designed to function as a relatively agile, responsive and maneuverable expert mech, because Saint Ves needed everything she could use to evade the fatal stabs of the greater phase lord's Saint Piercer. Saint Ves had fought many exo-beasts and other enemies that were more powerful than herself. She showed no fear or hesitation as she repeatedly pushed the first sword beyond her limits just so that she could evade the incoming Saint Piercer once more. In order to prevent the lower Herdmaster from ignoring the first sword entirely, Saint Ves did not dare to fight too passively and actively directed her machine to charge forward and deliver a couple of devastating strikes onto the greater phase lord's spatial barrier. The power of the Decapitator when was fully empowered by her true resonance and lots of metal energy had become formidable enough that the lower Herdmaster could not ignore its threat. Another reason why the lower Herdmaster was not able to ignore the first sword was because the machine also carried a space suppressor that worked far more effectively than usual because its effects were amplified by ace pilot grade true resonance. Even if the space element was not Saint Ves's forte, she was still able to weaken and dampen a part of the greater phase lord's comprehensive spatial capabilities with her space suppression field and Saint Kingdom. Once the lower Herdmaster recognized the threat and inconvenience posed by the first sword and tried to eliminate the expert mech in earnest, Saint Ves's situation became a lot more precarious. The greater phase lord was too strong, and possessed just enough skill with polearms to be able to bring the tip of the Saint Piercer closer and closer towards the first sword. She needed help in order to stay in the fight. The remote fire support from the Knights and Barons of the Saint Commander provided a bit of relief. The additional firepower provided by the orbital defense ring helped as well, but not enough as most of it was needed to pummel the advancing alien warships. This was where the Lionheart initially made itself useful. General Ark Larkinson bravely but foolishly tried to intervene in the fight against the lower Herdmaster. Though the then expert pilot had made the resolve to become the shining knight in armor that he had always envisioned himself as, when he finally began to help Saint Ves in holding back the lower Herdmaster, he found that he had severely overestimated his capabilities. The integrated luminaire crystal cannons spat out light beam after light beam, but the effects were fairly minimal due to the greater phase lord's formidable strength. The Lionheart's space suppressor was having a bit of an effect, but it was minuscule compared to the effects of the first sword's own space suppressor due to the disparity in resonance strength. As for direct attacks, General Ark had made one attempt to attack the lower Herdmaster with the Lionheart's cleansing light, and almost got pierced through the cockpit for his trouble as the striking range of the hyperplasma sword in its regular active state was too short. If not for the fact that the lower Herdmaster took the first sword a lot more seriously than the Lionheart, it was doubtful whether General Ark would have survived at that. After he learned his lesson, General Ark had withdrawn much of his arrogance and took on a more cautious approach. His Lionheart shut off and put away the cleansing light and wielded its transphasic hyper spear instead. The Lionheart subsequently tried to serve as another distraction by performing charge attacks whenever the lower herd master had overcommitted in his attempts to impale the first sword. The charge attacks did not inflict that much damage on the greater phase lord's spatial barrier, but they were enough to relieve a bit of pressure for Saint Dice. General Arc was not satisfied with this contribution, though. He was not fulfilling his objective by being the brightest star on the battlefield. The 3 ace pilots that were currently active on the battlefield rightfully earned most of the glory from this battle due to being the main reasons why the greater phase lords weren't able to advance and kill everyone else. As for General Arc, his Lionheart was unable to outshine the mechs of the 3. His contribution to the fight was so low that he felt he was being relegated to a side character. This was intolerable to an expert pilot that was determined to become the object of admiration and worship by his subordinates and other soldiers on the battlefield. Arc had already been thinking about suspending his attempts to steal the show by attacking the lower herd master. There had to be another way for him to find his calling and make a much more meaningful impact on the battlefield. It was only when he saw the riot and subsequently the bastion getting overwhelmed by the much larger plasma sword wielded by the Orvan Lesser Phase Lord that General Arc suddenly made an important realization. I am not just a mech pilot. He was a mech commander. He was responsible for the safety and well-being of all of the soldiers of the 77th Warborn Mech Division. This included Venerable Rosa Orphan, who had decided to transfer to his mech division along with a couple of other Larkinson expert pilots. Though General Arc never maintained a close relationship with Venerable Orphan, he still considered her to be one of his key assets and subordinates. As long as Cha Wai in trouble, Arc had an obligation to bail her out so long so doing on did not compromise his other objectives. After he made this critical realization, General Arc suddenly felt as if he had fit the final piece of the puzzle that prevented him from rising above his current limitations. As long as he remained the strongest combatant in the 77th Warborn Mech Division, he had an obligation to step up and bear the greatest burden. The main reason why he had always been so desperate to pursue greater strength was so that he could deal with the strongest enemies and prevent them from directing their lethality towards his subordinates. To allow an enemy champion to kill one of his subordinates in front of him was not only an affront, but also a failure to a responsible mech commander like himself. I have already failed Imon Ingvar once. I will not fail Rosa Orphan if it is the last thing I do. The Lionheart abandoned the effort to assist and reinforce the first sword without warning and instantly flew towards Zurin Devar for the purpose of relieving the riot in the bastion. Wait for me, your savior is coming. Chapter 6704. The center of attention. When the Lionheart flew towards the plasma sword-wielding Lesser Phase Lord, its ace pilot continued to receive epiphanies. He reflected on his past and felt ashamed for his many failings and shortcomings. It was wrong for Arc to demand attention for attention's sake. It became especially bad in the last few years. Every time a younger and more talented Larkinson expert pilot became a saint, Arc felt more and more jealous at their fortune. Despite having received an amazing modern high-tier expert mech himself, Arc still failed to break through with the ease that he initially envisioned. This caused him to doubt himself at times. What was wrong with him? Why was he unable to get past his bottleneck like Saint Tusa and Saint Commander Casella Ingvar? As much as he hated to admit it, the fact that those other Larkinson ace pilots managed to reach their current ranks under similar or significantly worse conditions meant that his willpower was ultimately not up to standard. He hated this conclusion. The thought that he was inferior to them on this critical aspect ate into his heart like a persistent worm. Arc tried his best not to think about it or affect his mood, but there were times when he could not help himself. What was he missing that would allow him to close the gap with the ace pilots? He had been wondering about this question for a long time. Arc had been afraid that he would never be able to find the answer until he was beginning to age and fall from his prime condition. Fortunately for him, he finally managed to find the correct answer. The answer was duty. Just as it was the duty of the soldiers of the 77th Warborn Mech Division to follow the orders of their superiors, it was also the duty of General Arc to lead them to victory and keep them alive as much as possible. Arc recognized that it was impossible in most serious battles to reduce his losses to zero, but he should at least do whatever he could to minimize this figure. This became especially important for the high-ranking mech pilots under his command. The other expert pilots had placed their trust in his leadership. By taking pilots such as Venerable Rosa Orphan and Venerable Imon Ingvar under his wing, he had a duty to supervise their development and prevent them from meeting fatal endings on the battlefield. It was a pity that he had overlooked this responsibility as of late. The more frustrated he became at his inability to break through, the more he focused on himself rather than his mech division. He was a mech commander, not a mech pilot. The two may share a lot of similarities, but they were ultimately different. It was only now that he realized that a deep relationship existed between him and his subordinates. General Ark needed the 77th Warborn to provide him with a strong base of admiration and worship. The 77th Warborn needed his protection to fend off enemies that were far too powerful for them to defeat with their meager power. In other words, there was a purpose for his strength. Wanting to become stronger for the sake of puffing up his chest was a vain reason to pursue power. It was no wonder that Ark repeatedly failed to break through in the past. Only now did he set aside his vanity and understood his true purpose and intention for becoming the brightest champion on the battlefield. Why did he yearn to become a saint? It was because he could do a far better job at leading and preserving the lives of his subordinates and everyone else he felt responsible towards. All of the soldiers that were currently participating in the fight against the alien armada were doing their duty despite the fact that they were outnumbered and outgunned. One of the reasons why they still risked their lives to defend this doomed star system was because they looked up to the champions that possessed the capacity and willingness to bear the greatest burdens on the battlefield. General Ark had previously been one of them, though he did not realize it at the time. His lack of strength meant that he had little choice but to rely on the protection of the few ace pilots left in the star system to shield him from greater danger. Before, General Ark felt worthless because his valiant attempt in challenging the lower herdmaster ended in utter failure. If not for the fact that Saint Dice and Saint Commander Casella Ingvar occupied most of the attention of the greater Phase Lord, his Lionheart would have been impaled by the Saint Piercer within a couple of minutes at most. This was not the role that Ark envisioned for himself. Now that he recognized his true calling, he finally had a chance to transition from a soldier that needed saving to a champion that became powerful enough to save others. The first people that he sought to save after he made these realizations were Rosa Orphan and Ves Larkinson. One of them was his direct subordinate. The other was his true-blood niece. No matter what, General Ark had to save them at all cost. Only by doing so would he be able to redeem himself for letting Venerable Imon Ingvar die on his watch. As the Lionheart charged towards the offending Lesser Phase Lord, his bright and shiny expert mech rapidly built up more momentum. As General Ark grew more desperate and committed to saving the two expert pilots, his willpower continued to condense up to a hard limit that he had never managed to surpass in the past. It was not until his Lionheart finally pierced through its target's weakened spatial barrier and slammed the Lesser Phase Lord's body away that his willpower had finally reached critical mass. After spending many years in hell, General Ark finally entered heaven. The power of an ace pilot was his to command. His willpower had undergone a qualitative transformation. He founded his own Saint Kingdom and immediately expanded its borders several hundred meters around his bright and shining machine. Even his expert mech went through an invisible transformation. The Masterwork Expert Command mech became stronger and more aligned towards Ark. The affinity of the post-living mech towards the light element grew by a considerable margin, thereby enabling it to finally become powerful enough to turn the Lionheart into the brightest presence on the battlefield. Many observers grew awed by the display. Regardless of how effectively the Lionheart fought on the battlefield, it at least managed to draw more attention than the Amphi's Extremis, the Minerva and the First Sword. General Ark knew that most of it was because of the novelty factor. He had become an unknown variable to the masses. Everything that people knew about him in the past had become outdated information. This presented him with a priceless opportunity to redefine himself. He wanted to get rid of his image as a loser, an expert pilot who continually failed to defeat his bottleneck and a leader who wasn't strong enough to save his subordinates. Ark Larkinson set his sights onto Zurin Devar. The Lesser Phase Lord looked a lot less comfortable than before. The stab attack had not inflicted that much damage due to how shallowly it punctured through his raiment and hide. The collision did not inflict much damage either. What truly frustrated the Lesser Phase Lord was letting two of his prey slip out of his grasp because other enemies had intervened. Though Zurin Devar was in a much more precarious situation than before now that his armored body became vulnerable to massed ranged attacks, he was still able to cope with them by remaining on the move and spreading much of the attacks across the surface of his raiment. The most logical decision that the Lesser Phase Lord could make at this point was to withdraw or seek refuge with another Lesser Phase Lord. However, his continued failures and denials had driven Zurin Devar to such a rage that he did not permit himself to back off against this latest challenger. Despite the very real threat posed by a newly ascended saint, the Orvan Phase Lord charged straight towards the shining mech that had denied him the satisfaction of killing a valuable expert pilot. General Ark grinned. Drawing the attention of the enemy away from his subordinate and his niece was exactly what he wanted. He did not fear the lesser Phase Lord any longer now that he had finally reduced the gap in strength between the two of them. Even if his Lionheart was still an expert mech, it was much better off than the first sword. The Lionheart was a Seacon skin mech that Ves and Gloriana had designed for Ark when he was already an accomplished high-tier expert pilot. Its ceiling was inherently higher, and Ark only felt moderately constrained and limited due to the relatively weak resonating exotics integrated into the machine. As Ark resonated with the Lumosium embedded into his machine, the power of light further enhanced all of the physical properties of his Lionheart. Its armor became tougher, its integrated energy cannons became deadlier, and the cleansing light that had once again fallen into the Lionheart's hands became a dazzling torch that promised to burn everything it touched. As his fighting intent rose to a new peak, General Ark decisively directed his Lionheart to charge towards Zurun-Davar. The two powerful champions quickly met each other when their plasma swords collided against each other. A considerable explosion of heat and light spread from the point of contact as both weapons were determined to overpower the other. Despite their diverging sizes, the two weapons actually had a lot in common. Both were derived from advanced human science and engineering. Both were made out of exotics and hypers of similar grades and quality levels. What made Zurun-Davar's plasma sword so difficult to resist was its far greater size. Its edge was much longer and its absolute energy output was higher. It was practically a siege weapon masquerading as a melee weapon. Despite the enormous disparity in size, the Lionheart's cleansing light still managed to hold its ground and resist the alien weapon due to the forced resonance and abundance of light energy amplifying its limited performance. It was like witnessing a contest of power between a giant and a dwarf. The dwarf should have lost due to the enormous difference in size, mass and hard power, yet magically the two were even in strength. The plasma sword wielded by the lesser Phase Lord was a physically more powerful weapon, but the cleansing light still held on due to the disproportionately high light energy and forced resonance empowerment. At this moment, the two plasma swords were driving each other to their limits as they continued to press into each other. The plasma edges shimmered and burned as their magnetic contaminants grew unstable. Seeing that the cleansing light in its normal active state was not able to gain an advantage, General Ark decided to activate a function that he had been saving up for just this occasion. Giant Slayer Mode. The cleansing light removed some of its limiters while reducing the remaining ones. The expert mech's plasma sword instantly surged in size, heat and brightness as its energy output multiplied by several times. The Giant Slayer Mode was an extreme setting that Ves had added to the cleansing light for fights against enemy Phase Lords, but he strongly recommended that Ark waited until he became an ace pilot before activating it in battle. This was because the Giant Slayer Mode was so damaging to the cleansing light that it would get scrapped within half a minute if it wasn't being empowered and reinforced by enough true resonance. Right now, the temporary state of forced resonance allowed General Ark to confidently maintain the Giant Slayer Mode with no short-term concerns about destroying his own plasma sword. The power that the Lionheart currently held in its hands was intoxicating. The expert command mech looked much stronger and more impressive than before now that it wielded a plasma sword with an edge that was considerably thicker and taller than the length of the mech frame. The latest display of power not only boosted General Ark's fighting spirit even further, but also caused Zurun-Davar to start to doubt his ability to win this bout. It was too bad that General Ark had no intention of letting his opponent go. He immediately drove his Lionheart forward. "Let my light cleanse you of your sins. I will never allow you to threaten a Larkinson ever again." Chapter 6705 Roaring Lion. The Lionheart might not be as new and cutting-edge as the Amaranto Mark III, but it was still a good representation of how far the Miracle Couple's high-ranking mechs had reached. From the excellent integration of powerful phase water technologies to the far-sighted implementation of the Giant Slayer Mode, the Lionheart had been explicitly designed to facilitate General Ark's transition to an ace pilot. Though his delay in breaking through for so long had prevented him from realizing his machine at its full potential, those days were over now. As an ace pilot, General Ark was finally able to use the more demanding capabilities of the Lionheart without worrying about breaking or mishandling the machine. As his expert mech wielded an overcharged plasma sword, he felt more powerful than ever. His momentum was so great at this time that his opponent actually flinched as the next collision pushed him backwards. The cleansing light burned with such lethal radiance that the lesser Phase Lord's plasma sword was already beginning to sputter on contact. Trying to kill a Larkinson is the last mistake you shall make. Zurin Devar's response to this was to command the integrated energy cannons of his raiment to fire at his Lionheart at full power. However, as soon as the transphasic energy beams exited the muzzles, they already started to weaken as they passed through the Lionheart's Saint Kingdom. By the time the beams finally struck the expert command mech's shining surface, they only left shallow scorch marks behind. My turn now. The enemy was not the only one who possessed integrated energy weapons. The much smaller 4th-generation luminaire crystal cannons embedded into the mech frame of the Lionheart unleashed a salvo of deceptively small and thin bright light beams. The properties of these energy beams were similar to the ones launched by the Instrument of Vengeance, but their scale and power was much smaller. Even so, the energy beams fired by the Lionheart were still damaging and penetrating enough to surgically carve through the armor plating of the enemy's raiment. General Arc did not allow his Lionheart to target random spots of his enemy's armor plating. They instead focused on burning specific points in the Lesser Phase Lord's raiment that happened to be shielding vulnerable electronics and other important internal components. The raiment suddenly began to behave unstably as its power transmission lines got cut off, its energy cells blew up and its sensors became fried. To add insult to injury, the integrated luminaire crystal cannons also demolished the much larger but also more vulnerable integrated energy cannons belonging to the enemy. The armor was turning from a valuable combat tool into a metal coffin that was increasingly limiting Zurin Devar's movements. General Arc took advantage of his opponent's faltering momentum and pushed his Lionheart to attack more aggressively. The expert mech empowered by forced resonance briefly withdrew, only to circle around and swing the supercharged cleansing light in a wide slash that promised to inflict ruinous damage to anything it struck. The Lesser Phase Lord hastily made a turn and backed off just enough for him to be able to block the strike in time. Even so, Zurin Devar not only got pushed backwards a bit further, but his plasma sword also endured greater strain. The condition of the Phase Lord's energy weapon had reached a distressing level. Zurin Devar had already abused the weapon to a considerable extent by using it to burn through all of the defenses of the bastion. The lack of resonance empowerment made its components considerably more vulnerable to the stresses of high-intensity combat. Although its solid components still remained strong and reliable, the downside of using such a high-tech weapon was that its operations were ultimately at the mercy of the durability of its most weakest critical components. The weapon began to release smoke as its most delicate internals already started to fail. Arc could not possibly miss this development. He renewed his assault and forced his Lionheart to withdraw, only to circle around just enough to build up more momentum and crash against the Phase Lord with great force. Although the enemy's plasma sword was well built, the cleansing light was so much stronger and better, especially now that he had switched on its Giant Slayer mode. The repeated collisions widened the differences between the two champions. While General Arc grew more and more courageous, Zurin Devar grew increasingly more hesitant as his proud plasma sword was beginning to fail after being subjected to so many stresses. When the Lionheart charged at its opponent for the 5th time, General Arc finally spotted an opening. "Hear me roar." His companion spirit Noah had been lurking inside the head of the Lionheart throughout all this time. The companion spirit had grown a lot stronger after Arc broke through. Now, the White Lion opened his mouth and unleashed a mighty roar that was directly amplified by the head of the Lionheart. Sound did not transmit across space, but the resonance-empowered roar unleashed by Noah was a more metaphysical attack that passed straight through Zurin Devar's helmet and shook his gigantic brain. For a tiny instant, Zurin Devar froze. Though the Lesser Phase Lord quickly recovered due to the size and strength of his physique, the momentary interruption had been enough for the Lionheart to swing down the supercharged cleansing light at the enemy's plasma sword at one of its growing weak points. Before this collision, the skilled Lesser Phase Lord had been fairly good at making sure to divert incoming pressure towards the stronger sections of his energy weapon. Yet because of his momentary distraction, the most he could do was to maintain a rigid hold onto his weapon. This proved to be a disaster as his much larger but more vulnerable plasma sword snapped. A small explosion occurred as the Phase Lord's powerful weapon finally succumbed from all of the abuse. Zurin Devar temporarily found himself without a functional weapon and was pushed to the backfoot. Though the experienced alien fighter immediately tried to use his armored fists to punch the incoming expert mech away, the Lionheart deftly and skillfully evaded the hasty attacks and slashed its cleansing light straight into the armored shoulder and chest of its adversary. The raiment tried its best to resist the resonance-empowered plasma, but the scorching white light was able to burn through the transphasic hyper-alloys with considerably greater case. This critical occurrence highlighted the difference between willpower cultivators and everyone else. As long as the willpower of the mech pilot was strong enough, he or she could defy reality and produce miracles that were impossible to replicate through conventional means. While the Bastion was able to resist the enemy's plasma sword for an unnaturally lengthy period of time, the high-quality armor plating of Zurin Devar's raiment could not survive a single slash from the cleansing light. Even though the Lionheart's energy reserves were already getting drained at an extremely prodigious rate, so long as there was enough juice to keep the Giant Slayer mode active, General Arc did not even think of backing off for fear of running out. If St. Davia Stark was able to finish off her opponent before her forced resonance state came to an end, then General Arc should be able to do it as well. Witness my power. The poor lesser phase lord never gained any breathing room. The Lionheart may be a lot smaller, but it was also a lot faster and agile, especially after its pilot became, and it was as if the Orvan phase lord was being assailed by a rapidly moving glowing comet. The bright white Lionheart continually battered the phase lord's raiment from multiple angles. Every slash vaporized through multiple tons of transphasic alloys that should have normally put up a much better resistance against plasma attacks. However, because General Arc's entire willpower was devoted to dismantling and killing his adversary, the overheating cleansing light forcefully broke down the armor and burned the more fragile internals into ash in a remarkably short amount of time. Eventually, Zurin Devar had little choice but to shake off his half-ruined raiment just to free his body from his useless burden. He managed to retrieve a backup sword from his rear holster, but the weapon did not deter General Arc in the slightest. The Lionheart did not try to outmaneuver the enemy's long and thick metal blade even though it had enough mobility to make it possible. General Arc wanted to do more than to defeat the enemy lesser phase lord. He wanted to defeat the alien champion in such a domineering and convincing fashion that no observer would think of him as weak and ineffectual ever again. This was a rare opportunity to completely turn people's established opinions about him around. He also saw a good opportunity to formally introduce himself to the wider establishment of Red humanity with his debut performance as an ace pilot. Just like how St. Tusa Billingsley Larkinson had made enough of a name for himself to receive invitations to fight alongside the ton champions of other forces, General Arc wanted to earn similar credentials. His burning ambitions fed into his cleansing sword, causing it to grow hotter and brighter just as it was about to collide against his enemy's own backup sword. My light shall burn away your shadow. The cleansing light burned right through the blade as if it was as vulnerable as the armor plating of the lesser phase lord's raiment. The Lionheart completely dismissed the threat posed by the shortened blade and continued to surge forward as well as upwards until its supercharged plasma sword finally seared right into the skull and into the massive brain of the phase lord. Zurin Devar froze. His true body may be greater than that of the Lionheart, but the latter's cleansing light still proved long and powerful enough to inflict fatal damage to the lesser phase lord's critical brain. The Giant Slayer mode had fulfilled its purpose. It successfully enabled the wielder of the mech plasma sword to finish off an alien giant. What happened was not an illusion. Zurin Devar had been systematically overpowered before he finally succumbed to the might of the Lionheart in its strongest state to date. The expert command mech looked especially valiant now that it had gone still in its moment of triumph. Its handsome projected blue cape gave the glowing machine a royal appearance. Its majestic lion's head only added to its impressive stature. Arc had finally switched off the Giant Slayer mode. It had already been active long enough for it to begin inflicting permanent damage onto the parts that received excessive heat and strain, far beyond what they could tolerate even when they were strengthened by forced resonance. This was a sign that Arc still needed to raise his resonance strength further before he could think about keeping the Giant Slayer mode active for a longer period of time. The energy cells of the Lionheart could also use a massive upgrade. Arc noted with a bit of concern that his expert mech's energy reserves had already dipped below 20%. It was worth it. General Arc knew he wouldn't be able to last much longer because the crash that followed after his breakthrough surge came to end would put him out of commission regardless of what happened. Although the venerable Davia Stark still retained the crown for possessing the greatest firepower among all of the Larkinson ace pilots, General Arc Larkinson had proven in his own way that his offensive power was not necessarily inferior while possessing far superior defenses and mobility. Sure, the Riot, the Bastion and the mechs empowered by the Minerva had pitched in and partially expended Zurin Devar's resources, but the Lionheart had ultimately been responsible for killing the lesser phase lord. This was quite an accomplishment considering that phase lords were often able to preserve their lives and retreat whenever they fell behind. General Arc gained a much greater appreciation for his Lionheart. Ves and Gloriana really designed an excellent mech. He just hadn't been strong enough to appreciate its full power and capabilities until today. The Lionheart began to glow brighter despite the fact that the expert command mech had reluctantly holstered its inactive plasma sword. The amount of people who admired Ark and his Lionheart had risen by a dramatic extent. Ark basked in the glory of the moment. Even as his Lionheart steadily withdrew from its forced resonance state, its powerful radiance still remained strong, giving observers the illusion that it had still retained much of its combat strength. The calls already began without Ark needing to prompt his men. Saint General. Ark couldn't help but grin with pride. A Saint General should outrank a Saint Commander, right? Chapter 6706 Orvan shocked the Larkinsons obtained another ace pilot. This time the individual in question was unquestionably a member of the Larkinson clan, making this event even more significant. Though General, now, Saint General, Ark Larkinson had generated a considerable amount of controversy and even opposition within the ranks of the clan. Much of the criticism had paled now that he had entered an entirely new division of strength. Ace pilots were much further removed from mortals that comprised the vast majority of the Larkinson clan. Even if a number of enterprising individuals had begun to make attainments in chi cultivation, there was no way they could think of challenging an ace pilot with one of the most powerful mechs developed by the design department. In his debut as an ace pilot, the newly arisen Saint General unquestionably proved to all of his doubters and critics that he was more than a blowhard. Slaying a lesser phase lord in battle was a massive contribution to the war effort. As the Lionheart valiantly floated before the massive corpse of Zurin Devar, the shining machine attracted a crazy amount of admiration and appreciation. The more knowledgeable mech insiders recognized that Saint General Ark Larkinson's success had not been solely due to his own strengths and qualities. Without the support of a sufficiently powerful masterwork mech, he wouldn't have been able to eliminate a lesser phase lord in a relatively short interval. Both the Amaranto Mark III and the Lionheart proved that the increasingly more famous combination of Ves Larkinson and Gloriana Woden definitely possessed a magic touch. Their high-ranking mechs were easily able to match and in a few cases exceed the power of excellent machines designed by much older and more knowledgeable master mech designers. Of course, that did not mean that the expert mechs and ace mechs designed by third parties were useless. For example, while the Lionheart played the hero and saved Venerable Rosa Orphan and Venerable Janzi from imminent doom, the Amphes Extremis had gone above and beyond to hold back Herald of the Void by itself. St. Linda Cross pulled out all of the stops and decisively activated the volcanic outburst mode of the latest version of the magma vein system. It was as if the same unlocking of limiters that made the cleansing light so strong applied to the entire mech frame of the Amphes Extremis. While the principles were remarkably similar, the complexity of achieving the latter was far greater. It was extremely difficult to overcharge almost every electrical component of an entire mech, especially a high-end one that incorporated numerous cutting-edge and experimental technologies. However, this was exactly the area where Master Benedict Cortez excelled at. He knew precisely how far he could push certain components and how overloading several interconnected systems may affect each other in a way that caused their instability to explode. The magma vein system had to be improved and expanded upon in order to cope with all of these potential disaster scenarios. Even so, the Amphes Extremis would have exploded a long time ago if it wasn't being reinforced by St. Linda's powerful true resonance. For several minutes on end, the Amphes Extremis had been fighting much harder than the Lionheart just to be able to stand its ground against a greater phase lord. The Herald of the Void was not as easy to stop as Zurin Devar. The former was larger, stronger, more massive and far more adept at manipulating the surrounding space with his spatial abilities. The Amphes Extremis forcefully charged through gravity wells and warped space and slammed its mace against the greater phase lord's spatial barrier with greater force and mass than a weapon of this size should carry. Unlike Saint Stark and Saint General Ark, Saint Linda Cross had enough time to develop more effectively ways to leverage her domain field. Whenever her Amphes Extremis swung her wrecker skull, the chain extended by several times while its Saint Kingdom generated an energy manifestation that caused the destructive skull-shaped ball to appear a lot larger than before. The impact damage generated from the collision was so strong that even the Herald of the Void was taken aback. Before the greater phase lord could even attempt a counterattack, the overheating Amphes Extremis had already circled around before charging directly forward, allowing its tower shield with the iconic emblem of the Cross clan to collide against the massive alien spatial barrier like a battering ram. On and on the Amphes Extremis attacked. The Ace Offensive Space Knight had raised its tempo to the highest level. Its momentum rose higher, causing the Herald of the Void to feel increasingly more suffocated by the repeated heavy impacts that were taking a toll on his strong but ultimately finite spatial barrier. What St. Linda Cross and the Amphies Extremis were able to do was just as impressive as what St. General Arc Larkinson and the Lionheart had accomplished. Unfortunately, the performance of the Amphies Extremis was not as flashy, so it failed to attract as much attention as the bright and shining Lionheart. The Amphies Extremis won't be able to hold out like this for long. The volcanic outburst mode imposes a huge amount of strain on many of its internal components. Once the Ace Mech exits this mode, it will fall into a period of prolonged weakness. The good news was that the Amphies Extremis would not have to exit the battlefield. The bad news was that the Ace Offensive Space Knight would become a lot less effective at holding back the Herald of the Void. This was a ticking time bomb that weighed heavily in the minds of Saint Commander Casella Ingvar and other senior commanding officers. None of this mattered all that much to Saint General Arc Larkinson. He had secured the most important objective in his mind, which was to finally trigger his breakthrough. As his forced resonance state began to subside, the latest ace pilot of the Larkinson clan already began to feel tired. His accumulation was considerably greater than that of the other Larkinson ace pilots, but any breakthrough event was inherently exhausting. "I am falling back," he decisively transmitted. The Lionheart's glow dimmed as the machine made a triumphant return to the Ledvin Archon, a fleet carrier that served as the flagship of the 77th Warborn Mech Division. Arc had already made arrangements to transfer his command authority to his deputies. The 77th Warborn Mech Division incorporated many talents from the Larkinson clan and Cross clan, so he had little concerns that they would drop the ball all of a sudden. The final battle that decided the ownership of the Viola Magnifica system had entered into a new phase. The native alien combatants had received successive shocks to their morale. The unexpectedly early demise of Colossal was one thing. Saint Davia Stark and her recently upgraded Amaranto Mark III had proven to be unreasonably powerful at a distance, but they had already withdrawn from the battlefield. What the alien soldiers did not expect was for the infamous Larkinson clan to spawn yet another ace pilot during the same battle. Another Orvan Lesser Phase Lord got killed. This had a devastating impact on the mental state of the Orvan soldiers that piloted a large amount of alien phase fighters and crewed a sizable portion of the alien armada. Many of them were devout worshippers of their native gods. To see two of them fall in front of them in sequence caused them to suffer doubts and fears that they never entertained in the past. How come their gods were so weak? Were they truly divine in the first place? What if the humans were about to kill the last remaining Orvan phase god on this battlefield? The successive demise of Colossal and Zurin Devar had put the 8th Lord of Takansha into a precarious position. The erudite Lesser Phase Lord was the only leader left who represented the Orvan race in this engagement. Many Orvans that previously looked up to the dead Orvan Phase Lords had all turned their desperate and fateful eyes towards the 8th Lord of Takansha. Though the remaining surviving Orvan god was able to rely on his strong control over spatial barriers to shield himself and his allies from damage, he had become a lot less enthusiastic about pressing the attack. The 8th Lord noticeably changed his approach. He had already been fighting fairly cautiously up to now, but now that he was the only Orvan god left in the fight, he did not dare to launch any serious counterattacks at the expert mechs that were battering at his defenses. The Orvan Phase Lord had studied enough about human expert pilots that there was always a small chance for them to break through during battle. The greater the pressure, the greater the likelihood of triggering a breakthrough. The solution devised by the 8th Lord was fairly simple. He purposefully restrained his aggression and switched to a full turtling strategy. This maximized his defenses and minimized the chance of suffering an accident. Of course, this did not mean that the 8th Lord was willing to let the Everchanger, the Greenix and the Bloodripper pummel his spatial barriers with impunity. The 3 living expert mechs had teamed up to pressure the last remaining Orvan Phase Lord. So far, the Greenix had taken the lead in attacking the 8th Lord of Takansha's spatial barriers up close. Its iconic green-tinted Great AXE swung against the spatial barrier with great force and destructive momentum. Each resonance-empowered blow inflicted a considerable amount of damage to the integrity of a spatial barrier, thereby forcing the 8th Lord to reinforce the barrier or replace it with another one in order to shield his own body against this deadly axe. The Bloodripper meanwhile tried to act as a persistent nuisance by circling around and unleashing a torrent of phase disruptor beams from his copperpill, a fairly light, but potent 4th-generation Luminaire crystal submachine gun. The persistent damage inflicted by the Bloodripper steadily wore down the 8th Lord's energy reserves, especially when the expert harasser mech flew close enough for his space suppression module to take effect on the spatial barriers. The Everchanger looked a bit out of place among these 2 specialized expert mechs. His outdated Vitalis Luminaire crystal rifle inflicted less damage than the copperpill and was virtually useless against a phase lord that excelled in defense. Fortunately, the new bitter scimitar was a much more powerful weapon. The D-arm that had been especially prepared by Ves and Ketty's made its first formal debut on the battlefield. While the damage inflicted by a single slash from this extraordinary artifact came close to the damage inflicted by the Scarlet Ember that the Everchanger carried previously, the advantage was that it did not drain the Everchanger's energy reserves dry within a handful of minutes. This should have given the Everchanger a massive advantage, allowing it to inflict as much damage if not more than a dedicated expert melee mech like the Greenix. However, as the Everchanger repeatedly struck one spatial barrier after another, the bitter scimitar started to grow unruly. The weapon resisted the expert hero mech's grip and occasionally inflicted less damage than it was supposed to. It became very clear to Venerable Joshua and the Everchanger that the D-arm's demonic artifact spirit had grown dissatisfied at the target of their attacks. Be patient, scimitar. Venerable Joshua exhilaratingly tried to placate the impatient D-arm. These phase lords always hide behind their spatial barriers, and this one just happens to be really strong at them. If you cooperate with us and help us take down these spatial barriers faster, you will get your wish and spill alien blood, I promise. The bitter swordsman reacted violently and caused the D-arm to shake even more violently than before. The powerful weapon actually looked as if it wanted to escape its wielder's grip. Why are you being so impatient? I told you that you will get to cut through real flesh in time, but first we need to tear them all down. Joshua's initial experience with wielding the bitter scimitar in actual battle was anything but positive up to this point. He was already expending a considerable amount of effort just to keep the impatient and unruly weapon under control. Chapter 6707 The Hungry Blade. When Venerable Joshua initially deployed on the battlefield, he had high hopes about his performance. The bitter scimitar had already proven to be an incredibly formidable weapon. While it was also plagued by a spirit that was incredibly difficult to pacify, Venerable Joshua thought that the excitement of battle would focus its hostility towards the enemy instead of its wielder. His assumptions turned out to be considerably off the mark. The biggest problem was that the artifact spirit did not appear to understand how warfare in the Red Ocean was different from warfare in the Milky Way. Everyone made much more extensive use of energy shields due to its obvious synergies with phase water. This happened to be a downer for the bitter swordsman, as the demon-turned artifact spirit still could not shed his hunger and desire to spill blood. Joshua had promised the bitter scimitar that it would be used to sink into the delectable flesh of alien victims, yet so far none of that had occurred. The D-arm even started to veer sideways as if it wanted to drag the Everchanger to another part of the battlefield where lots of warships filled with vulnerable alien bodies were ripe for the slaughter. No, we can't switch our targets. We should leave the job of attacking those warships to others. There are only a few expert pilots and ace pilots who are capable of holding back these phase lords. The Greenix and the Bloodripper will have a much harder time if my Everchanger disappears. Venerable Joshua wasn't sure whether his words even managed to get through the bitter swordsman's mind. He was like an overactive child who craved instant gratification above anything else. Perhaps the bitter scimitar had spent too much time without being utilized for its intended purpose, that when it finally took part in a real battle, its already feeble patience had crumbled in its entirety. The bitter scimitar practically grew feral in how it wanted to do anything other than whack its sharp and potent blade against one spatial barrier after another. The experience of attacking energy barriers was so devoid of gratification that it was no different from cutting a mountain or an asteroid from the perspective of the bitter swordsman. In hindsight, Joshua picked a fight against the wrong phase lord. He assumed that since the bitter scimitar was primarily designed to kill NPHASE lords, that targeting the 8th Lord of Takansha was a good bet. Unfortunately, the bitter scimitar hated being used against energy defenses so much that it had actively reduced its own power. The D-arm behaved no differently from a spoiled brat that deliberately sabotaged its own performance just so that it could persuade its wielder to turn away from the 8th Lord of Takansha and attack much more vulnerable prey. Venerable Joshua briefly thought about giving in to the demands of the D-arm. The Greenix and the Bloodripper were doing pretty decently by themselves. While the Orvan warships had begun to be more proactive in supporting their only remaining phase lord on the battlefield, the two expert mechs were able to hang on for quite a while. The Bloodripper was the expert mech version of the Stingripper. That meant that he excelled at evasion and misdirection. The expert harasser mech gleefully weaved through numerous warship-grade cannon fire. Even if Kalo's glow was not able to distort the perception of alien gunnery crew at extreme distances, the light mech's inherently high mobility made it very difficult for long-ranged gunnery to hit the machine. Venerable Pedro Rodrigo was also highly skilled at evasion as well. He was almost just as good as Tusa back when he was still an expert pilot. The Greenix was a lot more vulnerable to attacks, but the expert Axeman mech was also able to endure a lot more hits. Although it was not the most modern high-end mech of the 77th Warborn Mech Division, its excellent transphasic defenses allowed it to focus more on attacking. For a Venerable Colic, Glendale may not be as good at evasion as his college, but he had his own way of coping with the situation. His solution: just stick close to the 8th Lord of Takentia and make sure to put the lesser phase lord's body between the Greenix and most of the Orvan warships that were trying wear down his resonance shield. This was a very viable strategy as the 8th Lord's true body was large enough to provide plenty of cover for the expert Axeman mech. The only weapons that were effectively able to get around this obstacle were transphasic missiles, but the Bloodripper made sure to intercept them well before they could explode against the Greenix's resonance shield. Venerable Glendale would never take the risk of bringing his expert mech close to a phase lord that knew how to fight, such as the Herald of the Void, the Lower Herdmaster, or the late Zurin Devar. Each of them were powerful, experienced, and possessed the capacity to inflict a lot of damage. However, the Greenix was able to largely remain safe because the 8th Lord of Takentia was a defensive specialist who only knew how to play with spatial barriers. Though the expert mech struggled to destroy the spatial barriers that were both numerous and powerful enough to require a lot of effort to tear down, the Greenix was definitely making decent progress. It was too bad that the combined efforts of the Greenix, the Bloodripper, and the Everchanger failed to satisfy the bitter scimitar. Be patient, Venerable Joshua growled at his own weapon. If you just wait for a few more minutes, our enemy will run out of barriers. That will be the time where you will truly get to taste alien blood. I will only kill who I want to eliminate, and do so at a time of my choosing. You do not get to decide my actions. Either cooperate and help me tear down these spatial barriers faster, or continue to act like an immature child and make this ordeal last longer than necessary. The bitter swordsman stupidly chose the latter course of action. The bitter scimitar seemed to grow weaker, causing it to inflict even less damage against the 8th Lord's spatial barrier than before. This was one of the disadvantages of wielding a living weapon. It was great if the mech pilot and the living weapon were aligned in thought and motivation. However, the bitter scimitar was highly volatile and had never completely gotten along with Venerable Joshua and the Everchanger. The worst part about it was that Joshua thought that he had made progress. The D-arm had been growing more accustomed to him and his expert mech. He thought that the powerful new weapon would remain this way when they entered the what went wrong. Did Joshua make a mistake? Why was the bitter swordsman so insistent on turning away from the 8th Lord of Takentia? What is it that you want? He shouted at his own weapon. Tell me, I need to understand. Why are you refusing to cooperate with me? Don't you know how important it is for us to kill or drive away this phase lord? The bitter scimitar took offense at Joshua's confrontational tone. It retaliated by lengthening and curling the spikes that were located close to the hilt. The sharp metal spikes stabbed straight into the hand that held the D-arm. That hurts, the Everchanger complained. The expert hero mech did not experience any physical pain as he was strictly speaking a machine. However, the bitter scimitar was also capable of inflicting harm on the mech's spiritual foundation. Though its retaliation was not strong enough to be fatal, the Everchanger did not appreciate this gesture in the slightest. While the bitter swordsman was being childish and irrational as usual, he at least conveyed the reason why he wanted to kill other aliens so badly. Joshua widened his eyes as he realized the source of the bitter scimitar's bloodlust. Souls. The bitter scimitar was able to detect the mass slaughter that took place in the distance. It detected the deaths of humans stationed inside crumbling orbital fortresses that failed to evacuate in time. It was able to sense the large number of humans and alien pilots that got killed as their mechs and phase fighters fought for supremacy. It was also able to perceive the demise of massive amounts of alien crew members that served within the alien warships that got felled by sustained human bombardment. The bitter swordsman did not crave for bloodshed or bloodshed sake. As irrational as he may be, he was also a slave to his own desires. For whatever reason, he hungered for souls, and what better way to harvest thousands of them by ripping into the hulls of huge alien warships and destroying them so that the aliens inside would perish en masse. This was the best way to sat the bitter scimitar's appetite as far as the D-arm was concerned. Venerable Joshua glowered. He began to doubt whether Kedis had any involvement in making this weapon. There was no way she would ever agree to forge such an evil blade. Why are you drooling over those worthless souls when there is a much bigger one in front of us? I don't know about you, but I think that the soul of a Phase Lord is much more nutritious than the alternatives. The bigger scimitar clearly did not agree. Its spikes increased in length and burrowed even further into the Everchanger's hand. I refuse. I will not participate in the effort to destroy those warships because holding back the Phase Lords is more important. I will not compromise with you on this matter. If you want to harvest any souls during this fight, then you better cooperate with me, or else you will get nothing. Venerable Joshua found himself in a dilemma. When Ketis gifted him the bitter scimitar and taught him about her heaven-earth-man trifecta, he had devised a promising plan to form a relationship with the powerful D-Arm and use it to facilitate his breakthrough as an expert pilot. He recognized that trying to achieve symbiosis with a resistant artifact may be enough of a challenge to break through on the basis of this concept. Yet now that he was attempting to put his plan into practice, he found that he had no choice but to put his foot down and tell the bitter scimitar who was in charge. This was not the kind of relationship that he wanted to forge with the D-Arm, but Joshua increasingly felt it was hopeless to befriend the weapon. The bitter swordsman lacked too much self-control to exhibit any workable form of reason. This caused Joshua to change his attitude towards the D-Arm. Instead of treating the bitter scimitar as an equal partner like he did with the Everchanger, he was more inclined to treat it as a stupid and feral pet. As Joshua continued to grapple with his unwilling and resistant weapon, a crucial development occurred not too far away. The Amphes Extremis had exited the volcanic outburst mode. The Herald of the Void immediately noticed the changes and quickly switched from defense to offense. The powerful Jurg Phase Lord immediately launched a counterattack with his unarmored claws. They were not covered by his raiment because it was not necessary. The claws of a Jurg Phase Lord might not be as sharp as a Saint Piercer, but the enormous muscles that powered them could apply so much force that they had been known to snap expert mechs and ace mechs in half. The Amphes Extremis tried its best to persevere in the face of this threat, but the damage and fatigue caused by the volcanic outburst mode caused the ace mech to slow down a bit more than was ideal. At one point, the ace offensive Space Knight lost half of its tower shield as the Herald of the Void managed to snap his claw forward at a prodigious speed and almost managed to clasp the torso of the Amphes Extremis. Saint Linda reacted quickly and just managed to move Amphes Extremis away fast enough that only half of its tower shield got snapped. The Herald of the Void gained greater confidence on this and began to advance with greater determination than before. Nothing was allowed to stop him from destroying the orbital defense ring. Chapter 6708 Unstoppable Aliens. The Herald of the Void was unleashed. The Amphes Extremis had fought valiantly for an ace offensive Space Knight, but its prowess was ultimately limited by the strength of its pilot. Saint Linda Cross was not as strong as Patriarch Reginald Cross. She broke through much more recently and had yet to grow her resonance strength to a level where she could put up a better fight against a greater Phase Lord. After losing half of her tower shield, the Amphes Extremis still did its best to stall the Herald of the Void. Saint Linda did not lose any of her courage, but she made a few clever adaptations to her approach that reduced the chance of getting caught again. Unfortunately, her adaptations translated into a more cautious approach. By reducing the tempo and increasing the safety margin, the Amphes Extremis no longer pushed the greater Phase Lord as aggressively as before. The mighty Wrecker skull slammed against the Herald of the Void's spatial barrier less frequently than before, and the Amphes Extremis no longer dared to execute the shield-bashing charge attacks that physically halted the momentum of the greater Phase Lord the most. Everyone who observed the more restrained performance of the Amphes Extremis understood that Saint Linda Cross was not able to stop the greater Phase Lord by herself anymore. The volcanic outburst mode was just a temporary boost that could only be activated once per battle. The Amphes Extremis actually required deep maintenance in order to repair all of the components that had reached the end of their service life in a matter of minutes. This was bad news to the human defenders. As the Herald of the Void advanced towards the orbital defense ring, he was simultaneously shifting the entire frontline. The alien warships in his rear were confidently able to advance as well. The alien phase fighters pushed the opposing mechs back as they received more fire support from the advancing warships. Even the Orvans began to regain a bit of their morale. They still suffered from witnessing the fall of two of their gods, but seeing the more powerful gods from the other races doing well gave them enough reassurance for them to press the attack. The Battle of Viola Magnifica was beginning to close. Saint Commander Casella Ingvar sighed as she passed on orders that would cause the Larkinson mechs to gradually pull back and prevent themselves from getting encircled and cut off by the advancing alien phase fighters. The failure To hold back one of the greater phase lords was already an expected outcome. The Saint Commander shouldn't be surprised that this scenario came to pass, but she still found it difficult to stomach this outcome. How many times had she fought in a star system that eventually got overrun by a tide of alien forces? Not too much, but each time it happened, Casella regarded it as a personal failure. She felt unwilling to end this battle in a slow but unstoppable withdrawal. Already, the orbital defense ring was beginning to buckle from the assault. Mighty warship-grade gun batteries and hundreds of formidable transphasic torpedoes had already pummeled 3 orbital fortresses into scrap. More guns as well as tens of thousands of transphasic missiles had destroyed dozens of smaller defensive platforms. The Herald of the Void was not even necessary to dismantle the orbital defense ring. He would just speed up its destruction while preventing the human defenders from destroying any further alien warships. This was a numbers game. This was what attrition warfare was about. Both sides sought to destroy as many assets belonging to the enemy as possible while doing their best to preserve their own troops. From the perspective of the Larkinson clan, it had already made a huge profit. The successive breakthroughs of St. Davia Stark and General Ark Larkinson added 2 more ace pilots to the lineup. While Casella was aware that the identities and ultimate loyalties of both ace pilots were a bit problematic, for all intents and purposes the Larkinson clan had indeed become a lot stronger at this time. Yet when she saw brave Larkinson mech pilots fighting and dying so that other red humans may live, she felt rather sour about this unfolding situation. Casella did not want to end this battle on this note. The Saint Commander immediately began to hatch a new plan in her head. She thoroughly studied the battlefield and paid special attention to the current conditions of the champions on both sides. The loss of 2 alien phase lords was undoubtedly painful, but it did not affect the combat strength of the remaining enemy champions too much. The Herald of the Void and the Lower Herd Master were already powerful enough to finish the fight in their own ways. The remaining 2 lesser phase lords were only marginally useful as distractions. The breakthroughs of Saint Stark and Saint General Ark may be good news for the Larkinson clan going forward, but it also meant that they were no longer available to fight. Casella had very few options at her disposal if she wanted to reverse the situation or at least slow down the advance of the alien aggressors. On paper, there was no way that the champions that were left on the human side could stop the 2 greater phase lords from advancing all the way to the orbit of the fortress planet. However, what if one more expert pilot broke through? The first time a breakthrough occurred, an Orvan Lesser phase lord died. The second time a breakthrough occurred, another Orvan Lesser phase lord died. Casella directed her attention towards the Everchanger. Could this pattern repeat for a third time? She really wanted this to be true, but so far all she noticed was that the Everchanger struggled with his new weapon more than his actual opponent. For whatever reason, the Everchanger was not able to leverage the power of the bitter scimitar to its full potential. The Saint Commander frowned and decided to open a communication channel to a certain swordmaster. "What do you need, Casella? Tell me what is happening with Joshua." The woman on the other side let out an exasperated sigh. The most succinct way to put it is that the bitter scimitar is an extremely powerful weapon, but also happens to come with the most awful attitude that I have ever seen from a sword artifact. I thought that pairing it up with Joshua should have been the correct decision since he is always able to befriend every living mech and design spirit he comes across. It turns out that I overestimated his capabilities. If I look at his performance so far, his relationship with the bitter scimitar is like fire and water. They do not want to mix. That seemed pretty obvious on the surface. While the bitter scimitar still remained more powerful than the Heartsword, the D-arm also generated a lot of grief, so much so that the Everchanger actually had to pause his assault just to prevent the sword from escaping from his grasp. What if the Everchanger tosses the bitter scimitar to the first sword? Casella suggested. Saint Dice is much more skilled with a blade, and her firm personality and stronger resonance strength should allow her to suppress this weapon with greater ease. Perhaps, but it is not a good fit. Kedis argued back. Dice and the first sword are intimately familiar with the Decapitator. Changing to a completely different weapon without any prior practice is a disaster in the making. It is exactly because Dice has fought so long with her expert mech and masterwork greatsword that she is able to stay alive while confronting the Lower Herd Master. Introducing a new variable will destroy her rhythm and force her to develop new solutions on the spot. I see. If that is the case, then the Everchanger should hold onto the D-arm. Do you think it is possible for Venerable Joshua and his new scimitar to be able to get along during this fight? I don't know, but if I have to make a bid, then I am inclined to say no. His current mental state is not in the best shape. I believe that he has already given up on establishing a partnership with his weapon. That meant that the chance that he would break through was too low at the moment. What if we give him support? Casella quickly explained her plan. The Viola Magnifica system is lost, but I don't feel we have done enough to bleed the aliens. Since the Herald of the Void cannot be stopped anymore, I intend to reassign all of my knights to support the Everchanger. Their firepower will do wonders in wearing down the 8 Lord of Takensh's spatial barriers. It won't work. Kedis shook her head. I have already taken the measure of that Orvan Phase Lord. He was clearly shaken by the quick death of Kasolayan and is positively spooked after he witnessed the killing of Zurin Devar. Alien or not, I fear is a universal emotion, and I can practically smell it in abundance from him. If not for the fact that fleeing early will cause him to ruin his reputation and his race to be disgraced, he would have fled already. Casella smirked. He will not be able to run. We shall not permit him to leave. I have kept Avatar Commander Melkor in reserve up to this point. This is the right time to deploy his newfound capabilities. While we have never tested whether his spell or A can entrap a lesser phase lord, this is as good a chance as any. I do not expect him to constrain the 8 lords' movements forever. He only needs to stall the Orvan phase lord long enough for the Everchanger to close in and inflict a great amount of damage. This plan might actually work. If that is the case, then Joshua and his new D-arm may be able to get along a bit better. His chances of breaking through will rise once he and his Everchanger are making tangible gains. Cutting into the body of a phase lord most definitely satisfies this condition. I am doing this in the hopes that Joshua can break through, the Saint Commander said. I will provide him with all of the support he needs, but he must ultimately complete the most difficult steps himself. If he can become strong enough to kill or cripple the 8 Lord of Takensha, then the Orvan contingent of the enemy armada will completely collapse. Their morale will plunge to the bottom and they will have no faith left in this fight. Once that happens, they will no longer bother to think about cooperating with the other races and flee by themselves. Don't get your hopes up, Kedis. It won't allow us to win this battle. What it will do is plunge the alien forces into disarray and make them a lot more vulnerable to our parting shots. We will be able to inflict greater losses while suffering less of our own. On top of that, our clan will earn much greater credit for eliminating 3 lesser phase lords at once. We will also attract the hatred of the Orvan race. The Swordmaster warned, it is not as if the aliens hate us already. We have already killed plenty of Orvans and so on. Now that Saint Stark and Saint General Ark have broken through, we are increasingly becoming a force to be reckoned with. Burnishing our credentials by claiming the heads of 3 lesser phase lords without extensive assistance from the big 2 should make other parties take us more seriously. I see. I will contact my husband and inform him of the new plan. See that you do, Kedis. Please help him find a way to tame his new weapon while you are at it. He clearly looks like he needs advice. Got it. I was already planning to do this myself. Chapter 6709. A plan to inflict more losses. The greater phase lords could not be stopped anymore. No matter whether it was the Herald of the Void or the lower Herdmaster, their hard power was too great for ordinary measures to work anymore. The Amphis Extremis had reached a state of fatigue. While St. Linda Cross still possessed a decent amount of fighting spirit and had yet to exhaust her willpower, she had overburdened her machine in an attempt to hold back the Herald of the Void, mainly herself. A similar dynamic applied to the first sword. St. Ves Larkinson was the best swordsman mech specialist on the battlefield, but even if she was able to reinforce the parts of her expert mech with her Saint Kingdom, there was only so much she could do to maintain an exceptionally high level of performance. The extreme maneuvers and excessive exertions of force that she thought was necessary to stay one step ahead of the Saint Piercer wielding phase lord all took a toll on her machine. The first sword Mark II was only a mid-tier expert mech. It was never supposed to perform at a level that was close to an ace mech, and forcing it to do so drastically shortened its service life. Therefore, the lower Herdmaster also couldn't be stopped anymore. While their spatial barriers continually got pummeled by the firepower that St. Casella Ingvar and many other friendly assets brought to bear, the defenses were way more effective than ordinary Azure energy shield generators. They also became harder to target as they gained more room for maneuver. Without any effective opposition left, it became harder for the guns of the orbital defense ring to maintain a high hit rate against the large but also faster moving phase lords. The fact that there weren't as many defensive fortifications left as before also contributed to humanity's increasing inability to prevent the greater phase lords from rampaging. The aliens had brought too many warships. Many of them got felled. Their larger and more valuable hulls especially got targeted due to how much harder it was to produce them en masse, but that still left a lot of smaller destroyer and cruiser-sized vessels that were all armed with their own collection of guns. As for the phase fighters, they had suffered enormous losses, but they did not make it easy for the opposing mechs. The aliens were able to tolerate casualties much easier than their human foes. The loss of a single mech was a comparatively greater loss to red humanity than to the native aliens. Losing the pilots made this comparison even more lopsided. Mech pilots were far more skilled and experienced than alien phase fighter pilots, but that also made their deaths extra painful to red humanity. While the amount of experienced and professional mech pilots was still fairly abundant for now, that might not remain true anymore after several more years of hard fighting. This was why mech academies throughout human-occupied space had already begun to trim their curriculums. It was no longer realistic for mech pilots to waste their time on further studies and attend an advanced mech academy for 4 or 5 additional years. In any case, the introduction of systematic cultivation massively eased the difficulty of compressing mech piloting education. As long as a mech cadet made enough attainments in an auxiliary chi cultivation method, he or she may only need 4 years to gain 10 years' worth of proficiency in the skills that needed to be mastered. Even so, the fact that it still took a couple of years to transform this year's mech cadets into halfway decent mech pilots could not be avoided. This was especially inconvenient considering that mech academies had already begun to offer shortened training programs for a rapidly growing amount of norms that aspired to become Karman mech pilots. While the amount of volunteers who wanted to contribute to the war effort by fighting in the trenches was gratifying, there was no immediate way to turn them into readily available mech pilots in the short term. A large influx of retired and disabled veterans had already been reactivated, but there weren't as many of them in the Red Ocean as the higher-ups hoped. After all, the Red Ocean was a place of opportunity for the young and healthy. The proportion of elderly and retired mech pilots that decided to emigrate to this dwarf galaxy was very low back when the Greater Beander gates were still operational. The only significantly large group that could still be reactivated were disabled veterans who had suffered brain damage over the course of their service in the Red Ocean. Even this group became sparse when the newly converted Karman mech pilots got dispersed across the front lines. In any case, the ultimate point was that trained, educated and experienced manpower was a precious strategic asset to red humanity. It was truly not worth it to kill 10 alien soldiers at the cost of 1 human mech pilot. Yet the reason why the people stationed in Viola Magnifica did not evacuate unless they put up a mean fight was because they had no other choice. Territory was just as valuable as manpower, if not more. Giving up a star system without a fight might allow red humanity to preserve a lot of manpower, but it would lose a portion of its living space and industrial capacity for free. It was stupid to give up ground for free. Doing it enough times would just cause red humanity to put itself at an even greater disadvantage than before. This was why there was a consensus among the human leaders that every star system should be fought over. People needed to fight not just because they needed to make the aliens bleed for every piece of territory they took, but also to keep up humanity's fighting spirit. If red humanity conceded a star system without a fight a few times due to strategic considerations, then that was fine. If red humanity started to give up star systems left and right just because its leaders were afraid of suffering too many losses, then this could easily spark a chain reaction where many officers and soldiers simply lost faith in their ability to resist the enemy. The ultimate dilemma that red humans faced at this time was that they could not afford to incur too many losses, but had to suffer them anyway because their enemies gave them no other choice. Since the native aliens forced red humanity to engage in attrition warfare, the latter could only accept the rules as given and try to struggle to even the odds as much as this was why Saint Commander Casella Ingvar felt so unreconciled by the results of this battle. The elimination of 2 lesser phase lords was a great result, but the amount of mech pilots and support personnel that died over the course of this battle were also considerable. If the human defenders left without inflicting greater losses onto the enemy forces, then this battle would ultimately end up benefiting the native aliens the most. Do you understand what Casella is asking of you, Joshua? I think I get it. He said, you want us to kill the 8th Lord of Takenshia so that the Orvan soldiers will collapse and lose any motivation to fight any further. This will introduce massive fault lines within the alien armada and make it much easier to inflict losses onto the enemy. Kedis nodded. The benefits go further than that. Think about how the greater Orvan community when an invasion force led by 2 Jurg phase lords, 1 Nunzer Phase Lord and 3 Orvan Phase Lords end up losing the latter after a single battle. I see. You want to sow division between the Orvan race and the other major alien races. The Orvan soldiers stationed elsewhere will begin to suspect that their gods are being conspired against. The remaining Orvan Phase Lords might not entirely believe that this is happening, but they will definitely fight more cautiously than before, causing them to become considerably less helpful on the battlefield. Exactly. Killing 2 Orvan Phase Lords is not enough, as that could still be chalked up to a coincidence. It is only when we kill the 3rd Orvan Phase Lord that a pattern will be set. That sounds great, but how do you expect me to be able to kill the 8th Lord of Takenshia so quickly? He has so many spatial barriers at his disposal that he can stall us out long enough to flee to the rear or converge with the greater Phase Lords. Joshua recognized that killing a lesser Phase Lord that excelled at defense was impossible unless he was able to kill him quickly. The Saint Commander will help. Kedis responded. She is prepared to direct the firepower of all of her Infeft Barons to the 8th Lord of Takenshia at once. What about her knights? They are still necessary to suppress and destroy the enemy warships. Haven't you noticed that the Puelmer heavy cruisers are no longer causing any trouble? That is because Casella has thoroughly suppressed them to the point where they cannot breathe anymore. That was good. What the Puelmers lacked in Phase Lords, they made up for it with advanced technology. It was always better if there were less of them on the battlefield. I am going to need more help than that, Joshua said with a frown. Venerable Glendale and Venerable Rodrigo are good, but our combined attacks aren't enough for the task. The Saint Commander has also decided to put Commander Melkor into play. Joshua did not look impressed. Really? You expect us to kill the final remaining Orvan Phase Lord with the help of Melkor? Don't expect to receive any further help. The Sea-Man and the 2 expert Valkyrie mechs are doing their best to stall the Phaedodriver. The Star Dancer Mark II is guarding our flanks to prevent the native aliens from encircling us. The Phobos has snuck behind enemy lines and is currently preoccupied with turning damaged warships into destroyed warships. Reassigning them to you won't make much of a difference. Then how? Melkor is being assigned to assist you because Casella believes in your strength. Kedis firmly said, I believe in you as well. So what if you have suffered a setback? This IC your first time using the Ritter Scimitar in actual combat. It is normal to encounter teething issues. What is important is that you resolve whatever differences you may have with your new D-arm and use it to tear down the defenses of the enemy Phase Lord at a much faster pace. I was involved in the development and forging of this sword artifact. I have a good idea of how powerful it can be. You just need to charge the weapon with phase water in order to unleash its full potential. It's not that simple, Kedis. First, my weapon has so much control over its functions that it has denied me from activating it on my own initiative. If I don't get this stupid weapons agreement, I will never be able to burn phase water to amplify the cutting power of my blade. Second, my expert mech is only carrying a limited reserve of phase water. I am afraid that by the time I chop my way through all of the spatial barriers, my stash will run out. That will leave me with nothing to cut into the body of the 8th Lord of Takenshia. That is not a problem. How so? Think about it, Joshua. What is a substance that all Phase Lords have in their bodies? I know that the true bodies of a Phase Lord contains phase water. I am not stupid, the expert pilot responded with irritation. It's not that simple. As far as I know, the phase water concentration of the blood of a Phase Lord is not that high. Feeding raw Phase Lord blood to the phase water charged mechanisms will cause them to gunk up or malfunction. That is true in most cases. Kedis admitted, your D-arm is different. It has long moved beyond the realm of a technological weapon. It is an artifact. It doesn't have to play by the rules anymore. Besides, I believe that you should easily be able to overcome this problem if you empower of the bitter scimitar with your true resonance. This is your specialty, Joshua. It is time for you to move beyond the basics and develop your own unique powers and abilities. As long as you break through, killing the 8th Lord of Takenshia should be a piece of cake. Kedis had high expectations towards her husband, but would Joshua truly be able to live up to them this time? Chapter 6710 Character Test. The Larkinsons formulated a new plan. There were too many advantages to killing the 3rd Orvan Phase Lord, but doing so quickly enough to prevent other aliens from intervening was difficult. The fact of the matter was that the Saint Commander had little faith that it could be done unless Joshua broke through. The new plan therefore centered around the highly optimistic assumption that Joshua would find a way to break through somehow. The bitter scimitar still held no goodwill towards him, while the 8th Lord of xianxia continued to play so passively that he denied Joshua the stimulus needed to trigger a breakthrough. It was clear that if Joshua wanted the situation to change, he had to start with himself. You need to make a couple of hard decisions. Ves said, I roughly know what kind of ace pilot you want to become. You want to leverage the power of your intangible friends. This way, you will not only leverage your affinity for the life element, but also expand your versatility by giving you the option of borrowing the power of other spirits. This is a suitable approach to you, but unless you can make the bitter scimitar cooperate with you, I do not see a way for you to succeed in the short term. Then what do you suggest? I do instead. I don't have all of the solutions. Ves admitted to her husband. However, I can tell you what I would do if I was in your situation. As a swordmaster, it is intolerable for me to wield a blade that is not under my control. I will either threaten it and coerce it into cooperating with me, or I will take a chance and open myself up to the weapon in the hopes that we can form a mutual accord. These are the only solutions that I can make use of when I am on a time limit. Venerable Joshua furrowed his brows. The two options presented by Ves made sense, but each of them came with their own problems. He had been thinking about trying to browbeat the bitter scimitar into submission ever since he first grappled with the disobedient weapon. The D-arm was too spoiled, willful and violent. Joshua often thought about treating the weapon like a disobedient pet that needed to be disciplined before it finally began to behave properly. Though he frequently rejected this solution due to the fear of ruining his chance to form a genuine relationship with the bitter scimitar, he might not have another choice if he wanted to leverage its power without facing constant resistance. Still, Joshua instinctively rejected the decision to apply coercive means. He instinctively felt that as long as he resorted to this means, there was no going back. This may be one of the most important character tests of his career. His decision on how to deal with the bitter scimitar may have far-reaching effects on his future as a champion. Joshua did not dare to be careless on this matter. What about the other option? You have read my new manual, haven't you? Of course you have. I even lectured you about the most important theories just to ensure you can properly benefit from my ideas. While I haven't lectured you about this topic, have you read and studied the chapter on sword pacts? The expert pilot nodded. I did, though mostly out of curiosity. Your theories do sound rather interesting. They sound very similar to the Patriarch's blood pacts. I suppose this may be a good way for a sword practitioner to raise his earth score according to your model, but, wait. Are you telling me to form sacred sword pact with the bitter scimitar? Kutiz's projection began to smile. I see you have figured out what I was about to propose to you. It is risky, and it may very well drive you crazy if you are not careful, but I think you have what it takes to pass this test. I know it doesn't sound very appealing to you at this moment, but I truly did forge the bitter scimitar exclusively for your use. That's why it comes in the form of a scimitar and not a straight blade, as I know you will do better with a weapon that just expects you to slash. You can't be serious, Ves. If I recall the words you wrote in your book, you strongly emphasized that a sword practitioner should only form a sword pact with a blade that calls or sings to you. All the bitter scimitar has done since it came into my possession is to insult and belittle me before trying to escape my grasp. I know what I have written, but those words are meant for typical sword practitioners who can devote plenty of time to commission or purchase the sword artifact of their dreams. You on the other hand can only make do with the D-arm that you already have. Look, this will not be easy for you. It may very well be life-threatening to you, but I would never make this suggestion if I believe that you will fail. As strong as the artifact spirit of the bitter scimitar may be, do not forget that you are an expert pilot that is on the verge of becoming an ace pilot. I have enough confidence in your ability to overcome the hostility of the bitter swordsman and form a partnership with your D-arm. I am not a swordmaster. I am an expert pilot. Is it even possible for me to form a sword pact with the bitter scimitar? You can, Ves confidently stated. It is not even necessary for you to drip your blood on it, though it will help if you can do so. I am already in the process of developing a custom ritual for you that will allow you to use your companion spirit as an initial medium to make contact with the bitter scimitar. It will be based on the default life sword pact and the spirit sword pact. Wait, I just came up with a better idea. Please hold for a few seconds. I need to consult with Ves. His wife fell out of contact for a while. Venerable Joshua could only wait while trying to wear down another spatial barrier with his recalcitrant bitter scimitar. Soon enough, Ves spoke over the communication channel. Ves and I have put our minds together and came up with an idea that is much more promising than what I devised before. The two of us have cobbled together a pact that is highly suitable for you. The idea is for you to form a blood pact and a sword pact with the Everchanger and the bitter scimitar at the same time. What? How is that possible? My Everchanger doesn't even have a Karman system. Besides, won't the two fight or interfere with each other somehow? It is possible because you and your Everchanger are already able to exchange a type of E-energy that possesses many of the same fundamental effects and meaning as blood. Life energy. Ves theorizes that it is entirely possible for you to overcome the lack of a Karman system and so on by using life energy that you already have access to. While the main goal of this plan is for you to form a life sword pact with the bitter scimitar in the hopes that this intimate contract will cause the two of you to get along, bonding with the Everchanger in a similar fashion will yield many potential benefits. One of the advantages is that the Everchanger can serve as a neutral middle ground that can ease the tensions between you and the bitter scimitar. Though Joshua never came up with the idea, he quickly realized how using the Everchanger as a buffer between himself and the bitter scimitar may ease the tension in their relationship. If what you say is true, then trying to fulfill it will forever turn the Everchanger into my soul machine. I will not be able to pilot any other mechs from that point onwards. I am not ready for this. Aren't there new versions of the Karman system in development that comes with much fewer restrictions? Kedis sighed. As I said before, if you want to advance to the rank of ace pilot today rather than the distant future, then you need to pay attention to your communications. You cannot wait until you have enough time to sort out your relationship with the bitter scimitar. You need to take action now, and that means working with what you got, even if they don't look too impressive or suitable. This is a huge and monumental decision for you to make, so we don't blame you if you do not want to try out this unproven and potentially dangerous ritual. Personally, I think you should do it. As long as you are strong enough, I know you will be able to persevere. She framed this crazy proposal as a challenge, one that was dangerous but also rewarding enough that he may be able to advance to the rank of ace pilot. It was working. Joshua was not entirely sure, but he felt that Ketiz's speculations may be right. There were many reasons to believe it would serve as a very challenging test, for he would have to make sacrifices, the most significant of which was to say goodbye to piloting any other mech than the Everchanger. By swearing off the use of other mechs, Joshua would become vastly more committed to piloting the Everchanger and nothing else going forward. The two of them would grow a lot closer in response until he turned into a pilot who was similar to Janzi. Though Joshua did not foresee any danger in trying to bond with a living expert mech that he had been piloting for multiple years, the opposite was true in the case of the bitter scimitar. He possessed strong enough willpower for his rank, but the problem was that the bitter swordsman was an artifact spirit that possessed strength in his own measure. Joshua the ace pilot may be able to subdue the bitter scimitar and force a life sword pact upon the D-arm. Joshua the high-tier expert pilot still fell short in this aspect. The consequences of failure would be dire. Not only would he drive the bitter swordsman crazy, but he may also suffer a severe blow to his mental power and spirit. Yet if Joshua showed enough sincerity to lower the hostility of the D-arm and Karn its reluctant acceptance, then he could definitely find common ground with the mech scimitar and utilize its full power against his foes. As Joshua continued to weigh all of the options available to him, he ultimately sighed as he had already made a choice that aligned with his heart. Do it. Give me the instructions for this weird new pact. I hope it will work, because I probably won't be around if the ritual is botched. If I fail or become brain-dead, the responsibility will lie with you and the Patriarch. Just so you know, the theory is sound, though it has never been put to practice in such an unorthodox way. Kedis defended herself. Don't be nervous. It will work. I think you are on the cusp of greatness. A few unexpected transformations and changes may occur in the process of forming a three-way pact with your expert mech and mech weapon, but this may be exactly what you need to trigger your long-awaited breakthrough. Once Joshua received the instructions for the convoluted D-sword mech pact, he quickly memorized it. He learned that blood was not a necessary meaning if the cultivator was already strong enough to manipulate E-energy to an extent. The true challenge lay in getting the bitter scimitar to agree to form a pact with Joshua. He already had an idea on how to make this happen. We need to talk. Chapter 6711. The struggle for control. Joshua felt a little bad about it, but he controlled the Everchanger to back off from the 8th Lord of Takenshia. The withdrawal did not change the situation all that much. The Greenix and the Bloodripper were already doing a good job at keeping the sole remaining Orvan Phase Lord in a defensive posture. Though there was no true safety on the battlefield, the focus of the engagement had definitely shifted towards the space around the greater Phase Lords. They were leading the armada forward and had already begun to demolish the most outlying orbital defenses. The Everchanger hardly attracted any attention under the circumstances. It was as if the expert hero Mech had become inconsequential, which happened to be true in this. Joshua was tired of being weak. He did not want to spend the next years of fighting as an expert pilot that was only able to tickle the lesser phase lords at best. Wielding the bitter scimitar was supposed to mitigate one of the Everchanger's shortcomings. However, the D-arm was so hostile towards its own wielder that it had become only moderately more lethal than the Heartsword. Kedis was right. If Joshua wanted to enact real change, then he needed to make a few hard choices. Though he prized his ability to pilot any mech he would like, for the sake of becoming an ace pilot, he was not opposed to forming a blood pact with the Everchanger. He just expected that he wouldn't have to make this decision so soon. He expected to have a deep discussion with the Larkinson patriarch about whether to install a new and customized variation of the Karman system that was designed just for himself. Joshua would have loved to form a blood pact with the Everchanger with the help of a well-engineered and more advanced version of the Karman system. This was why he felt so hesitant about the current proposal. Trying to form a hastily modified version of a blood pact with the Everchanger sounded like a desecration to him. It was as inappropriate as trying to hold a wedding in a sewage plant. It was hardly the solemn and sacred ceremony that he envisioned in his dreams. "It is okay, Joshua," his battle partner vocalized. "Everyone loves a good ceremony, but increasing your strength now is more important than everything else. This dwarf galaxy does not care for ceremony or feelings. It cares about results. I would be glad to form a pact with you, Joshua. In fact, my progenitor is correct. We do not need to exchange blood in order to form a permanent bond. The two of us are already tied to each other. We only have to reinforce and upgrade our existing connection so that it resembles a real blood pact." Despite the unusual method used to form a blood pact with the Everchanger, Joshua was not too worried about botching this process. So long as both sides wanted to form a permanent bond with each other, they would find a way to make it work. They knew each other too well, and both of them had grown considerably stronger over the years. The real challenge lay in forming an earnest bond with the bitter scimitar. There was no way in hell that Joshua could form a true bond of friendship with the D-arm. It would be impossible for the hostile weapon to agree to form a life sword pact with Joshua given their complete lack of mutual respect and understanding. This was why Joshua decided to issue an ultimatum to the rebellious scimitar. He took a deep breath before he decided to communicate with the D-arm. "Enough is enough. I am tired of your stupid games and your continued defiance against any form of cooperation. Let's have a showdown between you and I. Shortly after I am finished, I will attempt to form a life sword pact with you. This means that our souls will become connected to each other. This is supposed to tie each other together and help each other grow stronger and such, but I think that you will not be satisfied with that, am I right?" The bitter scimitar shook in the Everchanger's sword hand. "Yeah," Joshua grinned. "Since you don't agree to do that, then let us do this instead. Let's make a bet. If you allow me to form a life sword pact with you, we can have a fair contest about who gets to possess and control my body. From what I have gathered, you used to be a mech pilot yourself, right? I am not too clear about where you come from, but you clearly know a thing or two about mech piloting. Well, here's my body. It is ripe for the taking, but only if a channel exists between you and I. No pact, no bet." The scimitar shook again. "I am not cheating you. The life sword pact will only involve the two of us. I won't draw upon the power of my living mech or any of my design spirit friends. You won't be convinced that I am stronger and more deserving than you if I rely on outside help. I am truly, sincerely and honestly putting my body and life on the line just to be able to wield you properly in battle. All I am asking from you is this. If I win the struggle for control, you will put away your hostility towards me and the Everchanger. I expect you to obey my orders. Do not misbehave. These terms will be embedded in the pact, so don't think about pretending to agree. Fine. I will change this term so that you are only expected to cooperate with me to the best of your ability. Any further objections? That is a huge demand. It is not acceptable for me to permit you to challenge me again. If I win this bet, then you need to abide by the outcome. Those are the rules." Joshua sighed. He did not have the time or patience to haggle with his D-arm. "Fine. If you are so stubborn about it, then I will agree to give you the right to challenge me for control over my body when you have become stronger and feel confident enough that you can win. However, I don't want you to take advantage of me when I am weak, so you can only make another bet when I am able to compete in my best condition in a reasonable time frame. If you win, you get to live again using my body as your new shell. If you lose, then I not only expect you to cooperate as before, but I also get to claim a part of your strength. Quote. What, are you the only one who is allowed to take something from others? A bet is a bet. If you want to take over my body, then I will only give you this chance if you are willing to put yourself on the line. This time, I am only asking for you to drop your hostility towards me and cooperate as best as possible with me and my Everchanger. Next time, you will sacrifice a portion of your strength to me. This will make you weaker and less able to mount another challenge so soon. I don't want to worry about getting challenged by you every week or so. There has to be a price for every bet you want to make. Do you understand? The bitter scimitar stilled. Good, I am glad that you are sensible enough to accept my proposal. Joshua knew he was taking an awfully huge risk, but this was the time where he needed to stop doubting himself and believe in his own strength. He understood that the bitter scimitar had a fair chance of success. It might not possess abnormally strong willpower like himself, but it was considerably more powerful than him in different ways. Part of why the bitter scimitar was so disobedient towards him was because he lacked the strength to make it fall in line. Trying to compete with it directly under the circumstances was hardly the wisest decision that he could make, but his wife believed he would come out on top. That was enough for Joshua. He was willing to trust Katiza's judgment and chose to believe in himself. Joshua proceeded to conduct the ritual. It did not involve anything too complicated. He was already strong enough and could readily use his companion spirit. Willing to perform the necessary steps more directly. In other words, the Karman system was not strictly necessary for an expert pilot at his level. It did not take long for Joshua to strengthen and evolve the existing spiritual bond between himself and the Everchanger. It helped a lot that the Everchanger not only understood what he was doing, but actively helped on his side. Life energy surged from both Joshua and the Everchanger. Just as expected, it acted as a more direct and higher quality medium than organic blood and readily bound the two together. As the pact was struck, Joshua knew without a shadow of a doubt that he had become a Karman mech pilot. From today onwards, he forever gave up his ability to pilot other mechs. In exchange, his understanding and his control over the Everchanger improved in a qualitative manner. He could already feel far more in tune with the expert hero mech than before. He could feel the age of his components, the vitality accumulating within his hyper-materials and the multitude of connections with nearly every known design spirit. The lines between Joshua and the Everchanger had blurred. It felt as if the two hadn't established anything particularly new. They merely recognized a bond that already existed and brought it to the foreground. While Joshua wanted to explore this wonderful new, blood pact further, the bitter scimitar was growing impatient. The expert pilot quickly began to reach out to the D-arm for the purpose of forming a life sword pact. Suffice to say, it was much more difficult to make this happen as no meaningful bond existed between the two. Joshua had to force himself to reach out to the bitter scimitar. Meanwhile, the weapon was not really helping. It took a bit longer than Joshua liked to finally form the beginnings of a life sword pact. Fortunately, the bitter scimitar did not resist its formation. Its artifact spirit was incredibly eager to start the bet and win the struggle for control. There was nothing the bitter swordsman wanted more than to gain a second chance at life as a human mech pilot. Joshua could practically feel the greed and hostility radiating from the bitter scimitar. When the life sword pact finally reached a state of maturity, the bitter immediately pounced. A huge surge of dark and malevolent energies exploded from the D-arm and rapidly climbed their way up along the sword arm before spreading across the torso. Though the Everchanger quickly resisted and tried to preserve his integrity over the remainder of his mech frame, it was clear that he was not fully capable of pushing the invasion back. Meanwhile, Joshua began to scream in pain as his head suddenly turned into a violent battlefield. A specter of the bitter swordsman had passed through the newly formed life sword pact and directly invaded Joshua's head for the purpose of taking it over. Joshua could not permit that from happening and immediately leveraged his willpower to resist the invasion. An explosion of dark and malevolent energies erupted from his helmeted head as he suffered a disadvantage during the initial collision. It was just as he feared. While his willpower caused him to hold the advantage in terms of quality, the bitter swordsman was considerably more powerful in quantitative terms. The latter possessed a lot of energy. That is not all. Joshua gasped. The spiritual invader managed to concentrate his power and inflict effective damage to Joshua's willpower immediately after arrival. This told Joshua that he was dealing with a highly skilled and experienced fighter. Chapter 6712 Joshua's own power. Venerable Joshua had arguably made one of the stupidest decisions in his life. He placed himself in a corner and practically begged the bitter swordsman to come and take over his body. Such an action amounted to nothing less than suicide for most people. The bitter swordsman was the source of much of the bitter scimitar's extraordinary power. The demonic artifact spirit possessed power that was on the same level of a design spirit in certain aspects. For Joshua to challenge this entity to a showdown over the control of his own body was not the wisest decision for that reason. After the initial collisions, Joshua immediately understood that the bitter swordsman was both competent and experienced in these kinds of battles. The artifact spirit started out strong. He leveraged his full power to amplify his momentum and suffocate Joshua. He also transformed aspects of his intangible self and turned into a demonic swordsman that actively used his resentment to draw upon a large amount of negative energies. Though Joshua was able to block the flow of much of these dark and corrupting energies due to his willpower, the effort induced a lot of strain. That was not all. The bitter swordsman did not just rely on his strong control over malevolent energies to wear Joshua down, but also took action more directly by flashing forward and launching a flurry of attacks with a spiritual copy of the bitter scimitar. Unlike Joshua and the Everchanger, the artifact spirit was able to wield the bitter scimitar with a great degree of proficiency and control. Even if the copy in his hand was not identical to the real D-arm, the artifact spirit was still able to rely on his great familiarity and understanding of the scimitar to simulate its power. The bitter swordsman's offensive kicked into an even higher gear when the weapon in his arm began to charge itself up by absorbing a certain type of E-energy. Joshua reacted with shock as he could feel that the artifact spirit's weapon had actually imitated the phase water charged tech that was supposed to make the bitter scimitar so deadly against phase lords. The difference between this version and the original D-arm was that the former absorbed life energy in order to empower its blade. This was extremely bad news for Joshua as life E-energy happened to be his primary element. One of the sources of his strength had suddenly turned into a liability as the bitter swordsman demonstrated a scary capacity to feed off life energy and use it as fuel to amplify his attack power. Joshua's willpower was being sapped at a considerably faster rate. All of this was bad news for the expert pilot who issued this challenge. He had known that the bitter swordsman would fight hard for the chance to come back to life, but his offensive rhythm was so much higher than predicted. Though the offensive blitz immediately put Joshua on the back foot, his willpower was not that easy to tear down. The battle that took place inside Joshua's body roughly mirrored the final battle that decided the ownership of Viola Magnifica. The malevolent artifact spirit clearly relied on attrition warfare to wear down and tire out the expert pilot. Joshua was able to hold his ground for the time being because his willpower was able to resist a lot of E-energy attacks. However, the bitter swordsman was a being who had reached a higher life state. Even if chi manipulators were at a natural disadvantage when facing willpower cultivators, the artifact spirit clearly understood that no one's willpower was infinite. As long as the bitter swordsman kept up his attacks and actively drained as much life energy as possible, Joshua would eventually get exhausted, thereby making it easy to absorb him and take over everything in his possession. Joshua could not allow this to happen. Staying on the defensive was a dead-end strategy. He needed to go on the attack and rely on his greatest strength to reverse this situation. However, what was his greatest strength? Cooperation. He and the Everchanger had developed the art of cooperation to a much deeper extent than any other pair of mech pilot and living mech. To his fellow peers, design spirits were like the icing on a cake. Only when an expert pilot needed to amplify the power of his blessed weapon did the power of a design spirit become a lot more relevant, but aside from that they acted like mascots most of the time. Joshua was different. He did not regard the practice of borrowing the insights and power of design spirits to be a form of weakness. Instead, he saw it as a way to achieve better outcomes by generating powerful synergies. The problem now was that Joshua had explicitly vowed to not draw upon the power of his expert mech or any design spirit for this fight. He had voluntarily waved away his greatest strength and advantage. While he knew that this would put himself at a considerable disadvantage, he did not regret this decision. He wanted to prove his strength by relying on his own merits for once. A breakthrough based on borrowing the power of a much more powerful design spirit such as Gaia or the superior mother would eventually turn into a flaw that would continually serve as a source of doubt going forward. If Joshua wanted to prove that he was strong enough without relying on his friends, he needed to fight this battle by relying on himself. His yearning to prove his strength and catch up with the likes of Saint Tusa and Saint Commander Casella had grown so strong that he was willing to put his life on the line. Joshua recognized that most of his previous breakthrough opportunities failed because he did not push himself enough. He had come closest to breaking through during the battle against the Emperor Tree. While he admitted that he had not been in the right mind by pointing his pistol at himself in the belief that comprehending the power of death would enhance his mastery over life, he still recognized that the best way to induce another breakthrough was to put himself in a similar situation. Only when he was driven into a corner with no help coming would he be able to unlock his greater potential. Here he was. His current situation was very similar to that past incident. He had once again turned his own weapon against himself. The biggest difference between the two scenarios was that in one of them, he still had control over his own service firearm. This time, he completely lost control over the bitter scimitar. It would be more correct to say that he never really controlled the mysterious D-arm to begin with. By opening himself up to a direct assault from its artifact spirit, Joshua initiated a fight that could not be stopped. Win or lose, life or death, resist or capitulate, Joshua had no other choice but to fight for one outcome or another. There were no complications anymore. There were no outside factors that could influence or interrupt the process. Swordsman was by putting up a fight instead of inviting others to do all of the hard work. Though the expert pilot felt far more vulnerable and threatened than before, he also felt more tuned with his life. His previous theory that coming in touch with death would allow him to deepen his appreciation of life was not wrong. The greater the pressure, the more he valued his own being. He no longer took his life for granted and desperately wanted to fight to preserve his own existence. I can't remain passive like this. I need to fight back. Joshua had already begun to push back, but it was difficult. Every time he concentrated his willpower and tried to attack or suppress the bitter swordsman, his adversary used his formidable reserves of negative energies to withstand the blows. At the same time, the artifact spirit continued to drain Joshua's life energy, causing him to speed up his exhaustion. This wasn't working. Joshua quickly realized that he not only needed to figure out a more effective way to attack the bitter swordsman, but he also needed to reduce his energy deficit. He soon came up with a promising idea. The bitter swordsman was able to feed off his life energy because it was inherently compatible and helpful to nearly every living entity. What about other energies? The demonic entity was clearly a being that was tainted with darkness, so what better way to counter him by exposing him to the light? While Joshua himself was not able to channel light energy as easily as the illustrious one, it was not necessary for him to call upon the help of this design spirit. He already possessed the capacity to channel other energies that he was familiar with. He just had to shift the focus to his companion spirit. Willie, a green long-haired cat, joined the fight. His appearance briefly took the bitter swordsman by surprise. Willie may possess a separate identity from Joshua, but the companion spirit was not independent enough to constitute a different individual. This meant that according to the life sword pact that Joshua had formed with the bitter scimitar, Willie could be regarded as an extension of the former. While the companion spirit was not able to affect the fight in his current state, Willie quickly demonstrated his amazing versatility by doing his best to imitate the illustrious one. Joshua had deliberately developed Willie as an avatar for other design spirits. It became a lot easier for the expert pilot to channel the power of the likes of xianxia, the superior mother, and the illustrious one when his companion spirit evolved into an incredibly versatile and adaptable vessel. Normally, Willie simply opened himself up for design spirits to descend on him and manifest into a miniature version of themselves. Just because the companion spirit was not allowed to do this anymore did not mean he had learned nothing from all of those possession attempts. Both Joshua and Willie had developed a decent understanding of the light element due to all of the times the latter acted as a vessel for the illustrious one. Now, Willie altered himself so that he not only strengthened his affinity towards the light attribute, but also used all of the lessons he derived from the illustrious one to draw in lighty energy and shape it into an energy shield. The change happened quickly. In one moment, the bitter swordsman merrily assailed Joshua by draining his life and assaulting him with blade strikes. In another moment, the bitter swordsman cried out in pain as Willie infused Joshua with radiance, causing him and his willpower to repel the malevolent being. Though Willie was much weaker than the bitter swordsman and was unable to fully drive back the darkness, the helpful companion spirit was at least able to make Joshua more resistant against darkness and slow down the drain of life energy. Joshua began to grin. His initial use of Willie's talents caused him to realize that his options were not as meager as he thought. It turned out that he was capable of weaponizing other E-energy attributes without needing to borrow the help of other design spirits. Willie had never handled E-energy like this in the past, but he was a quick learner. The companion spirit soon began to utilize Joshua's understanding of his own expert mech to shape light energy into a facsimile of a mechanical construct. Soon enough, Joshua's soul was no longer surrounded by a simple light bubble. Willie had encased Joshua in a light-cast imitation of the Everchanger. With a light energy version of the Vitalis Luminaire crystal rifle in one hand and the Heartsword in the other hand, Joshua finally felt in control again. He was much stronger if he fought as an expert pilot, his false mech. He had tried to resonate with Willie in the past, but the results were negligible because his companion spirit was not a mech that was integrated with resonating exotics. Yet when Joshua resonated with the light-cast Everchanger, he found to his surprise that he was actually able to generate a small but significant amount of true resonance. Even if it was nowhere comparable to the real thing, this was still a massive improvement. How was he able to resonate with a mech that did not really exist? Is it the blood pact? He suddenly thought back on the bond that existed between himself and the Everchanger. The lines between the two had blurred. From the moment they formed a lifelong bond of mutual assistance and growth, the two had become one. A part of himself had transferred over to the Everchanger, while a part of the Everchanger had already transferred over to Joshua. This had massive implications, but one of them was that he was able to simulate the Everchanger to a significantly greater degree than normal. Joshua would always have a version of the Everchanger by his side. No matter how much he was separated from the cockpit of his Carmen mech, he would always be able to pilot a weakened version of the Everchanger by having Willie produce an E-energy manifestation. This is my own power. Chapter 6713 The Lightcast Everchanger. The struggle for control took a drastic turn when Joshua finally discovered and embraced his own power. Kedis was right all along. Versatility was his greatest strength. Joshua did not excel in any specific skill or E-energy attribute. His conviction and reasons to fight were not as strong or defined as that of his peers. That did not necessarily mean he was weak. What he lacked in specialization, he made up for it with versatility. His exposure to many different design spirits who all specialized in their own E-energy attributes and power expressions had allowed Joshua to build up a huge repertoire of techniques and abilities. Even if he was not able to reproduce them particularly well, it didn't matter so long as he used his strengths to counter the enemy's weaknesses. It turned out that he did not need to pilot his Everchanger in order to leverage his own versatility. Just his companion spirit was enough to exploit his amazing versatility in a fight between two very different souls. Having Willie produce a light energy manifestation of the Everchanger hit multiple birds with a single stone. First, it gave Joshua access to the power of the element that served as a direct counter to the element employed by the bitter swordsman. Although Joshua was at a disadvantage because his understanding of light was not that good and couldn't gather nearly as much energy as his adversary, he could easily use it to fortify his existing strengths. By blending light energy and his own willpower in a single combination, his facsimile Everchanger became highly resistant against the attacks launched by the bitter swordsman. His lightcast Everchanger was filled with so much positive energies that Joshua felt as if he had become a beacon in the dark. The light burned at the darkness around him and fortified his confidence. With the small amount of true resonance that he was able to generate with his lightcast Everchanger, Joshua found that he could replicate some of the abilities and techniques he used when he piloted his actual expert mech. "Take this," he shouted as he infused the lightcast Vitalis rifle with greater light and life energy. The energy beam that spat from its muzzle precisely struck the bitter swordsman, causing the hostile and angry artifact spirit to cry out in pain. What distressed the bitter swordsman more was that the pain did not disappear. The energy beam left behind a persistent stain of light on himself that continued to burn and inflict damage. Although the light stain was rather small and the persistent damage was not too great, the resonance empowerment bestowed by Joshua caused this weak effect to be far more difficult to remove than normal. Joshua grinned. The sticky energy mode was one of the many small tricks he developed after working together with the illustrious one. The genuine sticky energy beams inflicted considerably greater persistent damage as the illustrious one was the primary source of light energy. Joshua merely provided the true resonance and light energy that enabled an attack to persist and stay alive, for trying to satisfy all of the conditions by himself was difficult and not as effective, but at least it worked. Joshua fought like he was piloting a mech. The Everchanger constantly spat out sticky energy beams after sticky energy beams. The resonance-empowered attacks did not damage the bitter swordsman as much as he hoped, but the Lightcast Everchanger was easily able to keep up the effort. Each strike not only hurt the demonic spirit, but also caused him to become covered by another patch of persistent light energy. Splotches of light began to cover the bitter swordsman, causing him to look as if he was diseased. The spreading pain irritated the artifact spirit and broke his momentum. He was forced to slow down his attacks and direct his attention to getting rid of the sticky light that proved to be awfully persistent due to Joshua's willpower. The fight between the two had entered a new stage. As Joshua continued to pilot his Lightcast Everchanger, he quickly became accustomed to fighting in this way. He moved faster and was able to evade the attacks launched by the bitter swordsman more easily. When the enemy managed to outmaneuver the Lightcast Everchanger and threatened to slash the manifestation with a blade that was steeped in darkness and resentment, a Lightcast version of the Heartsword occasionally blocked or parried the attack. It quickly became clear that the Lightcast Everchanger fared better when it was able to maintain distance and pelt its adversary from afar. The Vitalis Luminaire Avristal Vifla Uma Moa particularly Adamanand or Sourceful Firearm, but that happened to be an advantage in this situation. Joshua and Willie did not fully understand how the Everchanger worked on a technical basis. The Lightcast version created by Willie was not really a genuine replication of the expert hero mech. It was more like a superficial three-dimensional drawing. The only reason why it worked at all was because Joshua breathed life into it and also used his willpower to distort its reality. One of the realizations that Joshua made over the course of this fight was that as long as he used enough willpower, he could turn false into true. His strong desire to pilot the genuine Everchanger enabled him to increase the authenticity of the Lightcast Everchanger. The latter was still far from the real deal, but Joshua was already able to work with what he already managed to obtain. The simpler the subject, the easier it was for him to make it real. Joshua was highly familiar with both the Heartsword and the Vitalis. He wielded them for many years and understood their properties. He also held strong sentiments towards them, so it was a lot easier for Willie to simulate their actual forms. Their simplicity helped a lot as Joshua found he needed to expend less willpower to fill in the gaps and turn them into weapons that were real enough to put the bitter swordsman on the back foot. Joshua continued to gain all sorts of realizations as he fought for control over his body. He felt truly alive at this time. Death still loomed over his head, but as long as he was able to fight like a mech pilot, he knew he was putting up his best possible fight. The bitter swordsman did not stay down for long, though. The angrier he became, the more reckless he fought. He sped up and struck harder. He forcefully burned away the persistent light spots by flooding them with darkness energy. No matter what, the bitter swordsman did not allow the Lightcast Everchanger to maintain its distance. The artifact spirit no longer held back. The amount of darkness energy expended by him rose dramatically. The bitter scimitar in his hands began to burn darkness energy, causing it to become infused with so much power that started to inflict real damage on the Lightcast Everchanger. Joshua came under greater pressure. The bitter swordsman was far better at wielding his blade, and he possessed so much ferocity and aggression that it was easy for him to maintain the initiative. Meanwhile, Joshua was put on the defensive as his Lightcast Everchanger was receiving constant damage. Though he was able to repair the damage easily enough, his willpower wore out faster. Both sides were draining themselves quickly. If this went on, the fight would turn into an endurance race. Would Joshua exhaust his willpower first, or would the bitter swordsman run out of energy sooner? Joshua did not have enough confidence in his ability to win this race. He was still an expert pilot and had not yet properly developed his ability to attract and manipulate. The bitter swordsman was comparable to a chi cultivator of the second major cultivation rank. Though he was still in a fairly weak state, the fact that he possessed a domain of his own allowed him to leverage a lot more negative energies from the environment. This meant that it would take a long time to exhaust the artifact spirit. Joshua did not want to bet the outcome of this struggle on outlasting his opponent. It was way too passive of an approach. I can do more. He started to get creative. In the past, he only utilized the power of light to enhance his ranged attacks. It was a natural complement to his Vitalis Luminaire crystal rifle. What if he began to use it to augment the performance of his Heartsword instead? His melee weapon was already predominantly comprised of light energy, but Joshua began to channel even more of it in order to make it stronger. The heart's word became firmer and glowed brighter. It was better able to block the enemy's darkness-infused scimitar strikes. The light-cast Everchanger was even able to hit back with the heartsword a few times. Each time Joshua saw an opening, he took it and struck the bitter swordsman with a light-based attack that inflicted considerable pain. Even so, Joshua realized that this was not enough. His light-cast Everchanger was faring well, but all of that would end once he exhausted his willpower. Meanwhile, his adversary was consuming a prodigious amount of negative energies in order to keep up his elevated performance. Though the bitter swordsman was expending a huge amount of darkness energy, he could easily afford to do so as he was drawing most of it from E-energy radiation as opposed to his own reserves. Murrah! Murrah! The green cat attempted to do something he had never attempted to do before. He no longer stuck to channeling the light energy, but also began to draw upon other energies. It was rather difficult for the cat to multitask, but he was still able to do so at the cost of weakening his control over light energy. The companion spirit had taken on a heavy burden as he tried to maintain the form of the light-cast Everchanger as best as possible while also augmenting it with other energies. Joshua began to get pushed back due to the weakening of his false mech. Despite the setback, he persisted with his new approach. He believed in his ability to leverage multiple E-energy attributes at once. Solid reinforcement. Joshua used the small amount of space energy generated by Willy to reinforce the resonance-empowered defenses of his light-cast Everchanger. The new synergistic effect had already begun to make a difference. The attacks inflicted by the bitter swordsman got reduced even further as the light-cast Everchanger was much more able to withstand the incoming scimitar, peace field. The light-cast Everchanger began to generate an energy field that slightly negated the bitter swordsman's darkness and lightly calmed his aggression. The negation field was not that strong, but it was not too weak either. Joshua quickly figured out that he could blend the negation field with both light energy and life energy to make it a lot more effective and difficult to resist. The combination was clumsy and sloppy, but it didn't matter so long as it worked. The bitter swordsman indeed became hindered by the augmented negation field. He was not able to draw upon darkness energy as easily as before, and his scimitar strikes grew feebler as he was not able to channel as much ferocity in his attacks as before. Joshua realized more and more that versatility was a power in itself. As long as he gained enough of an understanding in an E-energy attribute, he and Willy could leverage it alongside other energies to produce brand new synergies. Seeing that he was able to shore up his defenses while also debilitating his opponent, Joshua sought a solution that could enhance his attack power. His mind was already under heavy strain. He and Willy could not handle the burden of juggling too many E-energy attributes at once. He could only add one more element to his mix. His eyes suddenly lit up as he came up with the perfect choice for this occasion. Death. Chapter 6714 Joshua the Mixer. All of the powerful heroes and gods of the human race that Joshua knew of tended to excel in only one concept or element. The xenotechnician was the ultimate authority on alien tech, the evolution which embodied the horrible power of biotechnology. The huntsman was the ultimate authority on hunting. Joshua once imagined that he would become a powerhouse with a strong focus on life or a related subject one day. However, the older he became, the more he knew that his future would probably look different from his initial dreams. The power of life was more like a gateway to him. It allowed him to approach and befriend various different design spirits and other entities. The relationships he built with his talent all added to his success. He used to think that cooperation was his strength. After all, he often took advantage of the Everchanger's ability to pick his own design spirit to channel the power of different entities. Just like how the Everchanger was able to choose whether to fight up close or from afar depending on the situation, Joshua was able to select the design spirits that could best solve his opponents. It was only now that he understood that power based on the help of others was ultimately not reliable enough. Joshua had his own pride. He needed to become strong enough in his own right in order to deal with design spirits on a more equal level. If he remained weak while all of those design spirits grew stronger, then their friendship would morph into something worse over time. One of his greatest fears was that if he got left behind, he would no longer possess the qualifications to communicate with the design spirits anymore. High and mighty entities such as xianxia, Lufa and the Phase King would no longer consider him as an equal partner, but instead treat him as a worshipper or supplicant. That was not the kind of identity that Joshua wanted to obtain. It sounded far too demeaning and subservient to him. He could not see any way for him to become an ace pilot if the entire basis of his combat system amounted to praying to other gods for their blessings. This was why Joshua felt so good at this time. Even as he and his companion spirit were struggling to channel multiple different E-energy attributes at the same time, they were not deterred by the challenge. Versatility is my strength. His lightcast Everchanger had already gained more complexity by channeling the power of space and the power of negation. Both elements served to blunt the bitter swordsman's offensive and aggression. Even if Joshua was not too skilled in applying his power in this manner, he was quite satisfied with the results. However, if he wanted to defeat the demonic artifact spirit in a convincing display of superiority, then he needed to do more. This was why he turned to a familiar E-energy attribute. Joshua was no stranger to death. Anyone who fought in wars became intimately familiar with the inescapable fact that soldiers occasionally had to pay the ultimate price when they entered the battlefield. Death was the antithesis of life. The two shared a strong and unmistakable relationship with each other. Though Joshua had a bad encounter with death after he became delusional enough to seek it out in the hopes of breaking through, his theory was not entirely wrong. Comprehending death should also increase his understanding of life. Right now, Joshua had no intention of repeating his prior madness. He did not seek to make use of the power of death to promote his understanding and mastery of life. He had already gotten rid of his obsession with life. Instead, he chose to deal with death as if it was another resource at his disposal. There was no need for him to consciously ascribe special meaning or significance to this universal concept. Death was a part of existence. The same applied to other attributes such as life, space and fire. Each of them presented a range of possibilities to Joshua. By treating the death attribute as another weapon in his arsenal, he demystified it and inoculated himself against developing strange thoughts. He never wanted his fascination for death to lead him to pull out his gun and press the muzzle against the side of his head. It's just death. Helena works with it all of the time. It's no big deal. Despite changing his approach towards the death attribute, Joshua still maintained his caution and made sure to keep channeling the power of negation as a potential shield to defend against any potential side effects. He soon found it difficult to channel death energy on top of all of the other energies. Death fell under the category of negative energy, so it was quite understandable that he had to expend far more effort to attract it considering that life was his main element. This was where Willie's adaptability came into play. At the cost of reducing his effort to channel the light element, the companion spirit was barely able to attract enough death energy that was usable. The lightcast Everchanger grew weaker, but Joshua already accounted for this. It became harder to keep up with the bitter swordsman, but the use of space energy and negation energy still blunted his attacks just enough to make it bearable. Joshua tried his best to maintain all of his current activities while also trying to channel death energy into the heartsword. This was quite difficult as he had already blended it with life energy and light energy. Both of them were positive energies, so they strongly rejected the introduction of death energy. Behave. While Joshua was fine with following the natural order, this time he wanted to produce a different outcome. Negative energies normally did not mix well with positive energies. If he wanted to change this rule, he needed to make use of his willpower to change the rules of reality. How could he possibly become the most versatile mech pilot if he was not able to mix positive attributes with negative attributes? Even chi cultivators were able to make this happen by practicing advanced cultivation methods. Unlike chi cultivators, mech pilots like Joshua preferred to make stuff happen by using the force of their own willpower. If I tell you to combine, then do so. You will get along whether you like it or not. I will not accept any other outcomes. His efforts worked. The more he desired to add death energy to his weapon, the lower the resistance from the other two positive energies. Joshua felt as if he was practicing a novel form of magic. Though the three elements barely got along with each other, his heartsword began to change as a result. Maybe I've been underestimating this weapon all along. He had a feeling that one of the reasons why he successfully pulled this off was because the heartsword was inherently compatible with every E-energy attribute, just like the Everchanger. As the original melee weapon paired with the expert hero Mech, the heartsword was also disismod with Warentilitu in Mindel. It was just that Joshua was unable to recognize and appreciate this advantage. He only channeled one design spirit at a time in the past, which made it so that the heartsword did not perform exceptionally well. He changed his mind. The unassuming sword was more suitable to him than he thought. What it lacked in killing power, it made up for it in versatility. There were times when having the right solution at his disposal was better than wielding overwhelming brute force. Of course, Joshua recognized that versatility alone may not be enough to defeat every opponent. His newfound appreciation for his old mech weapon did not change his mind about the necessity of taming the bitter scimitar. The weapon was designed to kill phase lords. It would probably take a lot less work and effort for him to defeat a phase lord with the bitter scimitar than if he relied on his old combination of the heartsword and the vitalis. Enough. It is time to end this bout. As the power of death settled into his lightcast heartsword, the manifested weapon gained a distinctly sharper and more lethal edge. Joshua still found it difficult to integrate the power of death more profoundly into the sword. The current result was barely enough for his purposes. His eyes grew sharper as he tried to recall all of the lessons and advice he received on, "I am not a swordsman, but I don't need to beat you by relying on superior skill in arms. That is Dice's routine. Versatility is my strength. Now taste my death edge." The lightcast Everchanger became a lot more threatening to the bitter swordsman after the latest change. Although the heartsword only contained a small amount of death energy, its forced interaction with light energy and life energy generated brand new synergies that caused the weapon to become qualitatively stronger and more lethal. While the bitter swordsman's life-fueled scimitar continued to batter at the lightcast Everchanger's fortified defenses, the heartsword lashed out at the demonic artifact spirit and inflicted wounds that cut surprisingly deep. The bitter swordman was taken aback by the enhanced effectiveness of the heartsword. The seemingly simple sword had become absurdly more dangerous to demonic entities like himself. Not only was it suffused with light and life, the addition of death seemed to weaponize the positive energies and make them a lot more focused towards killing beings corrupted by negative energies such as himself. The lightcast Everchanger immediately took advantage of the bitter swordsman's surprise and pressed the attack. The manifested mech continually pressed forward the bitter swordsman regardless and unleashed a flurry of sword strikes that cut off whether he managed to block the weapon. The artifact spirit was not wielding the real bitter scimitar. He only shaped his own energies to form the weapon to make it more convenient for him to attack his target. Therefore, attacking the manifested bitter scimitar was no different from attacking the artifact spirit directly. Joshua had set aside all thoughts about defense. He solely focused on cutting the resistant and rebellious personality that had given him so much trouble and grief over the past few days. "The elements are under my control." The heartsword struck again and again. "Even shallow wounds inflicted significant, your weaknesses are mine to exploit." As Joshua gained more confidence in his performance, the lightcast Everchanger glowed brighter. "No longer will I tolerate your defiance." His momentum continued to grow, causing him to completely take over the initiative and deny any breathing room to his opponent. "You will fall in line, or you will die." The bitter swordsman cried out in pain as the lightcast Everchanger lunged forward and cut off one of his arms. "Will you submit, or will you resist to the bitter end?" The manifested expert hero mech finally relented in its attacks. Joshua paused his assault not because he wanted to show mercy, but because he sought to preserve the power of the bitter scimitar as much as possible. After all, he still hoped to wield it against his true opponent after this ordeal. Given how extensively the tides had turned, the bitter swordsman did not see much hope in making a comeback. He had already started off strong and quickly proceeded to fight at his full strength. Yet ultimately the human expert pilot developed entirely new capabilities and managed to overpower him in a clear display of strength. The bitter swordsman would have been a lot more unwilling to accept his loss if Joshua borrowed the power of others or won because of a trick. That was not the case this time. As angry and unwilling he may be, the bitter swordsman was still rational enough to recognize that he had been beaten fair and square. Perhaps a semblance of honor still remained inside his blackened heart, because he did not choose to deny or contest the outcome. The bitter swordsman resentfully bowed his head. He acknowledged his loss, but he did not forget the terms of their pact. Once he recovered and managed to grow stronger, there was no doubt that he would mount another challenge in the future in the hopes of taking over Joshua's body. The expert pilot responded with a savage grin. "I will be waiting for you to try again. The outcome will be the same. Do you know why? It is because I already have you figured it out. No matter what abilities you use next time, I will always be versatile enough to counter your means." When the struggle for control formally came to an end, Joshua regained his awareness of his cockpit and his expert mech. Although Joshua and his D-arm had fought each other for quite a while, not as much time passed in reality as he expected. "Did you win? You wouldn't be asking me this question if I lost." When Joshua directed his attention towards the bitter scimitar, he felt relieved when he noticed that it had ceased all forms of resistance. The powerful weapon had finally surrendered control to him. It rested obediently in the Everchanger's sword hand, and looked ready to be used for its intended purpose. Joshua confidently grinned as he activated a special command. The bitter scimitar immediately burned 100 grams of phase water, causing its curved blade to glow with piercing might. Let's finish this fight. Chapter 6715. A new relationship. When Venerable Joshua successfully won the bet and managed to preserve his life, he grinned like crazy. He did it. He conquered the bitter scimitar. The potent weapon had finally surrendered to his control. As he began to feel out the newly subdued D-arm, he noted that the resentful artifact spirit still chafed at the terms imposed on him. He most certainly did not like to hold back against his current wielder. Yet what could he do? Joshua had bonded with it with one of the most binding spiritual agreements, the Life Sword Pact. No matter what kind of traitor or rulebreaker the bitter swordsman may be, he had pledged his own corrupted soul to the terms of the pact. This was how Joshua managed to do what he previously thought was impossible. Though the risks were high, Joshua had managed to find his strength and proven his superiority. The bitter scimitar was under his complete control. The mysterious D-arm did not simply stop its resistance towards his efforts to harness its full features and potential. Joshua was actually able to compel the artifact spirit to cooperate with him on anything he wanted. For example, shortly after he activated the phase water charged blade setting, the bitter swordsman begrudgingly but obediently worked to strengthen and optimize this mode so that it increased the cutting power of the scimitar to the uppermost boundary. This made a huge difference. Though Joshua could not measure how many % better it became at neutralizing and piercing through transphasic defenses, he instinctively felt that the spatial barriers generated by the 8th Lord of Takenshia shouldn't be a problem anymore. As his confidence and optimism swelled, the Everchanger glowed brighter. A bright green corona surrounded the expert hero Mech, causing him to look like a defiant soldier that attempted to pull one last feat of heroism in the hopes of reversing a losing battle. Time was of the essence. The bitter scimitar had already swallowed 100 grams of phase water to enter into its highly active setting. Joshua did not spend the few seconds that passed by in vain. He rapidly understood what the weapon was capable of and how he should best wield his D-arm now that it fully opened up to his control. When the Everchanger finally went into action again, his performance was radically different than before. The bitter scimitar, which previously inflicted mediocre damage against the 8 Lord's energy barriers, suddenly began to inflict visible tears in their structure. Look at the Everchanger. Wow, his weapon has become much more powerful. That's the power of phase water charge technology. I can't imagine how much phase water the Everchanger has burned in order to destabilize the spatial barriers so much. It's wrong. This is not the kind of power that phase water charge technology can produce. Even if we account for the amplification produced by hyper-technology and true resonance, the new scimitar is so much more powerful and effective than any other bladed weapon that it is already getting close to matching the effectiveness of Saint Piercer arms. Is this the Larkinson clan's attempt to imitate those infamous alien weapons? Not too many people paid attention to the Everchanger, considering that there were bigger and stronger assets on the battlefield. Yet those that had a considerable stake in Joshua and the Everchanger's success noticed that the pairing had suddenly burst out with greater power than they had previously shown. The 8th Lord of Takenshia was taken aback by the sudden explosion of aggression from the Everchanger. The lesser phase lord had previously dismissed the green expert Mech as a low-priority threat, but now the alien had to revise his evaluation because his spatial barriers were getting torn up in a matter of seconds. Venerable Glendale and Venerable Rodrigo of the 77th Warborn immediately adapted to the Everchanger's drastically increased effectiveness. The Greenix and the Bloodripper began to circle around and attack the rear defenses of the lesser phase lord. Neither of them had any hope of tearing down the spatial barriers as quickly as the Everchanger, but they could prevent the enemy from concentrating all of his energy defenses in the direction of the most acute threat. The two living expert mechs also positioned themselves in a way that allowed them to stall the 8th Lord of Takenshia should he decide to make a retreat. As the Everchanger continued to tear his way through the successive layers of spatial barriers, Joshua did not settle for the current results. He could do more. He could do a lot more. Willie was already trying to put his newly discovered capabilities to good use, and Joshua took the time to communicate with his resentful D-arm. "Work with me, and you shall taste the blood that you so dearly crave." Joshua told his sentient weapon, "If you help me kill this lesser phase lord, then I promise you that if no one else has a greater claim on his soul, I will allow you to devour it for yourself, but only if he dies at our hands." The artifact spirit was taken aback by this offer. Why was Joshua trying to be so generous after he had worked hard to compel absolute control over the D-arm? It didn't make any sense from the perspective of the bitter swordsman. We could have spared all of the arguing and fighting if you cooperated with me from the start. Joshua admonished the artifact spirit. While I do not regret that I have bound you to a pact, I don't want our relationship to be defined by its restrictive terms. There is still a chance for us to set aside our stupid grievances against each other and cooperate earnestly with each other. What do you say? Would you like to work with me to kill aliens and gods, not because a stupid pact is forcing you to follow my lead, but because we can help each other grow stronger? The bitter swordsman was not able to make a firm decision on this matter. The very nature of his being resisted the notion of cooperating with a living person and an expert pilot no less. If he was as feral and irrational as before, he would definitely reject this overture. However, the life sword pact changed him. The differences were too numerous to mention, but one of the most important consequences was that he was able to understand his new life partner a lot better. There was no way the bitter swordsman could miss the meaning and the sincerity behind Joshua's words. The life sword pact also caused the bitter swordsman to absorb a portion of the expert pilot's strength regardless of whether he wanted it or not. His irrational fury had abated as a surge of reason and control had reasserted themselves in his chaotic. The bitter swordsman realized that he had lost his purity. By agreeing to form a lifelong pact with Joshua, he unwillingly developed a sense of intimacy and understanding towards the living human expert pilot. As a soul that had been consigned to damnation before being forced to inhabit a weapon artifact, the bitter swordsman had become another soldier of the other side. The living were supposed to be his enemies. Previously was because the two were fundamentally opposed to each other. The only ways for the two to stop fighting against each other was if one of them fled, surrendered or died. There weren't supposed to be any other options. This caused the artifact spirit to fall into confusion. Surrendering to Joshua felt bad. The bitter swordsman felt humiliated by his loss and did not want to be puppeted by his new master. If there was a chance for him to regain a semblance of his dignity and raise his status to a near equal partner, then that was better than the alternative. The only downside was that the artifact spirit had to be willing to set aside his original mission and mandate. Was it more important for him to maintain his hostility towards the living, or would he rather make his cage more pleasant and enjoy the illusion of control? The bitter swordsman did not take long before he made up his mind. The artifact spirit acquiesced. Joshua laughed. Ha ha ha, good. We are already doing great, but we can do better if you are actively participating in the fight. Get ready, because we are about to claim this phase lord's head. The bitter scimitar's performance did not change right away, but Joshua already felt that the weapon had become more responsive and more willing to follow his lead. For now, the D-arm had become as pliable and willing as a typical living mech. Though the bitter swordsman was not able to place all of his trust into Joshua straight away, any progress was better than nothing. As Joshua had gained new realizations about his power and his capabilities, he had been thinking more and more about what kind of pilot he wanted to become. Versatility had become his greatest strength, and he fully intended to develop it to the fullest. However, if he wanted to master every power that could be used to defeat his opponents in the future, he clearly could not settle with cooperating with the limited amount of design spirits available for cooperation. Joshua strongly believed that if he wanted to expand his repertoire, he would have to seek out other formidable existences and befriend them to the point where he could borrow their power. As long as he learned enough about the nature of the borrowed powers, he and his companion spirit would be able to reproduce weaker versions of them without any external assistance. This would be one of his new goals and ambitions. He needed to become stronger in order to protect his family and his clan, and the best way to do so was to master 100 different E-energy attributes. He would definitely have to travel around a lot in order to complete this ambitious goal. He suddenly felt the urge to roam around and meet new people and enemies. He wanted to descend to the surface of untamed planets and familiarize himself with the interesting powers developed by gifted calamity beasts. Perhaps not all of them would be willing to befriend him and share their insights on their own capabilities. Joshua would try his best to change their minds by force if his goal was never to subjugate and enslave all of these unwilling entities. Joshua already figured out that his stance on this matter would have far-reaching effects on his progression as a high-ranking pilot. He strongly rejected the notion of becoming a tyrant and an enslaver. Though he wouldn't necessarily show mercy to those who resisted him, he would still respect their decisions on whether they wanted to share their secrets with him. If they ever decided to cooperate with him, then they had to do so voluntarily, and not because he coerced them against their will. Joshua hoped that the measures he took against the bitter swordsman would be the last time he forced another spirit to submit to his control. He would much rather expand his versatility and master 100 different E-energy attributes while still maintaining good relations to the entities who taught him over the course of their friendships. By understanding their powers and attributes well enough, he would be able to cooperate with them on a deeper level. Let's put this theory to the test. The Everchanger was already making good progress in dismantling the energy defenses, but the problem was that the 8th Lord of Takenshia became so spooked that he already tried to flee to the rear. The expert mech needed to speed up his pace, or else it would become untenable to persist in the effort to slay the Phase Lord. Soon enough, the Everchanger began to attract more E-energy from the environment. What was remarkable was the expert hero mech no longer predominantly absorbed energy of a single attribute. Instead, the expert mech gained a more complex aura as he began to absorb as much life energy, space energy, death energy and darkness energy as possible. The unusual combination of element and metantelor started to alter the properties of the expert mech in the phase water-charged scimitar. Though the Everchanger initially found it difficult to balance between all of these attributes at once, his true resonance gradually molded these forces into a cohesive combination. Chapter 6716 The birth of the first fusion spirit. The Everchanger changed. This was not an unusual observation in itself. The expert hero mech frequently altered his more subtle characteristics by changing his glow. If he wanted to focus on ranged combat, then he would switch to the illustrious one. The design spirit was able to make his relatively weak Vitalis rifle Luminaire crystal rifle inflict considerably more damage than usual. If Joshua wanted to increase his hit rate and strike at targets far beyond his normal range, then he would channel the prophetic capabilities of Ilvain. If he wanted to break through pesky transphasic energy shields, he would tap into the power of the Phase King. This happened a lot more often as of late. While Joshua most definitely formed a list of favorites, there were no useless design spirits as far as he was concerned. Each of them had been vetted or created by the Patriarch. They were all capable of making contributions in the right situations. Joshua had developed a rich appreciation for the diversity that was already available. Yet had he done his best to exploit the capabilities of those design spirits? He used to think so, but he thought much differently this time. His previous ordeals had opened his eyes to many more possibilities. Right now, he was making use of the combined capabilities of himself, Willie, the Everchanger and the Bitter Scimitar to simultaneously channel 4 design spirits and 4 E-energy attributes at the same time. It would have been difficult for one of them to do all of this work, but Joshua already realized that there was no need for him to do all of the work. He instead decided to split up responsibilities and hope that their cooperation was good enough to mix the different elements together. This was the most complex operation that he attempted to pull off at this time. The burden was considerable as the effort to combine all of these elements together was exceedingly difficult due to their inherent differences and lack of compatibility. Yet as Joshua continued to work, he found that it was remarkably easy to make all of it happen. This is because I am never alone. The 4 of them were separate existences, but their spirits were also tied to each other. This made it much easier for them to understand and cooperate with each other. Joshua worked to evoke the power of life, which was the attribute that he was most familiar with. Life brought vibrancy, resilience, vitality, growth and other positive aspects. It was the attribute that defined living mechs and represented his ethos of growing stronger through cooperation. It was the lubricant that gave him the capital to work with a diverse array of entities. Willie called upon the power of Helena. The companion spirit was the most suited to manifest the daughter of death and evoke her chosen element. Death was the opposite of life and enhanced the lethality of every weapon when included. Joshua had grown more accustomed to leveraging the power of death in his solutions. The Everchanger had already been channeling the Phase King from the start. As the design spirit that possessed the deepest comprehension of space and phase water, he was by far the most suitable design spirit to employ when fighting against a phase lord that relied enormously on spatial barriers for protection. The Bitter Scimitar channeled the power of darkness. It was quite dangerous to leverage this E-energy attribute, but since Joshua was on the offensive, he wanted to make use of an element that could amplify his offensive even further. The D-arm was steeped in darkness, so the weapon was especially good at drawing it in and shaping it into different forms. Darkness was an ominous and corrupting force that Joshua would never want to touch under ordinary circumstances. However, ever since he formed a life sword pact with the D-arm, the darkness energy attribute was no longer as foreign and dangerous to him anymore. Had Joshua become a little more evil due to getting exposed to so much darkness energy? He didn't think so. He just made use of the talent of his new, life sword. Since this was the case, shouldn't it be natural for him to gain control over his sword artifact's capabilities? This was how he was able to handle darkness energy without suffering an immediate backlash. Joshua did not keep the different energies pooled in their own little silos. He actively attempted to mix them together in his everchamber. The machine was by far the most suitable vessel for this purpose. Joshua became pleasantly surprised that the decision to invest in multiple ascension paths made it a lot easier to host several elements at the same time. Whereas other Larkinson expert mechs only accumulated ascension runes in 1 or 2 ascension paths derived from different design spirits, the Everchanger had invested in as much as 12 different ascension paths. The disadvantage of this was that the Everchanger was never able to specialize in any specific attribute, but Joshua always wanted his battle partner to become more flexible and fluent when using different attributes. Now, this strange development strategy paid off as the Everchanger was more easily able to balance and combine the different energies. As a result of this effort, the expert mech not only gained more power, but also acquired a combination of additional advantages. The corona around the Everchanger changed in tint. Joshua's characteristic truck resonance always produced a vibrant green glow, but after blending in the other elements, it had begun to grow darker. This was an unmistakable sign that the expert mech had undergone a profound transformation in power expression. This was not all. As the Everchanger continued to get closer and closer to removing the final obstacle that stood in the way between him and the 8th Lord of xianxia, the corona around the masterwork mech began to expand and take on a different shape. Instead of maintaining its current contours around the expert hero mech, the darkened corona began to morph into a larger and more animalistic shape. It looked as if the Everchanger had birthed a new form of life that amalgamated all of the different elements together. This was not far from the truth. Venerable Joshua did not know why he did this, but as he struggled to mix the different energy attributes together, he suddenly felt inspired by the artistic conceptions of chi cultivation to try something similar. Joshua did not consider himself to be a particularly imaginative or creative individual, but the only sort of creature that he could think of that encapsulated all 4 chosen elements was a strange bird. Dark wings extended from the sides of the Everchanger as the silhouette of a crow-like creature settled across his mech frame. The crow was not an illusion. It was alive, if only partially. As soon as the different energies blended together with the help of Joshua's evolving willpower, the dark crow not only gained life, but also purpose. When the Everchanger next struck one of the remaining spatial barrier in the way, the energy silhouette launched forward and pecked the spatial barrier at the same spot, with its beak. The energy defense broke in an instant. The power and the effectiveness of the crow's attack almost matched that of a single strike from the D-arm. If the strange corona given life was able to do this every time the Everchanger swung his scimitar, then his attack power had effectively doubled, but only for as long as Venerable Joshua was able to maintain this state. Right now, the expert mech had become even stronger. Each of his attacks effectively dealt double damage with the help of this powerful new apparition. What was even more impressive was that the crow helped in other ways as well. The crow-shaped corona was originally derived from the Everchanger's resonance shield. It had only become more effective at resisting damage. Incoming attacks from numerous Orvan warships easily bounced off the crow as if they collided against a strong spatial barrier. The living resonance shield also amplified the effect of the Everchanger's space suppressor, which weakened all of the 8th Lord of xianxia's spatial abilities. Even the crow also enhanced the Everchanger's mobility. Each time the energy bird flapped its wings, the Everchanger almost seemed to skip through space. This capability reminded people of the Dark Zephyr Mark III. While no one argued that the Everchanger had suddenly become faster and more maneuverable than the famous expert light skirmisher, the power granted by the crow had somehow caused Joshua's battle partner to close the gap. What is going on? Kedis asked in confusion. How is the Everchanger able to do this? With the appearance of that energy crow, his effective combat power has surpassed the level of a second-class mid-tier expert mech. Has Joshua broken through and formed a special domain? The energy projection of Ves shook his head. No, Joshua hasn't broken through yet. He is merely relying on several different assets to combine different attributes together into a single amalgamation. It is normally difficult to force the elements of life, space, death and darkness to get along with each other, but Joshua has somehow managed to replicate the same solution that I like to use when trying to combine different elements together. He used his willpower to turn his mixture alive. What? Did he just give birth to a new design spirit? Not so dramatic, Keddies. I can clearly feel that this fusion spirit of his is only alive for as long as it is sustained by true resonance. As soon as Joshua withdraws his willpower, the fusion spirit will be unmade, probably. You are not sure. Ves adopted a thoughtful expression. I am already thinking about ways to capture the fusion spirit and stuff it into a vessel. Don't you think it will make for a good precursor ingredient for a new D-arm? Don't even start, Ves. Fine. It is too premature to think about this when we hardly know anything about the latest rabbit that Joshua has pulled out of his hat. Anyway, Joshua has clearly gained an epiphany or three. He has drastically changed his approach towards combat. It's rather surprising that he hadn't broken through yet. Maybe his power application is too new and unrefined for him to reach his limit. Maybe he needs greater external pressure to turn from coal into diamond. As Keddies continued to observe the Everchanger's dramatic performance, she also paid attention to the telemetry transmitted by the expert hero Mech. The numbers did not make much sense anymore, but one measurement that hadn't been distorted by all of the latest weirdness was the resonance meter. It was still below 67 lavares, and the latest data readings did not show any indications of a rising trend. In fact, it had dropped by 0.3 lavares. Keddies frowned at that. I think your second guess is most likely accurate. For whatever reason, the new abilities that Joshua has devised has swelled his confidence so much that he no longer feels threatened by the 8th Lord of xianxia. There is no challenge in this fight anymore. It doesn't help that the lesser phase lord has refused to meet the Everchanger all of this time. In fact, he is currently trying to flee from the Everchanger as much as possible. The two mech designers grew disappointed. A lesser phase lord was supposed to be sufficiently threatening to stimulate Joshua's breakthrough. All of the other pieces were in place now that Joshua had found his true pathway towards power. The fact that he was ultimately being denied a breakthrough because he had grown too strong in his current rank was absurd. Yet, it shouldn't be much of a surprise to Ves. His living mechs and companion spirits had always been designed to complement their users and generate new synergies through cooperation. The addition of a life sword in the form of the bitter scimitar allowed Joshua to generate even more synergies. When all of these different synergies combined together in a single expert mech, they also had the potential to produce another layer of synergies. This was why the Everchanger was so powerful at the moment. Venerable Joshua and his partners concentrated so many different elements together in a single machine that the whole far exceeded the sum of its parts. In fact, Ves was surprised that the Everchanger hadn't attracted a lightning tribulation already. Why are the heavens blind? What was that, Ves? Oh, it's nothing. Chapter 6717. The final attempt. Venerable Joshua and the Everchanger had broken new ground. No longer were they relegated to channeling the power of other design spirits to gain an edge in combat. They had taken a step forward and had begun to experiment with combining and transforming multiple different E-energy attributes. None of this should be possible, but the true resonance generated by the two forcefully combined the different energies together into a fusion spirit that took on the form of a dark crow. Nobody had a clear understanding or explanation of where this crow came from and how it became so powerful. That did not stop them from appreciating how much faster the Everchanger was tearing down his adversary's defensive layers. Though the 8th Lord of xianxia had made strides to reach the side of one of the greater phase lords, the interference from the Greenix and Bloodrippers slowed him down just enough. As soon as the combined efforts of the Everchanger and assisting units broke the last spatial barrier, the 8th Lord of xianxia became vulnerable to attacks. The Azure Energy Shield generator mounted on his raiment was able to delay the aggressive human mechs for a moment, but it didn't last very long against the onslaught. His raiment immediately began to incur a lot of damage. The lesser phase lord quickly whipped out a giant scepter that could function as a mace. The scepter was infused with a lot of phase water which he used to bend the fabric of space around him. He managed to divert some of the ranged attacks that struck and dented his raiment, but he was not able to block all of them, especially if they came from different directions. The 8th Lord xianxia had grown a lot more desperate scepter back and forth, which not only disturbed the surrounding space and diverted a bunch of attacks, but also forced the Greenix and the Bloodripper to evade. Their pilots did not reduce their aggression. After spending so much time and effort to break down the phase lord's spatial barriers, they finally managed to get past This he flailed as the Bloodripper's luminaire crystal submachine gun began to fire a rapid sequence of copper-colored energy beams. The transphasic hyperpositron beams inflicted significantly greater damage against solid armor. The expert harasser Mech did not utilize his firepower to get past the armor and damage the lesser phase lord's flesh. His attacks weren't strong enough to make this a worthwhile endeavor against this kind of opponent. Venerable Pedro Rodrigo instead focused on crippling and debilitating the lesser phase lord. The luminaire crystal submachine gun targeted all of the functional components of the enemy's raiment. Different from a mech, a battle bot or a starship, a raiment functioned much more as a suit of armor, so it was not able to place any important parts and systems deep inside its structure. That meant that crucial parts such as the power reactor, the Azure shield generator, the sensor modules and so much more were all mounted close or on the exterior surface of the raiment. The Bloodripper took it upon himself to target and destroy all of these modules so that he could quickly render the raiment useless. Meanwhile, the Greenix did his best to coordinate with the Everchanger by facing the vulnerable phase the opposite side at times. This added to the 8 Lord's stress. If the native god tried to fend off the Everchanger, the Greenix would just approach his rear and hack into his raiment's rear armor with his giant weapon. If the 8 Lord turned around to force the Greenix to back off, then the Everchanger would repeatedly slash his bitter scimitar onto the phase lord's rear. This was especially devastating to the beleaguered phase lord as the Dark Crow echoed every scimitar strike that landed onto the phase lord. Meanwhile, the barons under the control of Saint Commander Casella Ingvar were also providing an indispensable contribution. Although the firepower of 39 brand new Karma Cutters weren't dealing particularly effective damage against the armored lesser phase lord, the torrent of resonance-empowered null rounds striking the increasingly more damaged raiment actually produced a more useful effect. The new rifleman mechs were gradually cutting off the 8 Lord of Takensh's bonds of karma with others. While their progress was fairly slow as the lesser phase lord possessed so many more bonds of karma than any mortal, the fact that the Karma Cutters were able to attain this much progress was already fairly amazing. It was impossible for the null rounds to have any significant effect on a lesser phase lord under normal circumstances. The difference in power was just too big. However, once these new machines became affected by Saint Commander Casella's true resonance, their effectiveness drastically rose. The stronger bonds of karma that the 8 Lord of Takensha maintained with his Orvan subjects and worshippers were surprisingly difficult to sever. The same did not apply to the weaker bonds of karma. The more the 8 Lord got struck by a multitude of null rounds, the more difficult it became for others to remember his existence and spot him on the battlefield. The Nunsers, the Pwelmers, the Jurg and members of other minor races unconsciously began to overlook the plight of the lesser Orvan phase lord. It was as if he literally did not exist to these aliens anymore. What particularly worked in the favor of the Karma Cutters was that the bonds of karma that the 8 Lord of Takensha shared with the other surviving phase lords also happened to be shallow. If they wanted to, the Herald of the Void, the lower herd master or the Fatedriver could have noticed the 8 Lords' plight and alter their course in order to save his, yet because the 3 phase lords weren't familiar with their Orvan counterparts and only met each other a short time ago, there was no way for them to possess any deep friendship or camaraderie with their fellow native god. If Kasolayan or Zurin Devar were still alive, then they would most certainly be able to remember that the 8 Lord existed, but it was too bad that they had already died. What is funny is that the 8 Lord probably doesn't realize that the Karma Cutters are making him less noticeable among the other aliens. Ves grinned as he observed his latest mechs at work. How could the Orvan phase lord possibly know any better? Karma was an extremely nebulous concept. The native aliens probably did not know about its existence at all. They had even less reason to develop senses that could specifically measure this phenomenon. While the panicking lesser phase lord clearly felt that something bad was happening to him, it was extremely difficult for him to focus on these subtle changes when he was getting assaulted by 3 different expert mechs, of which one of them possessed enough power to take his life. The 8 Lords swiped his transphasic scepter in a wide sweep in front of him that forced the Everchanger to back off for a moment. The phase lord took advantage of this small opening to advance straight in the direction of the lower herd master. Of the 2 greater phase lords, the Herald of the Void had already advanced far ahead. The lower herd master maintained a more controlled pace and was therefore closer to the 8 Lord. Since the Orvan phase lord was not able to ask the considerably more powerful Nunzer god to come to his rescue, the 8 Lord of Takensha simply decided to move directly in front of the greater phase lord. The 8 Lord refused to believe that the lower herd master would continue to ignore him and his plight. This posed a problem to the human attackers. The three mechs were making good progress in damaging the Phase Lord's raiment and had already begun to cut into his flesh, but they were not able to slow him down too much. The Eight Lord even took the initiative to absorb serious blows in order to avoid slowing down his flight. "We need more time," Venerable Joshua urged. "Ask, and you shall receive." A new voice sounded. After a long period of waiting, Avatar Commander Melkor finally moved into action. His custom Fey Fianna looked much different from before. Not only was his machine glowing with the power of the Saint Commander's enfeoffment, but the drone mech was also accompanied by 25 recently made formation anchor Fey. Melkor had carefully put them out of harm's way in order to avoid attracting any enemy fire. Now, the 25 Fey closed in on the fleeing lesser Phase Lord and began to surround him at seemingly random distances and angles. The Fays soon went active as Melkor held the formation artifact and immediately activated his bonded basic confinement spell array. The formation anchors drew in a huge amount of E-energy from the environment. Enhanced by the power of Casella's true resonance, the formation anchor Fey worked a lot more effectively than they should. Not only did they attract F-energy in a wider radius, but they also enhanced the strength and other performance parameters of the spell array that just came into existence. The Everchanger, the Greenix and the Bloodripper immediately disappeared inside the mysterious mist that had engulfed their area. Thankfully, the phenomenon did not really attract that much attention as the native aliens were not familiar with sealing spell arrays. Besides, they were already preoccupied with much more urgent concerns. The only aliens that worried about the lesser Phase Lord that had disappeared from their sights were the Orvans, and they grew more confused than anything. What if this was a means for their Phase Lord to disappear from everyone's sights and escape from the battlefield? Unfortunately for all of them, this was most definitely not the case. Inside the active spell array, the Eight Lord of Xianxia initially became befuddled, but he hadn't lived so many years for nothing. He only flew around for a short amount of time before he figured out that he had been trapped in a warped space region. The Phase Lord tried his best to channel whatever spatial abilities he had left and forcefully break open this invisible cage, but the spell array proved to be far too resilient for him to open up a breach with this method. The Eight Lord uttered a silent roar in frustration but still did not give up. His spatial senses were still developed enough for him to determine the direction where the spell array was the weakest. He flew forward and soon began to swing his scepter in front of him, hitting nothing but empty white mist. Although the Eight Lord did not appear to be striking anything, he was actually damaging the boundary that kept him trapped in this space. "Hurry up, guys," Melkor gritted his teeth and communicated to the expert pilots inside his confinement spell array. "This Phase Lord is recklessly using his transphasic weapon to tear a hole in my spell array. My formation anchors were only partially repaired by the Patriarch, so they are still quite fragile. Don't let him destroy my Fey." The three expert mechs were racing against time. They could not afford to let the Eight Lord get loose, or else he would quickly rendezvous with the lower herd master. The Greenix attacked so aggressively that the expert Axeman mech got smacked multiple times by the panicking Phase Lord's scepter. The machine's resonance shield drained significantly with every impact, but Venerable Glendale remained fearless. The Bloodripper no longer spread out his attacks and concentrated solely on burning a hole through the Phase Lord's head. The Eight Lord responded to this assault by overexerting the Phase water organs that were still capable of producing spatial barriers and forcefully projected them around his head. This still left his chest vulnerable. The Everchanger eagerly took advantage of this vulnerability and continually maneuvered around the taller and clumsier Phase Lord to slash his bitter scimitar at the crumbling chest plating. Each successful hit was quickly followed up by an attack from the Dark Crow. The sealing spell array did not weaken the fusion spirit in the slightest. In fact, the changing environment seemed to make it more ominous, and in its when the Everchanger finally managed to break open enough of the chest plating, the machine briefly paused and fed another 100 grams to the D-arm in order to renew its phase water-charged condition. The curved blade of the scimitar glowed brighter and more menacing than ever as the Dark Crow flapped its wings at the right time, allowing the Everchanger to evade the incoming scepter strike and gain a clear shot at his target's chest. When the bitter scimitar's unnaturally sharp and empowered edge finally dug into the hide, bone and flesh of the Orvan Phase Lord's chest, a runaway reaction occurred. Before the Dark Crow could peck into the Eight Lord's vulnerable flesh, the bitter scimitar went into a frenzy as it greedily sucked all of the alien Phase water-infused blood from the open wound. The D-arm went crazy and automatically started to cut deeper on its own accord. Chapter 6718 The bloodthirsty blade. The Eight Lord of Xianxia had disappeared from sight. Melkor's modified Fey Fianna had deployed 25 recently constructed formation anchor Fey. They successfully reached the coordinates calculated by the newly established Chi cultivator and formed a spell array that was large enough to trap the Orvan Lesser Fey's lord in place. At this time, the white mists that contained and obscured the active spell array were roiling violently from time to time. While most of the other alien races hardly noticed the disappearance of a Lesser Fey's lord, the Orvans most definitely saw what happened. Their warship gun batteries trained their muzzles towards the coordinates of the formation anchors and opened fire, only to see their attacks passing through the mists as if they hit nothing. They had no understanding of how Chi formations worked, and they couldn't afford to divert too much firepower away from their human opponents, so they only attacked the spell array half-heartedly. What they did notice was a single mech that was seemingly responsible for deploying this mysterious anomaly. Commander Melkor's machine soon came under heavy attack. Saint Commander Casella Ingvar already anticipated this response. She ceased to infect the Karma Cutters as they had already done their jobs and shifted her most powerful form of empowerment to a company of rigid wall mechs from the living sentinels. The defensive Space Knights excelled in defense, and these ones had been especially modified and upgraded to resist even more transphasic attacks than usual. Our defenses are impervious. We are the walls that stand in the way of destruction. The blessing of the Saint Commander shall make us impervious. The rigid walls formed a half-sphere formation that covered the Fey Fianna with multiple thick and overlapping tower shields and armored mech frames. As temporarily empowered barons, the rigid walls proved far more effective at withstanding enemy firepower than ordinary small craft. Even so, there were limits to how much firepower they could resist with the help of the Saint Commander's true resonance. Melkor was not skilled enough to be able to sustain and control the active spell array while on the move. His Fey Fianna needed to remain stationary in order to keep the confinement array as strong and stable as possible. This instantly negated the best defense that small craft possessed against warship-grade gun batteries. All of the mechs were stuck in place, making it trivially easy for the powerful primary and secondary gun batteries of enemy cruisers and battleships to bombard their coordinates. Rigid wall after rigid wall endured crushing amounts of damage that could have easily flattened a city district. The mechs honestly shouldn't have been capable of tanking direct attacks from the most powerful guns of Orvan warships. They were actually quite lucky that the native aliens had not developed the habit of mounting enormous spinal cannons onto their largest hulls. Perhaps this might change in time with the help of cosmopolitan intervention, but for now the rigid walls were performing admirably well with the help of the Minerva's empowerment. However, the living sentinels were only able to deploy so many rigid walls for this onerous task. While the Saint Commander frequently rotated the spent and worn-out rigid walls with fresh ones that were previously hovering on standby, the rate of depletion was too high. The Larkinsons would soon run out of defensive mechs to shield Melkor's mech against bombardment. "Janzi, is your bastion ready to give me a hand?" Commander Melkor urgently requested. "I am sorry, Melkor, but Zurin Devar's plasma sword has overloaded most of my defenses. I can barely maintain a resonance shield at this time." "Don't worry. There is another defensive mech on the way. His machine is more modern than mine, and has yet to sustain as much damage, so he should serve you well." Melkor soon understood what Janzi meant as an expert mech that possessed a similar configuration to the Amphis Extremis flew to his Fey Fianna's side. The Blood Star Mark II had arrived. Benjamin, the father of Ark Larkinson and the grandfather of Ves Larkinson, had been faring decently well during the battle. Though his expert offensive Space Knight did not engage in any flashy theatrics, the machine instead fulfilled the role of a troubleshooter. The Blood Star Mark II had flown across the battlefield and helped out the soldiers by breaking formations of elite phase fighters, assaulting and disabling sub-capital warships with hulls bristling with anti-mech armaments and more. Now, Venerable Benjamin Larkinson arrived where he and his expert mech were needed the most. The Blood Star Mark II quickly took over much of the burden from the infeft rigid walls and did a much better job of resisting the incoming attacks. The resonance shield generated by a high-tier expert pilot and a high-tier expert mech was much more effective at withstanding punishing blows that were powerful enough to demolish city districts. "How long can your Blood Star last?" "A minute or maybe a minute and a half, but not much longer." Venerable Benjamin spoke. "I have sustained relatively little damage so far, so my resonance shield is in good condition. The firepower that the enemy warships are bringing to bear is still difficult to resist even for expert mechs like my Blood Star Mark II. My battle partner's defenses are not as exaggerated as that of the Bastion. Both of them fell under the Space Knight classification, but they were designed with completely different purposes in mind. The Bastion exemplified the concept of extreme defense and sacrificed nearly every other advantage in favor of raising her ability to resist attacks to the limit. Her most recent performance clearly proved the value of such a machine, and everyone gained a newfound appreciation for an expert mech that they previously looked down on for being slow, clumsy and lacking in agency. The Blood Star Mark II possessed respectable defensive attributes, but did not compromise too much in terms of mobility. The living expert mech was meant to be a relatively mobile assault unit that could fulfill flexible roles on the battlefield. The expert offensive Space Knight was able to switch from a defensive assignment to an offensive assignment with ease. While the Blood Star Mark II's was not as good at resisting a huge amount of attacks as the Bastion, his mobility allowed the machine to evade many devastating attacks. Unfortunately, when assigned to a task of defending a static target against focused attacks, the Blood Star Mark II was clearly out of his element. Fortunately, Melkor shared a piece of good news. You don't have to weather the storm for long, old man. Joshua doesn't need much time to finish off his enemy. Inside the damaged but still functional resonance-empowered spell array, the Everchanger had finally tasted first blood. The toxic and dangerous phase water-infused blood from the Orvan Lesser Phase Lord did not harm the bitter scimitar in the slightest. In fact, the D-Arm had developed an instant liking for Phase Lord blood. The weapon was originally forged as a highly saturated transphasic hyper-weapon, so getting exposed to phase water posed no threat to its material structure. The mysterious transformation induced by the demoncasting process caused the D-Arm to gain other properties. One of them happened to be the ability to devour phase water, as well as phase water-infused blood, to fuel its phase water-charged mechanism. While Joshua imagined that this might happen, he did not dare to put too much hope in this possible interaction. He had already been prepared to launch repeated attack runs in order to finally land a killing blow on the Lesser Phase Lord. What happened instead was that the bitter scimitar exploded in power shortly after its blade sunk into the Eight Lord's exposed chest. The flesh, bone and other toughened organic tissue tried to resist the advancing blade by any means possible, but the phase water that reinforced their structure and granted them transphasic capabilities had turned from a source of strength into a serious liability. Any organic tissue that contained any scrap of blood got drained by the bitter scimitar. Any pieces that did not contain blood could not withstand the sharpness of the resonance-empowered transphasic blade. Even if the Everchanger did not press the D-Arm any deeper, the bitter scimitar drove its blade deeper into the chest on its own accord. Though the bitter scimitar clearly exhibited signs of going out of control again, Venerable Joshua did not try to interrupt what was happening. If he wanted to develop a respectful relationship with the D-Arm, he needed to extend his trust to it and give it space to take action on its own initiative. Killing the Eight Lord of Takenshia was their common goal. If the bitter scimitar thought that driving its blade straight through the chest, then that was viable. It became a lot more difficult for Joshua to maintain the fusion spirit that empowered the Everchanger so much. The Dark Crow briefly grew fuzzy as Joshua tried to sort of the explosion of euphoria and power from the D-Arm. He still managed to keep it together. This time, the Dark Crow no longer used its beak to peck into the Lesser Phase Lord's body. The bitter scimitar was already doing an excellent job in its phase water-charged state. What the Dark Crow did instead was serve as an additional defensive layer to the while the bitter scimitar was still digging deeper into the chest of the Eight Lord of Takenshia. The suffering Phase Lord frantically used his scepter and his knees to bash into the stationary Everchanger. The expert hero Mech's resonance shield was still intact and able to resist a number of direct attacks, but the additional protection provided by the fusion spirit granted the machine an extra safety margin. Soon enough, the Phase Lord started to lose his strength as the bitter scimitar cut too deeply into his large body. Facewater-enriched blood continued to spill out of the open wounds. Anything that wasn't devoured by the bloodthirsty blade freely seeped into vacuum and disappeared into the mists. After the Everchanger made another concerted push, the D-Arm finally cut into the enormous heart of the Phase Lord. The bitter scimitar especially enjoyed the act of draining and devouring this key Orvan heart's function similar to human hearts. Both of them were responsible for rhythmically pumping blood to every organ and piece of flesh in an organic body. The catastrophic damage inflicted to the Lesser Phase Lord's heart caused his true body to quickly lose most forms of blood circulation. Even if Phase Lord bodies were able to last considerably longer without a fresh supply of blood, there was no way for the Eight Lord of Takenshia to save his life unless others immediately came to the rescue. Alas, the confinement spell array still remained active. Nobody was able to come to the Lesser Phase Lord's rescue, let alone observe what was taking place. The Orvan Phase Lord had lived for so long and amassed so much power. He had managed to scheme his way to the top of his society and successfully passed the life tests that resulted in his ascension to godhood. He should have enjoyed a much more glorious life, but because he got drafted into the Red War, he instead lost his life at the hands of a human expert pilot. The Eight Lord made one more expression of despair behind his closed helmet before losing consciousness. Is he dead? No, not yet, he's comatose. Should we capture him, Joshua? That is not a good idea. We won't be able to get away with hauling away this huge corpse without driving every Orvan soldier crazy. We should end his life immediately and quickly harvest the most unique and valuable phase water organs that we can carry away. It will be messy, but I have been told that it is fine if just half of the organic tissue is left. The Everchanger withdrew the bitter scimitar from the ruined chest of the dying Phase Lord and flew up until he reached the same height as the top of the alien god's head. Joshua did not bother to conduct any ceremonies and straightforwardly chopped the bitter scimitar directly through the forehead that was covered in armor. Armor and skull bone parted easily enough. Once the bitter scimitar finally cut apart and drained the vulnerable brain tissue, the Eight Lord of xianxia had finally perished. A soundless scream briefly shuddered through space as the bitter swordsman instantly captured and devoured the Orvan Lesser Phase Lord's soul. Just as Joshua had promised, his new life sword could freely devour the soul of the defeated champion. Chapter 6719 Phased Withdrawal. After Commander Melkor finally suspended the basic confinement spell array and caused the mists to disappear, everyone was able to observe the outcome. The Orvans instantly grew dismayed when they saw that their third and last god had also perished at the hand of a human expert mech. As the Everchanger, the Greenix and the Bloodripper hastily withdrew from the corpse with sloppily removed phase water organs in their arms, the Orvan soldiers serving in several of the assault flects participating in this battle completely lost their composure. The aliens who suffered a crisis of faith went completely crazy. All thoughts about following orders and pushing the humans away from the Viola Magnifica system left their alien heads. All they cared about was retrieving the divine corpses of their fallen phase lords and getting the hell away from this cursed location as fast as possible. Although the expeditionary fleet preferably wanted to claim the bodies of the phase lords for themselves, this was not a viable choice. The Orvans were too protective of the bodies of their gods. Even if the phase lords had already perished, there were still plenty of Orvans that believed that their gods could be resurrected so long as their remains were brought back to their other gods. Of course, the Larkinsons believed that the true reason behind the existence of this custom was to give living phase lords a chance to claim phase water organs for free. Whatever the case, the Orvans fanatically stopped anyone that attempted to steal away the bodies of their deities. The most the Larkinsons could get away with was to steal a few valuable phase water organs. Although the Orvans grew offended by the sacrilege, the crime was not severe enough for them to dispatch a powerful force to retrieve the stolen organs. They unwillingly let the Larkinsons take their pound of flesh and focused on preserving the rest of the corpses. As the Orvans took the bodies of their deities and proceeded to turn around to flee, they completely ignored the angry calls by the other alien leaders to remain in the fight. The Orvans are leaving. The plan actually worked. The other aliens must be pissed that the Orvans abandoned them all. We should take advantage of this opening as much as possible. The remaining human forces gleefully pounced on the weakened enemy forces. The reduction in phase waters, warships and phase lords had left large parts of the alien armada vulnerable to counterattacks. Even if the humans had lost so many assets that they were not able to launch a vigorous counterattack, they did not need to put too much effort to devastate a lot of vulnerable phase fighters and warships. The alien armada crumbled as they found themselves outnumbered and outgunned. If not for the fact that the two greater phase lords were able to press forward despite all of the resistance they encountered, the humans could have rolled up the confused and demoralized alien forces and secure their hold on this star system for a while longer. Begin the next step of our phased withdrawal. 80% of our orbital defense facilities have been evacuated. Automated systems have taken over and have received commands to overload their remaining guns in an attempt to take down one or two additional warships. All planetary facilities have been evacuated and scuttled. We have also left plenty of mines and other surprises behind to keep the native aliens busy. Suspend all search and rescue efforts. The aliens have advanced too far forward to make it viable for us to pick up any additional ejected cockpits and escape pods. We can only leave the surviving mech pilots and other soldiers to the mercies of their alien captors. Those were empty words. Although neither side explicitly talked about it, the humans and aliens had never treated their captives well. The Red War centered around domination and extinction. Both sides wanted to eradicate each other. Most Red humans believed that the only way they could attain peace was to wipe out all of the powerful aliens that called the Red Ocean home. Meanwhile, the native aliens wanted to stamp out every single human presence to cleanse their dwarf galaxy of extragalactic invaders. Neither side possessed much of an interest in taking prisoners of war. It was a burden to confine and feed millions if not billions of aliens. While there were plenty of researchers and entrepreneurs who could recognize the value of alien captives, their demand was not too high, so it was fine with taking a limited amount of prisoners while killing off the rest. As far as most mech pilots were aware of, if they failed to return to their motherships in time, they may as well press their sidearms against the side of their heads and pull the trigger. It would be too late for them if they got captured by the native aliens. In the end, the final battle of Viola Magnifica ended with both sides suffering severe losses. The expeditionary fleet and the other participating mech forces all sustained serious damage. Many mechs got wrecked. Plenty of mech pilots had died as well. Red humanity lost all of the resources invested in the fortification of the star system. A lot of trained, educated and experienced soldiers paid the price of their lives. What was worse was that all of the human as well as alien assets that met their end in the Viola Magnifica system had left multiple debris fields behind. This meant that as long as the enemies maintained control over this location, they could collect abundant quantities of salvaged materials and use them to speed the production of high-quality replacement phase fires and warships. The aliens and the Pwelmers in particular would also love to get their hands on broken and abandoned pieces of high technology. Leaving all of this stuff behind was painful to the members of the expeditionary fleet. Normally, they were the ones who controlled the battlefield at the end and earned the freedom to pick up any salvage that they wanted. Still, human high command should be satisfied with how much the defenders made the attacking aliens bleed. It would take time for the native alien factories and shipyards to churn out replacement hulls based on more modern designs. Therefore, the defenders had definitely met their original goals. They inflicted just enough material losses to delay the advance of the native aliens. The unexpected Orvan withdrawal had made it much harder for the native aliens to renew their offensive and attack the 5th Defensive Band. If the Orvans stationed in other star systems began to relent all of a sudden, then the aliens would soon suffer from their lack of coordination. As the Everchanger triumphantly returned to the spirit of Bentime, Venerable Joshua shut down his expert mech, but not before he commanded his machine to carefully return the bitter scimitar to its isolating container. You don't want to get stuffed in a dark and confining box. Well, I am fine with letting you remain by the side of the Everchanger. Just make sure to behave and never put any human crew member under threat unless they literally go on the attack. I am trusting you to behave. Do not screw this up. I will put you back in the box if I hear any complaint about your behavior. Joshua decided to place the bitter scimitar in a weapon rack that was located close to where the Everchanger was stationed. The living mech was already scheduled to get serviced by one of the best maintenance crews serving on the Spirit of Bentime. As soon as he exited the cockpit, he sought out his fellow expert pilots and asked for Venerable Rosa Orphan's condition. She is still alive, thankfully. Saint Commander Casella Ingvar answered his question. We rescued her in time. The riot has done a good job of preserving the cockpit. It was breached and deformed, but not to a severe extent. Orphan's personal shield generator and armored piloting suit managed to keep her alive, though they weren't able to protect her entire body. The doctors who have applied emergency treatments on her estimate that she will require 3 to 6 months of recovery and rehabilitation. She will remain out of commission during this time. That is good news. Suffering injuries is better than dying. Will she retain any lasting injuries? The doctors have no reason to believe so. Her helmet did an excellent job of cushioning and protecting her skull, so she is still able to use the neural interface. Well, brain injuries aren't as devastating as they used to be. Orphan can always opt to become a Karman mech pilot, like you. How did you manage to form a blood pact with the Everchanger without the inclusion of the Karman system? It's complicated. Joshua shrugged. I think you can get a clearer explanation from the Patriarch or my wife. They taught me how to do it. You can possibly form a blood pact with your Minerva as well, though I am not too sure about it. I don't regret my decision. The Everchanger is my sole mech for a number of years, so it is not as if much will change for me. I just need to be more careful about not losing my bonded mech in battle. That was a serious concern for Joshua as well as others that had a stake in his future. You almost broke through, didn't you? Casella asked. The pilot of the Everchanger nodded. I deployed on the battlefield in the hopes of becoming stronger when I return. In a way, I reached my goal, but not in the way I expected. I am not too upset that I hadn't managed to become an ace pilot like the others, but I have learned stuff that is almost just as good. It turns out that I haven't reached my limit yet. There is so much I can do to take advantage of my versatility and find new synergies to stack up my combat power. I think it is best if I explore and master my new capabilities first before attempting another breakthrough. Next time, I will be much better armed and ready to fight at a higher level. The Saint Commander noticed that despite fumbling his latest breakthrough moment, Joshua had truly changed for the better. His posture radiated confidence and his willpower had grown a lot firmer than before. It shouldn't be as easy for Joshua to fall into doubt or falter at a critical moment. Whether that was enough for him to succeed in his next serious breakthrough attempt was another matter. Nothing was set in stone. The successive breakthroughs of Ves Stark and Ark Larkinson provided strong support for the validity of the Heaven-Earth-Man trifecta, but the results were not conclusive enough to convince any scientists. If you have anything to share that other expert pilots may find useful, then write a report and transmit it to my account. I will read it and decide whether it is worthwhile to pass it on to our colleagues. I will do my best, Casella, but I don't think anyone can do what I can do. None of our peers are as versatile as myself. I see. If you have nothing to share with other expert pilots, then at least write a report for the design department. Once the miracle couple have begun to design the Everchanger Mark III, they can use your feedback to adapt your expert mech to your new capabilities. That is a good idea. I will do so quickly. The two continued to talk about various topics. So what is next in store for our expeditionary fleet? Joshua asked. We have sustained serious damage and lost plenty of mechs. We are currently withdrawing from the front lines. We need to spend at least a couple of weeks replenishing our mech roster and transfer new personnel to take the places of those who have sacrificed their lives. A couple of weeks, that is too short. The Saint Commander sighed. We have no choice, Joshua, or rather Red Humanity has no choice. All indications show that the native aliens are determined to storm through the 5th Defensive Band and blitz straight through our vulnerable hinterland. We need to be ready to fight when that happens. If that happens, I did not misspeak. Chapter 6720 Increased workload. The battle that took place in the Viola Magnifica system had far-reaching consequences to many people. The fall of the star system meant that the Torald Middle Zone had almost completely fallen into the hands of the native aliens. There was only one defensive band left. Once the final line of fortified star systems got breached, many people who lived in the much more populated planets in the Krakatoa Middle Zone would become vulnerable to an unceasing stream of alien raids. This was devastating to a lot of people and companies. Many of them had planted their roots in a star system that was as close to the center of the dwarf galaxy as they could manage. Each of them had entered the Red Ocean with the belief that the locations close to the galactic rim would hold the least amount of value due to being so far removed from zones with a higher star density. Now, these colonists and entrepreneurs found themselves more vulnerable to alien incursions than others. Many of them invested their life savings to afford new homes and businesses. If they were forced to evacuate from their planets, they would lose much of the wealth they had sunk into their investments. It was consequences like these that Ves had always been reluctant to invest too much in landbound facilities. Recent events made him feel vindicated. Had been a good idea to not settle down his roots over in Davut. If the Torald Middle Zone fell, the Colonial Federation of Davut would definitely turn into a war zone. Well, it's not my problem. Mostly, it sucks for the Davut branch of our clan, but who told them to construct and operate so many factories and other facilities? The aliens didn't care about all of that. They only thought about looting everything that they could repurpose for their own uses while bombarding the rest. Every settled planet had to be cleansed from the human menace. Although the Larkinson clan was bound to suffer considerable losses in property and wealth once the native aliens began to raid the Krakatoa Middle Zone, Ves did not care too much. Property could be rebuilt. Planets taken over by the aliens could be taken back. What truly mattered was that the Larkinsons would be able to evacuate in time and resume their lives elsewhere. Ves cared more about the impact on the latest battle on the mech pilots who participated in the fighting. The casualties were heavier than he liked, but the survivors had grown considerably in every way. Rookies became blooded. More experienced mech pilots turned into veterans. New heroes had emerged. As far as Ves was concerned, the quantity of Larkinson soldiers had dropped, but the quality of those who survived the gauntlet had definitely increased in quality. This was a worthwhile trade in his opinion. This was especially the case considering that his clan obtained not just one, but 2 additional ace pilots. Not many people were in the mood to party after completing a phased withdrawal from the Viola Magnifica system, so the Larkinsons kept their celebrations small and subdued. The clansmen already gained enough comfort in knowing that Saint Davia Stark and Saint General Ark Larkinson had entered the big leagues. Naturally, the breakthroughs of these 2 individuals brought forth a lot of changes. People regarded them a lot differently than before. Their performance on the battlefield had been so convincing that they both received their fair share of admirers. One of the biggest issues that Ves had to deal with was how to fit the new upgrade projects in the schedule. You know, I am actually glad that Joshua did not break through during this battle. Ves commented as he picked up a dozing Clixie and began to pet her luxuriously soft and fluffy fur. I can't imagine how difficult it would be to tell him he needs to wait 2 years to receive his upgraded Everchanger. Meow, the Rubarthan sentinel cat purred in his arms. Gloriana turned her gaze away from her projected screen. I am not as slow as before. Systematic cultivation has not only improved my utilization of my recently upgraded cranial implant suite, but it has also made all of our contributing and assisting mech designers more productive. First-class ace mech designs are not simple, but as long as we outsource more technical work to our in-house R&D institutions, we can complete a modest upgrade in as little as 3 months, and complete a major upgrade in 6 months. Upgrading a more recent and future-proofed mech like the Amaranto Mark III to the standard of a first-class ace mech did not take much effort. This happened to be the most extreme example as Gloriana only needed to replace a small set of components and reconfigure the software settings to enable the Amaranto Mark III to fully keep up with Saint Stark's recent explosion in strength. Upgrading an old and much more outdated mech like the Everchanger to a first-class ace mech was much more onerous work. At this point, the differences between the 2 had become so great that Ves and Gloriana pretty much had to start from scratch in order to design the Everchanger Mark III. Just the conversion from a classical mech to an archimech entailed a complete overhaul and redesign of the internal architecture. This was why Ves and Gloriana actually dreaded the moment that a pilot with an old machine would break through. It would add a lot of time pressure on the pair. This was why the 2 actually felt pleased that Venerable Joshua failed to break through this time. As far as the design department was concerned, Joshua was more than welcome to take his time. Well, I don't think we have to worry about Joshua breaking through in the short term. His latest discoveries and insights have opened up a brand new way for him to exercise his power. It should take him a considerable amount of time before he has mastered his latest tricks. Right now, there is still a lot of room for improvement, so he is not under as much pressure to acquire the power of an ace pilot as before. That is good news, Gloriana said. The Minerva Mark III project is making brisk progress. We can start up the Riot Mark III project and the Promethea Mark II project directly afterwards. I think we can focus on designing them concurrently for greater efficiency. The Red Association has already notified me that St. Isabel Coden's recovery is proceeding according to schedule. We should have her ace mech ready by the time she is ready to resume her service. Ves and Gloriana had previously decided to focus all of their time on one high-end mech design project at a time. This was great for rushing a single machine out of the door as quickly as possible, but it ultimately caused them to take a longer time to complete a bunch of mech design projects due to inefficiencies. For example, there were certain phases in a mech design project where heavy processing power was needed. Once it was no longer necessary to perform so many calculations, all of that processing power would go to waste if it wasn't being used to simulate outcomes for other mech design projects. This example and more was why Gloriana was eager to resume their previous approach towards project management. Since that is the case, we should upgrade the Amaranto Mark III to a first-class ace mech as soon as she is shipped to our location. You will have to allocate a few hours that you originally reserved for the Minerva Mark II project to this upgrade job, but it shouldn't be too much of an issue considering that it is already mostly an ace mech anyway. I suppose you are correct. I shall make sure to do that. I know how important it is for our clan to mobilize ace mechs as quickly as possible. Even Gloriana could not ignore the specter of war looming over everyone's heads. She knew that if the native aliens ever managed to breach past the 5th defensive band, the Larkinson clan would have to scramble as many mechs as possible. During times of crises, the protection offered by those at the top became very scarce. Many people and groups had no choice but to fend for themselves. The female mech designer frowned. What about your Uncle Ark? Now that he has become the Saint General, his potential has skyrocketed. He fares best in large battles involving millions of soldiers. He has become a junior ace pilot that Red humanity needs the most during this ongoing alien offensive. Ves thought about it for a moment. The Lionheart was a fairly new 5th-generation living mech, but it was not cutting-edge anymore. It was not an archimech, so Gloriana would have to spend a lot of time to completely overhaul its internals and such in order to bring the machine up to her standards. The good news was that he saw no need to change the vision and concept of the Lionheart. Translating the expert command mech's existing design solutions to a mech frame comprised of archimetal should not take much time, especially since Ves and Gloriana had done this several times already. That did not change the fact that trying to fit the Lionheart Mark II into her already packed schedule was quite a challenge. I see no other choice but to put it in the back of the line. She sighed. I cannot help it. The Amaranto Mark III, the Minerva Mark II, the Riot Mark III and the Promethea Mark III already fill up my time slots for at least an entire standard year. I see no other way to deal with the Lionheart Mark II project aside from placing it in the back of my queue. We could split responsibilities. Ves suggested. I can upgrade the Amaranto Mark III to a first-class ace mech by myself, and I can also handle the remaining work on the Minerva Mark II once you are done with designing the Archimetal mech frame. No, absolutely not. I will not hand over final control of the outcome of those upgrade projects to you. These ace mechs are my babies. If you take over responsibility for them, then I just know that you will spontaneously gain inspiration and implement a completely new design solution onto our designs that drastically changes our original vision. I will not give you any chance to spoil my perfect designs. Ves backed off as Gloriana engaged in another tirade. Even Clixie turned her head away as she grew discomfited by the woman's shouting. Okay, forget I ever asked. We still need to come up with a good solution to ease the work burden. We can't go on like this. If you don't want to split up the projects, then how about bringing in additional core personnel who can speed up their completion? I am already thinking about letting Alexa Strian take over a few high-level mech designs on my behalf. You can do the same with your own protege, if you have one. Have you raised or recruited any talents as of late that can substitute for your work? No one can possibly equal my work. Gloriana corrected Ves. I do recognize the need to train disciples that can independently design archimechs. They do not have to be as good as myself, but they should at least help me save time when working on lower priority projects. I am already working on it, but do not expect any expedient results. It is too difficult for most mech designers to understand the essence of architect. Of the ones that do, there are even less of them that have the same appreciation for quality. Well, the sooner you have raised a qualified disciple, the better, because I don't think our workload for high-ranking mechs will drop anytime soon. Chapter 6721 Impatient Client. Why must I wait so long for my expert mech to get upgraded to a proper first-class ace mech? Don't you know how critical the coming months may be, nephew? Red humanity has been driven back to its final defensive line. If ace pilots such as myself aren't able to unleash our full strength, the enemy phase lords and warships will breach our fortification and put all of our clansmen in danger. The Larkinsons of Davut will be forced to abandon the community they built and become space refugees. What's so bad about becoming a space refugee? Ves shrugged his shoulders. At least they are able to run away from the enemy. Haven't you learned the lesson from our repeated persecution in the old galaxy? No fixed location is truly secure. What is happening right now is like a rerun of the Sand War but on a much larger and grandiose scale. Those who survived were those who possessed their own starships or had easy access to them. Don't worry, we still have enough warships to accommodate every member of the Larkinson clan, though don't expect too much comfort as there isn't enough premium living space at the moment. The physical projection of the new Saint General shook his head. Since you don't care for the plight of our branch members, let us set this issue aside. My remaining point still stands. As an ace pilot, I cannot keep piloting an expert mech. I appreciate the work that you and your wife has done with the Lionheart, but the fact of the matter is that it has now turned into a cage that is preventing me from exercising my new Saint Kingdom to the fullest. My resonance growth has stalled as well. The longer I remain in this condition, the more I will miss out on the rapid growth period that happens after every breakthrough. Ves heard Ark's complaints, but he remained unmoved. Look, Ark, if you were the only high-ranking pilot in our clan that has a demand for a new or upgraded machine, then my wife and I will be happy to prioritize the Lionheart Mark II project. However, your breakthrough came at an inconvenient time as far as logistics goes. Our design department is already committed to working on and completing the Minerva Mark II project, the Riot Mark III project and the Prometheum Mark II project. We are not going to disappoint Saint Commander Casella Ingvar and Saint Isabel Coden by delaying the completion of their new machines by half a year or so. They became saints earlier than you. Their growth has stalled much longer than you, and I don't hear them complaining to me a few days after becoming saints. Why don't you take a page out of their book and learn to be patient? ARC could not justify the decision to place the Lionheart Mark project ahead of the other ongoing Ace Mech design projects. Then why not reschedule the Riot Mark III project instead? Venerable Rosa Orphan has been waiting for a long time to receive an upgraded expert mech, but she can wait a little longer as well. Our clan needs an effective Ace Mech more than an effective expert mech, especially during a period as turbulent and dangerous as this. I will personally speak to Venerable Orphan about this. I am sure she will take the greater situation into account and agree to a swap. Are you being serious, Ves? Yes, I am being very serious, Ves said with a stern expression. Ace pilot or not, you are overstepping your boundaries, my dear uncle. As far as I know, Gloriana is in charge of the design department. She has final say on our project scheduling. There is only one higher authority that she has to answer to, and that is me. Both of us have already discussed our planning for the coming 2 years. Neither of us have any intention of changing our schedule any further even if more breakthroughs occur later on. As mech designers, we take our commitments seriously. When we start a mech design project for any client, we have a professional obligation to work on it and complete it in a timely manner. Venerable Orphan may still be just an expert pilot, but she is a Larkinson, just like you. She deserves to be treated with dignity and respect. She is injured and her expert mech is broken. So, Ves raised his eyebrow. She is currently undergoing a high standard of treatment. She'll be up and running within half a year at most. While that is great, that is still a long period of inactivity. It would make her much happier if she knows that she will not have to wait much longer to pilot a fully functional expert mech that is fully repaired and upgraded. Besides, she has made so many gains in the last battle that when she finally obtains a new expert mech, her chances of breaking through in the next battles should be a lot higher than usual. You are being too optimistic. General Ark shook his head. I have piloted my Lionheart over the course of many battles, but I only managed to overcome my bottleneck now. Receiving a new and improved machine is not a guarantee for breakthroughs. What happened to St. Davia Stark is the exception rather than the rule. That may be true in the past, but I am not so sure that it will hold in the future. Ves smirked. The timing of Stark and your own breakthroughs is quite suspicious, you know. Both of you have made profound attainments in raising your heaven score according to Kutiz's theory. If there is any validity to her theoretical model, then Rosa Orphan should be able to overcome her bottleneck pretty easily, especially when she is able to raise her Earth score with the Riot Mark III. Our clan will gain more benefits by welcoming an extra ace pilot as opposed to delivering an ace mech. Ark frowned deeper. The fate of Davud may rest on how quickly I can unleash my full strength as an ace pilot. The needs of the Larkinson clan come first. Please get your priorities in order. The Colonial Federation of Davud can solve its own problems. We are not responsible for saving it. Besides, the current iteration of your Lionheart is hardly as weak as the first Sword Mark II. It is a quasi-first-class high-tier expert mech that we have deliberately designed to have a bit of headroom in case you advance to the rank of ace pilot. The leap in combat power between the Lionheart Mark I and the Mark II will not be as significant as the leap in combat power between the Minerva Mark I and its soon-to-be-completed Mark II iteration. Your machine is much more modern and powerful, so even if it is a cage that constrains your strength, it is a very luxurious one if I have to say so myself. The two kept arguing over this issue, but Ark was not able to rely on nepotism or family affection to cut in line. Ves remained unmoved by his uncle's repeated pleas. The Saint General's expression did not look good by the time he finally acknowledged the reality of the situation. Fine. If this is how you want to play it, then maybe I should look towards commissioning other mech designers to upgrade my machine. There are plenty of master mech designers who are eager to invest their best tech and materials in a work that will become famous and celebrated throughout human-occupied space. You are welcome to turn to others, but I will have to remind you of the terms and conditions of using the Lionheart. Ves nonchalantly shrugged. Perhaps you have overlooked this little fact, but the expert mech that has massively contributed to your success as of late is not your property. Technically speaking, the Lionheart is 100% owned by the Larkinson clan. In other words, it is mine. You don't have the right to just shove it to third parties and tell them to upgrade it on your behalf. It will completely ruin our vision and transform it into other people's work. Ark's expression turned even uglier. Then sell it to me. I am more than capable of paying its market value for it. If not, I can ask other backers such as Davut to assist with the financing. Ves couldn't help but feel disappointed in his uncle. As powerful as he may have become, he still possessed dreadfully poor understanding of mech designers. This is not about money, Ark. It's about art and principles. The Lionheart is not for sale. I can promise you that the Lionheart Mark II will be great. Your machine will be converted to a full Archimech, just like the Amaranto Mark III. We are also thinking of acquiring another Mentalist crystal to enhance your ability to play the crowd. We have all of this and more in store for your ace mech, but all good things take time to come together. My wife and I do not want to cut any corners and rush this project in any way. I promise you that the long wait will be worth it, just like how Saint Tusa is having the time of his life after receiving his Dark Zephyr Mark III. If possible, General Ark would truly like to pilot the Lionheart Mark II as described by his nephew, but if he had to wait more than a year to obtain a machine that he needed tomorrow, then it would be unbearable for him to get stalled when the Red War was just about to reach a critical phase. Can't you apply a stopgap solution? Ark requested. It shouldn't take much time for you to swap the expert mech grade resonating exotics with ace mech grade equivalents. You are vastly oversimplifying the effort it takes to convert an expert mech to an ace mech. It is not as straightforward as that. What you have just described is just one important step in a multi-step plan. You can't ignore the other factors, or else the Lionheart will become horribly unbalanced and may even break after you accidentally overexert your machine. It will still take at least a month or two to complete a shallower upgrade. This is not a worthwhile investment from the perspective of the design department, so you will just have to wait in line. Is there anything else you can do to help me grow stronger faster? Ves let out an exasperated breath. Look, if you are really eager to pilot an ace mech in a short time frame, then you can commission a generic but serviceable ace mech from Davut, the Red Association or any of your other contacts. An ace mech designed from scratch in so little time will be a poor match to your capabilities. The piloting experience will also be completely different due to the fact that it is not a post-living mech like the Lionheart. However, as long as it meets all of the essential criteria of an ace mech, your Saint Kingdom will no longer be constrained, so your resonance strength should be able to grow freely. This was a perfectly viable if wasteful solution. There was no rule that prevented ace pilots from using multiple machines. They often did when they upgraded from an older machine to a new ace mech. However, Ark was very reluctant to separate himself from the Lionheart. It may not be as new anymore, but he didn't think that the products developed by other mech designers could fit him better. I will look into this suggestion further, Ark said in a noncommittal tone. Regardless of what I choose, I still expect you to work on the Lionheart Mark II project and deliver my upgraded machine no later than 1.5 years. That is a difficult request to fulfill. Ves frowned. I can only promise you that we will get it done in 2 years. Chapter 6722 Bunkermania. It was not easy to deal with family on certain occasions. The root of the problem laid in how long it took to complete a high-end mech design project and how many of them could be worked on at the same time. The pipeline was too small and limited. The design department in its current state was not able to keep up with the progress of the best combat talents of the clan. Ves had already spoken to Gloriana about this, but there were no easy fixes to this pipeline problem. The Larkinson clan was built from the high-ranking living mechs designed by Ves and Gloriana. Everyone in the clan had developed a fanatical degree of love and appreciation for iconic machines such as the Dark Zephyr and the Everchanger. While all of this made Ves feel great, the problem was that as demand continued to rise, he became increasingly more pressed for time. This problem was even more severe for Gloriana as she shouldered most of the workload. This was why Ves advised her to step up and work harder on raising a bunch of qualified disciples. So long as more mech designers emerged who could roughly do the same jobs, then that would relieve the limitations that delayed the arrival of the Lionheart Mark II and other powerful machines. There was another way to solve the problem. That was to let other mech designers with different specializations form their own design teams to work on high-ranking mech design projects. This meant that there may be a future where not all of the Larkinson clan's expert mechs and ace mechs may be alive and made out of archimetal. While that sounded like a definite downgrade, Ves did not think so. He had never underestimated the competence of other mech designers. Talents on the same level as Alexa Strian and Jovi Armelon were rare, but they definitely existed. Then there were master mech designers who had accrued a lot of experience and developed a rich understanding of their specializations. Ves did not necessarily object to delegating a few high-ranking mech design projects to these people. The only conditions that needed to be met was whether the mech pilots agreed with the decision and whether the mech designers were loyal and trustworthy enough. However, he already knew that Gloriana would shoot down this suggestion with all of her might. Designing high-ranking mechs was her passion and her lifeblood. Sine lo tier it had already been difficult for her to let go of the responsibility to see expert mechs for mech pilots that had undergone their first apotheosis. At this stage, her workload may be high, but it was not unbearable enough to make her give up on a portion of her precious projects. Ves sighed. Is there a way to increase our productivity further? He felt tempted to research a solution that would allow Gloriana to form another incarnation. Ves was able to keep up with Gloriana's high pace by borrowing the minds of Blinky, Vulcan and Veronica. Perhaps she could step up by creating an extra incarnation. He quickly shot down this stupid idea. He was able to succeed easily enough because of his special circumstances. The only viable way for Gloriana to create another incarnation was to learn and develop her own Orvan ritual sacrifice altar. She would then have to conduct a life-threatening ritual that required her to carve out a piece of her divine core and insert it into her altar while breathing life into the object that she had shaped. The probability of success when performing this ritual blindly was exceedingly low. She at least needed to be inducted in the mech designer system so that she could observe and manipulate her own divine core. Ves would be able to take care of steps that involved breathing life into the soul fragment, but it would be safer if Gloriana completed this step herself. He shook his head. This is not a good idea. It was also not necessary in his opinion. Gloriana's productivity had already reached a high level after she upgraded her cranial implant. The mentalist crystal fragments were constantly stimulating her mind, allowing her to process more data and perform faster deductions. Her improvement was so impressive that even Ves felt envious. Perhaps he should look into whether it is possible for him to implant a whole mentalist crystal in the center of his brain. It's too risky. There's too many ways for this to go wrong. Ves shoved aside his unrealistic fantasies and tried to focus on the job at hand. He still had to deal with plenty of matters related to the aftermath of the final battle that took place in the Viola Magnifica system. From approving personnel transfers to signing funding requests, Ves had to handle a lot of paperwork in his capacity as the patriarch of the Larkinson clan. He also attended a handful of planning sessions related to the next moves of the expeditionary fleet. Saint Commander Casella Ingvar sounded grim as she shared her analysis on what might happen in the coming months. Now that the native aliens are ready to assault the 5th Defensive Band, we expect our enemies to throw everything at us short of weapons of mass destruction, she explained to the senior staff and officers of the expeditionary fleet. The Torald Middle Zone will fall faster than we would prefer. This means that the Krakatoa Middle Zone will come under immediate threat. We must minimize the amount of time we spend on recovery and repairs. To that end, we have no choice but to make hard decisions. Hard decisions like what, ma'am? Living mechs that require too much time and labor to repair will be transferred elsewhere along with their pilots if they are unwilling to switch. Freshly fabricated living mechs will take their place. We will also pick up a large number of Larkinson mech pilots that were previously assigned to our planetary branches. This will minimize the friction and the adaptation period that is normal when transferring lots of newcomers to our carriers. The Saint Commander continued to list out various emergency measures that were aimed at increasing the combat readiness of the expeditionary fleet as soon as possible. Where will we fight? I heard that we are on our way to Davut. We are indeed withdrawing to Davut. Casella confirmed. Due to our large branch on that planet, we have access to extensive repair facilities over at Davut. The large manufacturing hub owned by the Davut branch has also redirected their production away from commercial mechs to Larkinson exclusive mechs. We will be able to replenish our mech roster much faster over there. It is not certain whether we will stay and defend the Colonial Federation of Davut. There are other states and strategic locations that also require our protection. I think we should strongly consider the latter. Ves voiced his own opinion. The Larkinson clan must exist as a sovereign entity. It is fine for us to establish branches in many different states, but we must never become too dependent or committed to any single one of them. No matter how well they treat us, their ruling powers ultimately only prioritize their own interests. It is best if the forces of our clan fight where they can make the greatest difference rather than try to earn favors from an individual state. Besides, the 77th Warborn are already committed to defending Davut and its citizens, so as far as I am concerned, our clan is already doing enough. The expeditionary fleet had not set a final destination. The Golden Skull Alliance needed to wait and see how the frontlines developed. It may be better for them to transfer to another middle zone if it turned out that the Krakatoa middle zone was able to handle the influx of hostile alien warships. Speaking of warships, another important development was taking place. Ves received a private briefing from Head Naval Design Director Vivian Tsai and Chief Shipwright Keziramus Demodian of the E-66 Experimental Yard. Both of them had worked extensively on leading extensive overhaul, conversion and rework of a captured Orvan battleship. In line with your latest orders, we have hired additional naval engineers and other shipbuilding personnel to speed up the refit of the Tortious Scream. Vivian Tsai reported to Ves. We have paid special attention to adaptations that go beyond the standard features. This demanded a large amount of additional work under less than ideal circumstances. The E-66 experimental yard is not equipped to work on a vessel with the size and dimensions of a 3.6-kilometer alien battleship with a vertical deck layout, but this is okay since much of the refit work does not require drydock facilities. Have you managed to make our temporary flagship accommodate mechs? Ves asked the most critical question. Kezi, the man who was actually in charge of the E-66 experimental yard, nodded in response. The Tortious Scream may be alien, but her hull design is fairly modern and clearly influenced by lessons taught by the Cosmopolitans. We have removed many tertiary and secondary gun batteries in order to make room for many bunkers. Each of them are compliant with the specifications that you have set. The physical projection of the chief shipwright displayed a blueprint of the Orvan battleship that showed all of the gun batteries that had been removed to make place for well-protected bunkers. As you can see, there are 155 bunkers spread across the hull in total. Kezi explained. Each of them can fit one heavy artillery mech, and are especially designed to accommodate the Devora cannon mounted on every Transcendent Punisher Mark III. In order to raise the firing rates of both the energy and kinetic weapons mounted on the heavy artillery mechs, the bunkers can directly feed ammunition and energy to them through specially designed channels. They can also connect to the data network of the treacherous Scream. The Transcendent Punishers only need to slot themselves into place before they can fire at targets with extensive support from the battleship herself. The legality of feeding energy directly into a bunker mech was highly dubious and controversial to say the least. It should be a bit more acceptable to allow Transcendent Punishers to link up with warships, as the latter were already armed with much larger and more powerful guns. However, the mechers vehemently disagreed with this. Most of them had long formed the consensus that mechs need to remain independent and solve their enemies the old-fashioned way. Whatever the case, Ves was pretty certain that none of the Red Three would object to what the shipbuilders had done to the Tortious Scream. Kezi highlighted 4 thicker bunkers at various points at the sides. In addition to the 155 heavy artillery bunkers, my men and I have all installed 4 bunkers of more robust quality. These sniper bunkers are more specialized and designed to contain the Amaranto Mark III but potentially other humanoid mechs such as the Everchanger. Aside from that, they also offer space for an optional defensive mech such as the Bastion. Just like with the heavy artillery mechs, the Amaranto Mark III could slot herself into the bunker to become connected to the converted battleship. After her minor overhaul that is scheduled to begin shortly, the Amaranto Mark III will turn into a proper first-class ace mech. Ves remarked with a smile. She will already become considerably more powerful than when she fought in Viola Magnifica. If the Amaranto can also draw power from the treacherous Scream while simultaneously dumping all of her heat into the massive hull, I can scarcely imagine how high her damage output will be. I bet that she can easily outdamage any of the battleship's primary gun batteries. This was one of the biggest reasons why he ordered the E-66 experimental shipyard to install so many bunkers onto his future flagship. Many of his mechs had become so powerful that they were able to outperform warship-grade cannons in multiple criteria. Ves was eager to turn the Tortious Scream into the most powerful base and flagship of his clan. He believed it was more than worthwhile to commission the extra hull work in order to obtain a much more threatening battleship. Chapter 6723 Future Home. Ves had very high hopes for the sniper bunkers. They would offer fixed and highly secure positions for the Amaranto Mark III to attack her targets. Being able to draw on the much larger and much more impressive power generators of the Tortious Scream should allow the Ace Marksman Mech to charge her instrument of vengeance to full power a lot faster than if she relied on her own internal power generation. The extensive surface contact with the enormous hull of the Tortious Scream should also allow the Amaranto Mark III to have virtually no concerns about heat buildup. Unless the Amaranto was generating an astronomical amount of heat in a very small time frame, she should have no issue with dumping her excessive waste energy directly into the battleship. The Tortious Scream would be more than happy to serve as her gigantic heatsink. Another benefit was that the Amaranto Mark III would have much fewer concerns about defending herself against enemy retaliation. She would remain well protected behind multiple layers of azure energy shields as well as thick slabs of metal. If a sniper bunker was ever at risk of getting destroyed, then the Amaranto Mark III could always evacuate in two different directions. She could either blow open the top cover and flee outward or move deeper into the hull via newly installed corridors. Adding enough space to embed a heavy defensive mech such as the Bastion was a nice touch. It made the sniper bunkers a lot larger and more complicated in design, but Ves considered the effort to be worth the additional work and delays. His only regret was that the Larkinson clan only had one Ace Marksman Mech in its possession. Well, the Promethea Mark II would become available later this year. Adding her firepower to the Tortious Scream should make the converted battleship even stronger. The only question was what St. Isabel Coden thought about it when she came back to the clan after completing her full-body reconstruction and physical therapy sessions. Would she be willing to huddle inside a bunker during combat, or was she the sort that preferred to maneuver around on the battlefield in order to attack her targets from different angles? Ves already knew that St. Davia Stark had no objections to using bunkers as her Amaranto Mark III was inherently designed to remain stationary most of the time. The Promethea and her next iteration were supposed to function like traditional rifleman mechs, so there may be many times where it was better for the fiery Ace Rifleman Mech to deploy in the field. Ves actually preferred it, if more Ace mechs stuck to the hull of the Tortious Scream because their Saint Kingdoms could provide a huge amount of additional protection. This was why he insisted on installing at least 4 sniper bunkers onto the hull. They were distributed in places that would allow each of them to deploy their own Saint Kingdoms with low chances of pressing against each other. This should provide excellent coverage to the battleship as well. After Ves completed his inspection of the implementation of the sniper bunkers, he moved on to inspecting the other upgrades made to the converted battleship. "Have you been able to implement the command mech bridge concept?" Ves asked the two shipbuilders. The projections of the two displayed uncertain expressions. "We tried our best given that we don't have an idea of what we are working with." Vivian Sai responded as she zoomed in the projected blueprint to the bridge section. "As you can see, we have freed up space to allow for the entry and physical interface of an Ace command mech to the bridge systems. Our programmers have already altered the code of the main ship systems to grant access to the Minerva Mark II or other potential command mechs, but the work is still immature. We simply do not know how Saint Commander Casella Ingvar and the Minerva Mark II will be able to handle the strain of connecting to the computer systems of a battleship that is only partially converted to human usage." He understood the concerns and doubts. This was one of his more dubious requests. It may end up a failure or disappointment, but it was worth a try. His vision for the Tortious Scream was to enhance her capabilities with the help of expert mechs and ace mechs as much as possible. It had rarely been done in the past as most people liked to keep mechs and warships strictly separate from each other. After all, concentrating so many high-value assets in a single warship would definitely turn the vessel into the highest priority target. Ves believed that it would still make sense to station the Amaranto Mark III and the Minerva Mark II inside the hull of the future flagship of the Larkinson clan. The two ace mechs were never designed for brawling, and it was not necessary for them to maneuver around on the battlefield. In fact, as high-value targets with immense strategic value to any force they fought alongside with, it was important to protect them as much as possible. A strong rationale existed to keep them away from the field. The Tortious Scream should be able to provide them with a lot of protection and other forms of assistance. "Have you been able to implement the other modifications?" "We have only partially fulfilled your list, sir," Kezi answered. "The deadline that you have set for us has forced our engineers to drop a number of demands in order to ensure we have properly implemented the rest. According to our schedule, the conversion of the Tortuous Scream will be ready for trials in 2 months or less. That does not necessarily mean that she will be ready for service. We are expecting higher rates of bugs, faults and errors during her initial deployment, as we have many doubts about whether we have properly adapted and connected intact alien systems to human systems. Many of the officers and ratings that your clan has hired to crew the Tortious Scream will also require years to fully master their new stations. Whatever previous work experience they might have will not translate perfectly to their new stations, as most of them will have to learn how to operate Orvan warship systems as well. This was a pretty huge burden, but they had no choice. The Larkinson clan needed to get its hands on a first-class warship as quickly as possible to avoid wasting the unrestricted RF battlecruiser token that Ves had managed to obtain. After many months of waiting, the wait was almost over. The premier branch would finally gain the qualifications to fight opponents at the highest level of warfare. In the Ves continued to listen to the briefing of the two shipwrights. Their crews had done their best to update inferior alien tech with superior human tech whenever possible, which did not happen a lot. The time pressure was too great to allow for more extensive overhauls. The Tortious Scream would probably become a nightmare to operate for many crew members, but this was why the Larkinson clan was prepared to pay considerable bonuses to the personnel who were willing to put up with wrangling Orvan tech. Overall, Ves grew satisfied with the overall projections on her estimated performance. Even without including any embedded ace mechs, the Tortious Scream was still a fairly modern and powerful alien battleship that should at least be able to fight against other alien battleships. She still required plenty of support from mechs and other assets in order to prevent any accidents, but this applied to nearly every warship aside from dreadnoughts. How extensively is the Tortious Scream able to accommodate productive activities? Well, as you know, Orvan battleships are actually home ships that are meant to house entire populations. We have been able to hastily refit one of the larger internal sections into a production hall. Although there is less internal space for production machines, the use of first-class materializers and superfabs fed by first-class power generators should allow for a faster rate of production of second-class mechs and other productions. They can also be used to produce first-class mechs, but the circumstances are not ideal. Production will take longer and impose more costs. That's fine, Ves said. We can afford to pay this price in order to gain self-sufficiency. At least the Tortious Scream should be able to fabricate her spare parts for her own use. What about the mech lab and mech workshops? We have made sure to set them up according to your specifications. We have made sure that they are not directly linked to the other computing systems of the converted battleship to increase the information security of your workplaces. We have yet to install any high-tech instruments and production machines, as we believe that you and your wife may want to make the arrangements yourselves. You are right, you can leave them empty for now. Once the Tortious Scream is in operation and arrives in New Constantinople, we will probably transfer all of our existing stuff in D&D base to our new flagship. You do not intend to stay in New Constantinople or relocate to your install. Vivian sighed. Hey, you have been with us since the early years. You should know that whenever war begins to spread, no place is safe. The Ves ancient clan has been a great host these past few years, but I am not going to wait until the fight defensive band collapses to preemptively evacuate from New Constantinople. It is better to err on the side of caution and move out sooner rather than later. If possible, Ves preferred to stay on New Constantinople much longer. He wanted to give his children a fixed place to live and grow up. He wanted them to attend excellent schools in person and make friends with Terran kids their own age. He could argue that the Agamemnon upper zone was not under immediate risk, as the alien invaders still had to pass through other zones. However, Red humanity had yet to establish new lines of fortifications that could systematically stop the native aliens from pressing deeper inside human-occupied space. The aliens should freely be able to commence deep raids into the hinterland where all of the biggest and most productive industrial facilities were located. The New Constantinople system was no exception to this, as it was a port system and the capital system of the Ristan territory. As the central location of the Ves ancient clan, raising the port system was equivalent to inflicting a crippling blow to the Devosans. This was why he already considered the Tortious Scream to be his new home in the coming years. He vastly preferred the security of being able to move wherever he wanted. After all, the best way to avoid danger was to put distance between himself and the source. As the remote briefing came to an end, Vivian Sai wanted to bring one more matter to his attention. Since the date of the relaunch of the converted battleship draws closer, we should begin to explore new names for her. We have all been referring to her as the Tortious Scream, but this is a shorthand for the full translated name. It is not appropriate anymore for us to keep using the names that match Orvan sensibilities rather than human sensibilities. I disagree, Ves quickly replied. The tortuous scream of a human dying in agony over a span of 46.7 hours is a rather unusual and exotic name for an alien battleship. I am sure it sounds much more poetic in Orvan language, but it doesn't sound that bad when translated into standard language. I think it is funny, actually. Just think about it. The Orvans want to torture and kill humans so much that they dedicated the name of one of their more powerful warships to this cause. What better way than to claim this name for ourselves and allow our captured and converted battleship to wear it with pride? We've already pissed off the Orvans big time. Fighting them with this specific vessel will surely drive them insane, haha. Chapter 67-24 Tay Wood. While Ves was awaiting the arrival of his overhauled warship, he did not neglect his core responsibilities as a mech designer. Aside from helping Gloriana complete the much-anticipated Minerva Mark II project, he also had to deal with a number of other projects. One of the projects that saw very little progress due to all of the distractions and events that took place over the last few months was his collaboration with the Devos ancient clan. While Ves was not certain whether this was the right time to embark on this project, he needed to make tangible progress in realizing his design philosophy. He had already identified at least 2 different research directions to meet the conditions to advance to the rank of master mech designer. One of them required the cooperation of Alexa Strian. Ves did not expect to make any headway into this research anytime soon, so he may as well pursue the other direction for the time being. One of his ambitious goals was to design 5 elemental Karman mechs that corresponded to the 5 classical elements. In order to meet his high expectations, the Karman mechs based on fire, earth, water, metal and wood needed to be far more special than basic Karman mechs in order to justify his heightened expectations for the collection. He already witnessed what Woodsap mechs could do, from the infamous friendly fire incident where Venerable Ves Larkinson and Venerable Town Melon turned against each other. Though Ves had lost access to the woodified elegant rage, his clan still managed to retrieve a rich amount of spoils from the aftermath of that unfortunate incident. Though St. Isabel Coden had burned down most of the Emperor tree and some of the surroundings, the Larkinsons managed to salvage the remains of wooden mechs, huge chunks of wood that used to be a part of the Calamity plant, burnt tree core fragments and the remains of the Ebony Zeal and the remains of both the Ebony Zeal and a relatively intact Ebony Everchanger. The latter two were the most special prizes by far. They were the most powerful copies of the then expert mechs that the Emperor tree was able to produce with the highest quality of wood material that he could synthesize. The very deep integration with Solus gas caused all of the wooden mechs to be surprisingly difficult to detect. They also possessed excellent regeneration capabilities so long as they had access to enough high-quality materials and E-energy of the right attributes. This was important as the intact nature of the Ebony Everchanger meant that it could potentially serve as a sustainable producer of ebony wood. Unfortunately, its deep dependence on the Emperor tree meant that it had lost access to the conditions that previously enabled it to repair itself quickly in the middle of a battle against the expert mechs of the Larkinson clan. On its own, the much smaller Ebony Everchanger was only able to reproduce new ebony wood cells at a relatively glacial pace. Venerable Joshua and the researchers of both the Larkinson Biotech Institute and the T Institute had tried to make sense of the Ebony Everchanger. They already knew that it was actually a backup measure of the Emperor tree. In a desperate bid to save itself, it had split off a piece of its spirituality and merged it into the Ebony Everchanger, causing the wooden construct to become alive and independent. The Larkinson researchers spent a long time to confirm that the Ebony Everchanger was not secretly an underhanded means for the Emperor tree to revive itself. They tentatively ascertained that the Ebony Everchanger truly started off as a blank slate. It had also been bioprogrammed to act as non-aggressively as possible to its new masters. This provided the Larkinsons with a lot of convenience as they were essentially able to train the Ebony Everchanger like an obedient puppy. The living wooden construct possessed a dull personality, but it was able to pick up many lessons at a reasonable pace. Its living personality was very much not comparable to that of a human or a living mech, but that was good in this instance. None of the Larkinsons wanted to deal with an alien wooden entity that was too clever and scheming for his own good. As much as the Ebony Everchanger provided Ves and the Larkinson clan with rich research data, there was a limit to how extensively the LBI and the TI was able to figure out the underlying mechanisms of how it worked and how it was able to constitute an independent life form. In order for Ves to design a proper woodsap mech, he needed far more insight and understanding how ebony wood worked. He also needed to scale up the production of ebony wood or a similar organic material. The Larkinson clan's research institutes were not equipped for such a job. It may take years if not decades for them to achieve a breakthrough in their R&D projects. This was why Ves readily agreed to outsource much of the research burden to the Ves ancient clan. As one of the many ruling powers of the Terran Alliance, the Ves ancient clan of the Red Ocean possessed much more extensive R&D capabilities. A lot more researchers, of which many of them possessed vastly superior qualifications than the researchers working for the Larkinson clan. It couldn't be helped. The Devosans built up their foundation over many generations. They existed as a continuous family organization several ages prior. Such clans had a way of ensuring the continuity of their core talents and assets no matter what happened. The Great Severing affected the Devosans on the side of the Red Ocean a lot more heavily than they had ever anticipated, but at least they still had the capital to retain their hold over the Riston territory. The relative calm and stability of the hinterland of human-occupied space granted the Devosans precious buffer time to reorganize their ancient clan and adapt to the circumstances of the Red Ocean. As long as the Ves ancient clan had a decade or two to sort out their situation, there would be little question about its ability to fully re-establish themselves as one of the premier powers of the Terran Alliance. However, the progress made by the native aliens during the Red Tide offensive cast a darker shadow over the Devosans. They feared that they may not be granted enough time for them to fully establish a foothold in this dwarf galaxy. Ves feared that recent events may have caused them to doubt the wisdom of channeling lots of funding and R&D resources into their collaboration project, but it turned out that he worried in vain. If anything, the crisis had prompted them to commit even more resources into this effort. When Ves boarded a shuttle and traveled under escort to a well-guarded underground research facility built underneath a mountain range, he finally met with Master Layla Rebecca DeVos in person again. "I didn't expect you to be present here today," Ves said as soon as he stepped out of his armored shuttle with Lucky in his arms. "Meow." The Archimetal cat raised his paw in greeting. The master mech designer smiled and reached out to scratch the gem cat in the head as she responded to Ves. "It is true that my schedule has become busier than ever, but our clan holds our collaboration project in high regard. We have important matters to talk about, especially after we have managed to gain a breakthrough in our research." Her excitement was palpable. This breakthrough must clearly be a big deal for her to mention it so soon. "Details. It is better to show you first. Follow me. We will have to move deeper into this facility." They passed through a number of well-shielded corridors that were packed with hardened security measures. The sensors much their attention, the bodyguards vigilantly shadowed their principal. As soon as they reached the third security checkpoint, Master Layla directed a wordless glance at Ves. He got the hint, but refused to park his bodyguards outside. No matter how well he got along with the Devosans, he would never be stupid enough to assume that he could handle every threat by himself. "My guards hail from the 2nd Apocalypse Warden Battalion. They are militarized Chi cultivators whose loyalty and dedication are verified by the Red Collective. Given how well you Terrans get along with the collies, there is no need to fear their indiscretion. Besides, I don't think this research of yours merits so many excessive precautions. The Red Association also has the mutated elegant rage in their possession. The mechers must have studied the partially wooden mech extensively before upgrading her to, and Master Layla reluctantly accepted these arguments. Very well, I would still like to reiterate to you that the leaders of not just the Ves ancient clan, but also the rest of the Terran Alliance have raised the priority of our collaboration project. This is a period of time where we need powerful mechs and more acutely powerful Karman mechs the most. That is what the yellow jackets are for." Ves remarked. "Sure, the base model of the first-class version of my Karman mech is rather cheap, but you can easily develop superior variants. The first-class version of the yellow jacket is serviceable and affordable to mass produce, but that makes it difficult for us to develop a truly premium variant of it. We have long concluded that if we want to obtain a proper first-class Karman mech, we will have to develop it from the beginning. For this purpose, we have done our best to research a means to upgrade or develop a superior substitute of the interesting, ebony wood, material that you have presented to us. We must spare no effort and resources to develop the best Karman mechs for our colonial superstate." They finally entered a highly secure experimental chamber that possessed a very unique ambiance. Ves did not notice anything while he was still outside, but as soon as the double gates slid open, he became assaulted by a high concentration of water and wood energy. A forest biome greeted his senses. The Devosans had completely reformed the entire experimental chamber into an artificial forest environment. The Terran researchers transplanted remarkable plants and trees in this biome. In order to make them prosper, The walls and ceiling had been lined with thick layers of medium and high-grade wood hypermaterials. The Terrans also applied a bit of cultivation science to the layout by also implanting the floor with lots of water hypermaterials. The earth and soil layer covered it all up, but the water hypers attracted enough watery energy to nurture all of the plants and trees. Ves continued to gaze at his surroundings with wonder until Master Layla eventually led him to a clearing in the center. He became reunited with the ebony Everchanger once again. You upgraded the wooden construct. The Terran Master Mech designer nodded. We did. After a considerable amount of effort, we have successfully developed a reliable process to impregnate ebony wood with phase water. We subsequently applied this process to the ebony Everchanger with great care. Transphasic ebony wood or TE wood is vastly superior in many ways. It is much more resistant towards damage. What is particularly helpful is that its resistance against thermal weapons and fire-attributed hyper weapons is vastly improved. This makes TE wood a more balanced and universally applicable high-end resource to use in the construction of premium biomechs. What about the production rate? We have improved that as well. Master Layla Rebecca DeVos swept her arm across the biome. Why do you think we have placed your ebony Everchanger in a chamber that is surrounded by wood and water hypers? We have discovered through trial and error that this environment best simulates the support that used to be provided by the Emperor tree. In this favorable environment, your ebony Everchanger is able to convert the necessary raw materials into TE wood in a remarkably short amount of. Although the Terrans failed to improve the base material itself, ebony wood was already one of the better non-transphasic organic materials known to red humanity. There were more superior wood materials available, but the cost of producing them in large quantities was prohibitive. TE wood happened to strike a balance between performance and cost-effectiveness. As long as the Terrans had enough phase water to spare, they could produce or rather grow enough TE wood to outfit multiple elite Karman mech divisions. Chapter 6725 Bare Essentials. Ves was not a fan of the name that the Devosans had bestowed on their variant of ebony wood. Meow. Lucky yawned as he sat on Ves's shoulder. The gem cat did not like the name either. TE wood was perhaps the most unimaginable label they could have attached to transphasic ebony wood short of using code letters. However, rather than paying attention to the suboptimal name choice, Ves instead delved deep into the properties of TE wood. The material was truly as good as the Terrans boasted. Successfully integrating ebony wood with phase water required changes to the material in order to accommodate the special exotic liquid, but there were specialized researchers who had done this sort of work many times since the start of the phasewater generation. The most difficult hurdle in making it happen is to overcome the remarkable ability for ebony wood to resist most scans. Master, Layla said, the substance that you refer to as soulless gas possesses interesting and even unique properties that have opened up our vision on what is possible. I can already tell you that our intelligence agencies have expressed great interest in negotiating a supply agreement for this exotic gas. Our clan is open to negotiate a deal. Ves said with a smile. I have to warn you that we have only found one source of soulless gas so far. It is produced on an untamed planet with unique and most probably irreplicable circumstances. While our clan is harvesting far more soulless gas than we could feasibly make use of in the coming years, I imagine that you Terrans have a vastly greater demand for it. I am open to trading much of our existing stock since you guys could make better use of it than us, but you have to take into account that the supply of soulless gas may ultimately be finite if the native aliens breach the 5th defensive band. In fact, the reticulocorine system is already vulnerable to alien raids. We are aware of the risks, Professor. We are reliant on many rare exotics and hypers that can only be found in certain star systems. This is why the loss of the 4 defensive bands is so damaging to us. The loss of territory and living space for colonists is one matter, but losing access to star systems that previously yielded strategic resources is more damaging to our war-making potential in the long run. That was an interesting perspective on the Red War that Ves had yet to consider. Are you saying that if we don't have as many materials to develop our products, we won't be as good? Perhaps not in a number of specific cases, but it is most certainly the case from a macro perspective. Human technology is strong because mech designers such as ourselves have a rich variety of resources to choose from. If our selection of materials decrease as a result of losing access to strategic resource nodes, then our mech industry and other industries will suffer as a consequence. Once we are reduced to only 100 or so star systems, then it doesn't matter how resource-rich they are. If there is a shortage of strategic materials such as phase water, then our prospects of making a comeback are virtually zero. This explained how crucial it was to prevent the native aliens from breaching the 5th defensive band and overrun the zones closest to the border. If the star systems in those regions all fell to the native alien invasion, then Red humanity would no longer be able to reproduce many powerful mechs that relied on certain strategic resources to enable their gimmicks. This actually reminded Ves that it was almost time for Kedis to unveil her ability to use the heavensward to create dimensional breaches. So long as she created a temporary breach in the right higher dimension, the Larkinson clan would be able to harvest a large bounty of unique materials that may possess considerable strategic value. This would definitely be a good way to mitigate the loss of access to a greater variety of valuable resources. However, Ves doubted that the Dimension Observatory would be able to find a source of soulless gas in another dimension. He was pretty sure that Reticulocorane V would remain the only source of this exotic material. Since you are aware that the supply of soulless gas can be cut off at any time, are you still willing to proceed with designing a woodsap mech with Tay wood at its basis? Ves asked. After much consideration, we have decided to take a gamble on this material. Master Layla affirmed. Reticulocorane may fall under the sway of the native aliens in the near future, but the planet will not go away. Our enemies have left it alone before our entry into the Red Ocean, and we do not expect that to change if they gain full control over the Torald Middle Zone. Besides, the harvesting rate of soulless gas at your clan's current site is so high that our ancient clan will have more than enough to equip at least one full mech core with woodsap mechs that are primarily comprised of TE wood. Our future demand for soulless gas will depend on how the Red War develops. He understood what she was talking about. If Red humanity failed to regain any momentum and kept losing territory at a distressing rate, then there was no need to talk about producing more woodsap mechs. Because Red humanity would have lost the Red War by that time. If the native aliens got pushed back, then Red humanity would easily be able to regain control over the Reticulocorane system. The Larkinsons would be able to come back and resume their soulless gas harvesting operation without any issue. At the same time, the Terrans should have ample resources and opportunities to raise additional woodsap mech units. I get it. So for now, you want us to design a woodsap mech that will comprise of one elite mech core in the hopes of adding another powerful military force to your clan, is that correct? Master Layla nodded. That is so. We would prefer it if the woodsap mech is designed to fulfill the specific criteria that is most favorable to my ancient clan, as we have priority on this new product. If there is any soulless gas left that you are willing to part with, you can consider supplying them to the other ancient clans so that they can produce their own woodsap mechs. However, their needs come second to our own, as we are ready to invest significant resources and highly skilled manpower to this collaboration project. That is fair. I don't care how you distribute the woodsap mechs within the Terran Alliance. My job is to help with the design process. What you do with the output is up to you guys. Just remember that our clan will also have the right to produce and make use of woodsap mechs. By the way, what sort of candidates are you considering to pilot the first 50,000 or so biomechs made out of TE wood? We are not entrusting them to norms, obviously. Master Layla Devos answered. It will take too long to train them into acceptable Karman mech pilots. We do not want to reduce our pool of mech pilots who are already producing good results with first-class multipurpose mechs. We are instead recruiting from the pool of mech pilots with slightly inferior C or possibly even D-grade genetic aptitudes. There are enough of them that have attended and graduated from inferior mech academies before finding gainful employment by becoming security guards, mech athletes or law enforcement officers. Will they be ready to pilot a woodsap mech on the frontlines during a time of war? We are upgrading their augmentations when necessary and providing them with accelerated training courses as we speak. Their combat experience will still be lacking, but their fundamental skills should be solid enough to guarantee acceptable performance once they fight for the first time. Ves furrowed his brow in thought. How well they adapt to their woodsap mechs will depend on how complex we make the design. I know you Terrans are big fans of first-class multipurpose mechs, but given the circumstances, I highly advise against applying this template to our collaboration work. There is no need for concern. We agree with you. It takes many strategic resources and extensive training of scarce A and B grade genetic aptitude potentates in order to raise a new first-class multipurpose mech core. Our ancient clan had little issue with doing so when we still had access to our deep foundation in the Milky Way galaxy, but now we must adapt ourselves to the much more limited conditions of human-occupied space in the Red Ocean. Ves was glad to hear this. He would have liked to design a first-class multipurpose mech, but but only under the right circumstances. This was clearly not the right situation for such a complicated machine. Do you have any thoughts on what mech archetype you wish to adopt for the Woodsap mech? He asked. We do. Based on the properties of TE Wood as well as the state of the Terran Alliance at this time, I have stripped down every superfluous demand in order to minimize our time and resource expenditures. Our goal is not to design the best Karman mech made out of TE Wood, but to develop an efficient and combat-capable biomech that can fight well at close range and from afar. If we limit the scope and complexity of the Woodsap mech to minimum, we will end up with a product similar to this draft design. Master Layla DeVos projected a sketch of a very familiar-looking TE Wood mech. That is nearly identical to the upgraded version of the Ebony Everchanger. Ves, hero mech designs are not common in the Terran Alliance, Professor. The Ouroboros is famous, but very few mech pilots see the need to pilot hero mechs of their own. However, the choice of hero mechs is appropriate for our collaboration project. We initially wanted to design a hybrid mech and rely on a combination of integrated energy weapons and handheld melee weapons to arm our work. We discovered later on that doing so in a mech frame made out of TE Wood is more difficult than we anticipated. We have therefore decided that the simplest alternative is to develop a Woodsap mech based on the hero mech archetype. It can already handle most encounters with the native aliens by relying on a single melee weapon or a single ranged weapon. It is not essential for the hero mech to rely on anything further. If there is still demand for different weapons, then our clients can swap the weapons loadout of their Woodsap mechs themselves. This was the advantage of designing humanoid mechs that relied on external gear to equip themselves with weapons. It was easy for clients to replace the default armaments with their own mech weapons. A hero mech made more sense than a hybrid mech for that reason. So long as the new Woodsap mech design did not remain exclusive to the DeVos Ancient clan and the Larkinson clan, then other Terrans would definitely have their own ideas on how to best equip their new elemental Karman mechs. What are these armaments? Ves inquired. I can see that the firearm in one hand is a plasma rifle, but there is something funny about the spear in the other hand. It is a plasma spear. It is a more affordable alternative to a plasma sword. The weapon choices for the Woodsap mech is not fixed. This is only a proposal. I think it would be good to pair this hero mech with such a spear, Ves said. Powering a plasma melee weapon is very energy intensive, so making the plasma edge as small as possible will substantially increase the longevity of the Woodsap mech. It will also preserve more energy for field regeneration so long as we are able to develop a way to make that happen. Our researchers already developed a number of ideas to make that possible. Chapter 6726 Arboreal Project. The collaborative project that they already decided to call the Arboreal Project was not as ambitious as Ves expected. That was a good choice as the DeVos Ancient clan set aside its typical Terran extravagance. Master Layla Rebecca DeVos and her extensive team had all become affected by the dark clouds generated by the escalating Red War. As the bleak reality settled in their minds, the Devosans did not foolishly attempt to waste their limited resources on unnecessary weapon systems and other luxuries. Designing a hero mech was a good decision because they could readily use the Everchanger, the Ebony Everchanger as well as the much more powerful Ouroboros as references for the Arboreal Project. The Woodsap mech was not supposed to be a pale imitation of any of them. The new elemental Karman mech had to acquire its own identity and strengths. However, it was not necessarily problematic to borrow existing homework as long as there was enough of a justification. The mech designers could save a significant amount of time by recycling existing solutions. After Ves, Lucky and Master Layla moved to an empty design lab, the two mech designers began to hash out their vision for the first proper Woodspa mech design. The overall theme of the Arboreal Project should center around persistence. Master Layla Rebecca DeVos explained her ideas to Ves. Having watched the archival footage of your clan's operation against the Emperor Tree, we have found that the Ebony Everchanger and other wooden mechs were able to pose significant difficulties to several expert mechs piloted by high-tier expert pilots. The wooden constructs did so despite lacking true resonance, skilled piloting and many other advantages enjoyed by their metallic counterparts. The reason why they were able to do all of this was because they could not be effectively killed by your machines at the time. It took seconds for every damage they sustained to disappear as they regenerated back to their peak conditions. She was right. The absurd regeneration properties of the ebony wooden mechs and to a lesser extent the purple wooden mechs had given the mech strike force a lot of grief at the time. However, it would be a mistake to assume that the Ebony Everchanger and so on could put up so much a fight by themselves. You have a point, but the conditions to enable this absurd degree of regeneration are harsh. Ves responded as he leaned back on his chair and stroked Lucky's back. My expert mechs were not fighting the ebony mechs alone. They were fighting remote extensions of the massive emperor tree. The ebony Everchanger fought more like a spur made of ebony wood. As soon as the emperor tree got burned by Saint Isabel Coden, all of the wooden mechs lost their strong regenerative properties, which proved that this had never been their inherent trait. Master Layla DeVos smiled. This is why we have started a parallel research project. We believe we can vastly promote the endurance and the staying power of woodsap mechs if we enable them to fight in proximity to a construct that resembles the emperor tree. After consulting with our own resident cultivation scientists, we have developed a promising proposal that will complement the arboreal project. She activated a projection that displayed a tree. Yes, a tree. Ves waited for a few seconds. Is this supposed to be anything special? Ahem, the projection does not do our proposal justice. This is a highly inadequate representation of a Gaia tree. Ves sat up straighter when he heard that. A Gaia tree? Wait, are you trying to develop trees that are blessed by Gaia? That is correct. Master Layla smiled. We have already conducted experiments on the ebony Everchanger where we exposed the mech to Gaia's glow. The interaction between the two produced positive results, so much so that we have already concluded that their compatibility with each other is extremely high. This has led us to begin the development of what currently only exists in theory. The general premise is to develop a new sort of tree that is inherently connected to Gaia. This will allow us to rapidly grow these Gaia trees on a large scale. Once the special trees have reached maturity, we will transplant them into their own heavily armored and climate-controlled containers and drag them onto the battlefield. Their primary purpose is to serve a similar purpose to the emperor tree back when it was alive. This proposal had a lot of promise. Even though it sounded crazy to drag trees out onto the battlefield just to serve as additional support for woodsap mechs, it could truly work as long as the Gaia trees could truly substitute for the emperor tree. Ves looked at the projection of the seemingly plain-looking tree with much greater interest. I see. Are the Gaia trees made out of Te-Wu? Master Layla DeVos nodded. That is the plan. It will be resource-intensive to grow enough trees to support the operations of our woodsap mechs for multiple years, but this is the sacrifice that we need to make if we want to raise a large force of biomechs that can outlast nearly any enemy force. The woodsap mechs will become nearly unkillable under the most favorable conditions, allowing them to win the battles of attrition that the native aliens favor so much. That was an excellent argument. Ves actually looked forward to turning the tables against the enemy. As far as he could surmise, the Gaia trees should be able to support the woodsap mechs by feeding both wood energy as well as Te wood to damage biomech for as long their resources lasted. If the battle became too intensive, then there was a real risk that the Gaia trees would exhaust themselves even if they were blessed by a true god. There was only so much Te wood available, and Ves did not believe that Gaia could convert enough energy to produce large amounts of this highly valuable organic material on the spot. This was why the Terrans needed to grow these Gaia trees in advance. Their tree trunks directly equated to their energy and material reserves. The smaller the trunk, the less resources they had left to support the regeneration of damaged woodsap mechs. There were very obvious problems related to dragging trees onto the battlefield, but Ves was sure that the Terrans could easily solve them in multiple different ways. They could deploy stealth fields that could hide the trees in their large containers from enemy detection. They could also escort the Gaia trees with defensive mechs that could deploy large Azure energy shields around the critical assets. A more elegant solution would be to design a large biomech that also doubled as a Gaia tree. It would be best if it reached the size of a juggernaut. Whatever the case, the Terrans should be able to figure out how to develop Gaia trees and how to deploy them safely on the battlefield by themselves. There was no need for Ves to intervene. He focused his attention back to the arboreal project. If our woodsap mechs can truly fight in the presence of these Gaia trees, then that will vastly increase their combat power. Being able to drastically decrease their casualty rate means that as long as there is enough wood energy and Te wood to spare, the biomech units will always remain at full strength. They will not steadily become less and less effective as they lose numbers over the course of a battle. The longer a fight drags on, the greater the disparity in numbers between our woodsap mechs and the enemy units. This could make a huge difference under the right circumstances. The biggest threat to woodsap mechs was getting targeted by weapons that were powerful enough to blow them up at once. This could range from getting struck by the primary and secondary gun batteries of larger warships, transphasic missiles, or direct attacks from phase lords. The presence of Gaia trees would not magically make the arboreal project invincible, but it would vastly increase the survival rate of the woodsap mechs. This would especially become important once the Red War took a bad turn. If the mech forces of the Terran Alliance fought so many battles that they had lost too many machines, they may not be able to replenish their numbers in a short amount of time. This could embolden the native aliens and encourage them to intensify their offensive, thereby giving the Terrans less time to recover. Fielding woodsap mechs that had a much better chance to survive a battle regardless of whether it ended in victory or defeat could mitigate this problem. The only resources that would get expended after every battle were Gaia trees, but they should be much easier to mass produce and replenish as they had little to no technical content. Ves and Master Laya Devas continued their discussion on the vision and direction of the arboreal project in light of the development of these so-called Gaia trees. The choice of hero mechs made better sense as the woodsap mechs did not necessarily need to pile up on thicker armor. Additional defenses were certainly welcome, but they weren't entirely necessary as a first-class biomech of this caliber was already capable of withstanding a lot of powerful attacks. As long as there was enough protection for the cockpit, the woodsap mech should be able to restore to its original condition fairly quickly in the presence of a Gaia tree. This is a completely different approach to mech warfare. Ves remarked, I have heard about mech doctrines where mech forces brought support units along that constructed temporary fortifications and supply depots on the battlefield and such. The creation of a dependency relationship between the arboreal project and these Gaia trees is practically the biotech implementation of this concept. That is a good comparison. We are trying to tip the scales in our favor by manipulating the environment to our advantage. If we were fighting the native aliens a decade or half a decade ago, then it wouldn't have been necessary for us to resort to such tedious strategies. Now that we are being driven back by increasingly more focused and technologically advanced alien fleets, we have no choice but to resort to measures that we previously thought were beneath us. This is the mindset that humans during the Age of Stars and the early years of the Age of Conquest adopted. It is what we must return to if we wish to survive the Red War. The arboreal project held great significance to the Devas ancient clan and potentially the Terran Alliance as a whole. It was hardly the only project the Terrans relied upon to find their Holy Grail. They were desperate for a killer solution that could reverse the losing trend and allow the Terrans to push back the native aliens. Ves did not forget that the Terran Alliance fared worse than the Rubarthan Pact so far. The former was only protected by a single god pilot while the latter enjoyed the protection of two god pilots. This had massive consequences for the Terrans as their colonial superstate had clearly been identified as a potential breakthrough channel by the Red Cabal. While the Red Fleet had taken the initiative to support the Terran frontlines by dispatching several dreadnoughts, their threat level was undoubtedly lower than that of god mechs. Dreadnoughts were slower, less damaging and more easy to track and circumvent. Their deterrence was considerably more limited, especially since none of the ones deployed in the frontlines had been converted into Karman dreadnoughts. The Terrans disliked the fact that they had to rely on the charity of the RF to prop up their borders. It was no secret that the Terrans were hoping to take advantage of the rapidly changing geopolitical landscape to fight for independence. However, if they wanted to prove to themselves and others that they were ready to form an independent and sovereign star nation once again, then the Terrans needed to prove they were strong enough to defend their own territories. The arboreal project may be able to facilitate their ambitions. Chapter 6727 Contrasting Conditions. The visit to the Devas ancient clan's secret facility yielded a lot of gains to Ves. He left the research site with a satisfied expression. His Terran collaborators were practically doing most of the necessary research on his behalf without requiring any handholding from him. The Devosans had many capable researchers in their employ that provided a massive amount of assistance to the design team. Ves and Master Devas mutually agreed that it would be better if Ves took a step back and took on a more supervisory role for the arboreal project. Though Ves had conceived of the idea of a woodsap mech, he did not have the time to babysit the project every day. It was not that difficult for him to decide to restrain himself and allow the Terrans to settle stuff by themselves. It was a matter of prioritization. Ves had other projects on his agenda that deserved his time as well. They would pretty much get stalled or slowed down to an unaccepted degree if he did not contribute them on a regular and frequent basis. This time, Ves was able to let go because his Terran collaborators sounded and behaved as if they had a much greater stake in the success of the project. Ves had come to know and befriend Master Layla Rebecca Devas for a few years now. The two might not be as close as each other as his relationship with Master Moira Willix, but he trusted the Terran master mech designer to do the arboreal project justice. The two had already discussed their joint vision and overall research direction for the design project in advance. Ves had put in his own demands, and as long as Master Layla made sure to respect them, then he did not feel the need to micromanage the mech design project. Of course, he could not remain completely hands-off either. He still needed to put in the minimum amount of work to make the arboreal project come to life. He had to make sure to maintain enough ownership in the mech design in order to provide the necessary building blocks to enable the formation of a Karman mech that excelled at interacting with the wood element. That was not a big deal to Ves and Master Layla. Both had lots of experience with working on collaborative mech designs. They knew what to do in order to forestall common problems and ensure the project progressed on schedule more or less. Since the arboreal project was a bit more radical and innovative than usual mech designs, both Ves and Master Layla added a buffer in order to account for extra delays. Even then, Ves expected the work to be done within half a year. It's really nice to design a mech with such an immense first-class support structure. When will my Larkinson clan be able to provide this level of R&D and infrastructural assistance? It would take too long, especially given how Ves chose to develop his clan. He repeatedly rejected development strategies that could have enabled the Larkinson clan to expand several times faster. Founding a colony on a planet and building up multiple industrialized settlements was a great way to expand the membership roles. It's also a great way to dilute my clan and make me lose control over it. He muttered under his breath. Oh, it's nothing, he responded to his gem cat. So what did you think about the progress the Terrans have made on the first woodsap mech design? Lucky looked thoughtful as he cutely rested on Ves's lap. His tail lazily swished back and forth as he looked as if he was reflecting deeply on what he saw. Ves rolled his eyes. It figures that you would think that. Just because the vast majority of mechs are made out of refined metals doesn't mean that it is the only valid choice. Biomechs are perfectly valid machines as well. They are just a little bit more troublesome to produce and maintain. Mech designers must justify their existence in order to make them worthwhile. I think the arboreal project more than satisfies this demand. The special properties of TE wood and the insanely promising synergies with Gaia trees were more than enough to make his first proper woodsap mech a lot more effective than nearly any other first-class hero mech model. Of course, it was not easy to realize all of this potential. The Terrans definitely had to do a lot of heavy lifting in order to figure out how to mass-produce TE wood and how to utilize it as effectively as possible in a woodsap mech. There were also many challenges concerning the special implementation of the Karman system. Ves had gained a bit more insight in the nature of blood pacts as well as life sword pacts. Blood was a very convenient medium to connect a Karman mech and mech pilot together, but it was hardly the only valid choice. The advantages of using blood to bind the two parties together was that it was easy, more controllable and least prone to accidents despite pumping a lot of artificial blood into the Karman mech pilot's body. The disadvantages was that the basic version of the Karman system was clunky and not very functional. It occupied valuable real estate in the internal architecture that could have been used to make the mech a little stronger in many different areas. Blood also had its limits in terms of data and energy transmission. Ves just had to look at the explosive example of the Dominion of Man to witness how much the first Karman dreadnought in existence raised her upper boundaries after getting juiced up with so much fire energy. Of course, this was a special case that could not easily be reproduced with mechs. The example set by Venerable Joshua and the Everchanger served as a more representative case. The two primarily managed to form a blood pact by using life-attributed energy as the connecting medium. Ves had already examined this variation of the blood pact by remote. He felt that it should be easy enough to produce similar outcomes with his woodsap mechs by using wood energy, which was not all that different from life energy. The only problem was that Venerable Joshua was already a high-tier expert pilot that extensively developed his affinity for life after piloting living mechs and the Everchanger specifically for many years. The Karman mech pilots that the Devosans were prepping for the arboreal project did not possess such qualifications. Luckily, this problem isn't as insurmountable as before. The Red Collective had released a bunch of auxiliary chi cultivation methods that enabled mech pilots as well as Karman mech pilots to develop a basic affinity for a specific E-energy attribute. The Devosans already looked into requiring their future Karman mech pilots to practice the auxiliary chi cultivation method that enabled them to develop a closer affinity for wood. In fact, the Terrans employed large amounts of cultivation scientists themselves. Master Layla had already shared to Ves that they would attempt to develop their own auxiliary chi cultivation method that should enable the Karman mech pilots to raise all of the useful criteria that could allow them to make better use of woodsap mechs. The rising trend of systematic cultivation had not replaced mech piloting as many mech insiders had feared. Instead, the many benefits introduced by systematic cultivation ended up complementing mech pilots. If cultivation remained taboo like before, then Ves and the Devosans would have very little choice but to resort to much more dangerous and invasive alternatives. For example, when Ves initially came up with the concept of elemental Karman mechs, he assumed that every Karman mech pilot that wanted to pilot these powerful machines had to transform their bodies and replace their blood with an alternative substance that was laced with fire, water, earth, wood or metal hyperparticles. Such transformations were highly invasive and doubtlessly produced a lot of undesirable side effects. Ves found it troubling to a candidate to his humanity for an opportunity to pilot a stronger and more special elemental Karman mech. Fortunately, the rise of the Red Collective had thoroughly reformed Red humanity's stance towards systematic cultivation. The RC completely tore down the taboo towards this previously controversial subject and modernized it so that it turned into an upright scientific discipline. As his armored shuttle returned to D&D base, Ves kept thinking about the many relationships that connected the woodsap mechs, the Karman mech pilots, Gaia and systematic cultivation together. Each of them were fairly strong by themselves, but they could produce vastly superior results by combining their strengths. Is this what I should think about when designing the other 4 elemental Karman mechs? The Arboreal project was not the only elemental Karman mech design that Ves wanted to work on in the foreseeable future. He had also made a promise to the Hunting Association to design a so-called Mergewater mech for them. The hunters didn't seem to be in as much of a hurry as the Terrans, so the preparations for this initiative had not progressed as much. That should change in the near future. Demand for Karman mechs was universal among humans. Hunters were humans as well. There were plenty of exo-beasts and mutated beasts in the wild that hunters loved to hunt, but could not do so because their infantry-grade armaments simply couldn't inflict enough damage to save them from getting trampled by their angry prey. Ves had already received reports about a number of volunteers adopting the Yellow Jackets. The reason why their adoption rate was not higher was because the Yellow Jacket model was not a suitable mech for hunting. Mergewater mechs promised to be completely different. Not only would he design it to excel in hunting down powerful exo-beasts, but they would also grant hunters a war machine that could grow by assimilating the remains of their organic fox. To Ves, Mergewater mechs combined the strengths of the evolution witch and the huntsman in a single mech model. This comparison alone should be enough to persuade a lot of hunters into trying out his Mergewater mechs. It will take more time, though. Ves frowned. He had a good feeling that he wouldn't be able to entrust the design of his first Mergewater mech from any of the mech designers affiliated with the hunting. Ves might have to take the lead on this project and figure out all of the complicated mechanisms that made his Mergewater mechs so promising. That will squeeze my time even further. He was glad that he was not short of interesting and meaningful work, but he felt as if he hardly enjoyed any free time anymore. As Ves wondered how he could optimize his work schedule, he just received an important notification. The detachment from the expeditionary fleet of the Golden Skull Alliance has just entered the new Constantinople system. St. Davia Stark, the Amaranto Mark III and the remains of the Riot Mark III will soon arrive at D&D base. Ves set aside all of his thoughts and prepared for the arrival of the ace pilot and mechs. When a large transport touched down on a designated landing zone, the main hatch slowly slid open to reveal 2 completely different machines. The Amaranto Mark III virtually suffered no damage during the last battle and looked more resplendent than ever. Now that St. Davia Stark had broken through, she could finally pull her weight and pilot her supremely powerful ace marksman mech to the fullest. In contrast, the Riot Mark III, or what was left of him, was in complete shambles. Limbs had been severed. The torso section was almost severed in half. Melted and deformed plating and structural components dominated the front side. Yet despite ejecting his cockpit and suffering catastrophic damage on a level that would cause most people to dismiss any thought about restoring an old wreck when it was easier to build a new machine from scratch, the Riot Mark II stubbornly managed to cling to life. His spiritual foundation had suffered severe damage, but as long as he was not outright dead, he could still be saved as far as Ves was concerned. Chapter 6728 De-Armed Temptations. The Amaranto Mark III had reached her strongest state since her creation. Even if St. Davia Stark did not actively resonate with her powerful machine, her passive willpower still resonated with the recently updated mech on automatic basis. Ves could feel how Saint Stark had weaponized the power of light. While her domain was largely centered around the concept of vengeance, she did not pursue any simple grievances. She instead carried herself with the bearing of an adjudicator who did her job not because she liked to kill powerful enemies, but because she felt a responsibility to deliver retribution to those that carried out injustices against the people. This was why Saint Stark was able to retain a greater semblance of control and rationality over herself. She did not lose her sense of nobility and justice. The light that had become her favored element shone so harshly that it not only vaporized her enemies, but also put her under her own spotlight. She could never bring herself to perpetuate the injustices committed by her targets. If one day a future came to pass where she became no different from the cruel leaders who made the lesser suffer, then Saint Stark would not hesitate to end her own life lest she made the people she protected further. This was a matter to consider more deeply in the future. For now, the Amarnanto Mark III could use a light amount of servicing as well as a configuration change. The machine was optimized for use by Venerable Stark rather than Saint Stark. It shouldn't take too long to make the necessary modifications and recalibrate the Amarnanto Mark III, but it would be a time-consuming process where he and his wife would remain busy for a few days. The Amarnanto Mark III slowly powered down. Though the living mech always remained active, lowering the activity of her power reactor minimized the chance of accidents. Also, it made the mech technicians and other crew members a lot less nervous to work around the powerful machine. Stark, Ves greeted the new ace pilot. Just as expected, Saint Stark couldn't help but point her harsh light to Ves. Her Saint Kingdom had lost a lot of its power and potency after she left her cockpit, but she was still able to alter the rules in a short area around her physical body. Ves could feel Saint Stark judging him. Her expression told him that whatever results she expected to attain, she did not expect them to be so confusing. Whatever. Ves spoke. Saint Stark showed no remorse. I am only continuing to observe whether you are still a leader who is worth following. So far, I have sensed both extreme merit and extreme punishment inside of you. I cannot judge whether one is more powerful than the other, but the way the two mix and counterbalance each other is. I have never witnessed such a phenomenon in the past. Ves pressed his hands in his pant pockets and smiled in a conceited fashion. You are not ready yet to judge me. Besides, I am not afraid of you, I know what I am fighting for. My hands may not be clean anymore, but you can trust that I am doing everything I can to help red humanity survive the current storm. I have a stake in the survival of my people as well, you know. Rather than using your fancy new Saint Kingdom to judge your fellow human, you should save up your energy and direct your hostility towards the hostile aliens who unquestionably demand your retribution. His words sunk into Saint Stark's thick skull. Her breakthrough and drastic increase in strength had significantly altered her mentality. Was it for the better? That remained to be seen, but Ves wanted to teach the overconfident ace pilot a lesson in order to rein in her overbearing behavior. The ace pilot closed her eyes and remained still for a moment. She exhaled and deliberately tried to relax her posture. The harsh and judgmental light of her domain grew softer and duller. This was a good development. Saint Stark demonstrated a capacity to withdraw her aggression and focus during times when it was not necessary for her to assume a combative posture. She should learn to conserve her power and save it for their real enemies. All forms of human infighting had to take a backseat against the threat of total extinction at the hands of the native aliens. Now that the posturing phase was over, the two could finally begin to talk about actual useful topics. Ves first quizzed Saint Stark about her short but highly impactful performance at the start of the final battle of Viola Magnifica. In the meantime, automated elevators and other systems slowly brought the Amarnanto Mark III and the remains of the riot Mark II to an underground workshop chamber. High-powered scanners were already at work trying to map out the current physical parameters of the two drastically different machines. The Amarnanto Mark III had become even stronger than when she exited the workshop not too long ago. The powerful marksman Mech had endured a potent wave of willpower baptism. This caused the machine's performance to increase further past what her actual parts should be capable of producing. It was all fascinating, but of limited use to Ves. He could not reproduce these parts because he lacked the means to replicate willpower baptism. That remained an exclusive ability to willpower cultivators for the time being. As for the Riot Mark II, Venerable Rosa Orphan is lucky that enough of the torso remains intact for her battle partner to cling to life. He said as he approached the pile of loose debris. Even so, it is rather sad to see one of my works reduced to such a state. While I will refrain from performing a complete rebuild and reconstruction of this expert mech until our design department has completed the Riot Mark III project, I can at least spend half a day to quickly weld the relatively intact pieces together again. That should relieve the living mech's suffering and make it more bearable for him to survive the months it takes for us to be ready to upgrade him to a much greater state. Orphan will be happy. Saint Stark smiled. She has shown admirable courage and valor in the last battle. She cares much about the Riot, as she considers him the best living mech that she has ever piloted. It would be a great loss to her if he ends up beyond salvaging. Don't worry, when we complete the Mark III iteration of the Riot, we will make sure to upgrade him to a 7th generation living mech. One of the new features of this generation is the installation of a hyper keystone. This will ensure that even if the mech is destroyed beyond recovery, a seed of the living mech will still be preserved by the keystone. I originally designed this to give Carmen mech pilots a chance to preserve their ability to pilot a mech, but it holds value to those who have not formed a blood pact with their machines. The mention of a new generation of living mechs clearly intrigued the older woman. Given that my Amaranto Mark III lacks this hyper keystone, she should still be a product of the previous generation, I assume. That is correct, Stark. Don't worry, since we are already scheduled to reconfigure your machine, I will take the time to upgrade her into a 7th generation living mech. It shouldn't take much time to install a larger and more powerful version of a hyper keystone. As for the other characteristic of the 7th generation, its application will slightly be different for an ace pilot as yourself. How so, sir? I originally chose to embed an auxiliary chi cultivation method to help the mech pilot develop his talents in a useful area, but this is redundant for you. However, I can still allow this new feature to benefit your companion spirit. Can you present her to me for a moment? I need to take a good look at your witch crow in order to match her with the right auxiliary chi cultivation method. I may need to develop one myself if it is too Shimura. Vale appeared to be in a good mood as the ominous crow made an appearance. She served as another means for Saint Stark to control her darker thoughts and impulses. By shunting them over to her witch crow, Saint Stark was better able to maintain her stability. The contrast between Saint Stark and her rapidly grown companion spirit was strong. The two looked like they could not possibly be the same person. Vase briefly smirked. I see. Curses. Huh, I am pretty familiar with those. I think I know how to implement that in your expert mech. There is an important discussion we need to talk, and I prefer to hold it before Gloriana comes down and dominates the conversation. He activated a projection that showed a few edited clips of the Everchanger in action. What came into prominence was the expert mech's new mech scimitar. It was a weapon that exuded a lot of menace. Anyone who had gotten physically close to this new blade clearly felt that they were being stared at with great hostility. However, as much as the D-arm had driven Joshua in a corner that he saw no other choice but to make a few pacts, its power when it was able to unleash its full potential was massive. Saint Stark quickly figured out what Vase intended to do after showing her this example. She did not reject the idea entirely, but this transformation clearly comes with peril, or else Joshua wouldn't have to struggle for so long to wrangle his new scimitar. I am not certain it is wise to add greater instability to the weapon that I rely on to launch critical shots from afar. She made a good point. Vase really wanted to give the ace marksman mech a more powerful edge, and equipping it with a D-arm that was tailored for her use could increase her firepower even further. Saint Stark did not allow herself to get obsessed by this offer. I fear the Amaranto Mark III cannot keep up. She can only accumulate so many energies before hitting an upper limit. Adding in a transformed and much more powerful firearm will not change that limit. You have made a good point. I will look into possibilities to raise her upper limit, but without access to super-class materials, it will be difficult. There was still plenty of time to conduct research and collect her own data. That would determine whether it was feasible for him to go through with his plan to add a D-arm to the Amaranto Mark III's loadout, candidate for the development of her first true D-mech. Vase felt annoyed that Rosa Orphan had been evacuated to a well-equipped hospital and was undergoing intensive treatments. That meant that she remained out of contact and not in the right mind for the entire duration of her stay. He needed to share his ambitious plans for the Riot Mark III to her and win her approval to realize his vision for a D-mech. Alas, since Rosa Orphan was still stuck in recovery, Vase would shelve the plan for the time being and deal with more urgent affairs. Given what I know about Orphan, she will yearn for greater power after suffering such a devastating defeat at the hands of a lesser phase lord. Saint Stark said, She should welcome a solution to make the Riot Mark III as threatening as the current Everchanger, if not more. You make a good point. High-ranking mech pilots are always good at recovering after getting defeated. So long as they survive, their drive for greater power will become much stronger than before. Chapter 6729. Preparing for first-class combat. Now that the Amaranto Mark III had returned to their makers, she received a quick but significant overhaul. Gloriana already prepared the plans to upgrade her to a fully fledged first-class ace mech during the design process of the current iteration. Her memories of making these preparations were still fresh, so she was able to implement many of the changes right away. Ves meanwhile worked towards upgrading the Amaranto to a 7th-generation living mech. He also made a few tweaks here and there based on his own feelings and judgment. It did not take too long to complete upgrades due to all of the prior preparations they made. The most significant upgrade by far was the replacement of the power reactor. Swapping out the severely underpowered second-class hyper-power reactor for a genuine high-end Terran-developed hyper-power reactor instantly elevated the performance of the Amaranto Mark III. This is a big change, Stark, Ves said with a satisfied expression as he studied the telemetry of the newly installed power reactor after its first activation. The new power reactor won't be able to increase the maximum charge limit of your instrument of vengeance, but it should enable you to charge up your marksman rifle considerably faster than before. In other words, as long as you can aim fast enough, your firing rate should easily triple under the right circumstances. You can eliminate more cannon fodder with accurate strikes, or take down a lesser phase lord much faster than usual. Of course, you can charge your weapon even faster if you draw power directly from a warship like the Tortious Scream. The ace pilot understood quite well what an advantage this represented. Being able to increase her firing rate would definitely allow her to raise her impact on the battlefield. She could swing entire battles around by eliminating key targets faster than before. However, she did not look entirely satisfied with the gains. What about heat buildup? She asked. There's no improvement on that front, Ves admitted. We have already incorporated excellent heatsinks into the Amaranto, but they are not the best. It would be great if we can get our hands on dimensional heatsinks. They basically allow you to toss heat energy into a different dimension, thereby allowing you to get rid of the problem with the fewest possible issues. The problem is that our clan does not have access to the tech that allows us to reproduce them. We can only purchase them from first-class powers, but each of them are reserving the limited amount of dimensional heatsinks for their own high-ranking match. I see. That is disappointing to hear. I have already issued a standing order to snap up any dimensional heatsink that becomes available for sale or exchange. I don't expect to be able to purchase one in the short term. The more red humanity is driven to a corner, the less resources these groups have access to that allow them to produce more dimensional heatsinks. Saint Stark frowned. The new power reactor would roughly allow the Amaranto Mark III to increase her firing rate by at least 3 times. That also meant that the Amaranto Mark III would generate heat 3 times faster as well. In fact, the problem was more severe than that because the slow firing rate of the original Amaranto Mark III meant that the machine had plenty of time to distribute and dissipate all of the heat buildup. If the Amaranto Mark III version 2 began to fire her instrument of vengeance at a very fast pace, then the machine wouldn't be giving itself enough time to cool down between shots. How should I handle the heat problem, then? Davia Stark asked. You rely on an external heatsink. Any big piece of matter will do, Ves replied. For example, if you enter one of the 4 sniper bunkers of the Tortious Scream, numerous mechanisms will attach to your mech frame and act as heat pipes that will drain the excess heat building from your Amaranto in a highly effective manner. The entire alien battleship is more than happy to serve as your ace mech's heatsink. What about the Bastion? Can the Amaranto Mark III still be mounted behind her back? Yup, though it is less effective than usual due to potential interferences from hyper-materials. I do not recommend you rely on the Bastion to serve as an aiming platform, a defensive bulwark and a heatsink. However, your Amaranto will still be fine if you try it out anyway. Can asteroids serve as makeshift heatsinks? Not always. You need to scan the asteroids and make sure it can withstand the enormous influx of heat. If the asteroid composition is too poor, then the surface will melt far sooner than you find convenient. The heat generated by the current version of the Amaranto is formidable. This was an annoying but understanding restriction. There was no easy way to increase the Amaranto's ability to deal with heat. Ves changed to another topic. You asked me several times earlier whether it is possible to raise the maximum charge limit of your instrument of vengeance. We have already employed every trick that we could find to maximize the single-shot output of your instrument of vengeance. There is only one realistic way to make it qualitatively stronger, which is to let me convert your weapon into a D-arm. The temptation was strong. Saint Davia Stark wanted to pit herself against the toughest and most horrible enemies. Being able to wield a weapon that carried a much greater punch than usual should definitely catch the attention of both allies and enemies. Yet, she did not exactly gain the best vibe out of the bitter scimitar when she had a chance of getting close enough to it. The Everchanger struggled for quite a while until the expert mech somehow managed to stop his D-arm from causing any further trouble. I cannot accept the notion of surrendering too much control, Saint Davia Stark said. If transforming the instrument of vengeance into a D-arm will generate years' worth of friction, then I would rather take my chances off your existing technologies. All of your works are reliable and helpful enough to help us fight better. Introducing a disruptive element that I cannot fully control may lead to fumbles during a critical moment in the future. I do not wish for others to question my reliability. These are reasonable arguments. Very well, if that is your wish, then I shall refrain from offering this option to you in the future. If you change your mind, you can come back to me anytime and we can discuss solutions. Though Ves was disappointed that Saint Stark did not feel tempted to convert the instrument of vengeance into a D-arm, perhaps it was for the best. He would have plenty of time to improve his demoncasting abilities. When the new Saint started to fight against enough overwhelming phase lords and other formidable alien units, she should definitely develop a stronger urge to upgrade the firepower of her Amaranto Mark III. Ves would hopefully have a more mature solution prepared for her. The Amaranto Mark III already served as an extremely powerful deterrent against any enemies who sought to assassinate him or disrupt large swaths of alien space. The two soon changed topics. They chatted about various aspects related to the Amaranto Mark III and other Larkinson mechs. After we are done with upgrading the Amaranto Mark III, you have a choice on what to do next. Ves said, as an ace pilot, our clan will not impose any unnecessary restrictions on what you are allowed to do. Well, you are a guest pilot anyway, so you are not fully subject to our rules. Have you already thought about how you want to spend your next months? There are many different battlefronts that could use the help of a deadly ace marksman mech. Saint Stark had indeed put a lot of thought behind this consequential decision. I prefer to follow Saint Tus's example and rotate among the frontlines. I would like to explore other pairings. Ves nodded. Our clan does not have too many objections about your plan. We want to remind you that when our first-class mech force and accompanying warships are ready for action, we would vastly prefer it if you come back to us. We can fight as an independent troop and strike at our own targets. Your Amaranto Mark III will also enjoy the best fighting conditions by occupying one of the sniper bunkers of our flagship. I am not opposed to returning to your side, but I would prefer it if my instrument of vengeance does not remain idle for a long time. We must fight against the native aliens in a proactive manner if we want to drive them back. In other words, the fleet better be good at picking fights, or else Saint Davia Stark and other like-minded ace pilots might bail and fight elsewhere. What do you think about gathering all of the ace pilots of the Larkinson clan together in a single fleet and operating as a single powerful first-class strike force? Ves proposed. We'll combine the excellent firepower of the Tortious Scream with the speed of the Dark Zephyr Mark III, the purple conflagrations of the Promethea Mark II, the Knights and Barons of the Minerva Mark II, the razor-sharp blade of the First Sword Mark III, and finally the ultra-long-range dominance of your Amaranto Mark III. What do you think we can accomplish with this combination? You missed the Lionheart. I did. Saint General Ark Larkinson doesn't get along with Saint Commander Casella Ingvar. Besides, my uncle is better suited to lead his own unit. He needs to be the brightest presence on the battlefield in order to fight at his best. He will be competing far too much for attention if he joins our party. You are right, sir. I would say that the lineup that you have mentioned earlier sounds extremely impressive to me. I cannot imagine how so many ace pilots with living ace mechs can accomplish on the battlefield. I have a strong suspicion that if we were able to field so many ace mechs, we would have been able to crush the native aliens that successfully conquered the Viola Magnifica system. Ves smiled. That goes without saying. If we are truly able to amass so much concentration of high-end combat strength, then it is a waste of time for us to linger in the middle zones. We will have to participate in the much more intensive fights in the upper zones. The native aliens are bringing out their best assets in those battlegrounds. Ace pilot or not, you all need to curb your arrogance, because the native aliens have learned enough about how we operate to develop many tricks and counters. The stronger his clan become, the more he set his sights on the battles that would truly decide the future course of red humanity. He refused to let his fate be dictated by the performance of third parties. The Larkinsons needed to participate and do whatever was necessary to win the battles that red humanity could not afford to lose. However, it would take way longer for the Tortious Scream to get delivered to New Constantinople to form such an elite force. They still needed to complete the upgrade projects for the Minerva Mark II, the First Sword Mark III and the Promethea Mark III. All of that would take a lot of time. Ves would prefer it if his premier branch could start fighting only when it had amassed at least 5 ace mechs, but if the Red Tide offensive continues to make drastic gains, then the Larkinsons may have to make do with just 2 or maybe 3 ace mechs. Chapter 6730. The Curse Master Ves and Gloriana completed their overhaul of the Larkinson clan's only ace marksman mech. The Amaranto Mark III Revision 2 encapsulated the concept of extreme firepower much better than before. Although the Larkinson clan regrettably lacked the super-class materials to further enhance the lethality of the Instrument of Vengeance, her practicality and damage output over time had drastically improved. No longer was the Amaranto forced to cycle her oversized Luminaire crystal rifle and wait for it to charge up to full capacity before firing a shot at maximum power. She was able to drastically increase her firing rate while sacrificing nothing aside from depleting her energy reserves faster and building up a huge amount of heat. These were serious problems to be sure, but they were manageable. Saint Stark did not have to fire her weapon at its fastest rate. She could exercise trigger discipline and wait until the situation had gone critical before furiously launching as many shots as possible in a very short time interval. Another way to deal with the energy and heat problems was to anchor the Amaranto Mark III to a compatible warship such as the soon-to-be overhauled Tortious Scream. The shipwrights designed the sniper bunkers in such a way that they offered maximum accommodation to high-ranking mechs. As far as Ves was concerned, ranged powerhouses such as the Amaranto Mark III and the upcoming Promethea Mark II were more valuable than any warship primary gun battery. The latter may possess much more firepower according to the data, but the resonance-empowered attacks launched by ace mechs could not be judged according to common sense. Ves therefore had a strong incentive to make the Amaranto Mark III as strong as feasibly possible. This was why he found it regretful that St. Davia Stark denied the offer to convert the Instrument of Vengeance into a D-arm. Letting the Luminaire crystal rifle mutate into a much stronger and more formidable form through the process of demoncasting should have turned the Amaranto Mark III into a much more powerful threat. However, as Joshua's example already showed, there were definite downsides to wielding a D-arm. Perhaps Saint Stark would have been able to suppress the uppity behavior of a D-arm by virtue of being an ace pilot with much stronger willpower than an expert pilot, but as long as the troublesome weapon grew stronger by absorbing lots of feedback, it would definitely pose a greater problem in the future. This instance taught Ves that not every ace pilot blindly pursued power regardless of the cost. He needed to be more mindful of which high-ranking mech pilot was willing to make use of D-arms in order to give them an edge in combat. He already harbored ambitions to convert the Riot Mark III into a D-mech, but he needed to approach it in a thoughtful manner. One of the biggest problems related to doing this was to preserve the existing personality of the mech to the greatest possible extent. Ves was already certain that Venerable Orphan would reject the option if it entailed outright killing and replacing her existing battle partner. Fortunately, Ves still had plenty of time to think on how to handle this sensitive subject. It would take a few weeks for Venerable Orphan to recover to the point where she could talk and move around again. Ves and Gloriana also needed to complete the Minerva Mark III project before they could tackle the Riot Mark III project.